A fishing game has quietly appeared on the smartphones of billions across the globe, unremovable and accessible solely by the user. The concept is deceptively simple. By fishing, one can earn rewards and experience points. The higher the level, the greater the number of fishing attempts. As one among billions, Ming, driven by curiosity, pressed the fishing option. Fishing successful. Congratulations, you have acquired SSS-level skill. Infinite fishing. At first, everyone assumed it was merely a game, a piece of malware, until a colossal creature, towering over 100 meters, descended from the heavens and wreaked havoc upon the city. Chapter 1. Fishing Across Realms, starting with SSS level. ***. Finally, the hardships of today have come to an end. Let's log in. Today, this wild king will surely lead you to soar, resting in glory. We're just four. Who can invite a girl for a 5-man squad? Preferably with a mature voice. That'll motivate me to deal damage. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ming overheard his 3 roommates already deciding their lanes. He reclined on his bed and skillfully retrieved his phone. Playing a couple of 5v5 competitive matches after class had become a routine pastime for him and his roommates, especially since there were no appealing games lately. Old Chen, are you still mid lane? The dorm leader, Yang Dong, glanced over at Ming. Yeah, I only play mages. In truth, Ming favored mages, as they could deliver high burst damage even with a slight economic disadvantage. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, and upon facial recognition access, he noticed a new app named Fishing Across Realms on his desktop, which was otherwise filled with folders. Fishing Across Realms? Ming furrowed his brow. Unable to recall when he had downloaded such an app, he suspected it was likely a rogue application. He long pressed to delete it, only to find that the options presented were limited to moving it or opening it. Unremovable. Have virus programs become this advanced? Ming pondered with a sense of intrigue. Just then, he heard Yang Dong and the others expressing similar confusion. What is this? Why can't we uninstall it? Did we get a virus? I have it on my phone too. It's called Fishing Across Realms, and seems to be a fishing game. Same here. I can't find any uninstall option. Curiosity piqued. Ming clicked to start, determined to uncover the mystery. The screen went black, followed by scrolling text. You have successfully activated Fishing Across Realms. Please note, this is not merely a game or a virus. Through fishing opportunities within the game, you can obtain substantial rewards that can alter reality, sourced from countless realms. Fishing and completing tasks will grant experience points for leveling up. The higher your level, the greater your fishing attempts and hit probability. Note, fishing opportunities refresh daily at midnight. Please be aware, this software cannot be deleted and can only be accessed by the authenticated host. If your device is lost, do not worry. You can reactivate the Fishing Across Realms app on other electronic devices. He clicked confirm. Once again, the screen displayed black text on a white background. Please name your character. Fisher Friend 3472812. Ming was intrigued. Did this number imply that over 300,000 people had activated this fishing software? Before him, do you confirm a name? I just want to fish in peace. He clicked yes. You have successfully named your character. I just want to fish in peace. Not wanting to waste more mental energy on what he perceived as a rogue application, Ming aimed to swiftly discern what this Fishing Across Realms truly entailed and what hidden depths it contained. Upon entering the main interface, it was far more rudimentary than Ming had imagined. A 2D lake appeared, with a pair of hands gripping a red fishing rod. Below, an option read, Start Fishing. Attempts 1 to in the upper left corner was Ming's personal information. Name, I just want to fish in peace. Level, LV1. The upper right corner bore only 2 icons. Task Backpack. It was a far cry from the quality of those social media minigames he remembered. Just as Ming was about to click on fishing, he heard his roommate Wang Wei's cheerful laughter. Haha. Guess what I just caught? $1,000. This game is ridiculous. You can only fish once. Catching $1,000? Is the person playing this game thinking with their feet? The last roommate, Li Tian, couldn't help but retort. Wait, there's a withdrawal option. Do you think it actually works? Wang Wei asked. Don't get your hopes up. No free lunch in the sky, Yang Dong cautioned. Relax, I'm just going to try it, Wang Wei replied, pressing the withdrawal option. He expected to see a scam link requesting identity binding and bank details. Instead, a new prompt appeared. You have successfully withdrawn. Are you kidding? I haven't even linked my bank account. How did I withdraw? Alien technology? Wang Wei exclaimed in disbelief. A text message notification slid down from the top of the screen. Jiangqing Bank. Your account ending in 0966 has received a transfer of 1,000. What the hell? Wang Wei sat upright on his bed, wide-eyed. What's going on? Don't tell me it actually arrived? Li Tian teased from his seat beside him. If I say it did, what then? As Li Tian was about to mock him further, he saw Wang Wei extending his phone towards him. Looking closely, he indeed saw a transfer notification, the amount exactly 1,000. The transaction source was listed as Fishing Across Realms. Could be a long game, fishing for bigger fish? Are these scammers so generous? Aren't they afraid of losing everything in the end? Li Tian questioned, puzzled. Wait, this isn't a scam. I just said I didn't link my bank account. Wang Wei's remark shifted the atmosphere in the dormitory to one of eerie tension. I'll give it a try, Li Tian said, snapping back to attention, and pressed the phishing option, using up his phishing attempts. What did you get? Wang Wei leaned in eagerly. A Bluetooth headset, Li Tian replied. A Bluetooth headset? Wang Wei was curious. How will they send that? Can this app really locate us? How would I know? Li Tian began, but his expression suddenly changed as he raised his hand, revealing a small plastic box nestled within his open palm. Upon opening, the contents revealed a pair of Bluetooth earphones. Hello, hello, hello. Are you all conspiring to play a trick on me? Wang Wei's smile was strained. An eerie sensation enveloped him, sending chills down his spine. I'm not that bored, Li Tian gulped, equally covered in goosebumps. Yang Dong remained silent, his gaze returning to his phone as he engaged in fishing. Noticing his actions, Wang Wei was about to inquire what Yang Dong had caught when suddenly a piece of black fabric descended from above him. To be precise, it was a stocking. The significance lay not in the stocking itself, but in the fact that Wang Wei, Li Tian, and Chen Ming distinctly recognized that the stocking had materialized out of thin air. They were absolutely certain that it was not the doing of Yang Dong. If he possessed such abilities, he could undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world's greatest magicians. Leaving no room for anyone to discern the trick, Chen Ming redirected his attention from Yang Dong, focusing on the screen that displayed his remaining fishing opportunity. He desired to personally ascertain the authenticity of this fishing game. Clicking to fish, currently fishing. Though the graphics were rudimentary, the mechanics of casting the line and the splash effects were undeniably present. Currently fishing. However, this fishing process evidently took longer than for the others. Is it malfunctioning? As Chen Ming pondered this, the text within the box finally shifted. Fishing successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the SSS level skill. Infinite Fishing. Chapter 2, The Second Fishing Expedition. SSS Rank. Infinite Fishing. Even without fully grasping the implications of the SSS rank, Chen Ming abruptly sat up in bed, his posture straightening as he beheld the phrase infinite fishing. Reflecting on Wang Wei, Yang Dong, and Li Tian, who had successfully extracted rewards from the game into the real world, it was evident how invaluable a fishing opportunity could be. Now, having drawn an SSS rank reward right from the start, he had acquired the chance for infinite fishing. Wasn't this an unequivocal assent? To ensure he had not misinterpreted anything, Chen Ming clicked to expand and review the details. SSS rank infinite fishing. Upon acquiring this skill, your fishing attempts will be limitless, allowing you to fish for various rewards at will from the prize pool. Note, SSS rank skills are unique. Uniqueness? If Chen Ming's understanding was correct, this meant that among the billions of people in the world, only one individual could possess this skill without repetition, and that fortunate individual was none other than himself. Closing the reward notification, he noticed that the previously gray, start fishing, option had transformed back into an orange hue, now devoid of any displayed attempts. Hey, old Chen. Why the silence? Did you reel in something extraordinary? Wang Wei inquired, shifting his gaze from the despondent Yang Dong to Chen Ming, curiosity evident in his tone. I'm still figuring it out. Despite their close camaraderie, Chen Ming had no intention of divulging his infinite fishing opportunity to anyone. He understood well that this software, known as infinite fishing, would undoubtedly alter the very fabric of the world, drawing the attention of authorities. In that eventuality, if his possession of infinite fishing opportunities were to be exposed, it was not merely the domestic repercussions he feared. Foreign agents would likely seek to capture him, compelling him to fish for various resources endlessly, exploiting and brainwashing him. Chen Ming had no desire to lead a life fraught with evasion and anxiety. It was far wiser to progress cautiously and remain inconspicuous. Why not give it a shot? What if you reel in 1 million or even 10 million? You could lounge around without a care in the world, Li Tian jested. It's not that simple, Chen Ming replied, his finger poised over the start fishing button. Thus commenced his second fishing expedition of a lifetime. Fishing in progress. The first fishing attempt had been simplified, likely due to its novice phase. However, as Chen Ming embarked on his second attempt, a quick time event, QT, emerged. A gray rectangular box displayed a small segment of green, with a needle rapidly oscillating back and forth. The player's task was to press the confirm button to halt the needle within the colored area. Success would be deemed if the needle landed within the zone, failure otherwise. Despite the infinite fishing opportunities, Chen Ming was not inclined to squander them. Seizing the moment, he pressed confirm. A precise hit. The speed of the needle's movement was not exceedingly fast, and with a modicum of concentration, he found it to be quite manageable. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Desert Eagle and 24 rounds of ammunition. Staring at the system notification that appeared in stark black and white, Chen Ming was momentarily stunned, confirming it multiple times. He certainly hadn't expected to draw a toy gun. It was highly probable that it was the genuine article. Old Chen, your expression doesn't look too pleasant. You didn't end up like our dorm leader, did you? Did you draw something ridiculous like stockings or underwear? Wang Wei teased. glancing at the glum Yongdong. Upon hearing this, Yongdong's expression darkened further. Glancing at the unblemished, odorless stockings in his hands, his feelings conflicted. If they were used, perhaps I could muster some interest, Li Tian quipped. Damn, old Li, you're getting weirder by the day, Wang Wei exclaimed, pushing Li Tian away in mock disgust. His gaze swiftly returned to Chen Ming, pressing, so, old Chen, what did you actually catch? A desert eagle and 24 rounds of ammunition, Chen Ming replied. Turning to Wang Wei without reservation, Li Tian, Wang Wei, and Yongdong fell into stunned silence. You're joking, right? Wang Wei asked, his smile strained. Chen Ming anticipated this reaction. He opened the system backpack and clicked on the Desert Eagle icon in the slot. Would you like to extract the Desert Eagle? Note, after extraction, it can still be stored in the backpack at any time. Chen Ming clicked yes. Extracting. Extraction successful. In the next moment, a cardboard box appeared before Chen Ming out of thin air, resembling a package one might receive from a delivery service. Observing Chen Ming place the box on his lap and open it, the three friends instinctively swallowed hard in unison. Holy crap, is this for real? When they saw Chen Ming extract a handgun encased in a plastic dust cover from the box, their composure shattered, and they jumped to their feet. Bang! Wang Wei, caught up in excitement, bumped his head against the bed frame. Wincing, he rubbed his head to alleviate the pain, grimacing in discomfort. Is it the real deal? Li Tian was the first to approach Chen Ming, eager for confirmation. Chen Ming removed the handgun from the dust cover, weighing it in his hands. Indeed, it felt substantial. Likely authentic. After some fiddling, he pulled out the magazine, finding it fully loaded with golden bullets. Holy crap. Old Yang, shut the door. Don't let anyone see. They might call the cops and get old Chen arrested. Li Tian exclaimed, hastily turning to Yongdong. Yongdong promptly obliged. I have a feeling that this world is about to undergo a monumental change. You all should be cautious, Chen Ming declared, standing up, intending to leave the school and head home. Hey, old Chen, where are you going? Li Tian asked. Would you like to retrieve the Desert Eagle? Home. The school may not be safe. As he replied to Li Tian, Chen Ming selected, yes, with a swift motion. Without waiting for Li Tian to say another word, he hastily departed, vanishing from their sight. Damn, I only fished out a pair of socks. What awful luck. I can top that. I got a pack of tissues. Ha ha. I caught a motorcycle. Too bad it was a one-time opportunity. It's frustrating. The task system doesn't seem to be available yet, so I can't complete any tasks to level up and increase my fishing attempts. On his way home, Chen Ming observed hordes of people discussing the infinite fishing software, all holding their phones. The news of rewards from infinite fishing being extractable into reality spread far more swiftly than he had anticipated. I fished out a golden retriever. A golden retriever? At this, Chen Ming paused, turning towards the source of the sound. It was a girl who had just clicked the extraction option. Moments later, a golden retriever indeed appeared beside her. The girl was ecstatic, delightedly petting the dog. However, witnessing this heartwarming scene, Chen Ming felt a chill run down his spine. If he recalled correctly, the system had previously mentioned that fishing rewards originated from myriad realms. If it was possible to fish out a living creature such as a golden retriever, could there be other entities that surpassed human understanding, monstrous, terrifying, and bloodthirsty? The once heartwarming sight of the golden retriever now loomed in Chen Ming's mind as an ominous harbinger. Chapter 3. Continuous Fishing. Retracting his gaze, Chen Ming stepped outside. The streets were still bustling with discussions about infinite fishing. As Chen Ming walked towards his home, he simultaneously took out his phone, resolved to seize the moment and continue his fishing endeavors. Before the ominous premonitions in his mind could materialize into reality, he aimed to reel in as many rewards as possible to bolster his strength. For instance, although he possessed a firearm, he lacked the proficiency to wield it. Should he manage to catch some skill points related to firearms, his chances of survival in the impending apocalypse would surely surpass those of others. He clicked, Start Fishing. Fishing in progress. Perfectly hitting the rapid response system. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a box of ibuprofen capsules. Ibuprofen capsules? Chen Ming furrowed his brow, then softly reassured himself that in extreme circumstances, medication undeniably ranks as a primary resource, hardly less critical than food. Given the infinite opportunities to fish, he pressed on. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 12 bottles of mineral water. Onward. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a box of canned beef. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 strength attribute point. A strength attribute point? Chen Ming slowed his pace. For someone accustomed to gaming, the concept of attribute points was familiar. They could enhance one's abilities across the board. The higher the attribute, the greater the damage, defense, and speed in the game, enabling one to effortlessly overpower opponents. He promptly opened his backpack, and indeed, he found a strength attribute point, represented by a sphere of orange light. Do you confirm the addition of the strength attribute point? Add. Addition successful. Strength attribute point 1. Although the game lacked a personal attribute panel to view detailed attribute information, at the moment the system notified him of the increment. Chen Ming distinctly felt a surge of immense power within him. Repeatedly opening and closing his fist, he savored the sensation. He felt at least twice as strong. What a remarkable boon. Chen Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. He no longer wished to linger and continued fishing, hoping to catch more attribute points. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a mountaintop villa. Chen Ming halted, rubbed his eyes, blinked, and confirmed several times. It was indeed a villa. Moreover, a mountaintop villa. Once again, he opened his backpack, and there it was, a mini 2D icon of a 3-story villa in his inventory. He clicked to view the details. Mountaintop Villa, located at number 1, Fushan Residence, Road 28, South District. Fushan Residence number 1? Chen Ming felt a sense of familiarity with those words. After a brief recollection, his eyes widened in realization. He had seen news related to it in the newspaper, as it was the most luxurious villa in Jiang City. Ranked among the top 10 in the Great Xiao, it also boasted considerable international fame, valued at over 100 million. Indeed, he had fished out a luxury villa worth over 100 million. Approaching the roadside, he hailed a taxi and settled inside. Driver, to Fushan Residence, please. It was not a matter of fickleness. Chen Ming believed that the mountaintop villa would be far safer than his current rented place. He had no one to notify. He had long lost his family in this world. His mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him due to hereditary heart disease. His father, consumed by sorrow, eventually met his demise a year ago in a mining accident caused by a cave collapse, leaving Chen Ming a compensation sum worth hundreds of thousands. With that money, Chen Ming had managed to live comfortably. Of course, he had not developed a habit of extravagance. He meticulously planned how to utilize the funds to sustain himself until graduation and beyond. Hey, do you have that app called Wanja Fishing registered? If not, you should hurry and register. You can actually reel in rewards. Like me, I was lucky enough to catch a pack of cigarettes. As he spoke, the driver picked up a freshly opened pack of cigarettes and asked Chen Ming, care for one? I don't smoke. Thank you. Chen Ming politely declined. He then added, I've already registered, but my luck has been rather poor. I only caught a pack of toilet paper. Hearing this, the driver chuckled heartily and reassured Chen Ming. Don't lose heart. After midnight, the fishing attempts will reset, and your luck can't be bad forever. I hope so, Chen Ming replied with a faint smile, concluding the conversation. He took out his phone, intending to continue fishing, but upon sensing the driver's gaze upon him, he decisively opened the forum app and searched for the term fishing. He wanted to ascertain the current state of affairs on the internet. Upon clicking on the trending topics, he found that the usual chatter about celebrities dyeing their hair, trimming their nails, or changing outfits had been entirely supplanted by discussions of fishing. Out of 50 trending topics, every single one pertained to fishing. The top trending topic read, is the mysterious software Wanja fishing safe? Official explanation here. Chen Ming did not believe that modern science could define this software in such a short span of time. He dismissed it. The second trending topic was, Mr. Ding from Yansheng hits the jackpot, catching 30 million. The third, what does it feel like to suddenly acquire wealth after unemployment by reeling in a sports car? The fourth, if one catches a giant panda, must it be reported? The fifth, what should one do if they catch a ferocious beast like a tiger? Overall, after reading through, those rewards seemed moderate for Chen Ming at the moment. Even 30 million paled in comparison to the villa he had just caught, which was valued at 100 million. He further appreciated just how extraordinary the SSS-level infinite fishing skill truly was. He had 100% premonition that his woeful life was about to undergo a complete transformation. Before long, the car entered Fushan Residence. The driver inquired, young man, where should I drop you off? At the mountaintop, Chen Ming replied, putting his phone away. The mountaintop? You must be referring to that villa worth over 100 million, right? The driver exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chen Ming affirmed with a nod. Gulp. The driver fell silent, swallowing hard. Just moments ago, he had thought himself luckier than Chen Ming for merely catching a pack of toilet paper. Now, learning that Chen Ming resided in a villa worth over 100 million, all sense of superiority evaporated. After 2 to 3 minutes, he delivered Chen Ming to the mountaintop villa. Thank you. You're welcome. After scanning the payment code, Chen Ming opened the door and alighted from the vehicle, one hand clutching his phone, while the other delved into his pocket to click on the reward that had transformed into a key icon. Upon the display of withdrawal successful, Chen Ming distinctly sensed a cold metallic object materializing in his once empty palm. Additionally, as he approached the villa's entrance, he noticed the driver deliberately slowing down, seemingly wanting to verify whether he was indeed boasting. Chapter 4, the second SSS level, ahead of all humanity. Chen Ming did not wish to squander his energy in a battle of wits with the driver. He directly produced the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a well-tended courtyard adorned with flourishing plants and a small gazebo reminiscent of a grapevine trellis. On a sultry summer day, the thought of moving a bamboo chair into the yard, reclining upon it with a platter of fruits and chilled beverages by my side, filled Chen Ming with an exhilarating sense of comfort and delight. After closing the gate, he approached the villa's entrance. Unlike the grand gate, this entryway offered 2 methods of unlocking. a fingerprint scanner, and a traditional key, as this abode was a reward for his fishing endeavors. Ming pondered whether his fingerprint had already been registered in the system. With a spirit of experimentation, he placed his thumb on the scanner. In the next moment, the sound of the lock disengaging confirmed his suspicion. The door swung open automatically, showcasing its remarkable intelligence. What unfolded before his eyes finally elucidated to Ming why this villa, which boasted sweeping views of the urban landscape, commanded a valuation exceeding 100 million. The word that sprang to mind was opulence. It resembled a miniature palace. Never had Ming imagined that he would one day reside in such a place, let alone acquire it without spending a single penny. After a brief tour of the rooms, he returned to the living room, sank into the sofa, opened the drawer of the coffee table, retrieved the remote control, and switched on the television, tuning into channel Sheep Vision. The evening news featured several hosts gathered around a table, engaging in a discussion about the fishing software, World Fishing. Professor Dai, as a distinguished scholar from Hucking, how would you assess this software? A female host inquired. The technology employed by this software surpasses the current bounds of human scientific understanding. Our team is still working to decipher its intricacies. From my personal perspective, I would advise caution against excessive use of this gaming software until one has fully comprehended its creator and purpose to avoid potential harm to oneself and society at large. Setting the remote aside, Ming primarily listened for updates and sought any intriguing news. Disinterested in the professor's vacuous discourse, he pulled out his phone and opened the World Fishing app. Reclining on the soft cushion, he pressed Start Fishing once more. Fishing in progress. Moments later, he observed the animation of the fishing hook descending, ripples forming on the water's surface. Ming's focus sharpened, aware that his reflexes would soon be tested. He achieved another flawless success. The pointer moved at a moderate pace, and with a sufficiently large hit area, it barely qualified as medium difficulty in a conventional game. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 crossbow bolt and 100 crossbow-specific arrows. Crossbow bolts? They seem to possess comparable difficulty and power to bows and arrows, perhaps even more suited to Ming than a handgun. Satisfied with his acquisition, he swiftly commenced his second, third, and fourth fishing attempts. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 super alloy dagger. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 cans of luncheon meat. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 lighter refilling tubes. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 Tiguanyan tea leaf. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a gourmet vegetarian cuisine gift box. After over 20 successful attempts, the 100 success rate was indeed exhilarating, and the rewards were not trivial, though they were all items obtainable in the real world. If possible, Ming would have preferred to earn attribute points or other skills. To acquire an SSS level skill, particularly one focused on attack, would ensure his survival even in a post-apocalyptic scenario. With this thought in mind, he continued to fish, relishing the unlimited attempts. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 portable sprays of medical alcohol, 100 milliliters. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 million daxia coins. 5 million. The sight of such a substantial sum, coupled with the fact that it was still peacetime and currency had not devalued, meant he could procure an abundance of goods. Ming's excitement was palpable. He continued fishing, seizing the moment. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a box of premium gift mooncakes. Is this a gesture to ensure I enjoy mooncakes during the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival? Ming chuckled to himself. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10 million daxia coins. Gulp. He swallowed hard. The ease with which this money came was astonishing. Ming couldn't help but worry that these funds might be seized by the state due to a data error. After all, even Professor Hucking had remarked that it was technology surpassing human comprehension, so perhaps there was no cause for concern. Dismissing his extraneous thoughts, he continued to fish. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 speed attribute point. Oh, had he finally drawn an attribute point? Ming straightened up, hurriedly opened his backpack, selected the speed attribute, and added it. Addition successful. Speed attribute point 1. As the system announced this, Ming immediately felt his body become significantly more agile. In the spacious living room of the villa, he dashed around the sofa a few times, now brimming with the confidence to compete in the Olympics. Indeed, this speed attribute was far more valuable in terms of cost performance than strength. Rather than confront an enemy head-on, Ming preferred to flee whenever possible, unless he was absolutely certain of overpowering his opponent. Even a 1 risk was too great to take. After all, one only lives once, and reality offers no option for a second chance. Approaching the water dispenser, he took a disposable cup and poured himself a drink. With one hand operating his phone, he clicked to fish again. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 flying moutai. Ming was not particularly interested in alcohol. After sniffing the water in the cup and confirming it bore no odd odor, he took a hearty sip. It seemed to be spring water with a subtle sweetness. Crumpling the paper cup, he tossed it into the nearby trash bin and returned to the sofa, adopting the most comfortable position. There was only one task at hand: to fish. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 darts. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 special tang dao. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5 million daxia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a book of inspirational quotes. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a limited edition Playboy magazine. Chen Ming had to admit that while Western physiques were impressive, he still preferred the allure of Asian features. Lost in thought, his hands continued to fish. Fishing in progress. Then, a glimmer of excitement crossed his mind. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SSS level skill, infinite storage space. Chapter 5, 1 billion. Another SSS level skill. This time, it was infinite storage space. Although he had not drawn a combat-related skill, the mere mention of infinite storage space filled Chen Ming with immense joy. He clicked to view the details. This storage space was far superior to what he had envisioned. Not only could he store items of any size, but time within the space was suspended, remaining eternally unchanged. In simpler terms, there would be no concern about expiration. Food and pharmaceuticals are perhaps most concerning to individuals due to their expiration dates. Consuming expired food can lead to gastrointestinal distress and, in severe cases, trigger additional health complications. As for expired medications, their efficacy diminishes significantly, and they may even contain harmful components. One might fear that consuming them could prove fatal rather than life-saving. However, with the advent of this infinite storage space, Chen Ming no longer needs to fret over such matters. It is noteworthy that this space can only accommodate inanimate objects. Living entities such as cats, dogs, or humans are excluded. Plants like lush grass and vibrant flowers are categorized as non-living within the confines of this space, permitting their free storage and retrieval. After thoroughly investigating this infinite storage space, Chen Ming privately concluded that, combined with the wealth he has reeled in, it could serve as a formidable asset. To validate his hypothesis, Chen Ming opened the refrigerator and retrieved a cube of ice, precisely the size of a fingernail. Placing it into the storage space, he decided to wait 2 or 3 minutes before extracting the ice cube for observation. During this interval, he remained true to his original pastime, currently fishing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a barrel of purified water. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 500 milliliters of disinfectant alcohol. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught a portion of wuchang rice. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 12 cans of 8 treasure porridge. Yet again, he engaged in a fervent fishing spree, acquiring a plethora of rewards that, while not entirely worthless, were not particularly remarkable either. During this time, the fishing interface notified him of insufficient backpack space, with rewards floating on the river's surface. Should he fail to clear space within 24 hours, these rewards would vanish automatically. Once space became available, the rewards would be seamlessly transferred into his backpack. His backpack had only a limited number of slots, and it seemed that upgrading his level would increase the quantity. However, for Chen Ming, who possessed infinite storage space, this was hardly an issue. He effortlessly transferred those rewards into the infinite storage, freeing up space in his backpack. Glancing at the time in the upper left corner of his phone, nearly 10 minutes had passed. It was time to proceed. Chen Ming opened the virtual panel that appeared alongside the storage space, visible only to him. The interface resembled his backpack, consisting of small compartments containing various rewards, including the ice cube. Selecting and retrieving the ice cube, he felt its chill in his palm, and a faint smile graced his lips. It had indeed not melted. This meant he could feasibly visit a 5-star restaurant, have the chef prepare exquisite dishes, and then store them in the infinite storage space. Thus, even if an apocalypse were to unfold, he would not need to worry about hunger and could indulge in culinary delights from various regions. Just the thought of it filled Chen Ming with exhilaration, fueling his motivation to fish. He discarded the ice cube, seizing every moment. Currently fishing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught the complete collection of the web novel Doloa Continent. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught the film The Shawshank Redemption. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 250 gigabytes of classic films by Uncle Ing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the S-class skill, Mastery of Firearms. Another skill, and it was Mastery of Firearms. Chen Ming was uncertain if this mastery aligned with his understanding of the term. He clicked to view the details. S-class Firearms Mastery. With this skill, regardless of the firearm used, you will instantly have a proficiency of 100. Excellent. This skill was remarkable. Coupled with the Desert Eagle he had previously fished, he need not worry about self-defense for the time being. Chen Ming retrieved the Desert Eagle from the storage space, gripping it with both hands, his stance unintentionally transforming into one of utmost professionalism, as if muscle memory had been instilled within him. truly worthy of being an S-class skill. Pulling the trigger? Chen Ming was no fool. Should anyone hear the gunfire and alert the authorities, it would only lead to unnecessary complications. If only he could fish for a silencer, he mused. After returning the gun to the storage space, he picked up his phone and resumed fishing. Currently fishing. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully caught a silencer. What? He actually caught one. Chen Ming exclaimed in surprise. Upon glancing at the description, he realized it was a rifle silencer, and he had indeed celebrated too soon. Currently fishing. Why is this round taking so long? Could it be that an SSS class skill is about to emerge? It seemed that the higher the reward level, the longer the fishing duration, and moreover, the higher the reward. The smaller the QTE target area and the faster the pointer swung. Chen Ming pondered this pattern. As the minigame appeared, he sharpened his focus, fully alert, unwilling to squander this high-stakes opportunity. Perhaps due to having acquired some speed attributes, he felt that even with the increased difficulty, it remained effortlessly manageable. Congratulations, host. You have successfully caught 1 billion daxia coins. How much? 1 billion? Chen Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After a thorough confirmation, he was unequivocally certain. It was indeed 1 billion, neither more nor less. Would you like to withdraw 1 billion daxia coins? Withdraw. Processing withdrawal. Withdrawal successful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After his phone vibrated, Chen Ming received a transfer notification, precisely 1 billion. To be honest, he felt a bit apprehensive. Would there truly be no issues? It seemed the system sensed Chen Ming's concern, as beneath the withdrawal successful notification was an additional line of small text. Note, the withdrawal process is entirely legal and compliant. You need not worry about being troubled due to the source of the funds. This additional reassurance lifted a weight off Chen Ming's shoulders. Gazing at his balance, which nearly matched the length of his phone number, he had never felt such ease before. An increasing amount of resources instilled a sense of security within him. Even if the apocalypse did not unfold as he envisioned, with these assets, he could still lead a life enviable to countless others. As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety. Glancing out the window, dusk had settled. Chen Ming decided to venture down the mountain. With his 1 billion in resources, he aimed to enrich his future life. Before departing, he specifically opened the forum, browsing the section dedicated to the myriad realms of fishing, sorted by the latest updates, to ascertain whether any of his concerns had materialized. Chapter 6. Stockpiling supplies in advance. Lucky grass. May this day pass swiftly. I just want to engage in my second fishing expedition. Cobra 13 Damn. My luck is abysmal. I only caught a bottle of alcohol. What good is that? Book-loving Lao Wei. At least that's worth more than my single dime. Spring heart fluttering. I've heard that someone abroad caught a superpower. Not sure if it's true though. Old Yang's children's clothing. I hope it's not true. If so, the balance of power in this world would be utterly disrupted. The snow of 2002. Do you think it's possible for spiritual energy to revive? 123 Wooden Man. Revive? Are you kidding? Have you read too many novels? Closing his phone and exiting the forum, Chen Ming found no information of value as he had imagined. This is not bad news, at the very least. It proves that the software world phishing has not yet posed any threat to the world. Naturally, Chen Ming hopes for another day of stability. Despite his significant surge in power, he does not yearn for the apocalypse to arrive hastily, eager to showcase his personal charm. Upon arriving at the garage, he found, as expected, a luxury sports car valued at millions, along with a motorcycle and a bicycle hanging on the wall. These were gifts from the developer. Although labeled as complimentary, they had long been factored into the sale price. After all, compared to the billion-dollar villa, these items combined would hardly exceed 10 million, making it a profitable deal. Yet for Chen Ming, it made no difference. After all, he spent not a dime. Enjoying a moment of free indulgence is truly delightful. Chen Ming was utterly enamored with the skill of infinite fishing. Putting aside his musings, he took down the bicycle hanging on the wall. He had no knowledge of riding a motorcycle, and driving a sports car was beyond his consideration since he had never contemplated obtaining a driver's license. He hoped to acquire driving skills through fishing in the future. Locking the gate behind him, Chen Ming hopped onto the bicycle and sped down the mountain. As a resident of the Dushan Villa, he need not worry about traffic accidents. The entire mountain and the road were, strictly speaking, his private property. After a few minutes of descending, he slowed down, glancing back at the prominent mountain. Chen Ming pondered whether it might be prudent to consider establishing fortifications. In the event of a zombie apocalypse akin to those depicted in movies or games, it could enhance his chances of survival. However, one wonders if a zombie virus could truly be fished out. If it were to be, he hoped it would not be from someone with a vendetta against society. Or perhaps, he might inadvertently fish up a zombie. As Chen Ming indulged in his fanciful thoughts, he soon pedaled his bicycle out of the villa district's gates. This was the smartphone I had my grandson purchase for me. Let us see how that fishing game works. Yes, let us give it a try. My son mentioned that someone at his workplace won 20,000. The security guard paid him no mind, as a few individuals in their 50s huddled around a brand new smartphone, discussing how to fish. Perhaps due to the prevailing peace in society and the fact that this was a side entrance, even in a luxurious villa area. The security was not as elite or impressive as Chen Ming had imagined. As he moved further away, the voices grew fainter and indistinct. Arriving at a commercial street, Chen Ming selected a 5-star hotel. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to first indulge his taste buds. Goodness, just a mask? We are not in a pandemic. What good is this to me? It would be better to hand me $1 instead. How frustrating. Approaching the counter, he was about to speak when he was interrupted by the receptionist's complaints, expressing her dissatisfaction at not receiving the desired rewards. Upon noticing Chen Ming's presence, she quickly stood up, forced a polite smile, stowed her phone, and inquired, "How may I assist you? Is there a table available in the restaurant?" Chen Ming asked. "Yes. Would you prefer a window seat or a more central location?" The receptionist deftly maneuvered her mouse. By the window, Chen Ming decided. "May I have your name, sir?" Chen Ming. "Very well, I've reserved a table for you. Please take the elevator on your left to the 13th floor," she said, gesturing with her hand. "Thank you." "My pleasure," she replied as Chen Ming turned to head towards the elevator. Stepping inside, he initially intended to fish a few more times during the wait. However, upon noticing the activated surveillance camera, he abandoned that notion. Regardless, he did not wish to reveal his possession of the infinite fishing skill. Human nature is something best untested. Having never seen a pig run, did Chen Ming not know how it works? Human nature is the most fragile aspect in this world, especially in an apocalyptic scenario. Once the constraints of law vanish, people's inner desires only swell, becoming insatiable. Ding. The elevator's alert tone snapped Chen Ming back to reality. "Are you Mr. Chen Ming?" A server awaited outside the elevator, confirming his identity as he stepped out. "Yes," Chen Ming affirmed. "This way, please," the server led the way. Observing the guests around him chatting and laughing, Chen Ming wondered how long such harmonious living could be sustained. Perhaps in the future? Could I fish for precognitive abilities? Such an extraordinary ability to foresee the future must surely be of SSS caliber, he mused. "Mr. Chen, please have a seat." The server pulled out a chair for him. "All right," Chen Ming approached and sat down. One must say, there is wisdom in the price of luxury. Taking the menu, Chen Ming ordered a plethora of dishes he would never typically dare to select, such as abalone, Boston lobster, and 5A steak. Roughly calculating, this meal would cost at least 20 to 30,000. However, for someone with a fortune of $1 billion, it was but a drop in the bucket. Once the dishes arrived, Chen Ming feasted heartily, experiencing a level of satisfaction at the dining table he had never known in his 20 years of life. After satiating his hunger, he raised his hand to summon the server. "Sir, how may I assist you further?" The server inquired with a smile. "I'd like to know if your hotel offers delivery services. I find your food quite delectable and would like to order several hundred portions for a party." "Several hundred?" Gulp. The server initially intended to refuse, but upon hearing Chen Ming casually mention the figure, she swallowed her words. "Please hold on for a moment. My authority is limited. I will fetch the manager to discuss this with you." The server thought, if this large order could be secured, perhaps she could benefit as well. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Zhizuen, the general manager of this hotel. Is it true that you wish to order several hundred portions for delivery?" The manager inquired respectfully. Chen Ming handed the menu to Wang Zhizuen. Puzzled, Wang Zhizuen wondered why Chen Ming was giving him the menu. As the general manager, he knew the hotel's offerings by heart. Then he heard Chen Ming astonishingly declare, "I would like 500 portions of every item on this menu." 500 portions? Are you serious, sir?" Wang Zhizuen asked incredulously. The nearby server was equally taken aback by the figure. After a quick calculation, she realized that the menu contained approximately 103 items, including main dishes, appetizers, and drinks, averaging around 1,500 each. Adding some particularly expensive beverages, the total value of the menu came to around 250,000. 500 portions would amount to a staggering 12,500,000. A party costing 12,500,000? Who on earth is this person? The server gazed at Chen Ming with intense curiosity. Having worked in the hotel for over a year, she had encountered numerous wealthy scions and renowned families. Yet Chen Ming's face was entirely unfamiliar. Wang Zhizuen, recognizing the value of this business, displayed an exaggerated reaction. "What is your public account card number?" Chen Ming asked. Pulling out his phone and opening the banking app, Wang Zhizuen earnestly recited the card number. Chen Ming entered 10 million and confirmed the transfer. This sum was granted by the multiverse phishing application, and spending it was remarkably seamless, devoid of any concerns regarding authorization issues. Everything had been quietly legitimized by the multiverse phishing software, resolutely avoiding any complications for the host. Buzzing. Soon, Wang Zhizuen received a notification in the internal company group that 10 million had been credited. "Mr. Chen, we at the Shanghai Hotel have secured this business. We implore you to choose us. We assure you, you will not be disappointed. As for the pricing, we will provide you with a most favorable offer." With his hands clasped at his sides, Wang Zhizuen deeply bowed, earnestly requesting Chen Ming to choose the Shanghai Hotel. "Not a problem. Once everything is prepared, please deliver it all to the Fushan Residence's Dushan Villa, and I will settle the remaining payment then," Chen Ming replied as he stood up. "The Dushan Villa at Fushan Residence?" "Understood." Wang Zhizuen nodded emphatically. "Mr. Chen, please take care. We will prepare the meals promptly and deliver them to your residence." Wang Jichuan accompanied Chen Ming to the door, displaying an unprecedented warmth in his demeanor. General Manager, do you think he might have become a billionaire thanks to multiverse fishing? A curious staff member inquired. Do not ask what you shouldn't. Even if that were the case, so what? He possesses such fortune. Wang Jichuan's eyes turned icy as he cautioned. Apologies, I spoke out of turn. The staff member quickly bowed in apology. After leaving the Shanghai hotel, Chen Ming ventured to a nearby large shopping mall. He spent money on a selection of well-fitting clothes, gathering a complete wardrobe for all seasons. Then he indulged in snacks, purchasing several tens of thousands worth. Consequently, the mall manager approached Chen Ming, eager to offer home delivery services. Later, he stumbled upon a high-capacity generator and decided to buy it, reasoning that it might come in handy someday. After this series of expenditures, he had barely scraped by with $1 million. For the first time, Chen Ming felt vexed by the effort he had put in, yet found himself spending too little. Pausing in his tracks, a bold idea suddenly sprouted in Chen Ming's mind. Mr. Chen, is there an issue? The manager, dutifully shadowing Chen Ming, inquired with concern upon seeing him halt. Serving such a significant client was paramount. Please calculate the total cost to bundle all snacks, vegetables, fruits, toiletries, and essentials like shower gel and toothpaste, Chen Ming instructed. The manager initially thought Chen Ming was jesting. Actually, I have a keen interest in survival in a post-apocalyptic scenario and wish to create a fortress for that purpose, fulfilling a personal dream, Chen Ming casually explained. Oh, I see. I will have someone calculate it immediately and get back to you as soon as possible. The manager quickly pulled out his phone, instructing his technician to perform the calculations. In a mall, even the purchase of a single chopstick would be meticulously recorded. A few minutes later, the manager returned with the answer, stating, Mr. Chen, I had someone calculate that if you wish to bundle all those items, it will amount to approximately 3 million. Very well, I will take it. Bundle it all, Chen Ming replied, instructing the manager to provide the mall's public account details for the transfer. Once the funds were confirmed, the manager bowed deeply, expressing, Thank you, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, I will ensure that everything is promptly packed and delivered to your residence. Leave it to you, Chen Ming said, patting him on the shoulder before walking away. The task was complete, and there was no reason to linger and waste time. He thought it more prudent to return home to fish and accrue rewards. On his way back, Chen Ming stopped by a pharmacy to purchase various medications that might be useful in the future, such as cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and plasters. After all, the probabilities of fishing for specific items were not entirely within his control, even with his 2 SSS-level skills. He couldn't guarantee that when he needed cold medicine, he would have the fortune to fish for it. If his ailment were to worsen, it would be a costly oversight. Ultimately, the old adage held true, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. He also contemplated the necessity of water and subsequently ordered 1,000 barrels of purified water from a purification company. Now, everything was in place. Chen Ming felt a sense of calm as he embarked on his journey back to the Fushan residence villa. As for the auspicious wind, it was best if it did not come at all. Upon returning home, it was already 8 in the evening. Just as Chen Ming settled into his chair, he heard a rumble outside. The delivery trucks from the purified water company and the mall formed a long procession up the mountain, creating quite a commotion. Please leave it at the entrance. It will be more convenient for you. I will have others handle the rest, Chen Ming instructed the delivery personnel. Understood, they replied readily, grateful for the ease it afforded them. Within a matter of minutes, the goods were unloaded, filling the visible area. Chen Ming watched as the convoy descended the mountain, disappearing from sight. With a swift motion, he stored all items in his spatial storage, the entire process taking mere seconds. Being at the mountaintop, he had no worries about being discovered for possessing infinite storage capabilities. As for the Shanghai hotel, the agreed-upon time with Wang Jichuan was set for the next day. Preparing meals was no simple task, especially in such large quantities, requiring significant time. There was no urgency for Chen Ming. The apocalypse was not arriving the following day. He did not wish to become a paranoid madman due to undue stress. He preferred to let things unfold naturally and proceed steadily. Compared to others, Chen Ming believed he had ample survival resources at his disposal, not merely blind confidence. He even took the time to search online for keywords such as SSS, SS, A, B, and others, hoping to discover if anyone else had fished for skills. At present, neither domestically nor internationally had any relevant entries or news reports surfaced. Either there were indeed none, or the information had been swiftly classified as strategic by the state. Fishing for skills was tantamount to becoming an extraordinary individual. If an army could be trained predominantly comprising such individuals, they would undoubtedly sweep through the battlefield, unmatched by any foe. As someone endowed with 2 SSS-level skills, Chen Ming firmly believed that no nation would dare disregard extraordinary individuals. Concluding his browsing session, he opened Multiverse Fishing. Still awake, he watched news reports while fishing. The reports centered around several major scientific academies collaborating to tackle the multiverse fishing software, interviewing scientists. The discourse was overly formal, initially appearing logical, yet upon closer inspection, it was devoid of substance, offering no valuable information whatsoever. In summary, They were unable to utilize modern computing technology to crack the multiverse phishing software. It was merely a way to pass the time and alleviate boredom. The villa was quite spacious, and the complete silence at the mountaintop felt excessively desolate. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a Huazi 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an A-level skill, mastery of dual wielding. Excellent. Very good. Despite being only an A-level skill, the lowest tier he had fished so far, the notion of dual wielding brought immense joy to Chen Ming. Recalling the daggers and tang swords he had previously caught, he took them out and practiced, swiftly creating afterimages. Much like the mastery of firearms he had attained previously, each technique was not only engraved in his mind, but also etched into his muscle memory. Alas, if only he possessed a pair of tang knives. It would have been splendid. With one long and one short blade, he could hardly unleash the full potential of his skills. After practicing sufficiently, Chen Ming sheathed both knives and stored them away. Reclining back onto the sofa, he resolved to transform into a relentless fishing machine. Chapter 8, Zombie Virus. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special tang knife. Splendid. Now he had the perfect dual-wielding weapon. Chen Ming beamed with joy. He had to admit that he had long been enamored with the design of the tang saber. After handling it himself, he further appreciated that this weapon was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also held significant practical value. Returning to his task, he resumed fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of genuine leather boxing gloves. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a grenade. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Molotov cocktail. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-powered electric baton. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a can of pepper spray. Chen Ming persisted for 2 hours in a fervent frenzy, yet he had not even caught a glimpse of a skill. He could hardly recall how many times he had clicked, start fishing. All he knew was that his fingers maintained the same posture, repeating the motion until they grew numb and sluggish. Exhaling deeply, he noticed his phone flashed a low battery warning of less than 10. Setting it aside, he connected it to the charger to replenish its energy. Simultaneously, he took a moment to relax his body and eyes. Staring at the screen for too long had begun to strain his vision. From his infinite storage space, he retrieved an apple, wiped it with a paper towel, and took a hearty bite. The texture was somewhat firm, slightly tart, predominantly sweet, and delightfully crisp. After discarding the core into the trash, Chen Ming stifled a yawn. Feeling a bit drowsy, he casually unzipped a multifunctional pillow, shook it, and transformed it into a blanket, draping it over himself. With his eyes closed, he blindly reached for the remote on the coffee table and turned off the television. Early to bed, early to rise promotes good health, allowing for more energy to be devoted to fishing. Moreover, it was growing late. The clock read 10 o'clock at night. Meanwhile, within the Hawk faction, in a prison, bang, 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 a notorious criminal named Charles, deeply immersed in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a guard striking the cell door with a baton. Come on. I'm set to be executed tomorrow. Can't you let me enjoy a good night's sleep? Charles grumbled. I have a game for you to play. If you follow my instructions, I might consider allowing you to indulge in a chocolate donut before you meet your end, the guard replied, brandishing his phone. A game? Charles frowned. He indeed craved a donut, yet he sensed that the guard harbored ulterior motives. Rest assured, it's merely a simple little game, the guard reassured, pointing to the screen displaying universal phishing. Charles, skeptical, took the phone. After all, he was to face execution by lethal injection tomorrow, so he felt no fear of being pranked. Convinced that non-compliance would lead to a worse fate, he resigned himself to the situation. He clicked on the English version of Universal Phishing and registered according to the prompts. Upon reading the instructions, Charles chuckled, deeming it a childish ruse. So, what do you need me to do? He inquired of the guard. You just need to click start, the guard replied with a grin. He had already made $3,000 today by having inmates play this game. Since Charles was due for execution, he thought it wise to extract whatever value he could from him before his demise. Hearing this, Charles lowered his head, focusing on the phone. His finger pressed, start fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a zombie virus. A zombie virus? Charles had seen similar films and knew precisely what those 4 words entailed. Click on your backpack, select what you've caught, cash it out, and hand it over to me. Hurry. The guard's eyes sparkled with greed. Fine. Charles harbored serious doubts that the guard, suffering from insomnia, was merely seeking amusement at his expense. To avoid a beating, he opted to comply. He navigated to the backpack in the upper right corner, clicked on it, and located the syringe filled with the blood-red zombie virus, confirming the extraction. Instantly, he felt something materialize in his hand and turned to see it match the mini icon of the red syringe perfectly. Charles stood frozen, bewildered at how this item had appeared in his grasp. A needle? The guard gazed at what Charles had extracted, mistaking it for an ordinary potion. Useless. Hand me back my phone and await your death patiently. So what about my donut? Charles did not immediately return the phone, posing the question. I merely said I might consider it. I never promised you anything. Besides, have you created any value for me? Still want that donut? Huh. I might as well serve you my excrement. The guard retorted irritably. This remark infuriated Charles. As a desperate fugitive, he tossed the phone aside and seized the guard by the throat. He cared little whether the zombie virus was real. He merely wished to teach this duplicitous man a lesson. Ah, bastard. What did you inject into me? Are you trying to die? The guard struggled in vain against Charles's unexpectedly immense strength. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches, Charles's stature rendered the guard defenseless. Don't panic. It's just a zombie virus, Charles chuckled. Wait, you said zombie virus. Did that game tell you that? No, you can't do this. The guard shouted, awakening numerous slumbering inmates. No, I can't. Observing the guard's alarm, Charles felt an overwhelming sense of triumph as he pressed the plunger, injecting the blood-red zombie virus into the guard's body. Then, he released his grip. A moment later, the guard collapsed to the ground, his body contorting violently, bones cracking audibly. The sight was eerily familiar. Wait, this can't be. Turning to the now empty syringe, terror crept into Charles's expression. Zombie virus? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily flung it away. Seeing the guard's lack of reaction and hearing hurried footsteps on the iron stairs, Charles quickly regained his composure, powered down the phone, and concealed it beneath his pillow. He sensed that this so-called game might just alter the course of his life. Thus, he resolved to keep the phone. It was akin to a key. Without the key, how could one expect to enter? Hey, Basham, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? A fellow guard called out. Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, it was futile. Basham lay motionless on the ground, unresponsive, as if lifeless. Another guard drew his service pistol, gripping it with both hands, aiming it at Charles. Speak. What have you done to him? Faced with the gun's muzzle, Charles skillfully raised his hands, ready to fabricate an excuse. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Basham sprang to life, lunging at his concerned prison guard colleague and knocking him to the ground, viciously sinking his teeth into the guard's neck. With a sickening sound, he tore away a large chunk of flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain, spraying half a meter away. Ah, Basham, have you lost your mind? The colleague exclaimed, desperately trying to push him away. Yet, Basham held on tightly, his fingers digging deeply into the guard's flesh, evoking a sensation akin to a knife pressed against the skin. After gulping down a mouthful of neck meat, he bit down again, this time deeper, down to the bone. The colleague, with his trachea and veins severed, was rendered speechless. His body trembled violently as blood surged from his mouth and the gaping wound, splattering the nearby guard. Basham, stop. What are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Basham looked up, his face smeared with blood and his eyes clouded with a white mist, sending the guard into a panic, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The guard watched in horror as Basham, resembling a wild animal, crawled on all fours and lunged at him. Instinctively, the guard raised his firearm and aimed it at Basham, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck Basham's chest. Just when the guard thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Basham, unfazed, lunged at him once more. This time, the guard had no time to pull the trigger as his gun was knocked away, and he found himself brutally pinned to the ground by Basham. Don't come any closer. As Basham opened his gory maw to bite, the guard quickly raised his hands to brace against Basham's jaw. Basham exerted all his strength to push down, determined to tear away a fresh piece of meat from the guard. The guard summoned every ounce of his strength, refusing to relent, continuously shouting for help. Someone, help me, help. Suddenly, thick, crimson blood flowed from Basham's mouth into the guard's, the rancid odor so foul it made him want to retch. Yet, after that, Basham ceased his assault and shifted his attention to Charles, who stood behind the cell door. Just when the guard thought he was safe, he felt something was amiss with his own body. Chapter 9, An Increasingly Bizarre World. Soon, his consciousness began to blur, and the images before him lost focus until he finally lost all awareness. Mimicking Basham's earlier movements, his body twisted on the ground, limbs contorting at angles impossible for a human, bones cracking ominously. Then, he suddenly arched his back, rising like a bridge. Wait, he hadn't been bitten. Why was he becoming infected, undergoing a transformation? Was it merely because he had inadvertently come into contact with the zombie's blood? Panic engulfed Charles. Ugh. He desperately tried to expel the metallic taste of blood from his mouth. Yes, he had accidentally swallowed some of the splattered blood. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. A ray of sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, illuminating Chen Ming's face as he sat up and stretched. He turned his neck, hearing a satisfying crack. Deciding it was better to sleep in his bed tonight, he recalled how comfortable the sofa had been, but now, upon waking, his body felt as if he had labored all night on a construction site. Everything felt wrong. He walked into the bathroom for a quick visit. Washing his face and brushing his teeth, everything was adequately equipped. Emerging from the bathroom, he returned to the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the news. His primary focus was on the virtual panel before him, selecting his breakfast. Ultimately, he chose a box of milk and a hot dog bun. Chen Ming didn't eat much for breakfast, preferring to avoid anything too greasy. He opened the plastic packaging, inserted the straw into the milk box, took a bite of the bun, and sipped the milk, his eyes glued to the television screen, listening to the female anchor report at 6 o'clock this evening. A mysterious explosion occurred at Walden Prison number 13. The authorities have imposed a strict lockdown within a 10,000-meter radius, prohibiting anyone from entering. Nevertheless, we can still see thick smoke billowing above the prison. The officials have refused to disclose the exact cause, stating that a press conference will be held once the situation is resolved. Our reporter, Tian Hui, will provide continuous coverage. A mysterious explosion? Chen Ming drained the milk box, squeezing it tightly before taking another sip. For some reason, he felt this was not good news. He hoped those hawkish individuals would refrain from causing trouble for the world. Despite the myriad problems they had already stirred, Chen Ming was certain that without these so-called beacons of the world, the globe would be far more peaceful, alleviating numerous troubles. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Ming did not rush to open the infinite fishing, instead seeking a way to contact his homeroom teacher to send a message. He fabricated a reason, claiming that a relative who had cared for him since childhood was hospitalized, and he intended to take a break from school to care for him while earning some money for medical expenses. The teacher agreed and informed Chen Ming that if he faced difficulties, he could apply to hold a fundraising event. Chen Ming politely declined the offer. Taking leave had two advantages. It allowed him to devote more time to fishing and development, and if the world remained tranquil, he could return to campus life at any time. Preparing for both possibilities, Chen Ming swiftly activated infinite fishing, commencing his first fishing session of the day. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Gatling gun. 5,000 Gatling bullets. What an impressive start. Chen Ming sensed that today might yield several skill draws. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 free attribute points. Free attribute points? Upon reviewing the details, Chen Ming learned that free attribute points differed from strength, speed, and defense points, as they could be allocated freely among these attributes without restrictions. He allocated 2 points to defense and the remaining 3 to speed, focusing on a stealthy development approach. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 explosive talismans. Explosive talismans? Chen Ming confirmed that they were indeed what the name implied. Papers that would cause a massive explosion when activated, far more potent than conventional explosives. Finally, a reward that felt reminiscent of the myriad realms. While talismans frequently appeared in films, they held no real-world efficacy. Feeling fortunate, he decided to cast his line again. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a box of 666 cold medicine. Not bad. Regaining his composure, he continued. Rather than dwelling on thoughts, it was better to embark on the next fishing endeavor. In Chen Ming's eyes, there was nothing that fishing could not resolve. If one attempt failed, he could simply try again. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a B-level skill, night vision. Although it is merely B-class, it enables me to discern my foes in the darkness, sparing me from the dread of ambush. Most importantly, this skill can be activated or deactivated at will. Continue. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 terabyte of high-definition romantic movie resources. Chen Ming. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a roll of transparent tape. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of 50 kilograms dumbbells. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for securing a treadmill. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a box of Nanyun band-aids. Chen Ming harbored grave doubts about whether his fortune for the day had been exhausted. The disparity in the quality of rewards obtained thus far was rather substantial. Yet, Chen Ming remained undeterred. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a butcher's knife. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a limited edition Playboy photo album. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for securing a life-size 2-dimensional sleeping pillow. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a life-size doll. Chen Ming's brows knitted tighter, sensing that the reward pool was veering into perilous territory. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for attaining max proficiency in archery. It seems that such proficiency with a singular weapon is not classified within the realm of skills. Never mind, having it is better than not. Why fixate on such trivialities? Chen Ming shook his head, clearing his mind. He resolved to become an unfeeling fishing machine. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pack of tissues. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a brand new unopened pair of stockings. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a nail clipper set. Chen Ming increasingly suspected that the reward pool was somehow connected to a supermarket's household goods warehouse. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete collection of the 4 treasuries. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 million daxia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for securing a deluxe traditional Chinese qipao. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 2 terabytes external hard drive. After dozens of phishing attempts, Ming still found himself unsatisfied with the rewards. This time, he genuinely contemplated whether to take a break and allow his luck to replenish. Or rather, should one's fate be dictated by oneself, not by the heavens? As Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a news report on the television. Presently, several biochemical companies marked with pandemic prevention signs had entered a quarantine zone, namely the 3 top-tier hawkish biochemical research groups, Taylor Technologies, Brent Biochemicals, and Umbrella Biologics. Biochemical companies? Ming's previously furrowed brows tightened further, forming a deep crease. Chapter 10. Caught a nuclear bomb. For some inexplicable reason, Ming felt an eerie sense of déjà vu regarding this situation. It seemed the hawkish faction had previously engaged in such actions, concealing a virus leak that ultimately led to a global outbreak, all while indignantly casting blame upon Daxia. Even when the virus was traced back to them, compelling them to cooperate with international investigations, they remained obstinately uncooperative. The parallels between these two scenarios were too striking for Ming to dismiss. It appeared that the days of tranquility were drawing to a close. A strong premonition stirred within him. Were this any other country, Ming would not have been so inclined to think this way, with the exception of Sakura country. The nuclear leak from years past bore an unsettling resemblance to the hawkish faction, marking them as untrustworthy entities. With this thought in mind, why rest? Grasping his still-warm phone, which was recharging, he reopened the universal phishing app. Once the game successfully loaded, he clicked Start Phishing. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 million Daxia coins. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for securing 30 million Daxia coins. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80 million Daxia coins. All monetary rewards? Is this an attempt to make me a billionaire? Ming jested. He then clicked Start Phishing once more. Currently phishing. This time, the duration was noticeably longer. He sensed that a big catch was on the line. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly executed a QuickTime event. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion Daxia coins. He clicked to withdraw. The next moment, a text message alerted Ming that his bank account had received a deposit, 100,000,000,000. Gulp. Ming stared at this balance, longer than his own phone number, and felt his throat tighten as he swallowed hard. Although he had not become the billionaire he envisioned, this 100 billion Daxia coins, and in liquid assets, was no small matter, even on a global scale. Most importantly, with such funds, he could easily procure a plethora of desired supplies, amassing substantial stockpiles. For instance, heavy-duty trucks, RVs, off-road vehicles, boats, planes, fuel. Equipping himself with all manner of tools for both land and sky, in case he were to fish for skills related to driving in the future, particularly those akin to mastering firearms. Such assets would prove invaluable. He did not rush to go out and procure resources. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly time for him to deliver meals to the Shanghai restaurant as previously arranged. Seizing this interval, Ming decided to fish for a few more rewards. Perhaps another skill. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a humidifier. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a C4 explosive. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for securing a rocket launcher. Rockets X-10. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-click remote deployment satellite nuclear bomb. Initially, upon seeing the C4 explosives and the rocket launcher, Ming was about to make a jest, suggesting that universal phishing was attempting to mold him into a weapons magnate. However, the moment the word satellite nuclear bomb appeared, he could no longer contain himself. A nuclear bomb, and one that is satellite deployed? This is something that can be fished out? It is worth noting that even the so-called technological superpower, the hawkish faction, does not possess such weaponry, remaining confined to theoretical discussions. Clearly, the internet users were correct. A fisherman could catch anything. Ming chuckled heartily. Let us continue. He was eager to see what further surprises universal phishing had in store for him today. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level skill, Phantom Steps. Oh, finally, a skill has emerged. Ming beamed with delight. Upon reviewing the details, he discovered that this was a movement skill capable of allowing him to evade bullets due to its high level. Excellent. Just splendid. This is the rhythm I like. Ming's lips curled into a smile. The greatest advantage of this skill was that it did not require the tedious, gradual training associated with mystical martial arts or techniques. Once caught, it was directly bound with a proficiency of 100. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for securing a set of exquisite curtains. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of 6 flavor Remania pills. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of rain boots. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of dried duck necks. Currently engaged in phishing. The passage of time during this fishing endeavor has once again stretched into eternity. Chen Ming focused intently, poised to strike at any moment for the QT minigame. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming pressed confirm, narrowly hitting the edge. Damn, almost missed out on a grand prize. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS level skill, World Annihilation Fireball Technique. Indeed, it is an SSS level skill. The World Annihilation Fireball Technique. Is this meant to incinerate both me and the blue star? Upon further examination of the explanation, it became clear that the World Annihilation Fireball Technique is the ultimate version of the Fireball skill. Not only can it summon the World Annihilation Fireball, but all preceding levels of the Fireball skill can be freely manipulated, controlling their size. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt a sense of relief. To unleash such devastating power. How could he dare to use it? A moment of inattention could lead to his own demise. Furthermore, utilizing such skills requires mental energy. Although this SSS level skill has no cooldown, with Chen Ming's current mental energy reserves, he could only manage to release it 7 or 8 times. This limited number would only increase with each successful draw of various skill levels, slightly boosting his mental energy. The mental energy ISNT displayed numerically in the world fishing interface, but is something he can sense increasing or decreasing within himself. The lower the mental energy, the worse his condition becomes. In severe cases, he might even lose the ability to act and fall into unconsciousness. However, it is worth noting that mental energy automatically regenerates. Once it reaches a certain threshold, he awakens and gradually regains strength. Standing up and stretching, his bones cracked satisfyingly. Ah, splendid. To have caught 3 skills and a nuclear bomb this early in the morning, the days ahead seem increasingly promising. Chen Ming's spirits soared. Thankfully, there are infinite fishing opportunities. If it were limited to once a day, he might be waiting until the year of the monkey to catch something worthwhile. In Chen Ming's eyes, the probability of an ordinary person fishing something valuable is quite low, with failure being even more likely. His own repeated successes are attributed to the hidden enhancement effect of the SSS level skill. There are myriad complaints online. Many struggle to even pass the QT minigame. Numerous individuals end up with rewards like fish bones or rotting meat. In contrast, even at his worst, Chen Ming could still find utility in his catches. He was far ahead. Just as Chen Ming planned to continue fishing while the iron was hot, the sound of rolling wheels approached from outside. There were several vehicles, and despite the villa's soundproofing, the vibrations beneath his feet were unmistakable. Removing his fingers from the phone screen, Chen Ming recognized that this was the delivery he had ordered from the 5-star hotel. Chapter 11, Max Level Driving. Chen Ming raised his hand, ruffling his hair and tidying his appearance slightly before opening the door and stepping outside. Before he could reach the gate, he overheard a buzz of conversation. He could hardly believe that someone had indeed purchased this villa. How impressive. Who could have imagined? I can't even fathom what it would feel like to live in a villa worth over 100 million. I just looked it up online. This villa's current value is approaching 200 million, and it's still rising. Then came the voice of Wang Jizuen, the general manager of Shanghai Hotel. Enough with the chatter. Get in line and prepare to meet our esteemed guest. Yesterday, General Ming personally stated that Mr. Chen is our highest VIP at Shanghai Hotel. Anyone who offends him will bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Then the door unlocked, and Chen Ming stepped out. Mr. Chen, your delivery has been fully packed and brought to you. Wang Jizuen greeted him with a change of expression. Please move it all down and stack it on the road. My butler and servants will handle the rest, Chen Ming instructed. Certainly, Wang Jizuen replied. As he turned, he resumed his authoritative demeanor, commanding everyone to quickly move everything as Mr. Chen instructed, and to be gentle. All the dishes were packed in thermal boxes, filled to the brim with foam to prevent any spillage during transit. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. It took a full half hour to unload over 20 large trucks. According to the menu, there were a total of 103 types, multiplied by 500 portions, equating to 500 items. Even if he were to eat 3 types each day, that would last him 166 days, or roughly 47 years. Indeed, with the addition of the spatial sacred body, this was enough sustenance for Chen Ming for 47 years. Moreover, just the rice alone filled 2 trucks. Soon after, he learned from Wang Jizuen that the owner of Shanghai Hotel had included a complimentary selection of beverages valued at over 8 million. A party cannot be without drinks. Once they completed their tasks, Chen Ming transferred the remaining balance of 12 million to finalize the payment. In the past, such an expenditure would have pained him. However, after fishing up 1,000 billion daxia currency, the feeling of spending 10 or 100 seemed hardly different. No problem, the payment has been received. Unless there is anything else, we won't disturb Mr. Chen further, Wang Jizuen stated, putting down his phone. Thank you for your hard work. Drive safely, Chen Ming said, watching as Wang Jizuen and his team returned to their vehicles and turned back down the mountain. Given the size of the trucks, although the road was wide, it was still inadequate for a large truck to turn around. Wang Jizuen was aware of this in advance, hence he employed only seasoned drivers. Once he confirmed that everyone had left his line of sight and could no longer observe the proceedings, Ming waved his hand grandly, absorbing all the visible food into his storage space. Is this enough to last for decades? And it's all from a 5-star hotel. This 130 million was truly well spent. Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Most importantly, this money was also effortlessly acquired by him. It was time to celebrate his fishing success. Currently engaged in fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-level skill, max level driving. Huh. Ming paused for a moment, truly caught off guard by this catch. Click to view details. S-level max level driving. Upon acquiring this skill, your proficiency in operating any vehicle will reach 100%, including but not limited to cars, airplanes, ships, and spacecraft. Ming pondered this. Though given current scientific advancements, developing a spacecraft capable of free navigation in space would require at least a century of progress. However, what if he were to catch such a skill in the future? Moving to space to observe how the inhabitants of Blue Star survive could also be an intriguing prospect. Ming began to dream about the future once more. Setting down his phone, he returned to the villa and entered the garage. This time, Ming opted for a sports car, intending to venture down the mountain for another round of supplies and to test the effectiveness of his max-level driving skill. Concerns about a driver's license? No need to worry. The world fishing had already anticipated that. The moment Ming sat in the sports car worth over 3 million. As his hands touched the steering wheel, a driver's license automatically appeared beside him. Moreover, he could verify his license details on the official website. At a loss for words to describe his amazement, Ming effortlessly started the sports car. The automatic door opening as he drove out of the villa and onto the descending road. Mastering the intricacies of route navigation and cornering techniques, he exhibited prowess that could rival even the most seasoned professional racers, if not surpass them entirely. It is no wonder he is classified as an S-tier driver. Wishing you a safe journey. The security guard bowed in farewell. His tall stature commanded respect without the need for anger, perfectly embodying Ming's impression of an elite individual. It appeared that, perhaps to save costs, the quality was a mixed bag, leading Ming to draw his conclusions. Setting aside his thoughts, he focused intently on driving, deciding to head towards the largest automobile sales center in Jiangxing. As he waited at the red light, Ming contemplated going fishing when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Ming? Turning his head, he easily recognized the voice, thanks to the convertible mode providing unobstructed visibility. It was Lin Wei, a classmate. Is that really you, Ming? You've got a sports car now? But your parents? Lin Wei exclaimed, covering her mouth, swallowing back her words. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how a student like Ming, who had lost both parents, managed to acquire such a luxurious vehicle. Even with her limited knowledge of sports cars, she could discern the exquisite quality and design, which surely did not come at a modest price. Fortune smiled upon him as the light turned green, without giving Lin Wei a chance to speak further. Ming pressed the accelerator and sped away. Hey, wait. By the time Lin Wei reacted, his car's rear was already out of sight. Geez. At least invite me for a ride in that sports car? I've never even been in one. Lin Wei stomped her foot in frustration, muttering indignantly. She then picked up her phone, illuminating the screen to reveal a photo she had just taken. Ming, effortlessly steering with one hand. Opening her chat application, she found Xiaoya's name in her contacts list. Selecting the photo, she sent it with a message. Xiaoya, remember when Ming pursued you? Turns out he's actually a hidden rich heir. We've all been fooled. Lin Wei recalled how Ming had confessed his feelings to Xiaoya, only to be met with her resolute rejection. When Lin Wei inquired why Xiaoya had turned him down despite his commendable looks, Xiaoya had replied, I would rather cry in a luxury car than laugh on a bicycle. The fact that Ming was orphaned aligned with Xiaoya's criteria for a partner, but sadly, he lacked the billion-dollar fortune she sought, placing him outside her realm of consideration. Chapter 12. The Privilege of Wealth. Yet now, gazing at the photo of Ming in the driver's seat of the sports car, calm and collected, Xiaoya felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. Long pressing the image, she conducted a smart search for the same model. Her expression turned to one of disbelief. What? This sports car is worth over 3 million, and there are only 1,000 in the world? Biting her fingernails, Xiaoya felt a wave of regret wash over her for not accepting Ming's advances earlier. Had she known he was so affluent, she should have strung him along. So much time has passed, she wondered if his feelings for her had diminished. No, Xiaoya, you must have confidence. You are the belle of the department. Many pursue you, and it is his honor to be considered by you. She reasoned with herself before responding with bravado. Well, I didn't see that coming. He does have some skills. However, among those pursuing me, he barely makes it into the top 10, if even that. Xiaoya added, by the way, do you have his QQ number? I suddenly need to discuss something with him. Seeing Xiaoya's reply, Lin Wei, as a good friend, was unfazed. She saw no reason to disrupt Xiaoya's plans. The rationale was simple. She had access to high-quality men, and by staying close to Xiaoya, she could widen her options, a classic case of opportunism. Subsequently, she opened the class group chat, located Ming's QQ number, copied it, and sent it to Xiaoya. Xiaoya had not joined the class group. citing her desire to avoid unwanted attention and harassment from less desirable suitors. Thanks. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't look back at old grass. Perhaps next time, I could use his disappointment in Xiaoya to offer Chen Ming warmth and make him realize my worth, initiating a connection. Lin Wei plotted quietly. Being plastic friends, how could she genuinely play matchmaker for Xiaoya? Like Xiaoya, she maintained a facade of sisterhood while secretly leveraging their relationship for self-interest, embodying pure selfishness. Chen Ming remained blissfully unaware of their machinations. At this moment, he arrived at the automobile sales center. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a formidable off-road vehicle, a true steel beast. In comparison, the nearby sports cars and sedans seemed diminutive. One was nearly as tall as Chen Ming himself. Sir, how may I assist you today? The salesperson approached with a radiant smile. How much for that vehicle? Chen Ming pointed at the off-roader. Sir, you've come at the perfect time. Today is the Jiho Yi Tan of our event. Originally priced at 2,800,000. It's now a flat 2,400,000, the salesperson explained eagerly. All right, I'll take it. Just like that? The salesperson had never encountered such a straightforward customer before. He hastened to prepare the contract for signing and payment. Upon seeing the 2,400,000 reflected in the account, the salesperson realized Chen Ming was serious, his smile exuberant. Thank you so much for your support. Do you have heavy trucks and RVs? Chen Ming inquired further. Yes, if you're interested, I can show you. The salesperson was taken aback. Was he still buying? All right. Chen Ming confirmed, prompting the salesperson to lead him. They soon arrived at a vast plaza, showcasing an array of vehicle models. What type of truck do you need, sir? We have quite a variety. The higher the defensive capability, the better, Chen Ming responded. Defensive capability? The salesperson seemed to grasp Chen Ming's intent and led him to an even larger truck, resembling a small mountain. Sir, this heavy truck is constructed from the same materials used in spacecraft, incredibly robust. It is not only resistant to extreme temperatures, but also features bulletproof tires, body, and glass. The salesperson elaborated. May I take a look inside? Chen Ming asked. Of course. The salesperson, eager to accommodate such a valuable client, would not dare refuse. Chen Ming climbed the steps, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat, enjoying the superb visibility and handling. As he leaped out of the driver's seat and slammed the door shut, the salesperson moved to provide further details, only to be preempted by Chen Ming's declaration. I'll take this one too. Understood. The salesperson refrained from asking further questions. At this moment, whatever Chen Ming said was gospel. While appearing calm on the surface, Chen Ming's inner thoughts were a cacophony of excitement. My goodness, have I stumbled upon a top-tier rich heir or a business prodigy? Millions upon millions spent without a flicker of hesitation. He pondered whether Chen Ming had a girlfriend. However, someone with such looks and wealth would hardly be interested in her, even if he were single. With a self-deprecating smile, she decisively abandoned the notion, opting to refrain from self-degradation. Providing excellent service and facilitating more business to earn commissions was the right path. The salesperson sensed Chen Ming's intentions to continue making purchases. By the way, he had just mentioned not only heavy trucks, but also motorhomes. The salesperson, recalling this, hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Chen, we have motorhomes available. All right, but before that, I want all these heavy trucks. Please inform me of the total price shortly. Chen Ming gestured with a wave of his hand. Understood. I will take care of it. The salesperson, trembling with excitement, could barely contain her voice. Once this transaction was completed, she knew she could live comfortably for the rest of her life without lifting a finger, as long as she managed her expenses wisely. Chen Ming, on the other hand, contemplated purchasing several spare vehicles, considering the limitless storage space at his disposal. Moreover, if societal order were to collapse, money would inevitably lose its value. Thus, it was prudent to acquire more resources while they still held worth. Subsequently, guided by the salesperson's explanations, Chen Ming purchased 3 motorhomes, 5 sports cars, 2 off-road vehicles, and 5 heavy motorcycles, with the total expenditure nearing 200 million. Yet, compared to his 100 billion balance, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. He was far from exhausting the initial billion he had caught while fishing. Chen Ming finally grasped the feeling of being whimsically wealthy. By the way, I plan to embark on a global road trip, so I intend to stock up on fuel. Can you assist me with that? He inquired. Absolutely. Leave it to us. The salesperson, confident and undeterred, assured him. A customer spending nearly 200 million on vehicles was an opportunity they would not let slip by to cultivate a closer relationship with Chen Ming. Chen Ming's reasoning was simple. Purchasing in the company's name was undoubtedly safer than using his personal name for a large fuel procurement. The last thing he wanted was to be misunderstood as intending to commit arson and create a major incident, inviting unnecessary trouble from law enforcement. He transferred 10 million to the salesperson, requesting her to prepare the fuel and deliver it to the Fushan Residence's Dushan Villa. Based on current fuel prices, this would amount to around 150,000 liters. Some supersized trucks could hold up to 1,000 liters of fuel, meaning the 10 million worth of fuel would be sufficient to fill up 1,500 times. Furthermore, operating such a large automobile sales center implied a close relationship between the owner and fuel suppliers. Purchasing at wholesale prices would undoubtedly increase the final fuel quantity. Chapter 13, Wealth and Billions. Mr. Chen, please take your time. The salesperson bowed at a 90-degree angle as she bid farewell to Chen Ming. At this moment, her heart was completely captivated by him. His words felt as authoritative as a royal decree. Once Chen Ming departed, she hurriedly retrieved her phone and called the general manager, who was still out socializing. She urged him to promptly arrange manpower to prepare the vehicles and fuel for delivery to Chen Ming. Initially, the general manager found it bothersome and considered it a trivial matter that the salesperson could handle herself without disturbing him. However, upon learning that Chen Ming had spent nearly 200 million in the store, he immediately replied, "I'll be right there," before abruptly hanging up, displaying his urgency. Meanwhile, Chen Ming sought out a security renovation company that specialized in providing security services and bodyguard support. His intention was to enhance the security level of his villa, aiming for the highest possible standard. "Mr. Chen, here is our company's service price list for your review." Noticing the luxury of Chen Ming's vehicle, Vice President Liu Xiangnan personally attended to him, eager for performance. "Is SSS the highest level?" Chen Ming inquired for confirmation. "In fact, above SSS, we offer SSSS and SSSS. But the manpower and material costs for these two tiers are exorbitant, making them impractical," Liu Xiangnan explained candidly. "Then I will choose the 5S level," Chen Ming decisively stated. "Mr. Chen, are you jesting? The minimum expenditure for 5S protection level is at least 7 to 800 million, Liu Xiangnan revealed the price. As long as the security is sufficient, money is no object. To solidify trust, Chen Ming transferred 200 million as a deposit to Liu Xiangnan. Upon seeing the funds received, Liu Xiangnan sprang to his feet, bowing deeply. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our Xuanwu security will not disappoint your expectations. Thank you." With the deal settled, Chen Ming saw no reason to linger, rising to leave. "Allow me to escort you to the door," Liu Xiangnan quickly followed. "Take care, Mr. Chen." He continued to bow deeply, oblivious to the eyes of onlookers. "Old Liu, who is that fellow who can make you so humble?" A company director, witnessing the scene, inquired curiously. "Director Zhang, you may not be aware, but Mr. Chen is the first customer since the establishment of Xuanwu Company, aside from the government, to purchase the SSSS protection package," Liu Xiangnan responded. "What? SSSS? Are you certain you weren't fooled?" Director Zhang asked incredulously. "I am quite certain." Liu Xiangnan nodded emphatically. "You should be familiar with the high security residence he requires, the Fushan single-family villa. That luxurious Dushan villa worth over 100 million? Director Zhang confirmed. "Exactly," Liu Xiangnan affirmed. "Moreover, he has already paid a deposit of 200 million. What are we waiting for? Gather the workers immediately, contact the headquarters to prepare the materials, and ensure they meet the highest specifications," Director Zhang commanded. Faced with such a lavish spender, no one dared to be negligent. It was imperative to maintain a good relationship with him. Even if they could not become friends, they must never become enemies, as the consequences could be dire. Director Zhang was unwilling to take that risk. Even if it meant earning less, they had to ensure Chen Ming's satisfaction. With the issues of vehicles and villa security resolved, Chen Ming chose to visit the largest cold storage facility in Jiangxing. He bought 200,000 tons of chicken, duck, pork, beef, and lamb, along with 10,000 tons of fish, crabs, shrimp, and other seafood, as well as frozen foods like buns and dumplings. His focus was on hoarding supplies. After making the payment, they arranged for delivery to his home. He directly stored tens of thousands of tons of frozen meat in his storage space, making it impossible for him to conceal his actions. After completing all of this, Chen Ming returned to the Fushan residence feeling quite satisfied. Just as he arrived, the automobile sales center delivered the vehicles. After parking, they handed the keys to Chen Ming and drove away in another vehicle. Before leaving, they reminded him that the manager was still negotiating for a suitable fuel price and would resolve it before 8 o'clock that evening. Once they vanished from sight, Chen Ming effortlessly stored each vehicle into his storage space, completing the task in under a minute. Meanwhile, Xuanwu Security obtained the architectural and design blueprints of the entire villa and Dushan from the construction firm and convened an urgent meeting with numerous experts. They aimed to finalize the renovation plans swiftly for Chen Ming's approval. Chen Ming, in the meantime, leisurely returned to his villa and reclined on the living room sofa. He retrieved a bunch of grapes from his storage space, holding them in one hand while biting into them with his mouth. With the other hand, he turned on the television and picked up his phone, finally opening the long-neglected Fishing in All Realms. While the game was loading, he glanced at the television. The host's expression was serious as he reported that 13 media reporters from 13 countries, sent to interview at Houghton No. 13 prison, had all been unlawfully detained by the hawkish faction, leaving their fates uncertain. The embassy was actively attempting to establish contact with the hawkish government, detaining reporters without providing any reasons, aside from the possibility of those reporters knowing something they shouldn't. Chen Ming could hardly fathom what other grounds could provoke such brazen and tyrannical behavior from the hawkish faction, blatantly disregarding protests from various nations. It appeared that something significant had indeed transpired at that No. 13 prison. Chen Ming switched to the browser, accessed the external network, and searched for information regarding Prison No. 13. Unsurprisingly, the message displayed. No search results found. Please change the keywords. As the largest prison of the hawkish faction, the absence of any information on such a significant establishment was perplexing. Ming was convinced that the hawkish faction feared the exposure of the truth, opting to obscure all details related to prison number 13. What had transpired within those walls? Ming was at a loss. Across the vast ocean, he could only wait for someone from the state or the hawkish faction to relay the news. Alternatively, the situation could spiral out of control, becoming impossible to conceal. Never mind. He decided to focus on fishing for now, honing his skills. Switching back to the Infinite Realms fishing, the loading circle spun rapidly, completing the loading process. He clicked Start Fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Bluetooth speaker. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 24 packets of black sesame paste. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 jar of Wang Xiao's 16 spice seasoning. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 G of Da Hong Pao tea. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a book on postpartum care for sows. Ming frowned, perplexed by the award of postpartum care for sows. He had reason to suspect that the fishing reward system was toying with his mindset. Undeterred, he resolved to continue. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 24 rolls of transparent tape. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 book of motivational quotes. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of Nanyun Baoyao patches. Currently fishing. Oh, could it be that something significant is about to be reeled in? Ming thought with eager anticipation. Chapter 14. Tenfold Returns. A minigame popped up, with the pointer darting swiftly from side to side. Simultaneously, a small green bar representing time rolled on, gradually turning gray. Once the green bar completely morphed into gray, it would signify a default failure of the QuickTime event, resulting in a failed phishing attempt. The first time Ming pressed the confirmation button, he felt the timing was not right. He prepared for a second attempt. Pressing confirm just as the pointer swung back, successfully hitting the safety zone on the right side. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-grade skill. Tenfold returns. Tenfold returns? The mere phrase left Ming somewhat bewildered. He chose to view the detailed description. Tenfold returns. All money you spend will be returned tenfold, without restrictions. For example, spending 1 daxia coin will yield 10 daxia coins. Spending 100 daxia coins will yield 1,000 daxia coins, and so forth. What a remarkable skill. Ming no longer had to worry about insufficient balance. For him, money would only multiply as he spent it, rather than diminish. Spending it all was, in fact, more challenging than earning it. Moreover, if S-grade enabled tenfold returns on money, what wonders could SS-grade or SSS-grade hold? Was it possible to extend the return type to various resources? Sending out 1 can and receiving 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 in return. Ming mused, growing increasingly excited. If he could indeed acquire such a skill, even in a world plagued by scarcity, he would not need to fear hunger. He understood well that once the apocalypse truly descended, the majority of food factories and agricultural production worldwide would come to a halt, leading to an ever-diminishing food supply. Should he reel in a resource return skill, not only would he stave off hunger, but he would also possess the means to control the fate of others. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. One feels famished after missing a meal. The longer the apocalypse lasted, the more precious food would become. A single sausage, a carrot, or a packet of spicy strips could ignite fierce conflicts among hundreds. Hunger truly drives one to madness. Reflecting on this, Ming pulled back his thoughts, returning to the Infinite Realms fishing. He resolved to find time later to experiment with the tenfold return skill. For now, fishing was of utmost importance. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1T set. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 flashbangs. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 jar of freeze-dried cat food. Freeze-dried cat food? Ming reassured himself that these freeze-dried items, made from various meats, would suffice as sustenance, ensuring he would not go hungry. After all, with infinite storage space, he thought, keeping them nearby might prove useful someday. Continuing to fish. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 premium massage chair. A massage chair? How delightful. Ming immediately opened his backpack and selected a suitable placement. A green square area, approximately the size of the massage chair, appeared on the ground, following the movement of his phone's camera. Areas where installation was possible would display green, while those blocked by walls would appear red. Confirming the withdrawal, he watched as the massage chair materialized successfully and sat down. The electronic screen on the armrest clearly displayed various functions. Neck and shoulder massage, back massage, waist massage. Ming selected the full body massage function, adjusting the intensity to the gentle setting to acclimate. Lying back, he wore a contented expression, truly worthy of the term premium. It felt as if countless hands were soothing his fatigued and tense muscles. He reveled in the experience while remaining mindful of his priorities. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one collectible ceramic doll. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one 4090 Ti graphics card. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one Huawei Mate 60. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of sugar tangerines. Chen Ming noticed that fishing was indeed addictive. After 2 hours, he had caught a myriad of miscellaneous items. Although he hadn't caught anything particularly valuable, the allure of the rewards was irresistible. Yet, he found it impossible to stop, caught in a euphoric state. Phone battery below 10. Please charge promptly. It was only when the phone's alert interrupted Chen Ming's continuous actions that he finally paused. Coincidentally, the massage chair's timer also concluded. Rising, he felt utterly refreshed. However, his eyes, fixated on the phone screen for so long, were slightly fatigued and sore. Determined to make a significant move, 1,000 billion. No, after 2 hours of fishing. Chen Ming's balance had already surpassed 500 billion. He resolved to take this 500 billion, combined with the tenfold return skill, and embark on a shopping spree. Activating buy mode. He wondered if there was an opportunity to elevate his balance from 500 billion to a trillion. Having lived all these years, he had never experienced the thrill of watching money multiply as he spent it. Before the economy collapsed entirely, rendering money mere scraps of paper. He intended to relish this rare opportunity. Leaving the villa, he hopped into his sports car and drove down the mountain. Along the way, he had already decided to acquire several large shopping malls. 10 billion won't suffice? Then let it be 2 billion. If that won't do, let us add another billion. Until the other party concedes. Subsequently, one reaps several hundred billion, effortlessly acquiring a shopping mall, hoarding all resources deemed useful into his storage space. Such materials, naturally, the more the better. Chen Ming would never scorn them. The storage space thoughtfully provides an automatic categorization feature, tools, food, weapons. A mere 10 minutes later, Chen Ming parked his car in front of a grand shopping mall named Yuanyang International. As a luxury sports car valued at several million, its emergence drew the attention of countless onlookers who eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Among them was Zhao Ye, a prominent figure in her department, who, feeling quite disheartened by the prolonged wait for Chen Ming to accept her friend request, had summoned Lin Wei to accompany her on a shopping excursion. What an ostentatious sports car. Just seeing it made Zhao Ye unable to resist envisioning herself taking selfies atop it. Convinced that posting such images would evoke envy among her numerous friends. Previously, Chen Ming had driven the exact same vehicle. At this moment, the convertible roof was closed, preventing Lin Wei from recognizing that the owner of the car was indeed Chen Ming. How could he afford such an extravagant, top-tier sports car? Zhao Ye mused. Unable to suppress the impulse to check her phone, opening the messaging application to confirm. Friend request status, pending. To her surprise, her first bold move had not elicited an immediate response. Is he resting? She silently reassured herself. The next moment, she heard Lin Wei excitedly tapping her shoulder, exclaiming, "Shall you look? The person getting out of the car is Chen Ming." Chapter 15, Self-Infatuation. Upon hearing that the individual emerging from the sports car was Chen Ming, Zhao Ye swiftly shifted her gaze. At that moment, Chen Ming, dressed in a designer ensemble, perfectly embodied her imagination of a top-tier wealthy heir. Zhao Ye dreamt of marrying such a rich and handsome young man, aspiring to become a wealthy matron. A life of luxury awaited her, wherein she would merely exist as a decorative figure, free from responsibilities. The thought of having previously eliminated such an outstanding prospect from her list of potential suitors filled Zhao Ye with regret, wishing she could travel back in time to give her past self a scathing slap. In her current list of eligible bachelors, Chen Ming's looks and background would undoubtedly place him in the top 3. Zhao Ye, let us hurry over and greet him, Lin Wei suggested. Absolutely. Let me touch up my makeup first, Zhao Ye replied, retrieving her makeup kit and preparing to present her most beautiful self in an effort to salvage her impression in Chen Ming's eyes. She believed that if she displayed even a hint of vulnerability, offering him a way to save face, Chen Ming would surely fall back into her grasp. Zhao Ye was well versed in the art of manipulation, having invested in lessons to refine her skills. She had cultivated a pool of admirers, each day employing a different tactic to ensnare them. On the rare occasion one of her pets threw a tantrum, she would graciously accompany them to the movies or out for a meal. If those methods failed, she resorted to physical touch and playful antics, ensuring the balance was just right, allowing the other party to believe that with a little more effort, they could win her favor. Zhao Ye resolved to reel in Chen Ming, the prized catch, into her private pond. Her mind raced, crafting the perfect lines, meticulously designed. Perfect. She pressed her lips together, ensuring her fiery red lipstick was flawlessly applied. Confident in her appearance, she strode purposefully toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. Zhao Ye greeted him with a poised smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. I have matters to attend to. So I must be on my way, Chen Ming replied, his focus solely on acquiring the mall and its resources, indifferent to the flurry of admirers. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Initially, Xiaoya had dismissed Chen Ming due to his lack of wealth. Now, with the tides turned and his fortune soaring into the billions, she sought to convey her interest through subtle glances. Chen Ming perceived it as rather mundane. Chen Ming's response caught Xiaoya off guard. She found herself frozen, never imagining that one day, as a celebrated beauty who had once been approached by talent scouts for magazine shoots, she would be so casually overlooked by Chen Ming. His gaze lingered on her for no more than 5 seconds. What could possibly be more important than being embraced by such a stunning woman? Chen Ming, I've given your earlier words considerable thought. Although I cannot agree immediately, we could start as friends, Xiaoya pursued, catching up to him. What words? What are you referring to? Chen Ming inquired, perplexed. You said you liked me and wanted me to be your girlfriend, didn't you? Xiaoya assumed Chen Ming was feigning ignorance to capture her attention. How lowly of him. Yet, unwilling to let this lucrative opportunity slip away, she chose to endure. About that. I apologize. I lost a bet with my friends, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I spoke without thinking. Please disregard it, Chen Ming candidly confessed. I genuinely have matters to attend to. Farewell, he added, dismissing her. Xiaoya clenched her fists, feeling her dignity trampled in front of so many witnesses. Don't you think this is rather dull? I've already agreed to start as friends. You should be grateful. How can one expect to leap to the finish line? After taking a few steps, upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Chen Ming felt a twinge of irritation. And who do you think you are? Determined to employ her ultimate strategy. Xiaoya declared, fine, I can make an exception to have dinner with you tonight, but just dinner. Nothing more. She stated firmly. Idiot, Chen Ming muttered, disinterested in further dialogue with Xiaoya. Had he known she would cling to him, he would have never engaged in that bet with Wang Wei and the others. Chen Ming could clearly see that Xiaoya was a femme fatale. Recognizing her disdain for someone of his stature, he had confessed his feelings, only to be naturally rebuffed. He never anticipated that after acquiring a sports car and donning designer attire, she would suddenly change her demeanor, shedding her aloof and scornful attitude to shamelessly offer friendship. Casual flings might be acceptable, but marrying such a woman was something Chen Ming vehemently opposed. What did you just say? Upon hearing Chen Ming call her an idiot, Xiaoya's face flushed with anger. Chen Ming, don't push your luck. Do you believe I won't ignore you forever? I might even blacklist you. Chen Ming had never encountered someone so self-satisfied. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Ming? Just as he was about to respond, a voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw an older gentleman, his hair graying, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, yet still exuding a vibrant energy. Dressed in the typical attire of a successful businessman, he approached. This is you, Mr. Ming, the one I spoke to on the phone earlier, correct? Chen Ming inquired. Having learned the contact information for the mall's owner from the manager of the 5-star hotel that had previously delivered food to him. Yes, that's me. Meng Zhong confirmed with a nod. Regarding the acquisition, have you given it any thought, Mr. Ming? Chen Ming pressed. To be honest, I have no plans to retire at the moment. Perhaps you should consider. Before Meng Zhong could finish, Chen Ming raised his hand and boldly declared. Let us add 5 billion to the offer. I'll pay 20 billion to acquire this shopping mall. This price encompasses the land in the city center and the entire building. Meng Zhong and the onlookers were taken aback, while Lin Wei stood in astonishment. Originally intending to question Chen Ming's intentions, Xiaoya felt compelled to find clarity for herself. However, upon hearing the staggering figure of 20 billion, she instinctively swallowed hard, retracting her words. How could he so casually present 20 billion to acquire this shopping mall? Instantly, Chen Ming's status on Xiaoya's list of potential suitors elevated from a mere third place to an undisputed first. The disparity between him and the second contender was monumental. In this light, Chen Ming's previous flirtatious tactics transformed from bothersome to intriguingly charming and humorous. Xiaoya's affection for him soared dramatically. She resolved to dissolve her previous entanglements and wholeheartedly devote herself to being his girlfriend, or rather, his affluent wife. Xiaoya was determined. She believed Chen Ming to be her ultimate destiny. Chen Ming, however, showed no interest in her fleeting thoughts. Observing Meng Zhong's indecisiveness, he stoked the flames further, declaring 30 billion as his bottom line. Chapter 16. Spend 1 billion, reap 100 billion. 30 billion. The mere mention of this figure sent shockwaves through everyone present, and Meng Zhong's heart raced uncontrollably. He understood that even if the market flourished in the future and every decision he made turned out flawlessly, it would still be impossible to amass 30 billion. He had to admit, he was indeed tempted. After a brief internal struggle, he nodded resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Since Mr. Chen had set forth such terms, he would no longer refuse. 30 billion. He would sell. Let us sign the contract immediately. His eagerness was palpable. As if fearing Chen Ming might have a change of heart, he decided that once the contract was signed and the money transferred, he would swiftly emigrate to a more affluent locale and savor life. 30 billion would suffice to ensure his comfort and extravagance for the remainder of his days. Little did he know, soon enough, not only this sum, but also the currencies of Daxia, the US dollar, and the euro would become worthless scraps of paper. Very well. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. This way, please, he gestured. At that moment, in Meng Zhong's eyes, Chen Ming was undoubtedly a deity of wealth, deserving of utmost respect. Hey, Chen. Realizing her mistake, Xiaoya rushed to catch up, attempting to apologize to Chen Ming, insisting that her previous remarks were mere jest and urging him not to take offense. Not only would she agree to be Chen Ming's girlfriend or wife, but she would also not refuse if he invited her to a hotel. Apologies, but no entry for uninvited guests. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to enter, the security guard stepped forward to block her. The guard was astute enough to discern that Chen Ming wished to distance himself from Xiaoya. As Xiaoya prepared to chastise the guard for his lack of discernment, she overheard Chen Ming commend the guard, stating he was quite commendable. Indeed, you are correct. Well done. Meng Zhong chimed in, raising his hands in agreement and calling out, go to the finance office later to collect a $10,000 bonus. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Ming. The guard expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Having received the money, he was even less inclined to let Xiaoya through. Faced with the guard's imposing stature, a mere scowl could send shivers down Xiaoya's spine. Xia, are you alright? Seeing Xiaoya return like a drenched rat, Lin Wei feigned concern. While secretly reveling in her misfortune, she cursed Xiaoya's fate. The more miserable Xiaoya was, the happier Lin Wei became. For it only increased her own chances with Chen Ming. Just wait until I secure Chen Ming as my partner. I will ensure that guard is promptly dismissed. Xiaoya shot a fierce glance at the security guard, who remained unfazed, preoccupied with thoughts of treating his family to a nice meal with the bonus. The onlookers, witnessing the once proud Xiaoya's humiliation, were unrelenting in their taunts. Ha! Hurry and tell Batman. The Joker has been found. These young people will stop at nothing to curry favor with the wealthy, calling others shallow, when you are the truly shallow one. A gold digger, how disgusting. Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. Why the sudden humility? Xiaoya found herself the target of collective ridicule. Realizing her own culpability, she chose to depart with her tail between her legs. After all, she was no Zhuge Liang, lacking the skill to verbally duel a crowd. Hey, wait for me. Lin Wei suppressed her laughter and hurried after Xiaoya. Ding. Meanwhile, Chen Ming exited the elevator and headed straight to Meng Zhong's office. To be precise, it wouldn't be long before this office belonged to him. Meng Zhong had already contacted his secretary, instructing her to find a template contract for the sale of the property. Download it, print it out, and deliver it promptly. Knock, knock, knock. Just a few minutes later, the secretary knocked on the door, entering with the printed contract. Meng Zhong picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name, then pushed the pen and the contract towards Chen Ming. Mr. Chen, please take a moment to review the contract and confirm whether there are any issues. Any concerns can be negotiated for adjustments. Chen Ming casually flipped through the pages before retrieving his phone and opening the banking app. After Meng Zhong provided the account number, he transferred 30 billion. All right, no issues. The funds have been received. Meng Zhong confirmed the account balance and gestured for Chen Ming to sign the contract. Chen Ming wasted no time, signing his name and officially purchasing the opulent shopping mall. Successfully spent 30 billion. Tenfold return has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 billion. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. He took it out, unlocked it, and opened the message. As expected, 30 billion had been credited. Just the sight of that number sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. Chen Ming had to admit, the feeling of spending any amount only to receive 100-fold in return was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Since the contract had been established and held legal weight, I shall not further intrude, Meng Zhong decided as he rose to leave. In the office, only Chen Ming and the secretary who had printed and delivered the contract remained. Chen Ming turned to the secretary and said, from this day forth, the mall will be closed. The specific reopening date will be communicated when the time is right. Mr. Chen, that might not be wise, the secretary replied, puzzled by his decision. Having just spent 30 billion, shouldn't the priority be to strategize on expanding the business and recovering the investment? I have assembled a professional team, ready to comprehensively renovate the mall, aiming to make it the foremost in Daxia. No, the world, Chen Ming stated calmly. His ability to weave grandiose fabrications had reached an artful level. Ah, I see. The secretary finally grasped that Chen Ming intended to undertake something monumental. Indeed, spending 30 billion to purchase this mall was a move that would reverberate throughout the entire industry. While there were many affluent individuals in Jiangqing, few could casually produce 30 billion in liquid assets. Rest assured, we will not shortchange you. During this period, everyone will be on paid leave. If there are any concerns, we can draft a supplementary contract. Aware of the impending apocalypse, Chen Ming was wholly unconcerned. Even if the world did not end, the tenfold return would serve as a safety net. A mere paid leave wouldn't cost much at all. I understand. I will notify everyone immediately. Upon hearing this, the secretary's face lit up with joy, and she ceased her attempts to dissuade Chen Ming. She had long desired to take a well-deserved break, to travel and alleviate both her corporeal and mental fatigue. Now, with Chen Ming graciously permitting them to take paid leave, the secretary had no grounds for refusal. In that instant, Chen Ming's stature in her eyes could only be likened to a modern-day sage. Soon, all patrons of the shopping mall were politely ushered out, offered a small token of compensation to quell any grievances. As the saying goes, one who partakes of another's hospitality must not be overly critical. Boom. 10 minutes later, all doors and passageways were securely locked. Only Chen Ming remained, standing amidst a plethora of survival supplies, which in the future would prove far more valuable than gold or silver. Chapter 17, Teleportation. Standing on the 7th floor, he approached the railing and gazed out, surveying the entire mall, which was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chen Ming had to admit, the sensation was quite extraordinary. Alone in a deserted mall, he could take whatever he desired. The Oceanic Mall did not operate on a franchise model. Rather, it collaborated with various manufacturers for direct procurement. Thus, everything within was his for the taking. Entering a luxury clothing boutique, he perused items priced in the thousands, selecting them one by one from the shelves to compare before the mirror. Finding them suitable, he tossed them into his storage space. Mobile phones, computers, exquisite jewelry, perfumes, and luxury watches. Anything that piqued Chen Ming's interest or deemed useful was eagerly accepted. The entire shopping mall was now his domain. Why show restraint? To whom should he be courteous? To himself? Passing by a fitness equipment experience center, Chen Ming pondered that should the apocalypse descend, maintaining a regimen of daily exercise to enhance his physical condition would be crucial in reducing the likelihood of illness. He strode confidently into the experience center, collecting various brand new dumbbells, treadmills, stationary bikes, and dual-function chest press machines. After systematically emptying several floors and dozens of stores, a chime sounded. Exiting the elevator, he noted that this floor primarily showcased an array of wines and spirits, alongside extravagant snacks like chocolate beans, gummies, and preserved plums, luxuries with little value for money. A small bag could cost several hundred. Chen Ming had once fallen prey to such temptations, believing them to be reasonably priced, only to discover a bag filled with chocolate beans costing him 3,000. Since then, he had avoided such stores, a lesson learned the hard way. But now, the situation was different. Everything in this mall belonged to him. He decided to collect the machines dispensing various luxurious candies and snacks, planning to place a couple in his living room upon returning home, indulging in a bag whenever he wished to pass the time. Colorful and enticing. Even if he couldn't finish them in one sitting, they would serve a decorative purpose. He spared not a single cigarette lighter or bottle of alcohol. Though he did not smoke, he had a premonition that in a post-apocalyptic world, tobacco would undoubtedly hold value as a hard currency. He had witnessed the madness of a chain smoker deprived of cigarettes, their temperament volatile and erratic. Before long, Chen Ming swept through to the first floor, primarily showcasing an array of vehicles. With 200 to 300 cars on display, ranging from the modest to those costing millions, he accepted them all without hesitation. His appetite insatiable. Next, he ventured to the basement food and snack section, praying it would not disappoint. Having never visited the Oceanic Mall before, he had only heard tales of its vast underground space, boasting the finest selection of snacks and produce in Jiangqing, along with an abundance of poultry, pork, and seafood. Taking the escalator down to the basement, he was greeted with an astonishingly spacious expanse. Snacks, beverages, and condiments dazzled his senses. The checkout counters alone numbered in the double digits, a testament to the bustling business. Casually, he grabbed a bottle of gum from the shelf, opened it, and popped 2 pieces into his mouth. With a swift wave of his hand, he made all the snacks, along with their shelves, vanish into oblivion. From that moment on, Chen Ming resembled a walking black hole, absorbing everything in his path without leaving a trace. Chocolates, cookies, canned fruits, jerky, spicy strips, he gathered them all with ease. Laundry detergent, body wash, shampoo, soap, nothing escaped his grasp. Seasonings, fruits, noodles, his haul became overwhelming. He recalled the sight of the shelves brimming with goods upon his arrival, yet now, wherever he looked, there was nothing but emptiness, cleaner than a blank canvas. Was this the sole benefit of purchasing an entire shopping mall? Certainly not. Now, he had direct access to suppliers. A single phone call would ensure a steady stream of goods delivered at his command. His only task was to collect the bounty. There was no need to remain on site continuously. He could hire a security guard to oversee the entrance and instruct staff to transport the goods into the mall, neatly arranged in the foyer for his convenience, sparing him the trouble of running about. Satisfied that no treasures had been overlooked, Chen Ming returned to the entrance hall. He retrieved a mattress from his storage space and placed it in the center. Then, he reclined upon it. Indeed, wealth afforded one the liberty to indulge as one pleased. Gazing at the ceiling, he mused on the fortune he had amassed and decided to take a moment to rest. Contemplating his next steps and how to spend his newfound wealth, he certainly could not squander time idly lying there. He pulled out his phone and opened Universal Fishing. Clicking on Start Fishing, he implored, "Grant me a skill. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 5 rolls of garbage bags. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a gold bar. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 5 million daxia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations, The host has obtained a box of blue pills. Phishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained an electric razor. Phishing successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained S-Rank Skill, short distance teleportation. Just as Chen Ming thought he might face another struggle, he was pleasantly surprised. Yet, such delightful surprises. The more the merrier, he would never refuse them. He reviewed the skill information. S-Rank Skill, short distance teleportation, can teleport within a 10-meter radius. Note, cannot penetrate obstacles. After perusing the details, Chen Ming sat up, then stood, determined to test it personally. The method had integrated seamlessly with his being the moment he acquired the skill. Triggering the teleportation in his mind, he found himself precisely 10 meters away, with pinpoint accuracy in his landing. Looking back, the mattress remained unchanged in its position. After several more attempts, he grew increasingly adept, mastering the nuances of the skill. Coupled with the S-Rank skill, Phantom Steps, Chen Ming felt this ability was ideal for ambushes, allowing him to flank opponents and land a decisive blow. Phantom Steps would enable him to adjust his trajectory, while teleportation would close the gap, complementing each other perfectly. If S-Rank represented short-distance teleportation, one could only imagine that SS-Rank would significantly enhance the range. SSS-Rank, perhaps it will directly unlock all restrictions, ignoring distance, disregarding obstacles. Chen Ming rationally speculated. He tucked away his thoughts and continued to focus on fishing. Currently fishing. The fishing time extended. Oh, just acquired an S-Rank skill. And now a big catch? Am I, perhaps, blessed by fortune? Chapter 18. Stockpiling thousands of tons. Successfully hit the target, passing the minigame. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-Rank skill, Infinite Bullets. Infinite Bullets. In Chen Ming's mind, the rank of this skill could undoubtedly reach SSS level, especially after reviewing the detailed description. S-Rank skill Infinite Bullets. It allows you to use all your weapons with an infinite amount of ammunition, without the need to change magazines. Not having to waste time on reloading effectively eliminates the enemy's opportunity to launch a surprise attack, which greatly pleased Chen Ming. Thinking of the Gatling gun he had previously caught, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips, and two words echoed in his mind. It's secure. Just as Chen Ming was about to continue fishing, a phone call suddenly came in. The contact name read, Cold Storage, Manager Zhao. Chen Ming pressed the answer button. Manager Zhao, you were looking for me? Mr. Chen, may I inquire if you are at home right now? We have prepared a vehicle and can transport the goods at any moment. Chen Ming was about to respond but swallowed his words. Shifting his tone, he said, no need. I'm quite close to the cold storage. I'll come find you directly. All right. Manager Zhao, though somewhat puzzled, nodded in agreement. A customer willing to drive himself to collect goods was certainly welcomed, saving a considerable amount of effort. However, when Chen Ming arrived in his sports car, Manager Zhao looked around and saw no vehicle. Could it be that Mr. Chen intended to transport tons of frozen meat using this sports car? Such thoughts were best kept to oneself. Approaching, he inquired, Mr. Chen, is your convoy still behind? Convoy? Chen Ming replied with a puzzled expression. Didn't you arrange for a convoy to transport the frozen meat? Manager Zhao was even more confused internally. You misunderstood. I actually intend to purchase your cold storage. Chen Ming stated bluntly. Manager Zhao was taken aback, then asked for confirmation. Mr. Chen, you aren't joking with me, are you? Not at all, Chen Ming replied decisively. Then I fear you may be disappointed. Our boss places great importance on this business and intends to pass it down to his son, continuing the enterprise. Manager Zhao explained candidly. I see. Chen Ming's mind raced, devising an alternative plan. How about this? I will purchase all the frozen meat. And you can rent me the cold storage for a day, giving me time to transport everything. What do you think? Whether or not he acquired the cold storage was of little consequence to Chen Ming. His primary interest lay in the over 1,000 tons of meat inside. Renting for a day, returning the cold storage afterward, and allowing them to continue contacting suppliers to replenish the shelves. Then, he could return for more supplies. Achieving his stockpiling objectives, all the same. What? You wish to buy all the frozen meat? Manager Zhao exclaimed in surprise. He had never encountered such a financially unfettered customer. To be precise, I want all the products in your cold storage, Chen Ming stated calmly. With the infinite tenfold rebate skill as his trump card, maintaining composure was unavoidable. Mr. Chen, if you are willing to purchase all the products, I can make a decision to lend you the cold storage for free for a day. Manager Zhao said excitedly. If this deal went through, the performance bonus he would receive would be quite substantial. How could he not be thrilled? All right. Calculate the total cost, and let me know the price so I can transfer the funds, Chen Ming replied. I'll have someone count right away. Manager Zhao immediately pulled out his phone, contacting the staff responsible for the cold storage inventory to expedite their response. Several minutes later, after finishing a cup of tea, Chen Ming finally saw Manager Zhao enter with a contract in hand. Mr. Chen, we have organized all the classification quantities and prices for the products. You may take a look. Manager Zhao respectfully presented the contract with both hands. Chen Ming took the contract and directly checked the price, which was significantly lower than he had anticipated, not even breaking the billion mark. Manager Zhao had even thoughtfully provided a round figure. Chen Ming pulled out his phone. entered the transaction account from the contract, and transferred the funds. Successfully spent 800 million. Tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have gained 8 billion Daxia currency. I have transferred the funds. Please check, Chen Ming said as he set his phone down. Good. Manager Zhao took out his phone and called the boss to confirm. After verifying, he extended his hand. Mr. Chen, we greatly appreciate your support. Chen Ming politely shook his hand and smiled slightly. Not at all. He then added, so according to our previous agreement, the cold storage can be lent to me for a day, correct? No problem. Manager Zhao patted his chest, declaring, don't mention just 1 day. 3 days would be fine. 1 day is sufficient. If possible, could you give all your staff a day off? I will have dedicated personnel responsible for the Banyun, and having both groups mixed together might disrupt the rhythm. Chen Ming casually fabricated a reason. Understood. For such a significant client as Chen Ming, Manager Zhao thought little of it and complied completely. Subsequently, following Chen Ming's instructions, he allowed all employees to leave early, ensuring their salaries were unaffected. The security personnel were treated equally. Now, the entire tens of thousands of tons cold storage was left with only Chen Ming. Taking a set of keys, Chen Ming unlocked the main door and entered the cold storage. A brisk breeze greeted him. After closing the door, there was only one task left, to collect all visible food within his range into the infinite storage space. Exhaling a breath of cold air, rubbing his hands together. The sheer volume of goods, several thousand tons, truly was staggering, taking such a long time. However, upon opening the storage space and witnessing the automatically categorized pork, duck, lamb, beef, and fish, Chen Ming felt immense satisfaction. If he were to consume all this food alone, he would likely not finish it even in a lifetime. He pondered whether he might eventually fish for rewards that grant longevity, or perhaps even immortality. In Chen Ming's eyes now, fishing across realms, everything is possible. In the time that followed, Chen Ming disabled all surveillance systems in the cold storage to prevent any scientifically inexplicable footage from being captured. After completing all tasks, he strode out of the cold storage, locked the door, and casually tossed the keys inside. Manager Zhao had a spare key. He could simply inform him at a suitable time that he had transported all the goods away. Pulling out his car key, he unlocked the vehicle and opened the door. Just as Chen Ming settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, his phone suddenly buzzed. He was certain someone was messaging him through QQ. Taking out his phone, he saw it was a message from his roommate, Wang Wei. It was a news link. Glancing at the headline, it was related to the hawkish faction and mentioned the term living dead. Chapter 19, Rumors? Living dead, in Chen Ming's understanding, could be equated with zombies, implying the existence of those who are dead yet alive. Could it be that someone had actually caught the zombie virus and unleashed it upon the real world? Was there a motive for societal revenge? Chen Ming found it hard not to suspect that the phishing system was deliberate, utilizing its technological prowess to ascertain the moral character of an individual, a task that would certainly not pose much difficulty. Just as he was about to click on the news link to view it on the web, a new message from Wang Wei arrived. Your premonition is about to come true. I heard that the hawkish faction has, much like in a film, unleashed a zombie virus, and the authorities are desperately trying to cover it up. Out of goodwill, Chen Ming cautioned, do stock up on food supplies. It's better to be prepared. You must at least last until you can fish for self-preservation capabilities. Whether the other party heeded his advice was entirely their own affair. Wang Wei replied, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't be so irritated. Each day is worse than the last. I finally managed to stay awake until midnight, waiting for the fishing count to refresh, and guess what I caught? Chen Ming, intrigued, asked what? Wang Wei exclaimed, a box of toothpicks, accompanied by an angry emoji. Chen Ming sent a comforting emoji in response. Wang Wei continued, I can't talk right now. The teacher is coming this way. Chen Ming sent a thumbs up emoji in reply. He then clicked the link and transitioned to the browser, where he found only a screenshot and a textual description. The image was quite blurry, seemingly captured by a drone. It depicted a throng of individuals clawing their way towards a group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers. The trajectories of bullets vividly illuminated, with flames erupting. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a zombie siege. Moreover, certain details within the photograph, such as the high walls and the razor-sharp blades affixed to prevent prisoners from climbing, led Chen Ming to deduce that the setting was a prison. He couldn't help but recall the news he had seen the previous night on Yansher 1 regarding the lockdown of Walden No. 13 prison. In his mind, the probability of a zombie virus outbreak approached a staggering 100. After perusing the entire text, Chen Ming did not hastily exit. Instead, he scrolled down to the comments section. This news had gone viral, with views exceeding 10 million, and the comments, likes, and shares were all at a staggering 999. He was curious to see how others perceived this matter. Wind and blossoms. This is obviously fake. How could there possibly be a zombie virus? I love Mermaid. It's probably a still from some zombie movie, deliberately spreading rumors. How disgusting. 7-flavor rejuvenation pill. My mother believes it and has already rushed to the mall to stock up on survival supplies. It's truly laughable. I can't even convince her otherwise. Music box. Don't believe it. This is a scene from the movie Zombie Uprising. Zombie Uprising? Had Chen Ming not seen this film, he might have been swayed. The movie contained no such scene and bore no relation to a prison. The likes were notably high, surpassing 1,000. Yet in the most recent comments, there were replies like, fraud. I waited for an hour and didn't find a single jump scare. Reported. Just as Chen Ming intended to browse further comments, the screen suddenly froze, then reloaded, revealing a notification. This information has been deleted by the creator or platform. This deletion only intensified Chen Ming's sense of suspicion. Perhaps the authorities feared the escalation of public sentiment leading to a nationwide frenzy for supplies, resulting in resource shortages and market disruption. Had it not been for the multiverse phishing, Chen Ming might have leaned towards the latter. However, after acquiring a plethora of rewards surpassing reality from the phishing system, he did not perceive the zombie virus as anything novel, believing with absolute certainty that it would not manifest. Determined to contact the security company to urge them to expedite the design plans for the renovation, Chen Ming decided he would reside in a hotel during this period. After all, the renovation process would undoubtedly be noisy and bustling, which would hinder his confidentiality efforts. The security company assured him that the design was nearing completion and materials were being expedited in the factory around the clock. Once they received the components, assembly would take minimal time, with completion guaranteed within a week. To secure Chen Ming as a significant client, the security company had even expanded several production lines. Ending the call, Chen Ming found himself at a 5-star hotel. Sir, how may I assist you? The receptionist, noticing Chen Ming's arrival in a luxury sports car, greeted him with exceptional warmth. What is your finest room? Chen Ming inquired. The presidential suite is 100,000 a day, encompassing all expenses, including 3 meals and spa services, she replied. I'll take it for a month, Chen Ming stated, producing his bank card. Very well, she began, but suddenly paused. Sir, did you say a month? She was left in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. A day at 100,000 for 30 days totaled 3 million. Indeed. Chen Ming affirmed with a nod. Understood. I will process that immediately. The receptionist, initially skeptical that Chen Ming was merely jesting, had her doubts vanish upon witnessing the successful transaction. Here is your bank card and room key. Please take care. She bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting them with both hands. She had intended to strike up a conversation, but after witnessing Chen Ming's financial prowess firsthand, she promptly abandoned that thought. A person must possess self-awareness. Consumption of 3 million successful. 10-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 million Daxia coins. Thank you, Chen Ming said, retrieving his bank card. Not only had he retained his money, but he had also gained several million more. Chen Ming did not rush to check into the room. He first returned to Fushan residence to store the valuable oil worth 10 million delivered by the oil company into his storage space. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, he returned to the hotel and settled into the presidential suite. Standing by the window, gazing at the splendid views of the city streets, Chen Ming had to concede once more that there was indeed wisdom in the adage that you get what you pay for. The room was equipped with every conceivable luxury, all crafted from the finest materials and brands, without a hint of corner cutting. The menu lay on the coffee table, and whatever he desired could be summoned with a mere call to the internal phone. Although the hotel package stipulated 3 meals a day, the freedom to order as much as he wished was guaranteed, naturally exclusive to Chen Ming. To cater to such a high-profile client, the hotel was meticulous in its service, assigning a dedicated chef to prepare meals for him at a moment's notice. The general manager had reiterated in the staff group chat, thrice emphasizing that anyone who dared to slight Chen Ming would be summarily dismissed without discussion. Chen Ming, however, did not harbor expectations that the hawkish faction would be able to contain the outbreak of the zombie virus. He merely hoped it would delay reaching the country, at least until the villa's secure renovations were complete. He had already hoarded sufficient resources. All that remained was to establish a solid fortress to thwart any potential zombie incursions. Turning on the television, he tuned into Yansher 1, where the host was fervently dispelling rumors, urging the public to await official announcements and not to trust so-called leaks. Chen Ming understood this routine. The authorities certainly could not hastily draw conclusions that might incite panic. It mattered little to him, as it did not disrupt his fishing endeavors. Chapter 20, Control Object Technique. Retrieving a can of beer from the refrigerator, he popped it open with a satisfying crack and took hearty gulps. With a sidelong glance to confirm his surroundings, he pressed Start Fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bow. Arrows, 100. A bow. Chen Ming was intrigued. Did the arrows used for a bow count as bullets? Would the S-Rank Infinite Bullet skill also replenish the number of arrows? After Chen Ming voiced his doubts, the fishing system promptly applied a patch, adding a line of small text beneath the prompt. Note, can be used in conjunction with the S-Class Infinite Bullet skill. This outcome was precisely what Chen Ming had hoped for. If bows were considered, then crossbows were undoubtedly included as well. In certain specific scenarios, weapons like bows and crossbows could prove far more effective than silencers. Coupled with the infinite bullets feature, which eliminated the need for arrow replacements, they became formidable weapons, truly akin to a cheat code. Chen Ming retrieved the crossbow he had previously caught. The arrows had automatically been loaded and were primed for firing. With a simple pull of the trigger, the arrow would soar forth at breakneck speed. Crafted entirely from reinforced plastic, it was designed to be both resilient and lightweight. It was also equipped with an adjustable high-magnification scope. Raising his head, he emptied the can of beer and then placed the tin on the shoe cabinet. Continuing to back away, Ming reached the open balcony, approximately 30 to 40 meters away. He raised the crossbow, adjusted the scope, and locked onto his target. Once he was satisfied with the aim, he pulled the trigger. The arrow whizzed through the air with a whoosh, striking the tin can with a resounding bang, shattering it into a piece of metal that embedded itself into the wooden shelf. As Ming approached, he discovered that the arrowhead had effortlessly penetrated a board of reinforced wood a finger's breadth thick. If such a shot were to hit a person, it would undoubtedly be fatal on the spot. Ming was entirely confident. If he were to employ a rusty arrowhead or coat it in poison, it would become an even more effective killing tool. Casting a glance at the automatically reloaded, primed new arrow, Ming felt a swell of satisfaction. Releasing his grip, the crossbow transformed into a mosaic of small squares and vanished back into storage. Returning to the sofa, he had yet to pick up his phone when the news broadcast on the television captured his attention. The host, with a serious demeanor, announced that Document No. 1 had been issued, confirming a 3-month ban on foreign tourists entering the country. Citizens of the Great Xia wishing to return would need to apply in advance and undergo health checks. Health checks? Ming chuckled softly, aware that the national level must have grasped some crucial information. The Hawks were likely unable to hold their ground any longer. Subsequently, an increasing number of countries began to declare that they would refuse to issue visa permits to hawkish individuals, denying them entry. Glancing at the scenery outside the balcony, Ming remarked with an impassive expression, the calm before the storm. Without further ado, he resumed his fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points in free attributes. Hiss. Upon seeing the reward, Ming felt a surge of reverence, muttering to himself. How has my luck suddenly turned so favorable? Could it be that in anticipation of an impending crisis, they are hastily adjusting the drop rates to keep me alive? This time, Ming allocated the 10 attribute points evenly across strength, speed, defense, reflexes, and mental capacity, with 2 points each, ensuring no area was neglected. Continuing to fish. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have caught a sea cucumber. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-Class Object Manipulation skill. At the moment he laid eyes on the sea cucumber, Ming briefly thought his streak of good fortune had come to an end. However, in the next instant, the fishing system delivered a pleasant surprise. Such serendipity was welcome, and if he had any grievances, he would not be a true man. With a serious demeanor, he felt no need to check the details. The term object manipulation was one he was quite familiar with as a gamer. Unexpectedly, what others deemed an electronic poison of sorts had endowed him with an understanding that set him apart. Ming raised his hand, fingers curled as if forming a claw, directing it toward the arrow. Imagining himself commanding an invisible hand, he envisioned grasping the arrow and pulling it forcefully. With a thunderous sound, the arrow was indeed dislodged and flew toward Ming, hovering just inches away. Remarkably composed, he twirled his fingers, expertly maneuvering the arrow as it darted around the room. He first stored the arrow in his spatial storage and then retrieved a tang knife. This was much more stylish. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Ming's mind. Perhaps he could stand on the sword and use object manipulation to achieve the goal of flying on a sword? As a fan of novels, he had often fantasized about one day soaring through the skies like those immortal beings. Without hesitation, he set to work. Ming tossed his phone aside, maneuvering the flying knife to settle before him, then stepped onto it. As expected of a specially crafted tang knife, it held firm under his weight without bending. Ming swayed back and forth, struggling to maintain his balance. The blade was simply too narrow. Remaining still was already a challenge. Moving would surely result in a comical tumble. He could almost envision himself landing flat on his back, lamenting his misfortune. Recognizing the futility of his endeavor, he stepped down from the tang knife and returned the weapon to storage. Next, he disassembled a skateboard from the wall of one of the bedrooms and stood upon it. Using object manipulation, he levitated the skateboard, gliding slowly upwards. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, I'm flying. I'm really flying. Ming firmly believed that once he mastered the art of balance, flying on a sword would no longer be a dream. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, there was no need to work. He had ample time to explore. With food and drink in abundance, all other concerns faded away, leaving Ming with but one task, to make his life less mundane and more vibrant. After indulging in a brief bout of sword flying within his room, Ming dismounted from the skateboard and returned to the sofa. What a thrill. Leaning the skateboard against the glass coffee table, he reclined on the cushion, gazing at the ceiling with a faint smile. Such is the essence of a fulfilling life. Ming had no desire to repeat the drudgery of mechanical labor post-graduation, being exploited by bosses like a mere beast of burden. To sit at home and, through a simple fishing game, acquire countless divine skills and a fortune in the billions, Was that not exhilarating? Currently, the top 10 research institutes had classified the software for phishing across worlds as a malignant virus, urging citizens to refrain from its use for their own safety. The 10th institute had joined forces with 390, Computer Guardian, Firefox, and other antivirus software companies to tackle the challenge of unremovable malware. Refrain from use. Listening to the news broadcast, Ming scoffed disdainfully. Who cares? Phishing in progress. Chapter 21. Infinite Nuclear Weapons. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Zombie Virus 1. Upon seeing this reward, Ming could no longer contain himself. He remained silent for a good 10 seconds. With a bitter smile, he thought, is this meant to convince me that the apocalypse is truly approaching? At this point, Ming was entirely convinced that the Hawks had likely caught the same reward as he had. Furthermore, that individual was likely a criminal, probably facing execution, hoping to drag someone down with him before his demise. Little did he realize that his decision would lead to billions becoming mere shells of their former selves. Ming had no intention of exacting revenge on society. He carefully stored the zombie virus serum within his spatial storage. Flush it down the toilet? Don't be ridiculous. What if the circulating water fails to filter out the zombie virus? Through the vast and intricate water supply system, it wouldn't take long for scenes of a zombie siege to unfold within the Great Xia. Not to mention, the mere detection of the zombie virus was already a significant issue. After all, such phenomena had previously existed solely within the realm of film and television, devoid of tangible specimens or ample time for thorough exploration. Continue fishing. Currently fishing. Completing a minigame. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a satellite nuclear bomb. Another nuclear bomb? Ming could not shake the feeling that if this continued, such items would become commonplace in his possession. Wait a moment. Ming suddenly noticed that the phishing system had learned from its previous experience, this time providing supplementary explanations in advance with the reward notification. Note, can be combined with S-Rank Skill for unlimited ammunition. Upon reading this clarification, Ming felt an even greater surge of anxiety than when confronting a zombie virus. If I am interpreting this correctly, it implies that I can launch nuclear bombs towards Blue Star without restraint via satellite, and with an infinite supply of them? The magnitude of this was so overwhelming that even Ming found it difficult to comprehend. After all, he could indisputably deploy more nuclear weapons than the total reserves of all nations worldwide. It is well known that the superficial peace maintained in the world, with minimal large-scale warfare, is largely attributable to the existence of nuclear arms. Does this mean I now wield a national-level power, capable of standing on equal footing with a nation? Ming remarked half-jokingly. In truth, he held little interest in such matters. He merely desired to live freely. Before that, he needed to continue amassing resources. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 year of lifespan. Just as Ming lay down, he immediately sat upright. Lifespan? It can indeed be increased. He had entertained a fleeting fantasy about this, but he had not expected it to materialize so swiftly. According to the system, a lifespan of 1 equates to an additional year, totaling 365 days, neither a moment more nor less. Given sufficient time, might I not eventually possess a lifespan of 1,000 or even 10,000 years, to live alongside the heavens? Ming's heart brimmed with boundless anticipation. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a box of spicy strips. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bright flashlight. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a submachine gun. 300 rounds of submachine gun ammunition. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a rifle extended magazine. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a can of hair oil. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an instant camera. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The results of this fishing activity were utterly devoid of excitement. Ming decided to relax his eyes and mind. He stepped onto the outdoor balcony, resting his hands on the railing, savoring the beautiful sight of the sunset on the horizon. Buzzing. Just as he sought to rest, a message arrived. It was a friend request. Ming was unsure who it was, but it appeared to be a newly registered account. The only person he could think of who would do such a thing was Xiaoya, that materialistic girl. Seeing that his main account had declined, did she resort to using a secondary account? So much for the unattainable campus flower. Without hesitation, Ming pressed reject. The other party has declined your friend request. Upon receiving the reply, Xiaoya, neglecting even to wash her face, hurriedly grabbed her phone to confirm. But upon seeing the result, her expression darkened instantly. What is this? How dare he reject me? I made 2 attempts to add him, and he either ignored me or brushed me off. Just because he has money. Does he think he is superior? Xiaoya was on the verge of smashing her phone, but then recalled how she had painstakingly deceived a sycophant into spending 10,000 yuan on her, which was indeed painful, so she had to relent. Xiaoya, there is no choice. In today's society, wealth truly holds power. Lin Wei poured cold water on her. Once the fishing opportunities refresh tonight, I might suddenly possess a fortune worth billions. By then, Even if he kneels before me begging to be my man, I would not acquiesce. Opening the fishing app, Xiaoya gazed at the gray "Start Fishing" button with immense anticipation, placing all her hopes upon it. Lin Wei, however, believed that the likelihood of becoming a billionaire through that software was minuscule, preoccupied instead with how to approach Chen Ming. After all, her spoils from the previous night amounted to a single can of throat lozenges, which she had discarded due to its unpleasant taste, unwilling to subject herself to such torture. Time ticked away. Soon, the eagerly anticipated stroke of midnight arrived. The fishing opportunities refreshed punctually. According to expert advice, the number of individuals who abandoned the World Fishing app was negligible, except for those using outdated phones that could not install it. With a mere flick of a finger, the opportunity to amass untold wealth lay before them. How many could resist? On the internet, there were even individuals openly pricing the purchase of a fishing opportunity. In offline transactions, regardless of the quality of the catch, payment was guaranteed. Those who were luckless in their fishing would readily sell their chances. After all, it was better to earn 1,000 than to reel in a multitude of worthless trinkets. The price of fishing opportunities had soared, escalating from 500 to 1,000, then to 3,000, and now exceeding 10,000. Applying a facial mask, Xiaoya glanced at the time on the wall. Sighing, she took a deep breath, picked up her phone, and opened the World Fishing app, mentally preparing herself to ascend to the ranks of the ultra-wealthy. Currently fishing. That was close. Almost failed. Why must there be such a reaction speed test minigame? What a redundant addition. Xiaoya complained. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a self-help book. Xiaoya repeatedly confirmed and clicked to withdraw. Flipping over, she fixed her gaze on the words, suggested selling price, 24 yuan. Xiaoya's expression, even through the mask, betrayed her disdain. What did you catch? Xiaoya inquired of Lin Wei, hoping that as good sisters, they could share in each other's fortunes. Old age reaction speed. Fishing failure. Lin Wei scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. You truly wasted an opportunity. Xiaoya shook her head in disbelief, though Lin Wei maintained a smile. Internally she retorted, mind your own business. I do as I please. Enjoy your self-help book. In stark contrast, Chen Ming's situation was thriving, with even more exceptional rewards. Chapter 22. Invisibility. Super hacker. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS level skill, complete invisibility. Upon seeing the words SSS level skill, Chen Ming's previously tranquil emotions surged into a torrent. However, as the phrase complete invisibility came into view, Chen Ming could not help but furrow his brow. He momentarily struggled to grasp the combined meaning of these words. Clicking to view details. SSS level skill complete invisibility. Upon activating this skill, you will become completely invisible, with your presence and essence imperceptible to others. All attacks will likewise fail to affect you. For instance, bullets will pass directly through your body, and even amidst explosions, you will remain entirely unscathed. After reading this description, Chen Ming could not help but exclaim, what the hell? This skill seemed increasingly monstrous. The mere ability to become invisible was already extraordinary, but to be immune to all attacks as well? Was this not akin to being a ghost, capable of silently eliminating adversaries? Most importantly, with this SSS level skill, even if the world were to end tomorrow, it would bear no relevance to him. Due to the activation of his skill, Chen Ming is rendered immune to all forms of harm. With a resounding pop, he opened a can of beer, intending to celebrate and alleviate the dryness in his throat. He downed it in one go, using his telekinesis to crumple the can into a small metal sphere, which he tossed into the trash bin. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming activated his complete stealth mode. Raising his hands and feet, he examined himself, noting no discernible change. He then made his way to the bathroom, and upon glancing into the vanity mirror, he found it empty, just as expected. Not content with this, he hopped onto his skateboard and, guided by his telekinesis, soared off the balcony, up into the clouds. It was his first time witnessing the nightscape of Jiangxing from such an angle. The city was ablaze with lights, the streets alive with the hustle and bustle, while the people below resembled ants. Although Chen Ming was not afraid of heights, he felt a twinge of unease at this elevation, taking some time to acclimatize. After satisfying his dream of flying, he chose to descend, gliding swiftly over the bustling commercial street, passing over the heads of the oblivious crowd. It felt as though he resided in a different realm, one of higher dimensions. He could see and touch them, yet they remained blissfully unaware of his presence. After this first-hand experiment, Chen Ming returned to his hotel. If he were to rate the experience on a scale of 1 to 100, he would undoubtedly award it 101, relishing the extra point without fear of arousing the pride of the fishing system. Although flying on his sword was indeed delightful, he did not intend to squander all his time on such frivolities. Resolutely, he decided to capitalize on his good fortune and accelerate his fishing endeavors, hoping to reel in an SSS level skill. The more, the merrier. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a breath freshener spray. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mobile phone stand. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a package of Tiguanyin tea. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Zisha teapot. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 300 crossbow bolts. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a shotgun. 50 rounds of shotgun ammunition. Though the prospects were promising, reality proved to be far colder than Ming had anticipated. It wasn't that he returned empty-handed. Rather, the results fell significantly short of his expectations. It seemed his appetite had been spoiled. Exiting the infinite fishing realm, Ming opened the external network, eager to glimpse the state of the world beyond. Clicking on the trending list, he activated one-click translation. The list was rife with terms such as military, suppression, undead, and zombies. Was the truth finally surfacing? Ming casually selected a video, presented from a first-person perspective. Two arms came into view, gripping a fully equipped M4A1 rifle, as the individual crouched behind a police car, facing a horde of zombies that surged forward, heedless of the incendiary grenades. Even engulfed in flames, they remained undeterred, emitting low growls of hunger as they sought to devour flesh and spread the virus. Amateurs, didn't I mention that these creatures only die when shot in the head? Don't waste your bullets. The speaker was the video's creator, the footage captured by a body camera. Oh, is it just like the depictions in films, where only headshots are fatal? Or perhaps the infinite fishing drew inspiration from reality? Ming's conjectures remained mere speculation, as they could not be corroborated. Nevertheless, this information proved invaluable, as it clarified how to eliminate those monsters. The video, lasting just over a minute, concluded, prompting Ming to peruse the comment section. Francis, my home is surrounded by those monsters. Can someone save me? Where the hell is the security team? I'm a taxpayer. Phelan, can someone tell me if this is a movie scene or if it truly exists? Chester, I witnessed my family being slaughtered by those creatures and turned into monsters. Hagen, stay away from Wharton. It won't be long before the entire city falls. Hubert, I heard the government plans to use nuclear bombs to take out those monsters along with the city. Elton, what do you mean? I'm still in Wharton. Is he planning to blow us all up? Lance, please sacrifice yourselves. I will forever remember you. After all, rescuing you might only expedite the virus's spread and lead to the Hawk's demise. Ken, you are a worthless piece of trash. Shut up. IP location, Wharton. Subsequently, Ming watched several official debunking messages, which were met with backlash that led to the disabling of comments. It had been several hours since any new updates were posted. Exiting the external network, Ming found himself more concerned about which fool in the country might, after catching a reward akin to the zombie virus, act recklessly out of amusement or ulterior motives, bringing danger upon them all. He set his phone aside to charge and turned on the television. The host was discussing the public's frenzied stockpiling of goods, urging everyone not to heed rumors that could disrupt the market, warning that severe offenders would face detention. Yet, it was evident that no one would take such words to heart. Ming had already witnessed many individuals raiding convenience stores and supermarkets, emerging with bulging bags. They were far more inclined to believe in the adage, better safe than sorry. Contemplating whether he should also stock up, he realized that with the SSS-level skill of complete stealth, he could do so without spending a single penny. Conscience? Was handing them a pile of worthless paper truly an act of conscience? With the apocalypse looming, what good was conscience if it did not ensure a full stomach? Ming was a staunch egoist. He resolved to wait a while longer before heading directly to the storage warehouses of the major malls. In that time, he would rather cast a few more lines. Currently fishing. Minigame completed. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level skill. Super Hacker. Chapter 23, Icebound for Miles. S-level? Better than nothing. Without needing to delve into the details, Ming understood from the mere implication of the skill what enhancements it would bestow upon him. An unending stream of hacking knowledge flooded into his mind, merging seamlessly with his physical form. Feeling sufficiently prepared, he rose and made his way to the study, which housed numerous literary masterpieces and a laptop available for guests' temporary use. Ming powered on the computer and, within a minute, successfully hacked into the hotel's security surveillance system. The images displayed were normal. The security guard on duty remained oblivious to any irregularities. However, Ming felt that this did not adequately showcase the prowess of his hacking skills, prompting him to aim for something grander. He navigated to the local sheriff's official website, utilizing back-end programming to fabricate a false identity, successfully penetrating the database. To avoid detection, he also crafted a cloaking program. Should anyone initiate a trace, the program would unleash a torrent of false information, leading them abroad, everyone but himself. Yet, it was clear that Ming had underestimated the capabilities of the S-level super hacker skill. Throughout the entire process, the sheriff's office remained completely unaware. After perusing the crime database, he withdrew without a trace, leaving no record of his intrusion. Even if the programmers conducted a retrospective analysis, they would uncover not a single anomaly. Perhaps a bolder approach might be warranted. Ming set his sights on the 4 major banks, selecting one among them. He accessed a personal account, meticulously compiling a comprehensive array of information, and then altered the balance on a card that previously bore a 0 to read 1. After taking a deep breath, He pressed the confirmation button. Monitoring the security backend in real time, he noted that no alarm had been triggered. Had he succeeded? With a heart full of trepidation, Ming selected the built-in charity donation feature of the software. He entered the sum of 1 yuan and confirmed the donation. A message appeared, confirming the successful donation, accompanied by a heart point of 1. Ming's lips quivered, unable to conceal his inner exhilaration. Though it was merely 1 yuan, it undeniably demonstrated the formidable power of this skill. From nothing to something, he had conjured a currency that had never existed. Moreover, he had imbued it with genuine value and identity. He refrained from further modifications. Altering larger sums would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. To evade detection, he would need to remain at his computer, fabricating countless lies to substantiate a single falsehood. Ming was not so idle as to engage in such trivial pursuits for the sake of money. He was not financially constrained. His sole intention was to validate the efficacy of this skill, nothing more. Much like being completely invisible, regarding the skill of the super hacker, Ming would willingly award it a score of 101. He feared no pride in doing so. In this data-driven world, the utility of a super hacker is boundless. For instance, Ming could leverage this skill to gain advanced knowledge of numerous official announcements that were otherwise withheld, allowing him to prepare strategies and avoid being caught off guard by the zombie hordes. Shutting down his computer, Ming returned to the living room and picked up his phone. As a precaution, he kept the invisibility program running to avert detection. Speaking of which, since the phishing frequency had been updated, he wondered if anyone domestically had managed to reel in a skill or other powerful items. With this curiosity in mind, Ming opened the domestic communication forum, navigating to the phishing section. The top trending post read, "As a law enforcement officer, I inadvertently caught a cannon during a meeting." Upon clicking in, he found accompanying photos of a heavy cannon that had crushed a desk. The most popular comment read, "Crime 1, playing on the phone during a meeting. Crime 2, illegally possessing firearms. Crime 3, damaging public property." Below this comment, the original poster had shared a facepalm emoji. After perusing the comments, he found that most rewards were trivial and failed to pique Ming's interest. Surely, there must be more substantial rewards, or had everyone opted for a more cautious approach? Ming mused that if one were to possess a special skill, there would likely be many who chose to collaborate with the authorities. The allure of fame and fortune, coupled with rampant media coverage, was undeniable. Of course, the drawbacks were not insignificant. Around-the-clock surveillance meant that any deviation from control could lead to obliteration. To the authorities, all powerful abilities that could not be harnessed were deemed heretical. They would not permit their authority to be undermined, jeopardizing societal stability. Why did Ming refuse to collaborate with the authorities? Simply put, he was unwilling to be beholden to anyone. With his current confidence, he had no need to rely on governmental resources. Soon after, a bold thought emerged within him. Could it be that among the 14 billion people, or perhaps even 1 billion, he was the only one to have drawn a skill? Regrettably, this question could not be substantiated. Shaking his head to dispel such musings, he resolved to cast a few more lines. If he could not reel in satisfactory rewards, it would soon be time to rest. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of muscle and bone patches. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a roll of hemostatic cotton. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a gas mask. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a case of iced red tea. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an off-road vehicle. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Gatling gun. 5,000 bullets. Oh, another Gatling gun? Paired with the one he had previously acquired, he now possessed 2. Extracting them, one in each hand, he found their weight manageable, bolstered by his enhanced strength. Ming's mind wandered, imagining facing a horde of zombies with these 2 formidable weapons unleashing a torrent of fire, coupled with infinite ammunition. Could it hold them at bay? A shiver ran down his spine. He returned the Gatling gun to the system's backpack and continued fishing. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of toothpicks. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of body odor spray. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pack of tissues. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a smart toilet. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Bluetooth speaker. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a double-barreled shotgun. 100 bullets. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special watermelon knife. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an anti-explosion shield. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 puppet talismans. Halting his preparations for the next phishing attempt, he examined the details. Puppet talisman. Affix the talisman to the object you wish to control, allowing you to manipulate it for 24 hours. The talisman will self-ignite and be destroyed after 24 hours. Upon reading the description, Ming's face broke into a satisfied smile. Onward. Currently phishing. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a set of hydrating face masks. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a whitening essence. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an SSS level skill. Frozen World. Chapter 24. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He reviewed the skill description. SSS level skill Frozen World. You will possess the supreme power of the Ice Emperor, capable of freezing anything in existence. After absorbing the details of the skill, Ming lightly touched the empty can before him. In the blink of an eye, the can was transformed into a block of ice. Moreover, through experimentation, Ming discovered he could dictate the hardness of these ice blocks, rendering them as solid as iron or as fragile as foam, shattering upon contact. If he were to unleash this ability upon the zombies, could he not, in an instant, annihilate millions, even tens of millions of them? Ming found it hard not to ponder. If the apocalypse were likened to a game, for others, the difficulty would be exceedingly high, while for him, it was implicitly set to remarkably simple. It was as if the game developers were overly cautious, providing meticulous care to ensure his survival. Frozen World? Ming quipped. 10,000 miles is still 10,000. 100,000 miles is also 10,000. 1,000,000 miles, 10 million miles, 100 million miles, all are 10,000. With the SSS level skill, he mused that perhaps he could freeze the entire globe. Yet, he was not reckless enough to undertake such a futile endeavor. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 bottles of honey lemon water. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 solar panels. 10 compressed storage batteries. Solar panels. What a splendid find. And they come with compressed batteries for storing electricity? Quite considerate indeed. Despite the renovation project undertaken by the security company encompassing these elements, Ming remains open to any additional means of storing electricity. Without power, many conveniences become unusable, depriving one of considerable enjoyment. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a 3,500G game installation package. Indeed, a method of amusement in the apocalypse has presented itself. Ming is intrigued by the prospect of the 3,500G game. He wonders how many years it would take him to complete it. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a fully automatic washing machine. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a box of osmanthus cake. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a roll of mosquito netting. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a nail clipper. After dedicating half an hour without any sign of skill acquisition, Ming decides to abandon the endeavor. Casting a glance at the time in the upper left corner of his phone, he realizes it is nearly time. Most people have already retired for the night. Ming activates the satellite map function, and after some searching, identifies several target warehouses that promise substantial rewards. Grasping his skateboard, he mounts it and enters a state of complete invisibility. Until he masters his balance, Ming intends to use the skateboard in place of a sword, prioritizing safety above all. Eschewing the front entrance, he leaps out from the balcony, following the real-time best route provided by the satellite. He heads toward the Southern Sky storage warehouse located in the southern part of the city. What would typically take a 10-minute journey, Ming compresses to a mere minute. Upon arrival at the Southern Sky storage warehouse, he observes numerous vehicles congested outside the entrance. As he approaches, the voices of the frustrated crowd become audible. Mr. Ming, is this truly the time for such tactics? Indeed. Just give us some goods. We can all prosper together and collaborate more in the future. Mr. Ming, we've been working together for nearly 8 years. Can't you show some consideration for your brothers? In response to their heartfelt appeals, the warehouse owner, Ming Liang, feigns innocence, lamenting, alas, there are simply no goods available. After all these years, would I deceive you? To prevent hoarding and conflicts over goods, the higher-ups had already relocated the inventory. Preparing for centralized distribution to avoid market disruption, Ming Liang explains earnestly. Were it not for Chen Ming's entry through a ventilation window into the warehouse, witnessing shelves brimming with various products, he might have believed Ming Liang's fabrications. Clearly, Ming Liang intends to seize this opportunity to stockpile goods. And once prices soar, multiplying by several times or even dozens, he plans to release them gradually, amassing a fortune worth billions. Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with Chen Ming. Once the last employee extinguishes the lights and exits the warehouse, Chen Ming embarks on his grand heist. Food, daily necessities, mattresses, paint, tools, items worth billions, are swiftly appropriated by Chen Ming in mere minutes, executed with precision. A loud clattering interrupts his task as the door creaks open, yet Chen Ming remains unfazed. Those fools actually believe I would forsake this fortune to discuss brotherhood with them. Ming Liang's voice reaches his ears. This evening, he intends to meticulously account for the remaining inventory and devise a plan for staggered sales to test the waters. However, as he presses the switch, illuminating the overhead lights one by one, Ming Liang is left utterly dumbfounded. The vast warehouse now stands with nothing but empty shelves. What is this? Where are my goods? Ming Liang exclaims, grasping the collar of a nearby worker, his demeanor turning menacing. I don't know. The worker stammers, bewildered. Quick, check the surveillance footage. And we must call the police. Damn it, someone has stolen from me. Ming Liang's teeth grind in frustration, his fists clenched tightly, vowing that whoever is responsible will pay dearly. Mr. Ming, I fear that may not be possible. The worker begins to leave, glancing back. Why not? Did you steal my money? Ming Liang lunges to seize the worker again, but this time the worker deftly evades him. Mr. Ming, that's not what I meant. You should take a look at the surveillance cameras, the worker points out. Skeptically, Ming Liang raises his gaze to the monitors. To his astonishment, he sees that every camera lens has been covered with a towel. Chen Ming had anticipated this, while he could render himself completely invisible. The act of transferring goods into an infinite storage space would undoubtedly be captured on camera. Hence, he had prepared accordingly. Unwilling to accept defeat, Ming Liang personally heads to the surveillance room. Once there, he is met with yet another shock. The last footage captured shows, within mere minutes of their arrival, goods worth billions vanishing as if into thin air. How could this be? Ming Liang collapses onto the ground, despair etched across his face. With all his experience, he finds himself utterly incapable of rationalizing this bizarre occurrence. Despite having weathered numerous storms, he has never encountered anything so strange. Ming Liang understands that even if he calls the police, it would be futile, as they have no idea who committed the act. To transport billions of goods in such a short span without detection, could this truly be the work of a mere human? Chen Ming, however, remains unconcerned with his bewilderment as he hastens to the next warehouse for further plunder. Chapter 25, Stealthily Pillaging Billions in Resources. Subsequently, Chen Ming sets his sights on several warehouses, each of which is beset by throngs of individuals eager to stockpile goods, but denied entry. Left to face the closed doors of disappointment, the warehouse managers, while professing a lack of inventory, assure the crowd that they will be the first to be contacted once new stock arrives. In truth, their minds are consumed with thoughts of how to exploit the panic brought on by the impending apocalypse to amass greater wealth. Past events serve as a constant reminder that in times of life and death, the opportunity to profit wildly is at its peak. Even if they choose not to act, countless others will. Given this, why should the individual who becomes a billionaire not be oneself? The stakes are high. It's all or nothing. However, that fervor is soon doused by the harsh reality. Gazing upon what should be a warehouse brimming with supplies, they are met instead with emptiness, mere iron frameworks remaining, leaving them all in disbelief. The crux of the matter is that goods valued in the billions have vanished without a trace, and no evidence can be found. Even knowing that calling the police would be futile, they feel they have no alternative. Soon, a well-fed and satisfied Chen Ming returns to the five-star hotel. In less than an hour away, he has amassed resources worth over 100 billion from the storage warehouses, filling him with elation. Furthermore, Chen Ming cannot deny the exhilarating thrill of this opportunistic behavior, akin to receiving tenfold returns on expenditure. Turning on the television, he observes the host remaining tight-lipped regarding the outbreak of the zombie virus and the circulating footage, repeatedly urging viewers not to download the world phishing application, as it poses an irreversible threat to society and the nation. Chen Ming understands their intent to suppress the matter to stabilize public sentiment and avoid unrest, as there are no better alternatives. The nature of the zombie virus is unknown to everyone. Reality is far from a game, offering no references for guidance. After all, in the realm of gaming, one can always restart, yet reality offers no such luxury. Stepping into the bedroom, Chen Ming reclined upon his plush mattress, retrieving his phone to access the forum while pinpointing Jiangxing. As anticipated, news of significant warehouse thefts, emptied within mere minutes, had already been leaked by insiders. Accompanied by surveillance footage and photographs, Chen Ming delved into the comments section. Warm your heart, what is going on? I just saw that a warehouse in Nanching was robbed. And now Beijing has fallen too? Dog skin plaster. This isn't a joke. This guy has official certification. Licking dog 1T and well. So, how on earth did so many goods vanish without a trace in just a few minutes? My heart is like a Buddha. I suspect there may be some connection with the software phishing in all realms. 304 stainless steel. No way. Could it be that someone has actually gained superpowers through that game? In that case, I'll ignore the advice from the host of Yangshi. Matchstick, seriously, why heed their words? Seize the opportunity to fish. Otherwise, you 1T even know how you perished, wasting a chance. Transparent glass cup, 304 stainless steel. I'll offer 1,000 to buy your fishing opportunity. We're in the same city for an offline transaction. Duct tape, 304 stainless steel. I'll raise it to 5,000. We're also in the same city. I'll drive to meet you. The conversation rapidly escalated into an auction, with values continuously climbing. Were it not for the tenfold returns and Chen Ming's overly cautious nature, he could have easily amassed a fortune worth trillions by selling fishing opportunities. Having admired the results, Chen Ming yawned. The hour was late. He set his phone aside, deciding it was time to rest. Before long, the clock struck 8 in the morning. Chen Ming awoke naturally. Just as he reached for his phone, it rang first. Upon answering, He found it was a call from the security company, informing him that the design and materials had been arranged. As soon as Ming confirmed the design was satisfactory, renovations on the villa could commence. He instructed them to proceed freely, retrieve the spare key from the property management, and contact him for inspection once the work was completed. Professionals were to handle professional matters. Ming was only interested in the outcome. After freshening up, Ming entered the living room and ordered several breakfast items: rice rolls, steamed buns, pan-fried dumplings, siomai, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. A rather light meal. In less than 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Having just exited the bathroom, Ming was wrapped only in a towel. Assuming there was no issue, he approached the door. The breakfast delivery was handled by a male and a female. The man was an ordinary server, while the woman appeared to be an assistant manager. Her beauty striking enough to score an impressive 85, though this was likely an effect of makeup. While she might not rival celebrities, she was certainly the type who would capture attention among ordinary folk. As the door swung open, the assistant manager's gaze widened. Momentarily captivated by Ming's sculpted physique, his chiseled chest, defined abs, and lean waist. Ming's body had transformed naturally after enhancing his strength attributes. It was during his shower that he first became aware of the changes. Noticing the assistant manager's greedy gaze, he feared she might lose composure and strip him of his modesty. Ahem. He lightly coughed into his fist to draw her attention back. Apologies. The assistant manager quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, realizing her lack of decorum. She hastily directed the server to push the breakfast cart inside, setting the meal on the table for Ming. The server acknowledged her, stealing a furtive glance at Ming as he passed. Wow. How did he achieve such a physique? So impressive. The server's envy surged. Were it not for their disparate statuses, he would have undoubtedly knelt to learn Ming's fitness secrets. With such a perfect body, what woman could resist him? Mr. Chen, here is my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to call me. 24 hours, day or night, at your service, the assistant manager said, presenting a card, deliberately emphasizing the phrase deep night. Being a man, Ming understood her intentions well. He responded with a simple acknowledgement and watched as they exited his room, closing the door behind them. As for the business card, he casually tossed it aside. Even if he had such inclinations, he would seek a woman who could easily surpass a score of 95 without makeup. There was no logic in settling for less as one's strength increased. One should always strive for the best. At present, Ming intended to devote all his thoughts to preparing for the impending storm. The current resources were insufficient, far from adequate. He had an inkling that the phishing in all realms system was not as straightforward as it appeared. The zombie virus was merely the beginning, not the end. Pulling out a chair, he sat at the dining table, with one hand holding chopsticks to lift a soup dumpling to his lips. He used the other to deftly access the Phishing in All Realms app, eager to commence today's haul. Chapter 26, Zombie Birds. Currently phishing. Catch successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 can of red spray paint. Catch successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 armed helicopter. Ming paused, his attention instantly captivated by the words armed helicopter. With top-tier piloting skills, this would enhance his mobility during the apocalypse, offering greater safety and speed, unless faced with monsters possessing flight capabilities. Speaking of which, aside from humans, could animals also be infected by the zombie virus? Ming couldn't help but wonder. He had often encountered zombified creatures like dogs and wolves in movies and games. Uncertain if the phishing system would adhere to this trope, he noted that no relevant information had surfaced on major websites thus far. If animals could indeed contract the zombie virus, the current migration of birds back to Daxia could signal that the apocalypse might arrive sooner than he anticipated in Daxia and other nations. This method could spread the zombie virus globally. They might be able to stop humans, but they could hardly contain animals. Should mass culling occur in nations that remain peaceful for now, the so-called animal protection organizations would certainly not sit idly by. A sound from the balcony caught Ming's attention. He peered out cautiously, spotting a sparrow perched there. Ming relaxed, certain it had not contracted the zombie virus. If it had, there would be no way for it to remain so tranquil in his presence. The intense hunger induced by the virus would compel it to hunt any living creature. However, to be safe, Ming used his telekinesis to lift the ashtray from the small table on the balcony and let it crash down, startling the sparrow into flight. He needed to ensure it didn't become a hindrance, preventing him from focusing on his fishing. Currently fishing. Catch successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 plastic spiked bat. Catch successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bulletproof vest. Catch successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 stun baton. Catch successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 folding submachine gun. 300 bullets. Catch successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Thunder Talisman 10. Thunder Talisman. Upon igniting the talisman paper in the selected area, a bolt of thunder can be summoned from the 9 heavens, delivering a devastating attack upon enemies. Ming suppressed his curiosity and refrained from hastily experimenting, for he possessed only 10 talismans. Using 1 mint 1 less. With such esoteric rewards, he anticipated reeling in more. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of 7 divine flower dew. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an S-grade skill, body enhancement. Ming conducted a brief study and discovered that this skill, once triggered, would significantly bolster his physical defenses, rendering him as unyielding as rock. Simultaneously, during the skill's activation, his strength attribute would double in magnitude. To put it plainly, high output and formidable resistance. Ming was eager to discern whether, after employing this skill, zombies could still bite him. If they could not, would he then be immune to the zombie virus? Contemplating this made him even more appreciative of having caught such a skill. He continued to munch on a fried dumpling, having already devoured more than half of the breakfast meant for several people. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a complete set of leather jackets. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 premium mattress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of mosquito coils. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a kerosene lighter. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 boxes of matches. Until Ming finished the last of his soup dumplings, he had yet to encounter a reward that truly ignited his adrenaline. Nevertheless, the bounties from this breakfast were exceptionally generous. Ming's appetite had merely been spoiled. Anyone else would undoubtedly leap from their seat in sheer excitement. After his meal, the waiter arrived to clear the dishes, and Ming stood to return to the living room. Settling onto the sofa, he picked up the remote and switched to the local news channel. The broadcast offered little of value, and the top research institutes reported no progress on deciphering the interdimensional fishing phenomenon. Ming intentionally sought a local news channel closer to the Hawks. Live broadcast. A glance at the top right corner revealed the words live broadcast, showcasing a group surrounding an operating table, dissecting a small animal. Though obscured by a mosaic, it was discernible that it was a bird. Leaning closer, Ming, using the touch screen, zoomed in on the image, spotting the words disease control. Releasing his hands returned the screen to normal. Sitting back on the sofa, Ming chuckled to himself, pondering whether he had awakened a crow's mouth ability. He retrieved his phone, opened the browser, entered keywords, human, bird, attack, and clicked search. Sure enough, he found an article published just 23 minutes prior. Upon closer inspection, it perfectly corroborated Ming's earlier conjecture. The zombie virus had indeed been initially brought back to the Great Xia by animals. The bird had been sealed and sent to the Disease Control Center for dissection and analysis, but no specifics about the victims were provided. According to Ming's hypothesis, with hawkish activities preceding this, even if the higher-ups were to dismiss the possibility of a zombie virus outbreak, they would likely opt to temporarily quarantine the populace to prevent exposure to infection. Should the virus truly spread, no one could bear the burden of that responsibility. However, given the current circumstances, unless a specialized team was organized to conduct widespread, indiscriminate culling of birds, Ming understood that within 3 days, the situation would escalate beyond control, leading to one city after another succumbing. Fortunately, before that could occur, his villa would be completed, sparing him from the impending chaos. Concluding his musings, he resolved to focus intently on fishing, striving to acquire more life-preserving skills. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points in strength attribute. A direct 10 points in strength? No choice but to add them all. In an instant, boundless strength surged into Ming's body. He stepped onto the balcony, picked up a pebble the size of an egg meant for decoration, and with a slight exertion, opened his fingers. The stone instantly crumbled into a fine powder that scattered in the wind. Such terrifying power. Ming felt that with a single punch, he could effortlessly slay even a mighty gorilla. He was immensely satisfied with this enhancement. Seizing the momentum. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 upgrade component for the Tang Dao. Chapter 27, Blade Chi. An upgrade component for the Tang Dao? Ming clicked to view the description. Tang Dao upgrade component. A weapon-specific upgrade component for the Tang Dao. Once used, it grants the weapon the fire attribute. Fire attribute. Ming was uncertain if the system's intention aligned with his understanding. Regardless, without further ado, he proceeded to install it. Would you like to add the upgrade component to the Tang Dao? Confirm addition. Adding in progress. Addition successful. The Tang Dao has been upgraded and renamed Blazing Fire Tang Dao. Ming swiftly retrieved the Tang Dao from his storage space. At first glance, it appeared largely unchanged. However, as he drew the blade, a flicker of flame could not be contained, spilling forth. At the hilt, an emblem of flame emerged, resembling an ancient incantation, imbued with an air of mystery. Once the blade was fully unsheathed, the flames receded. Ming clenched the handle tightly, and with a resounding roar, the flames surged forth, enveloping the entire blade without causing any sensation of burning. Ming took a tissue from the box, tossed it into the air, and with a swift slice, it ignited, leaving only ashes. Did this flame provide a protective effect for the wielder? Quite intelligent. Subsequently, Ming moved to the bathroom. Driven by a thought he wished to verify. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the blazing fire tang dao firmly and swung it forward. Boom. A fierce blaze erupted from the blade, forming an arc of blade chi that struck the brick wall. Though the flames were ephemeral, the intense heat shattered the tiles into pieces. This indeed worked. Ming was immensely pleased with the outcome. The combination of his strength attribute and the enhanced tang dao enabled him to produce a blade chi he had only witnessed in films. More importantly, he had not even exerted his full strength. Should he unleash his complete power, the force of that strike would be even more terrifying. After sheathing the tang dao and placing it back in storage, he would address the damage to the brick wall later, assuming the hotel management would still be alive to seek recompense. Returning to the living room. When Ming opened the forum again, intending to check the trending topics for any reports related to the zombie virus, he indeed discovered a term that had just climbed to the 48th position on the trending list within 10 minutes of its publication. Animal corpse mutation? Decaying birds attacking tourists on the beach, resulting in multiple injuries. Clicking in, he was met with a video. The footage revealed not just one bird, but a flock attacking beachgoers. Using its sharp beak, it pierced through the skin, violently tearing away a chunk of flesh, then tilted its head back to swallow. Others found themselves ensnared by the bird's claws, which yanked at their hair, stripping away large swathes of scalp, leaving them drenched in blood. Numerous tourists, with holes pecked into their bodies, shrieked in terror. The video, lasting merely 2 minutes and 35 seconds, was not abandoned by the viewers due to a lack of will to record, but rather because the videographer had also become the target of the monstrous bird. Ultimately, what remained was a grotesque visage, with a decaying face, eyes filled with writhing maggots, mouth agape, and claws gripping the camera, a sight both horrifying and surreal. Upon opening the comments section, one user mused, "Is this for real? Could it truly herald the end of days?" Another exclaimed, "Damn, this is terrifying. It looks like a beach near my home. I think it's best to stay indoors for now." A special effects artist asserted, "I can guarantee that this video has not been edited in any way." Someone urged others to save the video, predicting it would soon vanish from view. Another lamented, "I have no food at home. I need to rush to the supermarket." Yet another questioned, "Are you sure you can get in? All the supermarkets around here are closed." And there was a stampede incident that sent several people to the hospital. A palpable atmosphere of panic swiftly spread, despite the video being released for less than 10 minutes. The comment count had already surpassed 5,000. When Ming exited the video and refreshed the page, he noticed its trending rank had leapt from 48 to the top 30. It seemed the chaos was escalating even more rapidly than he had anticipated. No sooner had he thought this than sirens blared outside. Ming stepped onto the balcony, his gaze drawn to a long line of law enforcement and SWAT vehicles. Their destination unknown. He surmised that a violent incident had likely erupted over resource hoarding. Adopting a demeanor of indifference, he settled into a rocking chair on the balcony, continuing his fishing to acquire more superior resources, eager to outpace all of humanity. Indeed, among billions, he alone was granted the opportunity for limitless fishing. Moreover, the fishing system had made it abundantly clear that SSS-level skills were unique, guaranteed not to be duplicated. Yet, even now, no news regarding any skills had surfaced. If each SSS-level skill were truly unique, would it not mean that, should things continue this way, he might fish up every single SSS-level skill for himself? To monopolize them? Guilt? Apologies, but within Ming's heart resided only anticipation and exhilaration. In this apocalyptic landscape, the strong reigned supreme. Once he monopolized all SSS-level skills, he would no longer need to worry about anyone leveraging the interdimensional fishing software to bind SSS-level skills, rising to challenge him. With this thought, Ming felt an immediate surge of motivation. He promptly cast his line. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a box of throat lozenges. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a mortar 1. 20 shells. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a revolver 1. 50 specialized bullets. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has gained 10 years of lifespan. 10 additional years? Does this mean I have added a decade to my life? Ming had always believed his lifespan could be extended by no more than a year through fishing. He could not help but wonder if, beyond 10 years, he might reel in a century, a millennium, or even an eternity. Immortality has long been the ultimate aspiration pursued by the people of Great Xia. For Ming, while it may not be within easy reach, at least there was hope, a hope not as elusive as mere fanciful dreams. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a box of kiwis. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a box of sunshine rose grapes. Fishing successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a pure gold watch. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a chess set 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a drone 1. Ming examined the drone, a civilian model equipped with a camera capable of wireless image transmission at any time. It would serve as an excellent reconnaissance tool. Onward. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. Fishing successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a triangular military dagger 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained 2 Nepalese knives. Fishing successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a power drill 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained a bottle of red medicine 1. Chen Ming had anticipated that the red medicine would restore life or heal wounds, only to find it was just the most ordinary red medicine, ubiquitous and mundane. While it did possess antibacterial properties and promote wound healing, it fell far short of the rapid healing he had envisioned. Let us try again. Oh, does this waiting time mean I might reel in something golden? Chapter 28, Collaboration. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained S-level skill, danger perception. S-level? Chen Ming had expected at least an SSS level. Nevertheless, the term danger perception piqued his curiosity, prompting him to check the skill description. S-level skill danger perception. You can foresee the precise attack trajectory directed at you 3 seconds in advance. 3 seconds of foresight regarding an attack. With a clear display of its path, this skill was far more practical than Chen Ming had anticipated. A 3-second reaction time is ample even for an ordinary individual. Moreover, having undergone various SSS-level skills and attribute enhancements, Chen Ming's capabilities were significantly heightened. In summary, it was useful, extremely useful. With this skill, if he could obtain additional free attribute points and allocate them entirely to speed and reflexes, wouldn't his ability to evade attacks soar to a staggering level? His previously stable mindset was now bolstered with newfound confidence. As Chen Ming prepared to embark on his next fishing endeavor, the male host's voice on the television captured his attention. Currently, in response to the avian and beast attacks in Beihai City, the authorities are taking the matter very seriously and have organized bird-catching teams to eliminate them throughout the city. The Beihai Public Security Headquarters advises all citizens and tourists to refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary, and to seek shelter indoors when encountering aggressive, unidentifiable birds. Surprisingly, they did not impose a strict outdoor ban. Chen Ming found this unexpected. Logically speaking, the emergence of zombies should have already occurred by now. Even without analyzing data regarding the zombie virus, it should not be difficult to ascertain visually whether these zombie birds, after attacking humans, transmit a virus that transforms the living into the undead. Is this merely an attempt to suppress panic? But how can one contain such a phenomenon? In Chen Ming's view, a zombie siege appeared to be an inevitability that was hard to alter, especially with the confirmation that the zombie virus could infect animals in addition to humans. If even mosquitoes could become infected, drawing blood from the infected and then seeking out human blood, the mere thought sent a shiver down Chen Ming's spine. Despite possessing the ability of danger perception, he chose to close all the windows for extra caution. Electronic mosquito repellent? Chen Ming was uncertain of its efficacy against zombie mosquitoes. From his perspective, it was likely ineffective. In the ensuing days, Chen Ming's endeavors were rather straightforward. His primary task revolved around fishing, while his secondary pursuit involved gathering various information related to the apocalypse from the vast expanse of the internet, merely to pass the time. He awaited the completion of renovations at the villa, eager to relocate and commence a life of seclusion, free from the turmoil of the world outside. As twilight descended, a sudden series of knocks echoed at the door of his hotel room. Chen Ming, uncertain of any room service he had ordered, exited his fishing pursuits within the realms of the multiverse, adopting a cautious demeanor as he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned a man and a woman standing outside, both impeccably dressed, exuding the air of typical successful individuals, their suits sharp and shoes gleaming. Just as the man prepared to knock again, Chen Ming preemptively opened the door, concealing a hand behind his back. He was ready to draw his tang knife should they attempt anything untoward. Notably, he did not observe any staff identification tags on them. Considering his substantial expenditure on the presidential suite, he pondered that he might be perceived as an easy target by some. Even if he were merely being overly cautious, it would serve him well. An old adage states that preparation is the key to avoiding misfortune. May I inquire who you are? Chen Ming asked, seeking clarity on their identities. Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dai Guanchuan, chairman of Tianqing Department Store, he replied, subsequently gesturing towards his companion. This is my secretary, Lu Yu. Hello, Mr. Dai. Lu Yu inclined her body slightly, her smile appearing somewhat rehearsed. So what is it that you seek from me? Chen Ming urged them to get straight to the point, avoiding any unnecessary preambles. The owner of this hotel is my brother. I learned from him that you possess considerable financial resources. Coincidentally, I have a substantial business proposition I wish to discuss with you, Dai Guanchuan elaborated. A business proposition? Chen Ming mused, though internally he surmised Dai Guanchuan's true intentions. There is a shipment at the dock that I cannot handle alone. I would like to partner with you, Mr. Chen, to secure this cargo. Given the current climate, possessing supplies is paramount. We simply need to wait until prices soar to a favorable peak, then sell outright for a profit that could multiply by dozens or even hundreds. Dai Guanchuan revealed his plan candidly. What is your contact information? I will consider it. Chen Ming responded, retrieving his phone. Certainly, my contact number is 180, Dai Guanchuan said, his eyes gleaming with hope as he provided his personal mobile number. Very well. I shall not keep you further. I hope to receive your response promptly, as the entire nation is engaged in a frenzy of stockpiling, and new buyers may emerge at any moment, he added as they took their leave. Chen Ming observed that Dai Guanchuan was indeed eager to finalize this collaboration. Yet he refused to be exploited, intending to conduct thorough investigations before proceeding. Farewell, I await your reply, Dai Guanchuan said as he departed with his secretary, Lu Yu. Secretary? Is it? Chen Ming murmured, scrutinizing Lu Yu, whose form-fitting skirt barely concealed her attributes. He could not shake the suspicion that Dai Guanchuan intended to employ a beauty trap. Lu Yu's heavy application of makeup was excessive for a secretary, leading Chen Ming to recall a saying. Secretaries handle tasks when there is work, when there is none. They do little. After closing the door, he retrieved his phone, utilizing the number left by Dai Guanchuan. Chen Ming executed a series of coded operations to hack into his phone, transferring all data to the cloud. Upon review, it became evident that his initial suspicions were correct. There was deceit afoot. The goods were indeed real. However, in a conversation with his elder brother, Dai Guanchuan had made it clear that upon acquiring these goods and selling them at a high price, he intended to emigrate to a foreign country to enjoy the latter part of his life without fear. He seemed unperturbed by the prospect of Chen Ming pursuing him, convinced that it would not be long before Chen Ming became a mere shell of his former self. Even if he remained unchanged, with the apocalypse looming, would he truly have the inclination or energy to pursue accountability? It was far more prudent to contemplate survival strategies, particularly since not everyone shared Dai Guanchuan's far-sighted vision. As for Lu Yu, she was nothing more than a faux socialite, frequently frequenting high-profile events to elevate her standing. To speak more bluntly, she was no different from those women of ill repute. Just as Chen Ming had surmised, Dai Guanchuan had summoned her under the pretense of being a secretary, intending to leverage her physical allure to facilitate their business dealings. Unexpectedly, Chen Ming had never allowed them entrance. Despite Lu Yu's myriad of charms, she had been deprived of the opportunity to employ them, rendering her efforts utterly futile. Upon realizing this, a cold smile crept across Chen Ming's face as he remarked, "How delightful! They have dared to ensnare me." Chapter 29, Murder and Treasure Seizure. A windfall of over 10,000 blind boxes, as the audacity of others reached his doorstep. Had this occurred in the past, during a time of powerlessness, Chen Ming might have chosen to endure in silence. However, now that he possessed strength, to remain submissive would be the act of a fool. Returning to his study, Chen Ming powered on his laptop and activated stealth mode. Every action would vanish upon shutting down the computer, leaving no trace behind. His IP address had been fabricated, though physically present in Daxia's Jiangqing. Anyone attempting to trace him would uncover nothing but an imaginary realm. Through a series of maneuvers, Chen Ming executed a complete liquidation of Dai Guanchuan's assets, intending to gamble on a fortune by donating all his savings to a national welfare organization. The process involved 3 layers of verification. The SMS verification was the simplest, which Chen Ming intercepted to obtain the code. For the fingerprint and facial recognition verifications, he breached Dai Guanchuan's local security database, accessing the biometric data he had set up when purchasing the phone. After this intricate series of operations, he successfully transferred the entirety of Dai Guanchuan's balance, amounting to 530 million, out of his account, leaving nothing behind. Concerning the shipment Dai Guanchuan mentioned, Chen Ming also easily located the seller's contact information. Shutting down his computer, he retrieved his phone and dialed the seller. "Who are you? How did you come by this number?" The seller initially questioned, displaying a cautious demeanor. However, with a single statement, Chen Ming allayed his concerns. "I am willing to pay double the price for the entire shipment." For a merchant, nothing conveys sincerity like an enticing offer. After agreeing upon a meeting location, Chen Ming once again veiled himself completely, gliding swiftly on his hoverboard, soaring to heights of 100 meters. When it came to prestige, the hoverboard could not quite rival a flying sword. It appeared he needed to dedicate time to honing his balance skills. Alternatively, acquiring a skill that enhances balance would also be advantageous, Chen Ming mused to himself. Minutes later, he arrived at the dock, where he spotted a colossal cargo ship, towering like a mountain, laden with containers of various hues. At that moment, only this solitary vessel occupied the waters, and its name matched what he was seeking, eliminating any chance of misidentification. Silently, he descended, stowing his hoverboard in his storage space, taking care not to reveal himself prematurely. Given the current atmosphere and the nature of dealings with such lawless individuals, Chen Ming remained vigilant, easily eluding the guards. He boarded the ship and approached the sound of conversation. "Boss, this is Daxia. If we proceed like this, what will we do if something goes wrong?" "Fear not. Currently, everyone is preoccupied, scrambling to deal with those monsters. Who has time to concern themselves with us? Are you truly planning to offload this shipment?" "Offload? Impossible. Once that fellow completes the remittance, I shall promptly resolve the matter, transporting the body to the open sea, and then set my sights on the next target." repeating this cycle until I ascend to the status of a billionaire? No, a trillionaire. Hearing the conversation between two foreign men, one black and one white, Chen Ming felt fortunate for having been cautious. How could Chen Ming comprehend their dialogue? The answer was simple. He had previously acquired an S-level linguistic mastery skill. Initially deemed useless, it now seemed valuable, merely awaiting gradual exploration. Wait, if that's the case, did I indirectly save that fellow's life? Chen Ming didn't he believe that someone like Dai Guangchuan would have a favorable fate in the hands of such mercenaries? From the exchanges among the group, it was evident that for them, killing someone and discarding the body into the sea to feed the fish was merely a mundane affair. After disabling the nearby surveillance systems with his phone, Chen Ming commenced a brazen act of robbery. He systematically absorbed one container after another into his storage space. As a cigarette but fell to the ground, the captain of the vessel, the rightful owner of the cargo, was left wide-eyed in disbelief. What was happening? Why were the containers vanishing into thin air? No matter how he rubbed his eyes or blinked, those missing containers did not return to their rightful place. Instead, more containers evaporated into nothingness. Not just the captain, but the crew, witnessing the situation, were equally baffled, left staring at the disappearance of billions in goods, leaving behind only an empty ship. Good heavens! The captain's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, beginning to believe in karmic retribution. Was it possible that his previous acts of violence had drawn the devil's attention? Meanwhile, as the embodiment of that devil, Chen Ming was thoroughly satisfied, gliding away on his skateboard, laden with tens of thousands of container-blind boxes, far from the cargo ship. Show them mercy? Chen Ming had no intention of being lenient with those who sought not only to swindle his money, but also to take his life. He was acutely aware that, regardless of how fortified his villa might be, he could not ultimately escape the stain of blood. Rather than waiting for a critical moment to falter and jeopardize his life, it was better to adapt early. He retrieved a talisman he had previously caught, a thunderbolt talisman. Selecting the coordinates, he spun the fingers holding the talisman, and with a thunderous roar, it ignited into flames. Chen Ming then hurled the talisman away. Once the talisman was entirely consumed by fire, ominous clouds gathered above, and lightning flickered like serpents. At that moment, the sun had long set, leaving only endless darkness. The next second, a thunderous boom echoed, shaking the very earth. A massive bolt of lightning, resembling a colossal dragon, cleaved through the night sky, descending from the heart of the roiling clouds. It struck precisely the coordinates Chen Ming had predetermined. The visible area lit up the entire sky and landed in a blinding, ghastly white. The thunderbolt pierced the cargo ship, which could not withstand the pressure, splintering and sinking. As for those mercenaries aboard, they were instantaneously reduced to ash beneath the residual power of the thunderbolt, scattering with the wind. Even with such a monumental event transpiring, no one would connect the incident to Chen Ming. With zombies appearing, the heavens behaving oddly, and a thunderclap causing the cargo ship to sink, it all seemed quite normal, didn't it? Who would think to associate it with superpowers? Chen Ming did not wish to waste any more time on this matter. He would return as he came. Upon returning to the hotel, having dealt with the petty criminals and acquiring a fortune of blind boxes, Chen Ming felt elated, uncorking a bottle of exquisite wine worth hundreds of thousands to celebrate. He resolved that once the villa renovations were complete, he would occasionally open a couple of blind boxes to discover what survival resources he might unearth. Humans are always curious about the unknown. Indeed, this wine, worth tens of thousands, was delightful. Chen Ming gently swirled the glass of wine before him, thoroughly satisfied. He had several cases of this fine vintage. In stark contrast, Dai Guangchuan, awaiting Chen Ming's response in a room downstairs, wore an expression fraught with despair. Chapter 30, Hiring a Hitman. When Dai Guangchuan received a call from the charity center, he was taken aback to discover that he had unwittingly become a major benefactor. Initially, he thought it was a prank or perhaps a scam informing him that he had donated billions and was to receive an honorary certificate and a news interview. Naturally, he dismissed the call, hanging up immediately. However, upon further contemplation, he felt something was amiss, and he opened his banking app to check his balance. To his astonishment, he was left speechless upon seeing an array of zeros. He refreshed the app repeatedly, switching from 5G to wireless, yet the zeros remained. Refusing to believe it, he called the bank manager. The response confirmed his worst fears. He had indeed executed the transaction personally, and all verifications were in order. He had donated the money to the national charity organization. Dai Guangchuan could not restrain himself, cursing, "What the hell?" The representative, exasperated, ended the call. Without delay, he called the staff member who had contacted him earlier, pleading that it had been an accidental misoperation and asking if the money could be returned. His request was met with refusal. Dai Guangchuan, desperate, attempted to negotiate for a partial refund, 1/10, 1/8, or even half, only to be denied each time. When the hell did I donate? How was I so kind and benevolent without knowing it? In a fit of rage, he stomped around the room, unleashing a torrent of curses. He resolved to head straight to the bank to demand an explanation. However, the bank presented him with an array of irrefutable evidence, verification codes, facial recognition, fingerprints, all confirming his personal involvement. Despite Dai Guangquan's protests that he had not performed the actions, evidence is evidence. He could not provide proof of his innocence. As he was escorted out of the bank, despair enveloped him. Yet soon, a flicker of hope ignited. Perhaps he could raise the transaction price to compensate for the missing funds, and then claim all the goods. Yes, that was feasible. With this thought, he rushed back to the hotel, quickly organizing himself and adjusting his mindset, determined to find Chen Ming and finalize the deal. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Upon hearing the doorbell, Chen Ming instantly knew who had arrived and for what purpose. Opening the door, he found Dai Guangquan, breathing somewhat heavily and with a smile. Chen Ming asked, "What brings you back?" "Mr. Chen, I've come to inform you that a new buyer has emerged for that batch of goods. If you do not make a decision soon, this profitable deal will be snatched away by someone else." Dai Guangquan feigned urgency, unknowingly revealing the truth. Indeed, a new buyer was eyeing the batch. "If that is the case, you need not worry," Chen Ming replied, and upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Dai Guangquan's face lit up, believing Chen Ming had made a decision to invest. Little did he know that the second half would extinguish his hopes. "I have already approached those foreigners and purchased all the goods from the cargo ship." He stood in a daze for a full 3 to 4 seconds before finally reacting, forcing a smile as he asked, "Mr. Chen, is it really appropriate for you to act this way? What is inappropriate about it? Isn't it perfectly reasonable to engage in a monetary transaction?" Chen Ming retorted. "But this business was introduced to you by me, by bypassing me to collaborate with them directly. Have you not undermined my interests? As a businessman, your actions are indeed a blow to your reputation," Dai Guang declared with righteous indignation. "Then, if that is the case, how much money do you have?" "I can sell you your rightful share of the goods," Chen Ming responded. For Dai Guang, this should have been good news, yet he found himself utterly penniless. Should he ask his elder brother for assistance? In the midst of his dilemma, Dai Guang suddenly noticed the expression on Chen Ming's face, which seemed to mock him. "Wait a moment. The fact that my savings were transferred cannot possibly be connected to you, right? Besides that, Dai Guang could not fathom who else could orchestrate such a deed. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Since you are unable to produce the funds, and it is getting late, I shall take my leave. Goodbye." Without waiting for Dai Guang's reaction, Chen Ming promptly closed the door. Bang! "Hey!" Dai Guang, rebuffed, clenched his fists, and his inner fury ignited fiercely. That fellow is proficient in hacking, or perhaps he has a super hacker under his employ, aware of my intention to deceive him, and thus acted preemptively. It must be. On his way back, Dai Guang was firmly convinced of this notion. Or perhaps he wished it to be so. Otherwise, having lost several hundred million, no, it should be said, tens or even hundreds of billions in stock revenue, Dai Guang was at a loss as to whom he could seek revenge against. Determined to take action against Chen Ming, Dai Guang eventually managed to persuade his elder brother to lend him 1 million with his own channels. He resolved to utilize this sum to hire 2 assassins to eliminate Chen Ming. "Since you refuse to let me live in peace, do not expect to fare well yourself. Does having money and connections make you invincible? Is not every heart made of flesh? I shall see how many knives and bullets you can withstand." With that, Dai Guang confirmed the posting of the bounty. This was not his first endeavor of such nature, employing professional killers to eliminate his enemies. 2 A-level assassins, each to receive 500,000 upon completion of the task. Watching the task being claimed almost instantly, Dai Guang settled on the sofa, uncorked a bottle of champagne, and began to celebrate in advance. The only thing left to do was await good news from the assassins. Dai Guang specifically added a clause to the bounty, ensuring Chen Ming would be dismembered. At this point, his mind was nearly unhinged, and his smile was one of madness. With each glass of champagne consumed, he felt unsatisfied, finding the alcohol too weak, and thus opened a bottle of vodka. After eliminating Chen Ming, Dai Guang had no desire to continue living. It was the perfect opportunity to drink heavily and bolster his courage. Gazing towards the balcony, he mused that jumping down would likely ensure he did not survive. In his eyes, there was not a hint of fear, only exhilaration. He had nothing left to lose. A mere 10 minutes later, the 2 A-level assassins convened at the hotel, and upon confirming the room number where Chen Ming resided, they decided to impersonate service staff to trick him into opening the door. As they prepared to spring into action, Chen Ming's voice drifted from within. "The door is unlocked." The assassins exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily perplexed, as they mistakenly assumed Chen Ming was treating them as mere hotel staff. Without hesitation, they opened the door and strode in, drawing their daggers resolutely. Chapter 31. Money Can Move Mountains. "Shall we dine together?" Seeing Chen Ming calmly enjoying dinner, the assassins were taken aback when he not only showed no fear upon revealing their blades, but even invited them to join him for a meal. The assassins furrowed their brows, finding themselves in an unprecedented situation. Any discerning individual would recognize they were not staff. "That fellow is paying you 500,000 each to take my life." Chen Ming's next words sent chills down their spines. Logically, the task was supposed to be confidential. How could Chen Ming be so informed, and with such detail? "Could it be that you belong to this circle as well?" one of the male assassins inquired cautiously, simultaneously becoming wary of their surroundings. fearing it might be a trap. In the adjacent rooms, there could be numerous ambushers lying in wait. No, I simply have my own means. Ming set down his chopsticks, rinsed his mouth with whiskey, and continued, I shall not beat around the bush. I offer you 5 million each. You will do to him as he instructed you to do to me. What say you? At this point, money was mere paper to Ming. Regardless of how much he spent, it would return to him tenfold. Ming certainly possessed the capability to eliminate Dai Guang himself. But on one hand, he did not wish to expend the effort. On the other, the world had not yet descended into complete chaos. And the order of the Great Xia had not fully collapsed. He did not desire to court trouble. To attract the attention of the law enforcement over a minor character like Dai Guang seemed entirely unworthwhile. There are rules within the circle. If we do this, who would dare employ us in the future? The male assassin continued to struggle. The female assassin beside him hesitated, her gaze betraying her unease. In that case, I shall increase it by an additional 5 million for your credibility. Ming generously extended 5 fingers. I would gladly spill my blood for you, sir. The male assassin bowed deeply without a moment's thought. The female assassin followed suit. Following this, Ming took out his phone and swiped a couple of times on the screen. Gift of 10 million successful. Tenfold return triggered. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 billion Great Xia coins. Gift of 10 million successful. Tenfold return triggered. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1 billion Great Xia coins. Buzz. Both assassins' phones chimed simultaneously. Picking them up, they found a text message from a bank transfer, precisely 1 million. However, at that moment, their feelings were overshadowed by fear rather than joy or excitement. They had never disclosed their bank account numbers to Ming. Yet, Ming had no intention of lingering in conversation. He waved his hand, instructing them to swiftly execute the task and avoid any prolonged delays. Yes, they responded in unison, leaving the hotel room and quietly closing the door behind them. After walking a few paces and ensuring Ming could not overhear their conversation, the woman exhaled sharply. How could he possibly know my bank account number if this is our first meeting? I do not know, but I am certain of one thing. This person is not one to be trifled with. The male assassin gasped, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. Speaking of which, where should we go to investigate the identity of the bounty poster? The underground websites are known for their strict confidentiality, the female assassin pondered. Before the male assassin could respond, another text notification chimed. It was an anonymous message displaying the hotel room number. The assassins exchanged knowing glances. Everything was unspoken yet understood. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Dai Guang was thoroughly intoxicated. He picked up his phone, repeatedly refreshing the webpage, wondering why those two inept fools had not yet returned with news after such a long time. Could it be that they had failed the mission and absconded with his money? As he spoke, a foul belch escaped him. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Dai Guang shouted, grabbing the remote control beside him and pressing the intercom button. No response. Realizing the mix-up, he hastily traded the television remote for another item. Just then, a woman's voice echoed, expressing the boss's concern for his well-being and offering to send over some hangover soup. All right, I understand, he replied, disconnecting the call. A smirk played at the corners of Dai Guangchuan's mouth. After all, if death was inevitable, he might as well indulge in a final thrill. He felt an urge to test the exhilaration of exerting dominance over order, to see what it would be like to force someone into submission. Staggering forward, he opened the door, but was left dumbfounded by the sight that greeted him. The effects of the alcohol suddenly faded. Before him was a handgun aimed directly at him. Who are you? Who sent you? He stammered. The assailants remained silent, compelling him into the room before slamming the door shut. I'm truly sorry, but wealth leads to death, and our hands are tied regarding your task, the man spoke. Task? Tied hands. Dai Guangchuan's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Wait, you must be the two assassins assigned to me. Upon their silence, his anger surged. How can you do this? Do you have no sense of professional ethics? If word gets out, who would dare hire you for a job? Resorting to betrayal among thieves. I've said it before, wealth leads to death, the man reiterated. Dai Guangchuan, now fully aware, inquired, how much did he pay you? I'll give you double. The words slipped from his lips before he could think, and in that moment of impending demise, he discovered an overwhelming desire to survive. 10 million, 5 million each. The male assassin responded, waiting for this very offer. 5 million each. Dai Guangchuan exclaimed in disbelief. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? Should he borrow from his older brother? Even 400,000 seemed like a stretch, let alone 4 million. He had recently assured his brother that he would only borrow 1 million for the last time and would never ask again. Sensing Dai Guangchuan's desperation, the male assassin signaled to his partner. The female assassin swiftly drew her arm, a glint of cold steel flashing as she slashed his throat. Gah! He gasped, clutching his neck as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He raised a trembling finger to point at the assassins, his eyes filled with rage, but no sound escaped his lips. He staggered backward, collapsing with a thud, entirely devoid of life. Let us get on with it, the male assassin said, holstering his gun and retrieving a folding saw from his bag. The female assassin unsheathed a cleaver designed for butchering. This tool certainly has a fierce edge. The male assassin chuckled nervously, fearing that this woman might suddenly turn on him in a deadly frenzy. Minutes ticked by. Buzz. Ming received a text alert. Grabbing his phone, he found an anonymous message containing merely a photograph. Yet, the image was grotesquely intricate, an array of organs, limbs, torso, and head, all vividly displayed. Chapter 32, Lethal Precision. Ming's cheeks involuntarily puffed up as dizziness washed over him. This scene was far more exhilarating than he had ever anticipated. While he had indeed taken lives before, those victims had disintegrated into dust under the force of lightning, providing far less visceral stimulation than this image. He dropped his phone and rushed to the restroom, expelling the recently consumed alcohol, which resembled blood. Collapsing beside the toilet, he raised his arm to flush, then shut the lid. Breathing heavily, he struggled to regain his composure. In films and games, he had witnessed his fair share of bloodshed. Even though the assassins had sent only a photograph, Ming understood all too well that it was real, devoid of paint or special effects, which explained his intense reaction. Sighing as he stared at the ceiling light, he realized he either needed to adapt quickly or acquire a skill to fortify his mental state. If merely viewing a photo elicited such a response, he would surely be a burden when the apocalypse arrived. With this thought, Ming supported himself against the toilet. Rising to return to the living room, he promptly rebooted his phone and opened world fishing, eager to test his luck. Starting to fish, he clicked. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you've received a 6-flavor dirty pack. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you've secured a box of digestive tablets. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've acquired a pair of eagle claw knives. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a model sports car. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you've earned an S-grade skill, Lethal Precision. Upon reviewing the details, he discovered that this skill would amplify the damage of every attack he executed. Much like in gaming, his base damage would be multiplied. This Lethal Precision skill ensured that every strike he made would inflict critical damage, with multipliers ranging from 2 to 10, entirely dependent on luck. Could he imagine the terror of combining this with an SSS-grade attack skill or deploying a nuclear strike? The potential devastation was unfathomable. Ming realized he had struck gold with another divine skill. His luck was impeccable, so he decided to continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a fishing rod. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've secured a macho powder mechanical keyboard. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've acquired 18 ultra-thin 001S. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a massage gun. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've received a can of crab roe. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked an A-grade skill. Perfect mindset. Ming had long lost track of how many casts he had made for this skill. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly midnight. Checking the skill description, A-grade skill Perfect Mindset. Upon acquiring this skill, you will be able to adapt to various scenarios with unwavering courage. Confirming the skill's effects. Ming enlarged the photograph in his gallery. He scrutinized it from every angle, and indeed, his heart became tranquil, as still as water. Excellent. Ming reclined on the sofa, feeling a wave of relief wash over him after resolving yet another issue. He was fatigued, primarily mentally drained. Dragging his weary body back to the bedroom, he decided to end the day early. Knock, knock, knock. Time passed without his notice until he was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Glancing out the window, he saw that it was still dark. Why the urgency? Could it be that the older brother of the person he had killed had discovered the truth and was seeking revenge? Ming deliberately quieted his footsteps as he approached the door, peering through the peephole. To his astonishment, he found a uniformed figure outside, not just any officer, but one armed to the teeth. Were they here to apprehend him? Was it due to his tampering with the bank balance, fabricating evidence, or perhaps for hiring a hitman? Ming was uncertain. Of course, there could be other reasons as well. Ming resolved to first open the door and ascertain the situation before proceeding further. If necessary, he could trigger complete invisibility and swagger away without a care. Grasping the doorknob, he pressed down and opened the door. May I inquire if you seek my assistance? Ming asked proactively. Sir, this area is currently under lockdown. We kindly request that you vacate the premises at your earliest convenience. Upon hearing this, Ming exhaled in relief, for he could at least ascertain that they were not after him. May I ask the reason for the lockdown? He inquired while adjusting his attire. I am terribly sorry, but I cannot disclose that information, came the response. This statement inadvertently resolved the question lingering in Ming's mind. He conjectured that the area had likely witnessed the emergence of the undead. Had word spread so swiftly? He wondered whether the transformation plan could be completed in time. As Ming's thoughts wandered, he was escorted out of the hotel by the special forces and boarded a bus that whisked him away. The silver lining was that he learned from a soldier accompanying him that the Fushan Villa district was not within the quarantine zone. That damned virus has even reached Jiangxing. Us old-timers may not have long left, he lamented. How can you be so certain it is a zombie virus? What else could possibly warrant the deployment of special forces? What should we do? Is it still possible to immigrate to another country? Once outside, you would only hasten your demise. Over 30,000 cities have already succumbed. Is our only hope for survival reduced to this fishing game? I've heard there are those abroad who have awakened superpowers through it. I advise against such reckless endeavors. What if it spawns similar monstrosities? Hearing them mention that some abroad had awakened superpowers, Chen Ming hastily retrieved his phone and accessed the internet, perusing the trending topics. He stumbled upon 3 entries related to superpowers. Of the 3 videos, 2 depicted the same content. In one, a blond man extended his palm, conjuring a fireball the size of an apple, incinerating a mattress placed several meters away, and billowing thick black smoke. According to the title, the man had acquired an E-class skill. If memory served correctly, skill levels range from highest to lowest as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. In another video, the skill showcased was entirely different. The individual possessed the ability to enhance his strength, delivering a single punch that killed a cow instantaneously, penetrating its skull. The comment section was ablaze with condemnation, accusing him of animal cruelty and rallying animal protection organizations. Beyond that, Chen Ming did not encounter a third video related to skills until he arrived at Fushan Villa, at which point he decided to set aside his thoughts and return to assess the upgrades made to his secluded villa. Chapter 33, Inspection of the Villa. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he beheld a towering wall constructed of synthetic metal, standing 3 times taller than the original concrete brick barrier. The wall was adorned with thick, serrated barbed wire, rendering any attempt to scale it futile, as one would be gruesomely dismembered in the process. Can one lay down a mattress as padding? That would not suffice either, for the warning sign clearly states that high voltage is present. Climbing is strictly prohibited. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Ming? A voice suddenly emerged beside him. And you are? Chen Ming thought back, but could not recall this person's visage. However, noting the safety helmet upon his head, he surmised he was likely a worker involved in the villa's upgrade. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Li, the chief engineer overseeing this renovation project. Accepting the hand he extended, Chen Ming responded politely, I appreciate your hard work. It appears there are reports of zombie creatures emerging in the city. May I inquire when the renovation will be completed? Chen Ming asked straightforwardly. Before sunset today. It will be completed, as the materials were pre-manufactured and transported for installation. We have deployed a full workforce of 300 individuals to expedite the process, Zhao Li replied. Please inform all personnel that if the renovations are completed before sunset, each will receive a bonus of 100,000. The sooner, the better. Additionally, I will grant you, Engineer Zhao, an extra 100,000, Chen Ming promised. No problem. I will relay your message to everyone immediately. I will ensure they work as swiftly as possible. Zhao Li's eyes sparkled upon hearing of the potential rewards. Subsequently, Chen Ming joined Zhao Li in his vehicle, ascending the mountain together. He witnessed firsthand how the engineering team utilized large machinery to lift and position materials, securing them in place with bolts thicker than his wrist and longer than his arm. Chen Ming was confident that even a Gatling gun unleashed for an entire day, expending millions of rounds, would not penetrate these walls. As Zhao Li mentioned the bonus of 100,000 per person, the crew was invigorated, their pace quickening. Chen Ming's presence ensured they would not compromise on quality. As the old saying goes, one who eats from another's hand cannot afford to be remiss. With such earnestness from others, it would indeed be unreasonable for him to skimp on efforts. Zhao Li took advantage of the moment to pull out blueprints and began to elaborate on the various functionalities of the villa post-renovation. Beyond its formidable defensive capabilities, the underground stored vast quantities of water, equipped with a filtration and circulation system to ensure the water sources remained uncontaminated. Moreover, a manual rainwater collection feature had been installed, directing flow into an underground reservoir equivalent to the size of a football field and 12 meters deep. In terms of electricity, they had identified a location with optimal sunlight exposure to install over 200 cutting-edge solar panels linked to a super battery capable of sustaining a family's power needs for several years. The power for the perimeter wall was independently supplied by additional solar panels. Furthermore, we discovered that this precious mountain of yours experiences strong winds. So we have also added a wind power generation system. Zhao Li continued, speaking with enthusiasm. Chen Ming listened intently. After a thorough half-hour, Zhao Li concluded his presentation. Noticing Chen Ming stifling a yawn, perhaps indicating a lack of rest, Zhao Li suggested, why don't you take a break on the second floor? The renovations there are nearly complete and will not disturb your rest. Very well, Chen Ming agreed readily, realizing there was little more to discuss with Zhao Li and his team. Upon ascending to the second floor, he felt it unnecessary to linger and impede their work. He opened the bedroom door and stepped inside. The moment the door closed, the sounds of construction outside were entirely muffled. Wow, the soundproofing is remarkable, Chen Ming exclaimed. He drew back the curtains, noting the windows had been replaced with thick, bulletproof glass. After redrawing the curtains, he collapsed onto the bed, covered himself with the blanket, and resolved to take a brief nap. This slumber extended until 1 in the afternoon. Chen Ming stretched, feeling revitalized. As he opened the door and stepped out, he was greeted by Zhao Li, who had been waiting outside. "Mr. Chen, you are awake. How was your rest?" Zhao Li inquired with concern. "The soundproofing is excellent," Chen Ming praised. "It is our utmost satisfaction to hear that. Additionally, we have completed all renovations on both levels. You may now inspect the results." Zhao Li gestured invitingly. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. After touring all the renovated areas, Chen Ming nodded and stated, "Everything looks great. I am very satisfied." Subsequently, under the expectant gazes of the gathered personnel, he transferred 13 billion to the security company. Subsequent materials, along with labor costs, have seen a significant increase in efficiency. However, for Chen Ming, it is of little consequence. Because, congratulations on successfully consuming 13 billion. The tenfold rebate has been triggered, allowing the host to acquire 13 billion daxia coins. Following this, he transferred the promised sum of 100,000 to each of the 300 individuals, including Zhao Li's 200,000, totaling an expenditure of 30,200,000. Successfully gifted 30,200,000. The tenfold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 302 million daxia coins. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Zhao Li's words elicited a chorus of gratitude from the crowd. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen." Chen Ming urged them to return home promptly, advising caution as the world was tumultuous. He watched as the convoy departed, standing by the roadside. Once the convoy had exited the gate, Chen Ming picked up the remote control in his hand, securing the gate and electrifying the barbed wire atop the wall. Anyone who dared to trespass would be instantaneously dispatched to meet the King of Hell. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped Chen Ming. Turning around to gaze at the steel fortress before him, he opened the door and returned to the living room, setting aside the villa's remote. He took up the television remote and turned it on. Finally, he had the opportunity to glean the current state of affairs in the country through the news. The host and experts had ceased their concealment, openly acknowledging the existence of the zombie virus and broadcasting footage of elite soldiers on the front lines suppressing the terrifying tide of zombies with firepower. The scene of thousands of zombies surging forth in a frenzied rush struck a profound chord within Chen Ming, even through the television screen. The speed of contagion was alarmingly rapid. Was this an enhanced version? Chen Ming activated the virtual panel and employed the rapid search function within his storage space to locate the previously acquired zombie virus syringe. He clicked to retrieve it, observing the cylindrical syringe, as thick as a water pipe, filled with a vivid red liquid virus. Chen Ming could not help but ponder how such a minuscule amount of virus could plunge the entire world into chaos. It underscored the fragility of humanity. After placing it back in the storage space, a detailed panel automatically appeared. Just as Chen Ming was about to close it, a crucial and unexpected annotation caught his eye. Chapter 34, New Version. Restrictions lifted. Zombie virus injection. Upon use, it can transform all living beings into insatiably hungry, bloodthirsty monsters. Note 1. There is a slight chance of awakening unimaginable abilities, but the likelihood is minuscule. Note 2. If injected again while already infected with the zombie virus, the probability of acquiring special abilities will significantly increase. This implies that a single infection would turn a person into a monster, but a second infection could induce genetic mutations, granting extraordinary powers. Chen Ming was uncertain whether his interpretation was accurate. He assumed it was likely correct. However, being bitten by one zombie, then another, would certainly not fall under this rule. The virus carried by zombies differed vastly in purity and quality from the syringe he possessed. If viewed in this light, could this be a valuable asset? Would multiple infections provide an opportunity to become a real-life superhero? Chen Ming chuckled at the thought. Nonetheless, he did not intend to tempt fate. After all, abilities could also be acquired through fishing, so why risk becoming a mindless husk? He decided to store it away, considering that it might prove useful in the future. Just as Chen Ming pulled out his phone, eager to seize the moment to fish for more skills before the zombies posed a threat to him, he opened the myriad fishing interface only to be greeted by a prompt. A new version has been released. Would you like to download the upgrade? A new version? This thing can be upgraded? Chen Ming was poised to confirm, knowing that selecting no would result in an immediate exit. In other words, it was either to forego it entirely or to upgrade. He couldn't help but jest, wondering why it couldn't upgrade itself quietly without complicating matters. Suddenly, he noticed the option to expand, which seemed to allow him to view the specific updates made. He clicked expand. Update details. 1. This update introduces a virtual reality mode, immersing you further into the experience. 2. A world chat channel has been added. You can communicate with other fishing enthusiasts in a dedicated channel. As well as a trading center, you can use this feature to trade goods with fellow anglers. 3. The leveling up feature has been fully unlocked. You can gain experience and increase your level by fishing or completing designated tasks, thus increasing your fishing attempts. 4. After the upgrade, an additional fishing attempt will be granted as a reward. 5. More types of rewards have been unlocked and protective restrictions have been lifted. Note, The rewards you fish out may not necessarily be rewards. Please exercise caution. More types of rewards unlocked. Protective restrictions lifted. Indeed. Was there a beginner's protection period before? Moreover, the cautionary note about rewards not being guaranteed piqued Chen Ming's sensitivity. He noted that the upgrade notification had arrived over an hour ago. During the backend upgrade process, Chen Ming opened the forum, eager to see what the world looked like after the beginner's protection mechanism had been lifted. I'm alone in the wind, damn. I thought after the one-time fishing opportunity, I would succeed in turning the tide, but I ended up catching a rain boot, and only one. Angry emoji, under the moonlight. I'm abroad. And there are zombies wandering all around me. I caught 1,000,000, but what good is that? Lone hero, there's a task to kill a zombie for experience. Has anyone completed it? By the way, is it true that damaging the brain can kill those monsters? One night, one miracle. It's true. There are many instructional videos on the internet about this. Otherwise, you can just chop them up. Just as Chen Ming was about to give up and turn to the external network for intelligence, a comment caught his attention. Never use myriad fishing. Don't use it. A student at our school fished out a zombie dog. Dozens of people died. The user's nickname was never use myriad fishing. Chen Ming expanded the conversation, which had over 100 replies. Killer by Chi. Bro, what's going on? Please elaborate. Never use myriad fishing after the upgrade. You can fish out all sorts of man-eating monsters from it. Killer by Chi. That's simple. Just don't let them out. It's just taking up another inventory slot. Never use myriad fishing. It's not as simple as you think. These monsters cannot be stored in your inventory. They must be released. And you only have 1 minute to decide where to place them. 1 minute countdown ends, and the monster is free? Exactly. Initially, Chen Ming doubted that the individual was deliberately spreading panic to attract attention. However, upon clicking into his personal space, he indeed saw gruesome, pixelated images of death, as they would not pass moderation otherwise. As he scrolled through, Chen Ming's finger halted on a blurry photo. Despite its lack of clarity, with a bit of imagination, it was not difficult to discern a four-legged creature sprinting, seemingly in pursuit of something. The alternating blue and white elongated shapes, if Chen Ming's guess was correct, should be students clad in school uniforms. Could fishing directly lead to the capture of monsters? According to my previous fishing frequency, how much trouble will I have to endure by the end of this day? Damn, it seems upgrading might not be worth it after all. Chen Ming found himself in a quandary. Gazing at the already upgraded universal fishing system, he oscillated between the choices of fishing and abstaining, wrestling with his indecision. Ultimately, he pressed the start fishing button. He felt that he could not remain complacent. At this pace, with a global population of billions, who knows how many monsters might be reeled in? Currently, zombies and corpse dogs were manageable, but what if a formidable boss appeared one day? Would he scramble at the last moment for help? Chen Ming made his way to the yard and sat beneath the pavilion. In the event that a monster truly emerged, this location would be more conducive for combat. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-Class skill, Poison Mist. To receive an S-Class skill right off the bat was truly unexpected for Chen Ming. He perused the skill description. S-Class skill Poison Mist. By dispersing toxic powder, you can create an area enveloped in poisonous mist. Those within this area will suffer from cumulative poisoning, resulting in doubled damage. Upon exiting the mist, the poisoning status will gradually diminish. Chen Ming concluded that this skill was particularly effective against hordes of monsters, such as a zombie tide. With a wave of his hand, he could unleash the poison mist. Anyone daring to enter this domain would meet their demise. He continued fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-Class skill, Hundredfold Fist. A-Class skill Hundredfold Fist. You can unleash a punch that multiplies your strength by 100 through charging up. Another skill? Chen Ming sat up straighter, filled with respect. Although it was merely an A-Class skill, his own strength attribute was already considerable. If combined with critical hits, the power would be formidable. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired A-Class skill, Drawing Blade Technique. A-Class skill Drawing Blade Technique. With consecutive blade draws, your next blade attack will have an additional 1 to its attack power. Upon witnessing the acquisition of 3 skills in succession, Chen Ming fell into contemplation. He swiftly dismissed 2 possibilities in his mind. One was that his luck was extraordinarily high. The other was mere coincidence. As the saying goes, 1 is an accident, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern. He was convinced that he had reaped the benefits of the new version of universal fishing. Clearly, the fishing system was aware that once the novice protection mechanism was lifted, many individuals would perish. Thus, it granted them a glimmer of hope for survival by enhancing the probability of skill acquisition. Benefiting from the elevation of his SSS class skill, his chances of obtaining treasures had already been high. Now, with the foundational probability further increased, he was nearly on par with the favored child of fortune. It seemed that the SSS class infinite fishing skill would offer him enhancements that extended far beyond this. Chen Ming had always considered himself quite unfortunate. However, it appeared that he was not unlucky at all. Rather, he had concentrated all his fortune into acquiring the SSS class infinite fishing skill. The hardships he had previously endured were not in vain. It was a true case of after hardship comes happiness. Just as he pondered this, he was swiftly slapped in the face by reality. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. You have attracted misfortune and caught a two-headed zombie dog. It is now intent on biting your neck off. Chen Ming did not find the fishing system's words humorous in the slightest. There was nothing funny about it. Please decide on a response strategy within 1 minute. Find a hiding spot. The two-headed zombie dog is about to be unleashed. Note, you may also choose to release it actively. Using iris recognition combined with the fingerprint scanner on the doorknob, he pressed his thumb down, perfectly matching the gesture, and opened the gate. After determining a position, he clicked to release the two-headed zombie dog from a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the gate. The void opened, revealing a creature with 2 heads, severely decayed, exposing blackened flesh and stark white bones. Its eyes were hollow, devoid of life, filled only with endless darkness and profound hunger. Decaying matter seeped from its skin, emanating a suffocating stench. The moment the two-headed zombie dog was released, it fixated on Chen Ming, charging towards him without hesitation. However, Chen Ming was not unprepared. He had already gripped a shotgun in his hand. One hand held the feeding tube, while the other raised the gun. His index finger poised to pull the trigger at any moment. As the two-headed zombie dog, with its rotting teeth and drooling saliva, lunged at him, Chen Ming raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A spark erupted from the muzzle as the powerful recoil of the shotgun was countered by Chen Ming's sheer strength. The two-headed zombie dog let out a shriek, propelled backward 3 or 4 meters. One head was shattered by Chen Ming's shot, while the other sustained damage. Chunks of flesh blown away, exposing half of its skull to the air. In the eye socket, wriggling maggots could be seen frantically trying to burrow into the exposed eyeball. This scene would undoubtedly send shivers down the spines of those with a fear of clusters. The zombie dog shook its head, seemingly oblivious to the pain, and launched another ferocious assault on Chen Ming. Chen Ming reloaded the shotgun, unlocked it, extracted the shell, and ejected it. With a swift push forward, he finished loading and locked it. He timed the zombie dog's leap, knowing it would be unable to dodge, aimed at the other head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot transformed the two-headed zombie dog into a headless corpse. Its body was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away, motionless. Fortunately, with the S-class proficiency in firearms. Even though it was Chen Ming's first encounter using a gun against a monster, he fought like a seasoned hunter. It appeared that these monsters infected by the zombie virus were akin to zombies. As long as their brains were destroyed, they would perish. Chen Ming did not rush forward. Instead, he aimed his shotgun at the headless corpse of the zombie dog. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive shots, he obliterated the remains of the zombie dog. Years of gaming experience had taught him the importance of delivering the finishing blow. However, to hunt a monster and receive no rewards? Chen Ming felt a tinge of disappointment. Closing the door, he returned to the pavilion constructed from grapevines. He casually placed the shotgun on a nearby wooden table and picked up his phone. Lying down, he opened the universal fishing system. Congratulations on completing the new task. Rewards are available for collection. Click to view details. Following the fishing system's instructions, Chen Ming clicked to view details. He was redirected to the task interface. Task: hunt an elite-level monster. Task status: completed. Task reward: 3 fishing opportunities. 3 fishing opportunities? Are you kidding me? Infinite plus 3, isn't that still infinite? Chen Ming thought, exasperated. Complaints aside, he accepted the task rewards, as aside from the negligible rewards, there was also experience to gain. Chen Ming's fishing level rose to LV4. Leveling up not only increased fishing opportunities, but also randomly enhanced attributes. However, all were at 0 or 1, far inferior to the attribute points Chen Ming had acquired. Thinking that accumulating small gains could lead to larger rewards, he figured there was no harm in it. After all, it was free. Successfully collected. Congratulations, you have received 3 fishing opportunities. Note, due to the host's possession of infinite fishing opportunities, these 3 fishing chances will enhance the quality of rewards. Enhance quality of rewards? Now that was more like it. Satisfied, Chen Ming harbored no further grievances. Equivalent to the last 3 fishing trips, all guaranteed rewards. Without further ado, Chen Ming resolved to commence fishing immediately. However, he suddenly noticed an additional option beside the Start Fishing button, allowing a switch to virtual reality mode. Virtual reality mode? What does that entail? Chen Ming's curiosity was piqued. He clicked to test it. In an instant, the scenery around him transformed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming found himself standing before a serene lake, seated at a solitary fishing platform, grasping a somewhat inexpensive bamboo fishing rod. He marveled at the breathtaking panorama of distant mountains and the overgrown weeds nearby, all strikingly lifelike. Is this VR? Chen Ming attempted to articulate his thoughts. So, what exactly should I do next? Just cast the rod? He felt uncertain. The system offered no answers. Oh well, let us give it a try. Chen Ming raised the fishing rod and cast it forcefully. Plop! The previously tranquil water surface rippled with expanding circles. A gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of earth, caressed Chen Ming's face. This sensation was surprisingly delightful. Moments later, the rod in his hands suddenly dipped. Chen Ming swiftly tightened his grip, preparing to reel it in. Just then, a large interface for a minigame appeared where the hook had landed. The pointer swung back and forth. Does this mean I need to pull the rod when the pointer reaches the target area? Chen Ming jested, remarking on the unchanging ancestral methods, amused by this design choice. Chapter 36, The Machine Gun Turret. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming lifted the fishing rod. Perhaps due to the expansive visuals, the difficulty was even easier than he had anticipated. To his astonishment, he saw a large red fish break the surface. It then transformed into a burst of light, which flew toward him, materializing into a message before his eyes. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired S-Rank Skill, Laser Eyes. Just from the words Laser Eyes, Chen Ming could easily deduce the nature of this skill, even without examining the description. Who would have thought that one day, after countless envious gazes at the television screen, he would actually possess such a skill? Suppressing his curiosity for the moment, with 2 more high-quality fishing opportunities remaining, Chen Ming cast the rod once more. The fish bit, and the rod dipped again. Chen Ming quickly pulled it up. As before, it was a red fish, exuding an aura of luxury, its scales shimmering like pearls. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired S-Rank Skill, Thunder Gun. S-Rank Skill Thunder Gun. You can condense the power of thunder into a gun, allowing for throws that cause explosive damage. Excellent. Yet another S-Rank skill in his possession. Chen Ming wasted no time and cast the next line. This time, he again caught a red fish, but the reward type had changed. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Automatic Machine Gun Turret X10. Initially, upon seeing the guaranteed reward and landing heavy machine guns, 10 of them no less, Chen Ming felt a pang of regret. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he had struck gold. Firstly, these machine guns represented absolute firepower, capable of storing 30,000 rounds of ammunition, and were of considerable size. They could autonomously identify targets and could be remotely controlled to attack enemies. Most importantly, this weapon could synergize perfectly with his infinite ammunition skill. This meant Chen Ming now possessed 10 pieces of intelligent heavy artillery capable of unlimited output. Installing these on the iron walls at the base of the mountain would significantly bolster the defenses of his post-apocalyptic sanctuary. Chen Ming understood, while that relying solely on the security company's renovations, it was only a matter of time before the sanctuary fell to the monsters. To endure longer, he needed to delve into the realm of fishing across worlds. Ending the virtual reality mode, in the blink of an eye, Chen Ming returned to reality. He opened his storage space and selected the automatic machine gun turret. The system panel immediately presented a 3D map of the entire Dushan villa before him. All he needed to do was select a location on this map, and upon confirmation, it would adapt to the terrain and complete the installation. Quite convenient. Chen Ming initially planned to install a heavy fire output unit at each corner of the villa's walls. Then, he would descend the mountain and place the remaining automatic machine gun turrets along the perimeter. This would not only intimidate intruders, but also function like a tower defense game, allowing them to mitigate the numbers of any approaching hordes. This feature certainly saved Chen Ming a considerable amount of trouble. First, he clicked on the villa's courtyard corners to confirm the installation. Installing automatic machine gun turret. Installation successful. The moment the system notified him, Chen Ming turned to see that indeed, for heavy machine guns, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, had been set up, firmly affixed to the reinforced steel walls. The barrels were nearly as thick as cannon tubes. Simply placing them there already maximized their intimidation factor. After confirming everything was in order, Chen Ming proceeded to install additional auto turrets in the eastern and northwestern corners of the mountain's perimeter. The remaining 2 units were mounted on the villa's rooftop, achieving full-angle coverage. However, what if these installations attracted the attention of vigilant citizens and alerted the authorities? Before he could finish his thought, Chen Ming shook his head. They were likely preoccupied, struggling to deal with the zombie monsters, and wouldn't have time to focus on him. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from below the mountain, yet it was not from the defensive weapons he had just installed. The sound was farther away. Chen Ming retrieved the drone he had caught earlier, familiarized himself with the controls, and then redirected the receiving screen to his phone. Successfully maneuvering the small drone out of the villa, it soared through the blue sky, following the sound's direction to uncover the source. Minutes later, he adjusted the camera, zooming in on the scene. In high definition, Chen Ming clearly saw Special Forces soldiers providing cover as they evacuated civilians from various villas. The zombies had evidently infiltrated the villa area at some point. Fortunately, their numbers were not overwhelming, and no horde had formed, making the evacuation task relatively manageable for the soldiers. If the information Chen Ming had gathered online was accurate, these zombies exhibited significantly reduced speed and aggression during the day. However, once night fell, they would become utterly frenzied. With heightened hunger, faster movements, and sharper hearing, they were a far greater threat. If a horde did not materialize, the Special Forces would find it exceedingly simple to deal with these zombies, a textbook case of overwhelming force. Suddenly, one of the soldiers appeared to hear the drone's sound. Swiftly turning, raising his weapon and locking on. Only after confirming it was a drone did he refrain from firing. Chen Ming opted to activate the audio transmission function to eavesdrop on their conversation. A drone? Is it here to monitor our actions? I don't recall our current drone being equipped with that model. It must be someone checking the situation nearby. Regardless, let us act swiftly to evacuate everyone before nightfall. Before those creatures completely go berserk. Yes, Captain. As the squad member took a few steps out, he returned. By the way, Captain, should we check out that Dushan villa? The person residing there must possess significant value, right? If something goes wrong, we do have a lot to answer for. Indeed, the wisdom of these individuals is indispensable in the aftermath of a disaster. The captain nodded in agreement, deciding to personally lead the team to the Dushan villa to assess the situation. On the way, the team member driving cast a glance at the captain in the passenger seat and asked, Captain, do you think these affluent individuals might have already fled? Regardless of whether they have or not, it is our duty to ascertain the truth, the captain replied solemnly. The team member ceased to entertain futile thoughts, focusing intently on driving while remaining vigilant of the surroundings, concerned that a person or a zombie might suddenly emerge. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they arrived safely at the foot of the mountain. However, new challenges soon presented themselves. With a resounding thud, they closed the car doors and stepped out, staring in bewilderment at the towering metallic walls and the extravagant gun turret before them. Is this something ordinary people can wield? They exchanged incredulous glances, perplexed. Not only had they, as seasoned soldiers, never encountered such formidable firepower, but the sight left them utterly astonished. Chapter 37. The First Summoning Skill. What on earth is going on? Is this the real deal? The team member pondered, curiosity ignited as he leaned closer. Do not approach. Did you not see the warnings on the wall? The captain warned, swiftly grasping his shoulder with a firm grip that rendered the team member immobile. To lessen the pain, he retracted his foot, which had not yet touched the ground. Captain, do you think this thing is genuine? The team member inquired, pointing at the gun turret with keen interest. It certainly does not appear to be a fabrication. In my experience, if the intent were merely intimidation, such extravagant measures would be unnecessary. The sheer presence of these massive steel walls and barbed wire would suffice, not to mention the high-voltage electrification along the perimeter. Should we not make an attempt to meet him? The team member asked anxiously as he noticed the captain opening the passenger door to get back in. Do you truly believe he invested such a fortune to transform the villa into this fortress just to await our rescue? The captain replied, settling into the seat. The team member reflected on this logic and reluctantly acquiesced, casting lingering glances back at the impressive gun turret that had captured his admiration. Captain, could it be that he has acquired that weaponry? He speculated, securing his seatbelt. Indeed, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, the captain concurred. Then stop right there. The captain interrupted, anticipating the team member's thoughts. As Special Forces operatives, we must strictly adhere to the orders from our superiors. If they say not to engage, we shall not engage. I understand. I was merely voicing a thought, the team member replied, starting the vehicle and turning it around. Seeing them depart, Chen Ming atop the mountain let out a sigh of relief. At this stage, he had no desire to provoke the authorities, let alone be at odds with them. It was best for both parties to maintain a respectful distance from one another. Cooperating with the authorities had never crossed Chen Ming's mind. The reason was simple. He despised being ensnared in the vortex of power struggles and the machinations of duplicitous individuals. Chen Ming's aspirations were straightforward and pure: to safeguard this small mountain, quietly upgrade his shelter, hone his fishing skills, and prolong his existence as long as possible. After pressing the automatic return button, Chen Ming set aside the controller and picked up his phone. He exited the screen transmission to access the universal fishing interface. This time, he opted not to engage in virtual reality mode. While reality was indeed grounded, Chen Ming preferred the ease of tasks that could be resolved with a mere flick of his fingers. Reclining in his lounge chair, he fished with one hand while savoring grapes with the other. Despite having spent considerable time in his storage space, the freshness of the fruits remained remarkably preserved due to the stasis of the environment. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a dose of sleep-inducing drug 1. Sleep-inducing drug? Is this a sign that I should transition to a life of thievery? Chen Ming quipped to himself. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining S-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. A summoning skill. Chen Ming could hardly contain his excitement and quickly checked the details. S-level skill Shadow Wolf Summon. Upon acquiring this skill, you will automatically gain 1 Shadow Wolf Summon each day. Note, should a Shadow Wolf perish, it will not vanish but will extend the time required for subsequent summons. Acquiring 1 a day means 365 in a year. That amounts to 3,650 over a decade, or 36,500 over a century. Chen Ming was elated. Considering the lifespan awarded through fishing, the value of this skill would only escalate. Currently, the number of Shadow Wolves Chen Ming could summon stood at 1. Much like the fishing attempts in Universal Fishing, the summoning count would refresh at midnight. Chen Ming was eager to summon a Shadow Wolf to witness its capabilities. As with his previous skills, the moment he acquired this one, The method of usage seamlessly integrated with his being. With a mere thought, a black portal materialized before him, and a massive wolf, dark as ink with fur that danced like flames, emerged. Its crimson eyes exuded an intimidating aura. In terms of size, it dwarfed a lion significantly. Compared to the earlier two-headed zombie dog, this creature was a formidable force, capable of dispatching it with a single swipe. Was this akin to having a monstrous bodyguard by his side? This skill was indeed remarkable. Chen Ming couldn't be more satisfied. A perfect score. It deserved nothing less. Anything less would be a disservice to the fishing system. Seizing the moment, he commanded the shadow wolf to remain nearby. In case he encountered any creatures like zombie dogs while fishing, it could prove invaluable. Even if it couldn't eliminate the threat, it could buy Chen Ming precious time. Time to take action. The shadow wolf obeyed Chen Ming's commands without hesitation, sitting dutifully by his side. If Chen Ming instructed it to remain still, or if there were no immediate threats to its master, the shadow wolf could remain motionless like a mountain for eternity. Its loyalty was paramount. Observing this display, Chen Ming began to envision the possibilities. As time passed and his summon count increased, could he roam the apocalypse with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of shadow wolves at his command? Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 blocks of chocolate. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a set of incense. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring sea-level skill, absolute balance. Sea-level skill, absolute balance, significantly enhances your balancing capabilities. While it seemed somewhat trivial, it addressed Chen Ming's pressing need for sword control. He drew his Tang Dao, using telekinesis to levitate it several centimeters above the ground. Stepping onto it, the sensation was akin to walking on solid ground. Indeed, it felt as if he were traversing flat terrain. As he stood upon it, there was not a trace of instability or the slightest fear of falling. It was remarkably steady. No wonder it was termed absolute balance. Ending his musings, Chen Ming was eager to test the true art of sword flight. To avoid drawing attention, he opted to fly a few laps around the mountain's base. Compared to skateboarding, this is a world apart. It greatly satisfies Chen Ming's fantasies about those cultivators. Who knows if one day in the future, I might attain the prowess of the immortals depicted in novels, able to shatter mountains and rivers with a flick of my finger, extinguish stars with a punch, fragment the heavens with my thoughts, and slice through myriad laws with a sword? For Chen Ming, as long as he is alive, everything is possible. The SSS level skill of infinite fishing holds an abundance of untapped potential for him. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed from the mountain below. This time, Chen Ming was certain that the automatic defense mechanism of the machine gun turret had been triggered. Chapter 38, Alliance, Hunters. He took out his phone and logged into the exclusive backend, where he could observe over 100 surveillance points throughout the solitary villa. These were also incorporated into the renovations. Chen Ming quickly located the surveillance footage at the entrance according to the map classification for confirmation. The screen displayed the machine gun firing incessantly, bullets wildly spraying at the zombies that had gathered at the entrance for reasons unknown. Chen Ming had previously set the zombies as the attack template for the machine gun turret, which was the only recorded data so far. This explained why the Special Forces soldiers had approached the turret earlier without being attacked. Dragging the remote sensing icon across the screen, the surveillance footage followed suit. In the next moment, two familiar figures came into view, the two Special Forces soldiers from before. He activated the audio. It's the real deal. The real deal. One young soldier exclaimed excitedly, noting that this contraption seemed even more sophisticated than the weapons they used, capable of automatically identifying foes and delivering precise headshots with every shot. Their plan to drive the zombies here using sound was primarily to test whether the machine gun turret was merely a decoration. Even if it turned out to be useless, gathering the zombies into one place would make them easier to eliminate, which would still be a significant achievement. The fact that the machine gun turret was indeed functional left the captain in disbelief. The formidable firepower output had rendered him dumbfounded. Each bullet exploded upon impact, shattering the heads of the zombies with remarkable precision, maximizing the value of every round fired. This cutting-edge weapon was a first for the captain, truly an eye-opener. Within mere seconds, dozens of zombies were eradicated. The machine gun ceased operation, returning to its original position, the muzzle still emitting wisps of white smoke. Meanwhile, the young soldiers synchronized to press the stop recording button, capturing the earlier scenes on their phones. They decided to take this footage back to provide it to professional weapon developers for research. Hoping to ascertain whether modern technological capabilities could replicate such an ostensibly cumbersome yet extraordinarily high-performing weapon of a new era. The captain understood his intentions and chose not to expose him, for he too was curious. Back to Chen Ming. He felt grateful to those two fellows for allowing him to witness the power of the machine gun turret. It was astonishingly accurate, like a sharpshooter. It made not a single mistake. He was immensely satisfied. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of sugar tangerines. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bag of glutinous rice. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a box of soda. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a razor. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 999 roses. 999 roses? Observing the small icon, it appeared to be a bouquet. Ming chuckled, wondering whom he should confess to, the zombies or the monsters. He quickly brushed past this trivial incident and remained steadfast in his purpose. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a keyboard. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of sportswear. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sunshade. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of long underwear. Looking at these so-called rewards, Ming seriously suspected that his luck for the day had been completely exhausted. A glance outside revealed the sun setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. Ming set down his phone, deciding to take a brief respite, and opened the storage space interface to select his dinner for the day. A dish of Westlake vinegar fish, a portion of braised pork, a serving of fried tenderloin, accompanied by a small bowl of pork rib and kelp soup, rounded off with a steaming bowl of rice, all at a 5-star chef standard. He picked up a piece of braised pork and tasted it. It was just as delectable as when it first came out of the pot. The fried tenderloin was crispy on the outside and tender within, while the Westlake vinegar fish was perfectly sweet and sour, making it an excellent pairing with rice. Occasionally savoring the rib soup, anyone who witnessed this scene would hardly believe that Ming was living in a world at the beginning of the apocalypse. One hand held chopsticks while the other grasped his phone, opening the forum. An advertisement popped up, and though Ming initially intended to close it, his finger hesitated. This was an official advertisement. The content was straightforward. They sought to recruit all those who had fished for supernatural abilities. It appeared that others had also realized that in this apocalypse, relying solely on conventional weaponry was insufficient. One must also master supernatural powers. Ming had anticipated this, so it did not surprise him. He closed it and entered the trending topics. The first entry read, "Join the official ranks and discover the unimaginable benefits of being a registered supernatural user." The second, lightning-type supernatural user Zhao Wu. The third, "The most romantic thing is this, skiing champion Li Na catches an ice-type ability." The fourth, "If I awaken a supernatural power but refuse to join the official ranks, will I be captured?" The fifth, "Tragedy. A child played with a phone and summoned a terrifying monster, resulting in the death of an entire family and over 40 residents in the community." The atmosphere of the apocalypse was growing increasingly palpable. Through this list, Ming could discern the officials' strong desire to unite supernatural users, quite direct in their approach. With all the evidence laid before them, even the most obstinate individuals should comprehend that powerful supernatural users could rival an entire squad of fully armed special forces. As the first to suffer, the hawkish faction was the first to propose the establishment of an apocalypse alliance, calling for supernatural users worldwide. Anyone who awakens their powers, regardless of strength, can join the hawkish faction and immediately receive a green card. Food and weapon resources would be prioritized. The more enemies they kill, the greater their power. They referred to those who hunted monsters as hunters. By joining the alliance, one would attain the status of a professional hunter, recognized and guaranteed by the state. As of now, the alliance had been established for less than 24 hours, and the number of registered hunters had already surpassed 3 digits, reaching 103. How did Ming know such specific details? It was simple. All this information was public and not concealed. Hunters? Ming believed that the domestic authorities had likely observed the hawkish faction's missteps, and, seizing the opportunity before losses escalated, sought to create an alliance and establish a hunter ranking system to ensure that individuals could enjoy special privileges. They must offer incentives, or else these individuals would simply drift away to the hawkish faction. After all, the world had finally arrived at a moment of reshuffling. Who would wish to allow the hawkish faction to maintain its dominance? There were many who wished to see the hawkish faction toppled and trampled underfoot, not just from the Daxia nation alone. It is well understood that only by seizing the abilities of the extraordinary can one grasp the future landscape. In the pursuit of dominance and the acquisition of greater benefits, each faction will undoubtedly display their prowess, even at a loss, to attract attention. Otherwise, how would they entice talented individuals? Ming harbored no interest in such political affairs and was unwilling to squander his mental energy. He exited the forum seamlessly and opened the fishing in the multiverse feature. Speaking of which, since the version upgrade, he had yet to explore other functionalities, such as the World Chat channel and the Trading Center. The latter, in particular, piqued Ming's interest. What if he stumbled upon something that could prove useful? Chapter 39. The Trading Center. Upon entering the Trading Center, a plethora of trading posts and bounty requests greeted his eyes. Most of these, however, seemed more about creating a commotion, losing their novelty rather quickly. Items like lighters, matches, cigarettes, and memory cards were in abundance, reflecting the completely unrestricted nature of the trading market. There were even listings for a common plastic bag with a trading price of 1 million Daxia coins. Fortunately, while these posts could be made, the trading system would intelligently assess and classify them as low-quality trading information providing an option to block them with a single click. As Chen Ming scrolled down, he suddenly lifted his finger, halting his movement. A post titled, "Rifle, plus 30 rounds of ammunition in exchange for food and water," caught his attention. Was there truly someone extravagant enough to offer such items in exchange for food? Chen Ming could understand this, as it was the first encounter for everyone with an apocalyptic environment, leading to confusion and potentially misguided decisions. Regret was truly a part of life. He clicked on the post to view further details. The poster's name was Robert Filho. Notably, anonymity was not permitted in the trading market, nor could one alter their nickname. For instance, Chen Ming's displayed nickname was simply Chen Ming. So he was a foreigner? To them, firearms were indeed not considered rare resources. Chen Ming vividly remembered news from many years ago stating that in certain countries, purchasing a gun was easier than buying a cabbage. There were designated trading areas, akin to marketplaces, where various firearms lay on stalls for selection. The trading center evidently did not restrict regions, allowing transactions with individuals from around the globe at any time. Realizing this, Chen Ming was convinced that the environment within Daxiao might deteriorate more swiftly than he had anticipated. This chaos would not be confined solely to zombies and monsters. With the disintegration of order and the ability to trade firearms for food, it was inevitable that ambitious individuals would emerge, seeking to seize control and establish dominance. Chen Ming was acutely aware that should such individuals arise, this villa refuge, would undoubtedly become their target. Flies, though weak, buzz incessantly by one's ear, proving to be quite bothersome. While Chen Ming could not prevent the emergence of such individuals, he could only hope they would possess the sense to refrain from courting death and offering their heads on a platter. He continued scrolling down. The replies allowed users to select existing items from their backpacks, arranged in layers, as determined by the poster for whom they wished to trade. It resembled an auction house. Posts could only exist for 24 hours. Should the poster remain unsatisfied with the proposed trade items, they could manually close the transaction. Moreover, there was a more convenient method. For example, specifying a request for 5 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. Where the first to meet these conditions would complete the trade automatically. Li Rong, trading item, a box of chocolate buns, 24 pieces, 10 bottles of mineral water. Zhong Xianjun, trading item, 2 packages of ham sausages, 4 bottles of cola. Tokita Hitomi, trading item, a large platter of sushi. Li Chuanhuan, trading item, a family-sized military meal kit. As Chen Ming perused, the screen suddenly dimmed, displaying a notification. Trade confirmed. The post will automatically expire in 3 to 4 seconds. As an observer, Chen Ming could not verify the trading items. He could only choose to leave the post actively or passively. After wandering aimlessly and satisfying his curiosity, Chen Ming exited the trading center and returned to the fishing page, finding no items of interest. Next, he opened the World Chat channel. There were 2 modes. One was the regional chat channel, where individuals within a fixed area could communicate with one another. The other was the World Chat channel, entirely random, accommodating 5,000 individuals to prevent chaotic exchanges. Within the channel, people from various countries would appear, yet there was no need for concern about misunderstandings, as the system provided real-time translations with precise wording, eliminating the possibility of conflicts arising from translation issues. Chen Ming first entered the World Chat channel. Lu Shiyun, I never expected the hawkish faction to be in such disarray. Fortunately, due to some matters, my business trip was delayed a few days, or I would have been trapped there. Wang Shiyan quickly seized the opportunity to stock up on food and clean water. In my estimation, Daxia cannot hold out for long. Several friends of mine near the coast have not communicated for quite some time. Tarada Ikumi, I need medicine. We are trapped in our homes by zombies. And my child has a high fever. Is there anyone who can help me? Yolandi Ports, those damned rulers. If they had refused the hawkish merchants entry sooner, the zombie virus would not have spread here. Honda Noah, look on the bright side. With the apocalypse upon us, you no longer need to hide your desires. You can live freely. Today, I used a gun to break into an elderly couple's home, seized their house, and killed them. Selafagroya, you pervert. You'll face retribution for your actions. After reading through the messages, Chen Ming noted that most were merely venting emotions, expressing dissatisfaction with the rulers and the world at large. He found little value in it and voluntarily exited, turning instead to the regional chat channel. The system did not elaborate on the size of the area, but all 5,000 members were online. Chao Zhenxing, is there anyone willing to sell me extra food? Wang Yuhua, don't be foolish. At this stage, selling food? Only a fool would do that. Money? Huh. In a few days, it will be nothing but a pile of worthless paper. Bai Rinliang, 1 can of luncheon meat for 5,000. I can buy a maximum of 5. Guo Huizhen, I'll take it. How do we trade? Jin Sijuan, I'll add 500 to each. Sell them to me. Wang Yuhua, is someone really selling? Then I'll add 2,000 to each. The entire regional chat channel had transformed into an auction house. Chen Ming opted to exit, realizing that continuing to observe would be a waste of time. Rather than indulge in such trivialities, he preferred to cast a few lines. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a notebook. Successful catch. Congratulations, Host, you have obtained 12 pen refills. Successful catch. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a billiard table set. Not bad. At least he had acquired a new form of leisure and entertainment. Living alone would not lead to unbearable loneliness. It was essential to address psychological issues. Once they became severe, they would prove no less burdensome than physical ailments. The temptation to choose self-harm due to overwhelming despair was not entirely implausible. Ming was reluctant to overestimate his psychological resilience. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a steamer. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 10-flavor gift pack of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a handful of egg noodles. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a remote-controlled car. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for winning a 10-carat exquisite pink diamond. Diamonds. Ming truly could not fathom the utility of such an item in a post-apocalyptic world. Vanity. To ascertain whether diamonds could indeed cut glass, he was not so idle as to engage in such frivolities. Currently fishing. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level skill, body enhancement. If Ming's memory served him correctly, he seemed to have drawn this skill before. Could it be repeated? Chapter 40. As long as the health bar is visible, even gods can be slain before you. Ming was keen to discern how the fishing system intended to manage these redundant skills. Surely, they could not be left to gather dust, serving no purpose whatsoever. Or perhaps, they could be traded? Ming was no fool. Why would he augment his competition? If the other party were to become his puppet, with a loyalty value locked at 100, then perhaps he might consider it. Opening his backpack, he found, as expected, that the skill had not automatically bound, but was temporarily stored within the slots. Clicking on it, apart from the skill-related description, 2 additional annotations drew Ming's attention. Note 1. When skills are duplicated, they can be fused to elevate the skill level. Note 2. Duplicate skills can be traded or applied to other beings. Duplicate skills can be fused to enhance their level. This setting was indeed intriguing. Ming examined it closely. The fusion method was remarkably straightforward. 2 identical skills could elevate the level by 1. For instance, 2 F-level skills could be fused into 1 E-level, 2 E-level skills into 1 D-level, and so forth. However, it is worth noting that skills below S-level can only be fused up to a level. No matter how many F-level skills one possesses, the highest fusion attainable is a level. 2 A-level skills cannot be fused into 1 S-level. S-level skills and those above can only be originally obtained through fishing, followed by fusion. Since SSS-level skills possess uniqueness, once a skill of that type is generated, subsequent individuals will have their cap locked at SS, unless they eliminate the one currently possessing it. Ming initially contemplated directly fusing to upgrade and acquire an SSS-level body enhancement. However, the second annotation, specifically, the phrase, or applied to other beings, sparked contemplation in Ming. Beings? He initially believed that skills could only be employed on humans. His gaze inadvertently shifted toward the obediently crouching shadow wolf beside him. If this S-level skill could be employed on summoned beasts, would it not yield a powerful puppet with unwavering loyalty? Ming had confirmed that summoned beasts could never betray their summoner, with loyalty locked at 100. Should any error occur, they would be instantaneously obliterated by the power of the rules. With a mindset of cautious experimentation, Ming clicked to use it. Apart from the fusion option, another choice instantly ignited Ming's enthusiasm. Shadow Wolf. Indeed, it was true. The skill could be applied to summoned beasts. Rather than undertaking every task personally, Ming preferred to cultivate a reliable ally to resolve various concerns on his behalf. Do you confirm the application of S-level skill body enhancement to Shadow Wolf? Yes. Ming made his choice without hesitation. Adding in progress. Addition successful. The next moment, when Ming summoned the personal attribute panel of his summoned beast, he indeed observed that in addition to bite, pounce, and claw strike, there was now an added S-level skill body enhancement. He wondered whether there was a limit to adding skills to summoned beasts. If there were none, could he not eventually bestow all surplus skills upon it, thus nurturing a formidable overlord? Ming extended his hand, and the shadow wolf, akin to a pet, willingly lowered its head and approached. Quite perceptive. The shadow wolf's response further convinced Ming that granting it the S-level skill was a prudent decision. Retracting his hand, he resumed his focus on fishing. Currently fishing. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for receiving a piece of xylitol strawberry-flavored gum. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a piece of century-old layered pastry. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 Green Cow energy drinks. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for winning a fighting game disc. Successful fishing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level skill, execution. S-level skill execution. Upon obtaining this skill, you can see the opponent's health bar. And when the health bar reaches 10%, a one-hit kill effect will be triggered. Excellent. This is splendid. Ming could still vividly recall a popular saying online. As long as the health bar is visible, even gods can be slain before you. The execution threshold for S level is 10%. Thus, the thresholds for SS level and SSS level should be even higher. He must fish them out as soon as possible or fuse them directly. He understood precisely how potent this skill was and did not wish to relinquish it to others. Fortunately, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and fishing opportunities were scarce for everyone. In terms of sheer luck, Ming could easily outshine them, making it highly probable for him to be the first to fish out or fuse an SSS level execution skill. He continued diligently with his repetitive fishing. Meanwhile, the special forces had completed the evacuation task for the residents of Fushan. The evacuation was not compulsory. Those unwilling to leave would not be forcibly removed. Rather than creating trouble for themselves, they preferred to save a few more lives. As the saying goes, good words are difficult to persuade the dead. The young soldier and the captain presented the recorded video to the upper echelon. At this moment, a group of influential individuals, wielding power, gathered around a round table, watching the footage on the screen. Although the video lasted less than a minute, its impact was astonishing. As the video concluded, the room's lights returned. What are your thoughts on this? An elder inquired first. This weapon far surpasses any similar weapon we possess, or rather, I should say, any in the world. Indeed, the precision and responsiveness are such that even hawkish factions would need another decade or two of research. I am curious as to how it accurately distinguishes between humans and zombies. Temperature, perhaps? After all, zombies are corpses and differ from humans in that they lack body heat. This indeed provided us with a promising line of thought. A weapons research expert nodded, arms crossed, leaning back in contemplation. He pondered how to transform the ideas swirling in his mind into reality. How could a wealthy individual possess such a weapon that surpasses global standards? Another person asked, is it even necessary to ponder? It must be related to that software. Perhaps we should consider applying to the higher-ups, rather than contemplating how to eliminate this software. It would be wiser to think about how to coexist with it. We might derive a solution and a path to redemption from it. Therefore, should we keep an eye on the individual from Fushan? Have someone watch him, and inform me immediately of any news. Understood. Ming remained blissfully unaware of the attention he had garnered from the authorities. At this moment, he found himself grappling with more pressing matters. The screen of his mobile device displayed a scrolling message, currently fishing. Fishing successful. You have attracted the attention of a disaster, having caught an elite zombie, which now seeks to crush your skull. Chapter 41, Fusion Skill, Hundredfold Return. Fear? No, rather than fear. Ming felt that the appearance of this elite-level zombie was quite fortuitous, providing him with an opportunity to gauge the prowess of the Shadow Wolf. With time of the essence, Ming swiftly made his way outside the villa and onto the road. He was determined not to allow the clash between these two adversaries to ruin the splendid garden scenery. After confirming his position, he released the elite-level zombie. Tall and lean, its physique could not be described as fat, yet it was certainly not emaciated. Rather, it was robust, with muscles clearly defined and taut. Its limbs were elongated, and its fingers were twice the length of Ming's, with skin that appeared ghastly pale, stained with darkened blood. The creature was devoid of any hair, its prominent mouth occupying nearly half of its face, as if it had been deliberately torn to accommodate a greater capacity for consumption. Upon sensing the presence of the elite zombie, the Shadow Wolf abandoned its seated posture, lowering its head, baring its teeth in a menacing display, and emitting low growls. It approached Ming, protective instincts flaring. Observing the Shadow Wolf's behavior, Ming felt reassured that its skills had not been bestowed in vain. The elite zombie, evidently uninterested in the Shadow Wolf, surged towards Ming with remarkable speed, its elongated arms raised high. In response, the silver wolf leapt forward, sinking its teeth into the zombie's shoulder, bringing it crashing to the ground and tearing at it furiously. The zombie, undeterred, wrapped its arms around the Shadow Wolf and opened its mouth to the extreme, showcasing a mouthful of jagged, misaligned teeth. The sheer number of visible teeth exceeded 100, longer and sharper than those of any canine. Ming could scarcely fathom what it would feel like to be bitten by such a maw. As the multitude of teeth neared the Shadow Wolf's neck, the wolf's ebony fur shimmered with a faint golden sheen. Ming retrieved his phone and opened the details panel, where he could clearly see a recently updated status message in its experience window. S-Class Skill Body Reinforcement activated. Upon activation, the zombie's bite, which should have been formidable, resulted in the sound of teeth shattering like glass. The immense biting force, capable of effortlessly crushing bones, ironically led to its own predicament. As the zombie was compelled to release its grip, the Shadow Wolf seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive bite, snapping its neck with a resounding crack. The head rolled down the slope of the road. At that moment, a crimson line, akin to a bloodline, appeared before Ming, or rather, beside the zombie. The line gradually diminished, most of it turning black, with a golden vertical line on the far left. Ming realized that the line represented the kill line, while the red line indicated remaining health. Drawing a handgun from his storage space, he aimed at the rolling head of the elite zombie. The instant its health plummeted to the kill line, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet striking the head with unerring accuracy. Kill successful. A line of text materialized before Chen Ming, only to dissipate like smoke moments later. Upon sensing the zombie had entered a genuine state of death, the silver wolf ceased its gnawing and returned to Chen Ming's side, sitting down with its tail sweeping the ground in anticipation of praise. Chen Ming, too weary to dispute the identity of the zombie's slayer, raised his hand to pat the wolf's head, commending, "Well done." The wolf's tail wagged even more vigorously. Boom. Stowing away his handgun, Chen Ming partially clenched his fist, conjuring several tongues of flame that swiftly coiled into a fireball the size of an orange. He hurled the fireball at the headless corpse. Upon impact, the flames erupted, engulfing the entire body in fire, producing thick plumes of black smoke. There was no ulterior motive. He simply wished to prevent the corpse from decaying and stinking up the vicinity. Should it drift into the courtyard, it would surely dampen his spirits. Fortunately, the villa was equipped with a comprehensive air filtration system, alleviating any concerns on that front. Returning to the courtyard, he secured the gate and reclined back on a lounge chair, picking up his phone. Noticing a red dot illuminating next to the word task, Chen Ming understood that it indicated new rewards were available. He clicked to investigate. Task: achieve a historical fishing count of 100 times. Task status: completed. Rewards available: experience points, fishing count 5. Task: kill an elite zombie. Task status: completed. Rewards available: experience points, fishing count 3. After reviewing the details, Chen Ming was certain that his historical fishing count exceeded 100. The only plausible explanation was that this tally began accumulating only after the task system was fully unlocked. It was likely that the designers of the fishing system never anticipated anyone would catch an SSS-level infinite fishing skill on their first attempt. Putting aside further speculation, he accepted the experience points for leveling up and the 8 enhanced fishing opportunities. Chen Ming was not particularly concerned about leveling up. Firstly, the primary purpose of leveling up was to increase fishing counts, which held little significance for someone with infinite fishing attempts. Secondly, the minor attribute rewards paled in comparison to the enhancements he received from a single fishing session. What truly intrigued him was the prospect of the enhanced fishing opportunities yielding a delightful surprise. With one hand, he pressed start fishing, while the other retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from his storage space, opening it with his teeth and taking a refreshing sip. On this scorching summer day, it revitalized him immensely. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 free attribute points. It was as though his thoughts were being read. Chen Ming initially froze, then promptly allocated the 100 free attribute points, 30 to speed, 20 to strength, 30 to defense, and the remaining 20 to mental strength, ensuring he could trigger skills when facing formidable bosses in the future. With 7 attempts remaining, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-class skill, tenfold return. Chen Ming found it hard to dismiss the notion that the system was attuned to his desires. Otherwise, how could each fishing endeavor yield precisely what he yearned for? In this post-apocalyptic world, the tenfold return skill held diminishing returns for him. He had been hoping to reel in an upgraded version of the tenfold return skill. Otherwise, even an S-class would suffice, allowing him to merge it into an SS-class tenfold return. Selecting 2 S-class tenfold return skills, he confirmed. Would you like to merge these 2 S-class skills to upgrade to SS-class? Yes. Merging in progress. Merge successful. Congratulations, you have acquired SS-class skill, 100-fold return. To be honest, upon seeing the phrase 100-fold return, Chen Ming felt a flicker of anxiety, fearing that it would merely be a modification of the tenfold return. With the item's return still being currency, speculating would only waste time, so he promptly delved into the skill description. Chapter 42, S-Class Mecha, the Dangerous Wanderer. SSS level skill, 100-fold rebate. Everything you bestow upon others shall be returned 100-fold. Note, includes monetary rebates of S-Class. Everything. The mere sight of these words instantly piqued Chen Ming's curiosity. He glanced at the shadow wolf beside him. Daring to speculate, would items given to summoned beasts fall under the rebate rules? No sooner had Chen Ming uttered his thought than a line of text materialized in the prompt window. Note, bestowing items to summoned beasts does not qualify for the 100-fold rebate, as summoned beasts are inherently your personal property. Chen Ming's hope of exploiting a loophole in the system was swiftly dashed. Dismissing the prompt, he clicked start fishing once more. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SSS level skill, critical fishing. Critical fishing? The mere phrase left Chen Ming bewildered, unable to comprehend its implications. He clicked view skill description. SSS level skill, critical fishing. When you fish for rewards, there is a probability of a critical hit that enhances the quality and quantity of the rewards. Excellent. This is splendid. Chen Ming could hardly contain his excitement, springing upright from his recliner. With the enhanced fishing frequency compounded by the critical fishing effect, wouldn't he soar to new heights? He eagerly cast his line again. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the SS level skill, auto-tracking. SS level skill, auto-tracking, skills you activate, including but not limited to firearm bullets, will possess an auto-tracking effect until they hit their target. Does this mean that even with my eyes closed, I can strike my enemies? Ming was thoroughly taken with this skill, coupled with his abilities in nuclear weaponry. Its potential was formidable. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10,000 Thunder Talismans. In terms of quality, this item may not compare to the S-class skills, but with such a substantial quantity, 10,000, Ming was granted unprecedented freedom with the Thunder Talismans. Having experienced their effects previously, he was thoroughly satisfied. They were indeed lethal tools. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 free attribute points. Was there no critical hit this time? Nevertheless, 100 free attribute points were still commendable. Ming chose not to rush in allocating them, preferring to hold on to them for future strategic planning. This decision stemmed from his earlier discovery that not only skills could be applied to summoned beasts, but attribute points could as well. His current attribute points had far exceeded the requisite threshold for survival in this post-apocalyptic world, to the point of overflowing. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10 gun upgrade modules. Gun upgrade modules. They should be similar to the previous Tang, Dao upgrade modules, right? However, it seems there are no restrictions on types. All firearms could utilize them? He mumbled to himself. With one enhanced phishing opportunity remaining, Ming decided to finish casting. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a random mecha gift pack. Although this was the second instance of failing to trigger the critical phishing effect, upon seeing the word mecha, Ming felt no resentment. After all, this was the ultimate dream of every man. He opened his backpack and swiftly located the random mecha gift pack. Do you confirm opening the random mecha gift pack? Confirm. Opening in progress. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-class mecha, the Dangerous Wanderer. Ming made his way outside, to the main road, confirming that the pre-selected area was green. He proceeded to retrieve the mecha. At the moment the mecha materialized out of thin air, Ming rubbed his arms together, feeling a surge of goosebumps enveloping him. It was as if a faint electrical current coursed through his entire being. In terms of height, he estimated it to be around 20 to 30 meters tall. The mecha appeared sleek and nimble, rather than cumbersome. Its color was a rusty brown, exuding a sense of history, not genuinely rusted, but rather adorned with a tattered half-cloak draped over its shoulders, with a texture akin to burlap. It perfectly embodied the essence of a wanderer. Ming's consciousness was now linked with this mecha. Unless he personally authorized it, no one else could pilot it. Any attempt at unauthorized intrusion would result in the mecha executing its purge protocol. The moment Ming's mind was set on piloting the mecha, it knelt on one knee, opened the hatch located at its chest, and extended a hand toward him, fingers splayed. Ming stepped aboard. As the mecha delivered him to the hatch, he took a stride inside. A standing position indicator appeared on the ground. Following the instructions, he slightly spread his arms and steadied himself. In an instant, various equipment began to automatically affix themselves to his head, limbs, and torso. The hatch closed simultaneously. When the visor on his helmet sealed shut, the scene before Ming transformed into the mecha's perspective. He felt as though he had melded into this magnificent machine. The combat mechanism was straightforward. When Ming moved, it mirrored his actions without delay, perfectly synchronized. As soon as he entered the cockpit, the usage instructions and functionalities flooded into his mind. Ingrained within him, the Dangerous Wanderer possessed two modes of attack. The chainsaw swords mounted on its back, which, as the name suggests, featured blades that spun at high speeds akin to a chainsaw, and the large-caliber shotgun equipped at its waist, capable of firing grenades. Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to test the true efficacy of this mecha. The mecha couldn't he fly? No matter. He would wield a chainsaw sword capable of effortlessly cleaving a 6-story building in two. Utilizing telekinesis, he levitated it and stood upon it. Piloting the colossal mecha, he soared through the skies. He was utterly unconcerned about being detected, unless someone happened to acquire a skill for seeing through illusions. At this moment, all he desired was to find some zombies to slay. A nearly 30-meter-tall mecha, sword in tow, soaring through the sky, was hard to miss. Soon, people began to notice Ming's presence. Upon raising their gaze, one individual was so startled that they fell to the ground, pointing and exclaiming, "My goodness! Look, what is that? A monster? No, it is not a monster. If it were a monster, why wouldn't it attack us? Fool! Don't you know what a mecha is? It's obviously a mecha." An enthusiast of mechas exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, snapping countless pictures in a frenzy, his blood racing. He had never imagined encountering a mecha in the real world, to the point of nearly fainting from exhilaration. As a mecha aficionado, he felt immensely gratified. The Dangerous Wanderer was undeniably captivating to his very core. With such a mecha, He could remain single for a lifetime without hesitation. A mecha? Aren't they only supposed to exist in movies and games? Could it be that the government has been concealing this project all along? Now, with the zombie crisis erupting, have they finally decided to unveil it? The probability seems low. I suspect it is more likely related to that software. Goodness. If that's the case, that fellow's luck is truly extraordinary. In an instant, a chorus of envious voices erupted. Chapter 43, trending on social media. Not only were ordinary individuals who believed themselves well-stocked and reluctant to flee as refugees taking note of the spectacle, but also the special forces responsible for relocating those willing to leave Jiang City were acutely aware of the shrieking sounds above and the shadows sweeping across the ground. They all lifted their gazes, stunned by the scene before them, grappling with the possibility that their exhaustion had led to hallucinations. After all, from the moment they received their orders, they had been laboring tirelessly for over 24 hours without respite. They dared not use the elevators, fearing malfunctions that could delay their mission. While ascending 6 or 7 floors was manageable, climbing 30 or more was a different matter. Even they, accustomed to rigorous training, found it increasingly arduous. Their clothes were already drenched in sweat, revealing the crystallized salt upon their skin. Brothers, look up at the sky. Am I hallucinating from fatigue? One exclaimed. What do you see? Another asked, patting his shoulder, more in a bid for confirmation than curiosity. A mech standing on a gigantic sword, soaring through the air. The Special Forces soldier replied. Upon hearing this, his comrade smiled in relief. It was unlikely they were both experiencing the same hallucination. A mech? The Special Forces soldier's composure faltered as he hurried to his equally astonished captain. Captain, you must know something. Does the Great Xia already have mechs? Yes. The captain replied solemnly, lowering his head to meet the soldier's gaze. Where? I want to borrow one to try. If I can pilot a mech, I would die with no regrets. The soldier asked eagerly. In your dreams, the captain replied, his expression one of disbelief. Even if such technology existed, do you truly believe you could operate it? The soldier pondered this and realized the captain had a point. At that moment, a voice from the crowd broke in. If I'm not mistaken, this likely relates to that software called phishing in all realms. I've heard rumors that someone domestically has caught superpowers. What? Superpowers? Too bad there are restrictions preventing us from using them. What can we do? Do you think it's easy dealing with these monsters? Managing them is exhausting enough. We can't afford to unleash even more chaos, or humanity would be doomed. But what good does it do to control just this small group of us? A few million can't stop the billions in Great Xia. Enough. Rest well and act swiftly. These matters are decided by higher-ups. No amount of brainstorming will change that. The captain asserted, raising his voice as he led the way into a residential building. The others, seeing this, obediently followed with their weapons drawn, remaining vigilant for any lurking zombies that might spring forth and bite them. None of them wished to become mindless, flesh-eating monsters, reduced to mere puppets under the virus's control. Meanwhile, Ming was utilizing the automatic targeting feature of his mech to scan the streets with great speed. The scattered zombies held little interest for him. Suddenly, a piercing scream reached his ears, prompting him to accelerate towards the source. Upon arrival, he found the unfortunate soul surrounded by a pack of transformed zombie dogs, devouring his body. Ming frowned. With so many zombie dogs attacking simultaneously, did he even stand a chance of not becoming a zombie himself? The variety of zombie dogs was staggering, from golden retrievers and huskies to Alaskans, and even down to toy poodles and chihuahuas. Almost all were once beloved pets. It was easy to imagine the fate of their owners. After all, many pet owners now valued their pets' lives above their own. Ming halted, drawing his shotgun and switching to grenade mode. Using his seemingly bulky yet surprisingly agile mechanical fingers, he activated the scope and prepared his stance. To his surprise, the scope displayed the trajectory of the grenade's arc. Was this not akin to a cheat? Ming smirked, realizing he could hit his target with precision without needing to utilize an S-class skill. Having identified the target area, he squeezed the trigger. With a resounding boom, a massive grenade plummeted toward the frenzied zombie dogs, oblivious to the impending danger. The explosion reverberated throughout a vast portion of the city visible to the naked eye. The shockwave shattered the tempered glass of nearby skyscrapers, sending shards flying up to several stories high. If the reinforced glass fared so poorly, one could only imagine the fate of the ordinary residents and businesses below. Observing this scene, and then glancing at his shotgun, Ming could only remark that this had exceeded the typical power of a grenade. He had truly witnessed explosive artistry. The enhancement in size and power allowed his grenades to rival the might of missiles. As the smoke cleared, the zombie dogs were reduced to nothing more than bones, leaving behind only a deep crater that spanned several meters across the road. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. In that moment, Ming profoundly understood the meaning of this statement. With such a weapon in hand, he felt no need to cower or fear the zombies. At that moment, someone uploaded a video of Ming firing the grenade from a high-rise building to the internet. It instantly sparked heated discussions. A trending topic titled "The Apocalypse Has Arrived." Mech War God surged several ranks on the trending list with just a refresh. The comment section was ablaze with reactions. Wow. So cool. Absolutely stunning. 500 for shipping. Let us be friends. 500? I'll offer 5 billion. Wait. ISNT that the son of the national husband. The real estate tycoon, Wang Siswan? This video can't be fake, right? As we all know, videos can't be faked, so this must be real. As a professional photo editor for 20 years, I can confidently say this video is authentic. That's not a grenade. It's clearly a missile. The power is astounding, right? I even saw a mushroom cloud. Hurry up and reach midnight. Update the fishing times. I want to pilot a mech too. Stop dreaming. For us, unlucky ones. Catching a pack of cigarettes would be a jackpot. Damn, don't jinx it. That hurts. As night fell, Ming effortlessly plunged his chainsaw sword into the building like a fork into tofu, sitting cross-legged atop what was dubbed the tallest building in Jiang City. For no other reason than to stand high and see far. He knew that once night descended, the horde of corpses would enter a frenzied state, easily triggering a zombie tide. He prepared himself mentally for the impending chaos. Hey, friend, you must be human, right? Suddenly, a voice emanated from below. Peering through a gap beside the sword blade, Ming spotted a well-dressed man who had appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Ming remain silent and not attack, the suited man feigned calmness, adjusting his tie. To be honest, I have an unusual request. Chapter 44, One Person, One Gun, Stalwart Against the Zombie Tide. Ming continued to remain silent, watching the suited man perform while keeping an eye on his surroundings for any signs of a zombie tide. He was curious to know just how many zombies would fall to his shotgun's fire. Friend, I wish to exchange my entire fortune, roughly 10 billion, for your mech. How does that sound? The suited man's words nearly made Ming laugh. 10 billion to buy a dangerous drifter? What was he, a cabbage at the market? Moreover, Ming harbored no illusions that humanity would swiftly return to normalcy after the cataclysmic trials of the apocalypse. Even if restoration were indeed possible, the utility of the great Xia currency would remain in question. Furthermore, with the existence of the 100-fold return skill, what purpose would money serve? Merely to indulge the fleeting desire of becoming a billionaire? Such a notion was utterly unnecessary, for Ming had already attained that status. After several fruitful fishing excursions, he now possessed trillions of great Xia coins, an amount so vast that he scarcely knew how to spend it. Ironically, the more he spent, the more he accrued. Noticing Ming's silence, the suited man hesitated, then turned and departed quietly. Upon exiting the room, a trusted subordinate hurried to his side, inquiring, "Boss, did he agree?" "No." The suited man shook his head. "What shall we do now?" The subordinate's mind raced, growing increasingly anxious. Without acquiring that contraption, surviving in this chaotic world would be akin to scaling the heavens. Once we possessed that mech, we two brothers could easily seize dominion, recruit a loyal following, and vie for power. The subordinate spoke with fervent ambition. After contemplating for a moment, the suited man retrieved a paper bundle from his inner pocket and handed it to his subordinate. "Go have the kitchen prepare some fine dishes to send over. We shall first incapacitate him, then proceed." "Understood." The subordinate nodded enthusiastically, clutching the paper bundle, and swiftly set to work. In a mere 15 minutes, he emerged from the elevator bearing a platter of steak and exquisite red wine. The two returned to Ming, stating, "Sir, where business may falter, let us instead forge a friendship, shall we? As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more paths one can tread." The subordinate chimed in supportively. Ming glanced at the steak, and the mech's intelligence system immediately analyzed the various components of the dish: steak, black pepper, salt, tomatoes, and cauliflower. The same was true for the red wine, which clearly displayed its ingredients. The phrase powerful sedative caught his eye. Ming reached up and pried the damaged ceiling open wider. The robust concrete structure crumbled under the mech's formidable strength, shattering like chocolate. As Ming's hand fell away, the two men exchanged excited glances, anticipating that once Ming ingested the sedative, they could take action, usurp the mech, and dominate the world. However, gradually, their smiles faded, visibly replaced by apprehension, for they sensed that the immense mechanical hand seemed to be directed at them. Realizing the impending danger, the suited man shouted, "Run!" Bang! Boom! With a single strike, Ming shattered the floor, the cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Upon retracting his hand, only 2 explosive marks remained, resembling bloody blossoms, alongside a thin iron cart transformed from 3D to 2D. As long as the bodies were rendered unrecognizable, it seemed less impactful. Ming tore off a chunk of the ceiling, grinding it to dust in his hands, cleansing the blood that stained them. He had no desire for the blood of those 2 little men to taint the mech or his weapons. Suddenly, the visuals before him began to flicker with red light. The closer he drew to the edge, the more pronounced the crimson glow became. Turning his gaze, he spotted a horde of zombies pursuing a sports car. Within the vehicle was a group of flamboyantly dressed youths, their hair dyed in vivid hues. They appeared intoxicated, showing no fear in the face of the undead, hurling half-empty bottles of liquor at them and making faces in provocation. "Fools, come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you ugh." The frenzied zombies? "Huh, they're nothing compared to my modified sports car. Brother Wang, you're so cool." A woman, holding a half-empty bottle of whiskey and equally inebriated, clapped her hands weakly, a drunken flush on her face. Looking behind them, hundreds of zombies surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to engulf them and fill the street. Wait, if memory serves, that area seems to be. It was indeed so. In the next moment, accompanied by a screeching halt and shrieks, those individuals tumbled into the pit Chen Ming had previously blasted open with a grenade. Chen Ming had no time to concern himself with them. He stepped onto his flying sword and descended. He then retracted the chainsaw sword, which automatically returned to its clasp at his back. Simultaneously, he unslung the shotgun from his waist, gripping it with both hands and aiming at the oncoming horde of zombies. He pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! The gunfire resonated like thunder, the muzzle flash illuminating the entire street under the cover of night, revealing the grotesque, decaying faces of the zombies. With the shotgun's extensive damage radius, hundreds of the foremost zombies were instantly obliterated, reduced to a gory mist, flowing like a river of blood into the sewers. Chen Ming was uncertain what consequences would arise from their blood entering the drainage system and subsequently the rivers or purification plants. However, at that moment, he was far more engrossed in the exhilarating pleasure of unleashing explosive firepower. One shotgun shell, one grenade, and entire swathes of zombies were annihilated in an instant. The grass-cutting experience, which he had only been able to enjoy in video games, was now manifesting in the real world for Chen Ming. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, utterly exhilarating. 3 words, euphorically exhilarating. If one were to nitpick, there was indeed a drawback. The quantity was far too limited. Chen Ming hadn't even emptied a single magazine yet, let alone put the infinite bullet feature to good use. Nevertheless, he was a man who understood the virtue of contentment. Just as Chen Ming intended to stow away the shotgun and continue soaring on his sword to seek out more zombies to slay, the mech's operating system alerted him. The mech is under attack. Under attack? Chen Ming was certain that his danger perception had not been triggered. Could it be that the skill had malfunctioned or required manual activation? Or perhaps there was a bug in the mech's operating system. Chen Ming turned to follow the system's prompt regarding the area under attack, spotting several drunken men who had just crawled out of the pit, using knives and clubs to tend to their feet. Chen Ming, damn it, that hole was your doing, wasn't it? You made me crash. Die. In Jiangqing. No one dares to challenge me. Wang Tian. If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. Burp. Indeed, anyone who dares oppose Brother Wang is simply seeking death. Chen Ming was utterly speechless. How could these fools not have sobered up after such an incident? Chapter 45. A household name, the mech deity. Chen Ming lifted his foot. The men attempted to mock him for being cowardly. However, they soon found that his foot had moved above their heads, casting a shadow that eclipsed the moon, and then descended rapidly. Bang. In that moment, they were awakened from their stupor, but it was too late. Chen Ming chose to grow stronger not to endure humiliation. Since these men sought to court death, he was more than willing to oblige. Given their conduct, he doubted they would survive for long. Rather than hesitating, it was better to eliminate them. After dispatching all the zombies, Chen Ming stowed the shotgun and released the chainsaw sword from its clasp. He bounded forward with great strides, leaping several meters into the air. The chainsaw sword made a sharp turn, soaring beneath him and lifting him skyward. He continued his search for the next outbreak of zombies. Eager to satiate his bloodlust, having finally acquired the mech, it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge in the thrill of the hunt. The entries related to mechs have firmly secured the top 3 spots on the trending search list. Mech Sovereign, The Apocalypse Has Arrived, Mech War God, and The Great Xiao, Mechs, Explosive Firepower. The trending list displays only 50 entries, and among them, over 20 are associated with the term mech, accounting for a substantial half. Without exception, everyone is fervently discussing which fortunate individual among the billions has managed to reel in a mech, an entity that ought to exist solely in the realms of fantasy and theory. Wow, someone just uploaded a video of that mech again. It's incredible. One shot, and a massive horde of zombies is obliterated. I saw that video too. It was absolutely explosive. It looked like a shotgun, yet its power exceeded that of a missile. There's no denying the size. The firepower cannot be weak. Compared to the gun, I am more curious about what effect those 2 great swords would produce. Damn. I specifically cast my line twice, and all I caught was a box of cookies and a pack of tissues. Currently, this mech sovereign must be the luckiest angler in our great Xia, right? The trending list mentions someone has caught a supernatural ability. The known supernatural abilities are far too weak to compare with the mech sovereign. His shot is certainly more powerful than a fireball, isn't it? True. So has anyone dug deeper? I would love to befriend him. If I could recognize him as my elder brother, I could definitely navigate the apocalypse with ease. Don't get your hopes up. Relevant information will surely be suppressed by the authorities. They are likely already contemplating how to locate him for collaboration. Indeed, the term mech sovereign has become widely recognized, and the authorities cannot feign ignorance. In Jiangqing, several influential figures are gathered around a table. Orders have been issued to ensure we establish contact with the individual piloting the mech. Collaboration? Or perhaps coercing him to surrender the mech for disassembly by research institutes. Do they intend to replicate it en masse? This plan is utterly absurd. How could they expect an ordinary person to relinquish such power? Should we reach out to the Special Operations Division for an urgent personnel dispatch and heavy armament? It would be best not to, as his existence is now common knowledge. Should it leak that we are turning our weapons against our own? How do you think the public would react? I concur with what Elder Wei said, from the videos. The weaponry configuration of that mech is formidable. If a conflict arises, it would surely result in 1,000 casualties on one side for every 800 on the other. What use is it to end up with a pile of scrap metal? After intense discussions, the group ultimately decided to dispatch a team to cautiously negotiate with Chen Ming, exploring the possibility of a mutually beneficial partnership. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, with a mindset of giving it a try, resolves to visit the zoo. It is the weekend, and the number of visitors is bound to be substantial. More importantly, Chen Ming is eager to observe how large animals, such as tigers, lions, elephants, and rhinos, appear after being infected by the zombie virus. He does not believe that in the face of the apocalypse, people have the luxury to contemplate how to evacuate animals. A moment's delay could lead to becoming a mindless husk. At this juncture, everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, let alone caring for animals. Should anyone possess such altruism, Chen Ming would deem them a transcendent sage. That said, is it impossible to fish or check the storage space while piloting the mech? Chen Ming feels that this journey could also be utilized. In the next instant, a system panel materializes before him. The applications on Chen Ming's phone have all been seamlessly integrated, replicated one-to-one, including the multiverse fishing feature. He can also toggle to view the infinite storage space. Truly, this S-Class mech is impressively comprehensive in its considerations. Chen Ming wonders how terrifying the combat capabilities of SS-Class and SSS-Class mechs must be. If the S-Class is already so formidable, concurrently, he mentally commands the system to commence fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 pounds of peaches. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a violin. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fashion magazine. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mech power upgrade device. Chen Ming pauses his fishing. A mech power upgrade device. After thorough examination, Chen Ming discovers that these components can be utilized to enhance the mech's mobility. A single click can elevate its capabilities without requiring Chen Ming to personally install anything. The enhancement includes the addition of jet propulsion devices to the back, heels, ankles, and wrists, significantly augmenting the mech's agility and evasion speed. The wrist and leg propulsion devices can also greatly amplify the force of punches, kicks, and even the slashes of a chainsaw sword, enabling instantaneous power generation and cumulative strikes. After confirming the effects, Chen Ming decisively opts for installation. Installing power upgrade device for the mech. Installation successful. Upon receiving the notification of a successful power upgrade, Chen Ming does not rush to test the enhanced Dangerous Wanderer mech. He suddenly recalls that he had previously fished 8 times and obtained an upgrade module specifically for firearms. He then turns to the shotgun strapped to the waist of the Dangerous Wanderer. Although this weapon is integrated with the mech, it remains undeniably a firearm. Perhaps this firearm upgrade module can also be used to enhance the shotgun independently? Chen Ming hypothesizes. If this is indeed the case, he can hardly fathom the sheer power that the already formidable mech-specific shotgun would wield after another enhancement. He must give it a try, even if it fails. It bears no adverse consequences for Chen Ming, merely an experience of disappointment. Switching to the storage space interface, Chen Ming swiftly locates the firearm upgrade module and clicks to use it. Subsequently, he indeed finds the option for the Dangerous Wanderer shotgun. Chapter 46. Incinerating 3,000 Zombies. Having confirmed that the mech-specific weapon shotgun can be upgraded, Chen Ming does not hesitate to select the upgrade option. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Known enhancements. Shotgun and grenade power doubled. Flamethrowing capability added. Flamethrowing? Chen Ming notices that a fuel supply tank has appeared at the waist of the mech. When Chen Ming intends to switch the shotgun to flamethrowing mode, he simply needs to detach the fuel supply tube secured at his right waist, rotate it, and tighten it. Then, by adjusting the trigger corresponding to the output channel, he can activate the flamethrowing function. While Chen Ming contemplates who to test the flamethrowing mode's power on, he realizes he has already arrived above the zoo. At this moment, the zoo's main gate is tightly shut. There is no one outside, but within. Countless shadows surge under the faint moonlight, resembling pebbles dropped into water, creating ripples. This extensive area has long lost power, and the moonlight provides insufficient illumination. Behind Chen Ming, faint glimmers of fire can be seen in the residential buildings. It is easy to surmise that these lights belong to residents unwilling to evacuate, hoarding considerable supplies. Upon sensing Chen Ming's presence, those lights quickly extinguish, seemingly afraid of drawing his attention and losing their provisions. In truth, possessing an infinite storage space, Chen Ming finds little value in the meager possessions they hold. After all, one can accumulate much from little. With such time at hand, it would be far more efficient to find someone, bind them, and forcefully deliver items while frantically accumulating 100-fold returns. However, at this moment, Chen Ming was not lacking in supplies and had no need for such elaborate measures. All his attention was focused on the relentless low growls emanating from behind the gates of the zoo, where a horde of mutated corpses clamored to break through and surge into the city center. He detached the tightly secured gas supply line from his waist and affixed it to his shotgun, twisting the dial on the side of the weapon to switch to flamethrower mode. With a single leap, Chen Ming descended from the chainsaw sword, landing heavily. The concrete ground beneath him could not withstand the force, cracking like a spider's web and sending a shower of gravel flying. Grasping the shotgun, no, it should now be referred to as a flamethrower, he advanced toward the horde behind the gates. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies became even more agitated, their guttural moans echoing as they attempted to intimidate Chen Ming while fiercely shaking the iron gate with their clawing fingers. Desperate to break through, they scrambled over one another, forming a precarious pile. It was already possible to see a few zombies scaling the 3 or 4 meter high gate, only to fall with a dull thud. Ignoring the pain, they swiftly rose and rushed toward Chen Ming, their determination unwavering. Even those unfortunate enough to have broken their legs, moving slowly along the ground, refused to yield. Witnessing these scenes, Chen Ming decisively pulled the trigger, opting to send them to the afterlife. Boom. In an instant, a pillar of flame, stretching 30 meters, erupted from the muzzle like a dragon in flight. It illuminated the surroundings for 100 meters, the scorching heat distorting the very air before him. Although he had anticipated the flamethrower mode's formidable power, the actual effect far exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. More crucially, the flamethrower's fuel supply could also trigger an S-level skill, infinite ammunition. This meant that Chen Ming could unleash explosive flames for as long as he desired. Upon contact with the flames, the zombies' decaying flesh crackled and popped, while their bones succumbed to the pressure, shattering with sounds reminiscent of firecrackers. In this quiet night, the cacophony roused many who had settled down to conserve energy and minimize food consumption. Who is it? Why are they making noise at this hour? Are you insane? What if you attract the zombies? Are you sure they can even approach? What is that? A war machine secretly developed by the country? You haven't heard? It's gone viral online. The Mecha Emperor has nothing to do with the Great Xia. It's a reward from fishing. No way. That software can catch such treasures? I can't sleep. I have to wait until midnight for my fishing attempts to refresh and try my luck. What if I succeed? Chen Ming paid no heed to their discussions, swinging the flamethrower as he watched the zombies' speed gradually diminish, their bodies melting away before being reduced to charred remains. They crumpled to the ground, instantly shattered. The further Chen Ming advanced, the more the zombies surged forward, undeterred and fearless, driven by an iron will to press on. The iron gate. It had long since melted into molten metal. Stepping upon the carbonized remains and bones, the weight of over 1,000 tons was swiftly reduced to dust, scattering with the wind. Alone with his mech, Chen Ming incinerated the tide of thousands of corpses without breaking a sweat. The combination of powerful weaponry and the thrill of slaughtering monsters exhilarated him immensely. This experience felt so engaging that he could partake in it endlessly, rendering the lawn-mowing games he had played before utterly mundane. Selecting a position, he steadied himself, willingly becoming the focal point of the oncoming horde. Spinning in a full 360 degrees. In just a few minutes, he incinerated 642 zombies, leaving behind an indistinguishable mound of monstrous remains. However, compared to the massive form of the dangerous wanderers, this was merely a threshold that could be easily crossed. The survivors witnessing this spectacle from their windows were left in a state of shock. The monsters before him were nothing more than victims of one-sided slaughter. No wonder people online call him the Mecha Emperor. He truly is formidable. Incredible. Thankfully, he was not our enemy. Otherwise, one could seriously question if humanity could survive. That weapon is simply outrageous. Gasps of astonishment echoed, each wave more intense than the last. Many people took out their phones, activating the camera to document the scene, determined to share it online to prove that humanity is not so fragile in the face of these zombies and monsters. Once the video was posted, within just over a minute, likes, shares, saves, and comments surged to 999. The trending topic was further amplified. The Mecha Emperor shows you how to slay thousands of zombies in just 3 minutes. The comment section was flooded with playful remarks, such as quick, get on a yellow bike. Coach, I really want to learn this. Coach, I want to learn too. Releasing the trigger. The flames retreated back into the gun's muzzle, and Chen Ming extinguished the remaining embers with a swift motion before reattaching it to his waist. Next, he raised his hands above his head, gripping a chainsaw sword, pulling it free. The moment he had eagerly awaited had finally arrived. Chapter 47, Slaughter of the Mutated Beasts. Following the zombies, the infected animals, drawn by the sounds of Chen Ming's battle, began to approach. Pairs of eyes reflecting the faint moonlight glimmered with an eerie red glow as they emerged from the darkness. Their low growls possessed an intimidation that surpassed even that of the human zombies. Chen Ming recalled the B-level skill, Night Vision, that he had previously acquired and activated it. Instantly, the scene before him transformed as if it were daylight, crystal clear. The once hidden beasts revealed their forms, their massive bodies making the extent of their decay all the more apparent. Some were nearly consumed by white maggots, large patches of bone starkly exposed to the air. Their bodies bore numerous claw marks, evidence of fierce battles for food. Wolves, tigers, lions, kangaroos, a rich variety of species, yet at this moment, they united with a common purpose against a single adversary, Chen Ming. Under the directive of the wolf pack leader, the members spread out, forming a circle that effectively sealed off Chen Ming's escape route. How did he identify the wolf leader? It was simple: its size, which was twice that of the other wolves. He couldn't be certain if such massive wolves existed in reality or if it was a result of mutation due to the zombie virus. While it was not new for viruses to induce transformations in their hosts, it undoubtedly constricted the already dwindling space for ordinary humans to survive. A thunderous roar, echoing through the night sky, was followed by the Wolf King's howl. The mutated beasts surged forward, charging at Chen Ming from all directions. The virus had evidently heightened their speed, rendering them nearly indistinguishable as they moved. Even a trained individual, armed with firearms, would find little chance of victory against such foes. In stark contrast, Chen Ming remained as calm as still water, his heart devoid of any tumult. With his fingers tightly gripping the hilt of his chainsaw sword, he pressed the switch, and a low hum filled the air. The sound of the chainsaw roared to life, instantly drowning out the feral growls of the beasts surrounding him. While a conventional chainsaw typically operates at around 2,500 revolutions per minute, the chainsaw sword, designed as a primary weapon for mechanized combat, easily surpassed 10,000 revolutions in the same time frame. As the zombie wolves lunged toward him, Chen Ming executed a sweeping strike the moment the chainsaw sword made contact with their bodies. A resounding crack echoed, and blood erupted forth, splattering everywhere. In an instant, the high-speed rotation of the chainsaw reduced flesh to pulp and pulverized bone to dust. The remaining mutated beasts, undeterred, charged forward, seemingly stripped of fear and intent only on slaughter. With the chainsaw sword in hand, Chen Ming dispatched them with effortless ease. As the Tiger King lunged at him from the left, Chen Ming, benefiting from his precognitive sense of danger, reacted swiftly. With a powerful fist, he struck the tiger's head, producing a thunderous impact that shattered its skull, deforming and folding it under the force. The beast was sent flying several meters, its body half-crushed as if it had been mercilessly crushed by a heavy truck. Just like the legendary Wu Song of old, Chen Ming, piloting his mech, dealt a fatal blow to the Tiger King. Remarkably, this was without even utilizing the power system, should he choose to amplify his strength. He believed a single punch could reduce the beast to a mist of blood, scattering through the air. Continuing his assault, he wielded the sword as if slicing through vegetables, mercilessly slaughtering the mutated creatures. When a monkey descended from the trees, seeking to ambush him from behind, Chen Ming activated the jet propulsion system on his back. A burst of blue flames instantly incinerated the monkey into charred remains as it fell. Sensing a python attempting to ensnare the mech through a visual trick, Chen Ming preemptively lifted his foot and brought it down with tremendous force. When he withdrew, only a pool of blood and an intact snake skin remained. Such combat prowess was astonishing and remarkable. Indeed, he recalled a previous squad of special forces, fully armed, that had been overpowered by a mutated tiger. He also remembered how ferocious that creature was, absorbing countless bullets, yet still managing to retaliate. There was another point often overlooked. The special forces had arrived during the day, whereas now it was night, a time when the zombie virus thrived most vigorously. The title of Mech God was truly well-deserved. The excitement was palpable. Within just 2 minutes of posting the video, it had already garnered hundreds of thousands of views. Comments flooded in. Is he still going? This Mech God is no joke. That weapon is absurd. Swinging it turns everything into a bloodbath. Brothers, how many punches can you withstand from him? Punches? Did you not see how that tiger was flattened with one blow? Are your bones tougher than a tiger's? If he wanted to, he could easily become a savior. If you had that power, would you choose to be a savior? I would never be a hero. It's too exhausting. Fighting for others my entire life. One misstep, and I could fall into the abyss. There are too many ingrates in this society. Wouldn't it be better to live freely and do as one pleases? Coincidentally, Chen Ming shared this sentiment. With a resounding crash, he gripped the sword's hilt and swung the chainsaw sword down fiercely at the last mutated rhinoceros charging toward him. In an instant, the creature was transformed into a spray of blood and gore, leaving no larger piece of flesh than a palm-sized remnant, its bones utterly shattered. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he sent the chainsaw sword whirling, creating a tempest that forcibly scattered the blood across a 30-meter radius. After shaking off the zombie blood clinging to the blade, he sheathed the chainsaw sword, confirming that there were no remaining threats within the zoo. Indeed, while the mutated zombies were deemed monsters by others, to him, they were merely a source of amusement. This was not arrogance. The disparity between them was simply too vast. However, Chen Ming did not allow this to inflate his ego. He was acutely aware that if this pace continued, it would not be long before titanic beasts, akin to those in movies, emerged. Hadn't mechs already appeared? If he could summon a mech, could others not also lure forth monsters? Afterward, Chen Ming leisurely explored the zoo, ensuring no threats remained, before soaring away on his sword, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. As he neared the boundaries of Fushan residence, he activated his cloaking mechanism to avoid detection of his connection to the mech. Upon returning to his villa, he lay in the courtyard, gazing at the star-filled sky. Reflecting on the earlier battle, his heart was still surging with excitement. Regrettably, reality was not a game. Eliminating monsters did not guarantee rewards as in a game. With this thought, he decisively took out his phone, focusing on the universal fishing feature. What if? Chapter 48, caught a bounty of divine skills. If one cast was insufficient, he would try 10. If 10 yielded no results, then 100. If 100 still bore no fruit, then 1,000. Chen Ming had the time and patience for it. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of anti-inflammatory ointment, 50g. After just one cast, Chen Ming noticed the red dot notification above the task section. He decided to enhance his fishing opportunities a few times first. Task: slay a mutated tiger. Task status: completed. Task reward: experience, fishing attempts, 3. Task: slay a mutated lion. Task status: completed. Task reward: experience, fishing attempts, 3. Task: slay a mutated elephant. Task status: completed. Task reward: experience, fishing attempts, 5. For convenience, Chen Ming clicked to claim all rewards without delving into details. To his astonishment, not only did he level up several times, but his enhanced fishing attempts also increased by a staggering 50. The previous 8 enhancements had already yielded bountiful rewards, including a mech. Now, with the additional 50 enhanced fishing attempts, he felt a surge of anticipation. Gulping, Chen Ming steeled himself, ready to seize the moment without wasting any more time. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 free attributes. Right from the start, he had struck a critical hit, earning 500 free attributes. A smile spread across Chen Ming's face, as difficult to suppress as a powerful force. He pressed on. It was imperative to capitalize on this momentum. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have gained S-class skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. Though he hadn't achieved a critical hit and had caught a duplicate skill, Chen Ming was nonetheless elated. He swiftly fused the 2 S-class skills, Shadow Wolf Summon, into an SS-class skill. Currently fusing. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained SS-class skill, Shadow Wolf Summon. SS-class skill Shadow Wolf Summon. Upon acquiring this skill, you will automatically summon 10 Shadow Wolf familiars each day. Note: Shadow Wolves will not disappear upon death, but will extend the summoning time for the next invocation. The introduction of skills is largely similar, merely augmented by an additional S and a transformation from 1 to 10. However, this enhancement represents a qualitative leap for Chen Ming. The daily summons of Shadow Wolves will escalate from 1 to 10. The army of Shadow Wolves that Chen Ming had previously envisioned is no longer a distant fantasy, but a step closer to reality. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an infinite pure water source. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an infinite energy source. These 2 successful catches directly resolve 2 major issues in Chen Ming's daily life. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-class skill, Summon Tornado. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-class skill, Super Memory. Upon witnessing this super memory skill, Chen Ming realized that even among S-class skills, there exist those that serve merely to fill the ranks. Of course, there might be other ingenious applications, yet he remains unaware of them. Only through practice can their efficacy be unveiled. Chen Ming recalled a saying he had heard: there are no worthless skills, only inept users. Ceasing his overthinking, he pressed on. He truly did not believe that after 50 enhanced fishing attempts, he could not reel in the skills he desired. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-class skill, Lucky Star. Lucky Star? With just these 3 words, Chen Ming found it difficult to ascertain the skill's function, prompting him to view its description. S-class skill Lucky Star. Upon acquiring this skill, your luck will increase in all dimensions, including, but not limited to, the success rate of dodging enemy attacks and the probability of obtaining high-level rewards from lotteries. Excellent. This is splendid. After reading the description, Chen Ming was assured of one thing. His chances of fishing out high-level rewards had now doubled. He promptly cast his line again. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a resource map. A resource map? After dismissing the reward notification, Chen Ming noticed a new map-shaped icon appearing beneath the taskbar on the right side of the screen. He clicked on it. A city map, capable of being zoomed in and out, instantly unfolded before Chen Ming's eyes. It revealed, without reservation, where food, clean water sources, weaponry, and ammunition could be found, along with the locations of zombies, marking the danger zones. Goodness, was this not tantamount to having a complete map with full visibility? Although the resource map only covered a radius of 10 kilometers, it featured a real-time refresh function. As long as Chen Ming moved, his view would extend even further. While the significance of food, water, and weaponry may not be paramount at the moment, the function displaying danger zones was immensely beneficial. When he sought to eradicate zombies, he would not stray down a misguided path, wasting precious time. He could also ascertain the safety of the areas surrounding the refuge, allowing for a peaceful night's rest. As he pondered, Ming cast his line once more. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-Class skill, Puppeteer's Hand. S-Class skill Puppeteer's Hand. You can silently and secretly manipulate others with these hands, including but not limited to zombies and mutated beasts, with a maximum control capacity of 10. This skill could manipulate all living beings, even the dead zombies and mutated creatures. Ming summoned the Shadow Wolf. Upon triggering the skill, 10 invisible strings connected to his fingers, and with a slight movement of his pinky, the Shadow Wolf's tail stood erect. A subsequent flick of 4 fingers caused the Shadow Wolf to suspend in midair, legs splayed. Though the Shadow Wolf lacked the intricate emotional expressions of humans, Ming could still discern its bewilderment. He clenched his fingers, releasing the puppeteer strings. His mind brimmed with myriad ingenious applications, such as compelling an approaching enemy to take their own life with their weapon. Alternatively, he could manipulate a more formidable mutated beast to confront others of its kind. The possibilities were diverse and plentiful. Ming sensed he was inching ever closer to his aspirations. Time was of the essence. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-Class skill, Frenzy Transformation. Frenzy Transformation? Upon reviewing the skill description, Ming realized he had misjudged. It did not imply that he would transform into a malevolent spirit capable of traversing walls and slaying in dreams, omnipotent in every regard. Instead, it bestowed a layer of enhancement akin to blood rage, becoming increasingly ferocious with each kill. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired SSS class skill, Loot Box Drop from Kills. SSS class. The moment he saw the 3 SS, Ming's focus sharpened intensely. SSS skill Loot Box Drop from Kills. Upon defeating various enemies, loot boxes will drop. The stronger the enemy, the higher the loot box level. Confirming with a glint in his eye, this was precisely the skill Ming had yearned for. Chapter 49, Dual Wielding. He clicked to view a more detailed skill description. Ming learned that loot box levels ranged from low to high, classified as follows: wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, king, and mythical. There were a total of 10 levels, with higher levels yielding superior rewards. Although the skill was titled Loot Box Drop from Kills, in reality, any target personally slain by Ming would trigger the reward criteria. After all, he had executed the kill himself. How could it not be considered an enemy? Everything prioritized Ming, the host, above all else. Setting aside the fishing system for the moment, Ming was eager to test out this newly acquired SSS class skill and discover the surprises it would bring him. A sense of novelty and impatience was unavoidable. He opened the resource map and specifically selected the danger zones. At that moment, within the affluent residential area of Fushan, the safe zone previously cleared by special forces had once again been invaded by zombies. All 4 main gates were wide open. In this apocalypse, it was unreasonable to expect individuals to remember to close doors behind them during evacuation. However, this inadvertently facilitated Ming's movements. He mounted the heavy motorcycle that came with the villa and sped down the hill, the roar of the engine piercing the night sky. This was precisely the effect Ming desired. Through previous battles and information gleaned from the internet, he was certain that these low-level zombies lacked visual capabilities. Their methods of detecting and locking onto enemies were limited to 2 senses, smell and sound, both exceedingly acute. In no time, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the camera at the gate recognized his identity and opened. Ming accelerated and rushed towards the nearest zombie horde. The fishing system had thoughtfully provided a virtual panel display for the resource map, easily summoned with a thought. He selected Show Specific Quantities. The map expanded, transforming the zombies into red dots, all in motion. From this godlike perspective, it was evident that Ming was the target they were converging upon. Unfazed, Ming had deliberately created such a commotion to lure them in for an efficient slaughter. As for the mecha, the number of zombies was too scant. There was no need to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Fortunately, Ming had other ideas he had long wished to explore. Meanwhile, the sound of the motorcycle engine attracted not only the zombies, but also the attention of nearby residents. A handful of individuals remained, choosing not to follow the crowd and retreat. In such circumstances, they increasingly felt that remaining at home provided them with a greater sense of security. The provisions they had meticulously gathered had long since filled the basement, and they believed them sufficient to endure until the calamity subsided. Little did they realize that this disaster was far from the simplicity they imagined, that it would not come to a swift conclusion in mere months. What is going on? Why is it so loud? A woman's voice emerged from behind, her expression still drowsy. Nothing, just someone being reckless in the dead of night, the man replied. Upon hearing this, the woman approached the window, where she beheld Ming dismounting from his motorcycle, which was still running, its headlights illuminating the darkness. In the next moment, he conjured two tang swords seemingly from thin air. "Wait, did you see where he pulled those swords from?" she whispered, excitement lacing her tone as she lightly struck the man's shoulder. "No, it's probably too dark for us to tell," he replied, his gaze soon drawn to a series of low growls emanating from the left. Turning to look, his eyes widened in horror, trembling slightly. The woman, gripped by fear, clutched him tightly, her nails digging into his skin, causing him slight pain as his brow furrowed. Alas, being merely a pretty face and unaware of where the key to the basement was hidden by the woman, he had no choice but to endure in silence, determined to survive. That fool, attempting to confront a horde of frenzied zombies with just two swords? Such reckless folly. The man sighed, mentally preparing himself for the sight of Chen Ming being devoured, his transformation into a corpse occurring before he could even react, leaving behind only a heap of bleached bones. He glanced at Chen Ming, then at the throng of zombies rushing toward him, no longer moving sluggishly. The man envisioned 1,000 scenarios, yet could not fathom how Chen Ming could possibly survive. He was an ordinary person. Even a trained special forces soldier would find himself at a loss in such dire circumstances, wielding dual blades. Even with a rifle, the odds of survival against a zombie apocalypse would be 50-50, given the overwhelming numbers. As the old adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Surely, this young man must be heartbroken, willingly seeking to sacrifice his own life. Why would he do such a thing? The man was perplexed. Just then, his thoughts of Chen Ming's reckless demise were abruptly shattered. Chen Ming clenched his fingers, and from the base of his swords, a flicker of flame coiled around the blades like a serpent, racing toward the tips. In an instant, the fierce flames enveloped the entire length of the blades. How could this be possible? Had he coated them in gasoline and ignited them? No, he hadn't performed any such action, the man thought, shaking his head in disbelief, his expression one of shock. What transpired next left him even more astounded. As the zombies surged toward him like a flood, Chen Ming swept his sword with a flourish. The brilliant flames surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into the horde, cutting through them with ease, extending a sweep of 7 to 8 meters. This was merely a casual flick of his wrist. The fiery blade not only inflicted burn damage, but was also incredibly sharp. In an instant, more than half of the running zombies were severed in two. They tumbled to the ground, and with a resounding crash, the crimson flames rapidly spread, engulfing them, visibly carbonizing as they crackled and popped. One strike. The man felt his legs weaken, collapsing to sit by the window. He was formidable. The woman, captivated by the flames, gazed at Chen Ming with admiration and longing, thinking to herself that if she could forge a connection with him, her chances of survival would surely increase. Moreover, he embodied the very type she found appealing. Reading the woman's thoughts, the man felt a twinge of frustration, fearing that he would soon be cast aside. No matter how much he wished to deny it, he had to concede that he held no advantage compared to Chen Ming, especially in this apocalyptic scenario. Chen Ming, already aware of their presence, deemed them unworthy of his concern. He faced the relentless, bloodthirsty zombies with dual blades in hand, his mastery of the A-grade skill of dual wielding ensuring that each strike was as radiant as the full moon, dazzling and resplendent. The flames arced through the air, though fleeting, left a profound impression of astonishment in their wake. In a single, unenhanced sweep, the Tang sword cleaved a zombie from head to toe, effortlessly severing it in half. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground amidst its innards. The final zombie lunging at him met its demise as the fiery blade pierced through its skull. Clenching his fingers once more, he unleashed a surge of flames. With a thunderous pop, the head shattered into charred fragments. Was it over? Not yet. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps reverberated. Chen Ming had already marked the figure on the map, its red dot considerably larger than that of the other zombies. Chapter 50, Titan Zombie. Chen Ming surmised correctly. This foe was likely an advanced breed, akin to the high-level zombies he had previously encountered. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 wooden treasure chests. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 wooden treasure chests. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 wooden treasure chests. He dismissed the system notifications. For Chen Ming had dispatched the zombies with such rapidity that several seconds had already elapsed since he had slain the last one. Yet the alerts continued to scroll. He lifted his gaze, fixated on the approaching zombie, its footsteps growing more frantic amidst the oppressive silence, akin to thunder crashing in his ears. This creature was far larger than Chen Ming had anticipated, wearing torn denim and a gray short-sleeve shirt stretched to its limits by bulging muscles. It bore numerous wounds from bullets, with dried, dark blood staining its skin. Upon closer inspection, a gruesome scar resembling a centipede snaked from its forehead to the back of its head, with bared teeth and a fierce expression. Its milky white eyes obscured by mist made it impossible to discern the details of its irises. To encounter such a being on the streets in peaceful times would compel most to avoid confrontation, fearing for their safety. The words "I am not to be trifled with" could have been etched upon its face. Chen Ming was certain that, despite any amount of drugs or training, No human could attain such a formidable physique. He resembled a mountain of muscle. Roar! As their eyes met, the zombie grew even more enraged, throwing its arms wide as if a beast charging at Chen Ming with a feral roar. This display reminded Chen Ming of a green behemoth he had once seen in a superhero film. However, in terms of sheer intimidation, this gigantic zombie far surpassed that fictional creature. Its lack of rationality, owing to the relentless influence of the zombie virus, rendered it a wholly monstrous entity, devoid of humanity. Boom! Chen Ming launched a flaming blade, determined to gauge the capabilities of this advanced zombie. The zombie, embodying sheer brute force, charged headlong into the flame. Bang! Boom! Rushing forth with unbridled ferocity, he effortlessly hurled aside the vehicle obstructing his path, sending it tumbling 7 or 8 meters away. The sheer force of the act sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to peep from behind their windows. They were utterly convinced that if such a blow were to land upon them, it would spell certain doom. Just as the fiery blade of energy was about to collide with the zombie, a grotesque sight unfolded. The back of the zombie's hand split open, revealing a large, sharp white protrusion that swung forth to sever the fiery attack unleashed by Chen Ming. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ming discerned that it was a fragment of bone, resembling a half-sword blade. He was astonished. Had it truly withstood a strike without leaving so much as a scratch? Instead of fear, exhilaration coursed through him. He had found a worthy adversary to pique his interest. With a ferocious roar, the zombie charged at him once more. As it thrust its bony sword, Chen Ming deftly evaded to the side, simultaneously unleashing his dual blades, infused with all his might. The clash between his blades and the bone sword produced a shower of sparks. However, under the immense force Chen Ming wielded, the bone sword ultimately succumbed, shattering and sending the entire arm flying. Without pausing to grant the zombie a moment's respite, Chen Ming unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, his blades gleaming with a cold light that rivaled the brilliance of the moon above. Each cut penetrated deeply, tearing flesh and sinew. As his twin blades pierced the zombie's chest, he twisted his wrists inward, the blades glinting menacingly as he mustered all his strength for a final upward thrust. The torso, along with the head, was cleaved into 3 segments. With a resounding thud, the zombie collapsed heavily to its knees. Chen Ming executed an X-shaped slash, slicing it into several large pieces, ensuring no chance of survival remained. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Titan zombie. You have received a black iron chest. The creature bore a name, indicating its status as a formidable foe. Chen Ming casually flicked the blood from his blades, using flames to incinerate the remnants of flesh and blood. Before departing, he noticed at his feet the severed wrist of the Titan zombie, which had inexplicably sprouted a fleshy growth resembling a tiny hand. Did high-level zombies possess regenerative abilities? Chen Ming pondered. Had he not acted swiftly to deliver the killing blow, that hand would likely have healed completely. If even a mere black iron chest zombie could exhibit such capabilities, one could only imagine what epic, legendary, and mythical foes might be capable of. This revelation further solidified Chen Ming's resolve to grow stronger. After all, having awakened his extraordinary potential, he would not simply resign to fate. He sheathed his dual blades, which automatically returned to his storage space, and mounted his heavy motorcycle. At that moment, the door of a nearby villa swung open, and a woman urgently called out, I admire you greatly. Would you mind?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Ming revved the engine and shot off like an arrow, leaving the woman alone, flustered in the wind. The man, aware of her anger, remained silent, acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. He feared that provoking her might result in being cast out, becoming fodder for the zombies. The woman had always been cautious. Whenever she ventured into the basement for supplies, she would lock him in the second-floor room to prevent ambush. The man had long since abandoned thoughts of disposing of her to claim the villa and its supplies for himself. Instead, he picked up his phone and edited the video he had surreptitiously recorded, cutting out unnecessary scenes before posting it online. His intention was to showcase how the apocalypse had transformed ordinary people. However, Chen Ming's display of raw power served to slap him in the face. Dual blade abilities. Zombie Slayer. You won't regret watching. After finalizing the title, the man confirmed the post, and upon receiving a successful notification, he refreshed the page. To his astonishment, the previously tranquil back end of his account now displayed a staggering 99 notifications. Clicking through, he discovered that the video had already surpassed 10,000 views. The comments section exploded with excitement. Wow, so cool. What a shame the lighting is too dim and his movements too swift to capture his face clearly. Is he a fire elemental ability user? Why does only one of his blades emit flames? Incredible. He managed to overpower a creature the size of a mountain. Is the poster from Jiangxing? I remember seeing that zombie on Liujie Street in the southern part of the city, where it slaughtered an entire squad of special forces. Bullets were utterly ineffective against it. The shells barely left a mark before the wounds healed instantly. That zombie is that powerful. Zombies can regenerate? How absurd. Undoubtedly, Chen Ming had gained considerable notoriety. It seemed he was on the verge of dominating the trending charts single-handedly. Meanwhile, he had returned to the villa, brimming with anticipation as he prepared to open his first treasure chest. Chapter 51, The Blood Knight. Selecting the wooden chest. Ming was eager to discover what rewards lay within the most basic of chests. To his delight, it offered a convenient 10 selection option, saving him considerable hassle. Without hesitation, he confirmed the 10 consecutive openings. Opening the wooden chest. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received a military kitchen knife. Opening successful. Congratulations. You have received a 20-pound bag of rice. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received 10 rifle bullets. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received 3 carrots. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received a can of beef. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received a fire axe. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received a fragrant pear. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received a pack of spicy strips. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received 3 bottles of mineral water. Opening successful. Congratulations, you have received a goat horn hammer. Upon reviewing the contents, Ming found them to be quite basic, utterly commonplace items easily found in reality. If anything could be deemed rare, it would undoubtedly be the 10 rifle bullets, as most people would never have access to such supplies. While the items were indeed ordinary, he recognized that in 6 months, a year, or 2 years, when the existing food supplies dwindled and production could no longer keep pace, these wooden chests would transform from mere resources to invaluable treasures for those struggling to survive in the apocalyptic world. Deciding against opening any more wooden chests, Ming resolved to reserve them as backup resources. When the time came for food to run low, he would unleash thousands of them to replenish his stock. His gaze then shifted to the sole black iron chest. Although his battle with the Titan zombie had not been overly challenging, he understood that for others, possessing only this one SSS-level skill would likely result in failure, even when confronted with such an opportunity. Not only would they struggle to slay the Titan zombie, but even severing its bone sword and breaching its defenses would pose a formidable challenge. The bone sword served both as a razor-sharp blade and a sturdy shield. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ming selected the black iron chest and confirmed its opening. Opening the black iron treasure chest. Opening successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a specialized enhancement component for the Tang Dao. After confirming twice, Ming found himself justifiably skeptical. Perhaps the cumulative luck from multiple SSS-level skills could indeed manifest his desires at times. Earlier, while battling the Titan zombie, he couldn't help but ponder. If both Tang Dao could be enhanced, complemented by the dual-wielding skill, it would surely yield a breathtaking effect. To his astonishment, this singular opportunity actually granted him the reward he most yearned for. Without further ado, he selected the specialized enhancement component for the Tang Dao and confirmed its use. In progress. Enhancement successful. The Tang Dao has been upgraded. Renamed Ice Blade Tang Dao. One blade imbued with fire, the other with ice. Ming immediately accessed his storage space, retrieved the Ice Blade Tang Dao, and held it in his hand for inspection. There was little visible change, save for a delicate layer of frost adorning its surface. Upon a closer look, he could feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade. Rising to his feet, he approached a cluster of shrubs. Without direct contact, he gently swept the blade through the leaves from a distance. In an instant, the once vibrant green leaves were enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Ming plucked a leaf, applying a slight pressure between his fingers. It shattered effortlessly. The crisp sound echoed as it crumbled to the ground. The chilling effect not only affected the exterior, but also penetrated the leaf's core, rendering it more brittle and fragile. A smile crept across Ming's lips as he imagined the extraordinary effects this weapon could unleash upon zombie creatures and foes alike. Satisfied. Utterly satisfied. If a treasure chest ranked second to last could yield such a reward, sufficient to elevate an individual from the masses to greatness, what grounds did he have for complaint? In other words, if the second-to-last reward was this exhilarating, how remarkable might the first, second, and third-ranked mythical, kingly, and epic treasure chests be? He felt an overwhelming anticipation. Releasing the hilt, the Tang Dao disassembled into a mosaic of tiny squares, vanishing back into the storage space. To Ming, this feature was exceedingly practical. The SSS-level storage not only allowed for the automatic retrieval of his belongings, but could also conjure any desired item to his hand at the speed of thought. This capability would prove invaluable in combat against formidable foes. After all, one could hardly afford to open a virtual panel and sift through their inventory during a battle. Could they? By the time one found what they needed, it would be too late. A cool breeze swept through. The temperature in Jiang City dropped suddenly as night fell. Ming returned to his villa, took up the remote, and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television. He then switched to the food section in his storage space and selected his dinner. He retrieved a steaming plate of fragrant seafood fried rice, accompanied by a red wine steak and a few croissants. A simple meal. Outsiders would be aghast to know that a 5-star chef's culinary creation was merely a casual meal in Ming's eyes, likely causing them to choke on their indignation. A bite of rice paired with squid tentacles was savored as he flicked through channels with the remote, only to discover that the hundreds of channels that once existed had dwindled to just one, sheep vision. The screen shook violently, understandable given the aerial filming from a helicopter. Dear viewers, we are currently broadcasting live from above Sheep City, bringing you the latest news on the Blood Knights. You can access the Sheep Vision website at any time for updates on the Blood Knights movements, ensuring your safety. Blood Knights? Ming set the plate of fried rice down, his gaze fixated on the television screen. The cameraman adjusted the shot, focusing on an individual. No, it couldn't be called a person, though clad in attire resembling humanity. It was unmistakably something else. A giant knight, entirely encased in blood-red armor, exuded a metallic sheen that reflected the silvery moonlight as it strode slowly through the city. Its intentions were unknown, and it did not seek out or hunt humans like other zombies. It simply walked quietly, using the adjacent buildings as a reference. Ming estimated that this Blood Knight was comparable in size to the dangerous wanderer mech he possessed. Had someone unwittingly lured this creature out while he was busy testing his blade? Was he lucky or unfortunate? Ming's expression was complex. He set down his spoon and picked up his phone, typing in the scrolling Sheep Vision website address above the television. He wanted to ascertain whether the Blood Knight posed a threat to him. It was not mere paranoia. After all, Sheep City lay just adjacent to Jiang City. Chapter 52, Lifespan 1000. He sought to check in advance, in case his refuge lay along the path of that creature's movements, enabling him to prepare. Still early in the apocalyptic age, Ming's experience battling monsters was limited. The most formidable creature he had faced thus far was the Titan Zombie, which had earned him a black iron treasure chest. How did the Titan Zombie measure up against the Blood Knight reported in the news? It could only be said that there was an insurmountable gap. In terms of size, a single step from the Blood Knight could reduce the Titan Zombie to mere pulp, leaving nothing but a pool of blood. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Gathering more information could only be advantageous. With one hand operating the phone and the other indulging in his meal, he relished a mouthful of seafood fried rice, paired with a sizable piece of steak he had cut with a knife and fork, feeling immensely satisfied. After confirming the website was correct, Ming clicked search and began to scroll. He could distinctly feel that the current mobile signal was, at times, far inferior to what it had been before the apocalypse struck. However, the fact that he remained connected was commendable enough, and he saw no reason to demand more. If this trend continued, widespread disconnection was inevitable. The Sheep Vision website offered a quick query window for tracking the Blood Knights, which he opened. Drones monitored in real time, adjusting their predictive routes based on the Blood Knight's movements. However, upon closer inspection, Ming noted that the Blood Knight consistently advanced in a straight line. He placed his phone on the table, using 2 fingers to zoom out on the map. As the map shrank, the visible area expanded. He could see clearly that the so-called predictive data route passed directly through the Fushan Villa district. This meant that if the Blood Knight maintained its current trajectory, an encounter with Ming was inevitable. Anxious? Far from it. Instead, Ming scooped up a plump shrimp and popped it into his mouth, relishing its chewy texture. To be honest, even if the Blood Knight did not seek him out, the mere knowledge of its existence had piqued his curiosity. He was eager to ascertain one thing. Upon slaying such a colossal beast, what caliber of treasure chest would one receive as a reward? Gold? Platinum? Diamonds? Or perhaps an epic prize? He speculated irresponsibly. With his free hand, he tapped on his location on the map, connecting 2 points to calculate the Blood Knight's estimated arrival time at Fushan. 47 hours, 23 minutes, and 24 seconds. To be precise, it is a countdown, nearing 2 days. Given that the Blood Knight has been advancing at a steady pace, estimating the time required for him to reach his designated coordinates is not particularly challenging. If the dangerous wanderer mech cannot handle him, a single SSS-level apocalyptic fireball should suffice, shouldn't it? After all, it is the pinnacle of skills. If it cannot even eliminate initial monsters, what fate awaits humanity in the future but to await their demise? Ming speculates that the mastermind behind this calamity cannot possibly be so deranged. Like many others, Ming is curious about the origins of the multiverse phishing software. But at present, he finds himself utterly incapable of investigating the matter, lacking both direction and resources. The notion of utilizing his S-level skill, Super Hacker, to breach mobile applications has crossed his mind. Yet, regrettably, after several attempts, he has encountered failure. The only response he received was, "Program crash detected, data retrieval impossible. Please attempt to restart." He has since chosen to dismiss the issue, for urgency will not resolve the problem. At least it is certain that the multiverse phishing software poses no harm to him, even if beset by misfortune and summon monsters. With the aid of the SSS-level skill to slay enemies and obtain loot, it has merely become a means of effortlessly acquiring resources, albeit with additional hunting steps involved. He picks up his plate, scraping the last remnants of seafood fried rice clean with his spoon. The meager amount of steak sauce left in the wooden platter is wiped clean with the remaining half of a baguette, which he promptly consumes, embodying the principle of waste not, want not. The storage space conveniently offers a one-click cleaning function. Naturally, Chen Ming could opt to retain the wooden plates and porcelain bowls, taking the time to wash them himself. However, he possesses an abundance of such items and sees no need to expend his energy. Reclining on the sofa, he raises his phone and opens the forum, entering the words Blood Knight. Chen Ming wishes to discover how others perceive this creature. He navigates directly to the comments section. This Red Knight looks both terrifying and imposing. Which scoundrel summoned this abomination? You might still plead for leniency if you confess now. Leniency, my foot. Just go to their door and execute them. Damn it. This is a menace to society. On another note, who do you think is stronger? The Blood Knight or the Mecha Monarch? Hard to say. I haven't seen footage of the Blood Knight in battle, so I cast my vote for the Mecha Monarch. 2 swords and a shotgun? I'm voting for the Mecha Monarch, my friends. Times have changed. Brothers, only half an hour left until the fishing attempts reset. Wishing all of you sky-high luck to summon extraordinary abilities. I would trade 10 years of being single for a mech. 10 years? I bet everything I have. Damn, are you in on this too? Have you become addicted? Bet everything? I even overdraw my next life. You guys are truly ruthless. After reading a few more posts, Chen Ming chuckles softly. It seems that my current popularity might even overshadow those top-tier celebrities with tens of millions or even over 100 million followers. Alas, in these chaotic times, what good are fans? Organizing them into a legion? Forget it, rather than waste time on that. Chen Ming would be better off casting a few more lines to upgrade his SSS level Shadow Wolf summoning skill. 1 S level per day? 10 SS levels per day. If one follows this progression, doesn't that mean he would require 100 for SSS? Summoning an additional 100 Shadow Wolves daily would amount to 36,500 over a year. In 10 years, that would total 365,000. The more he contemplates this, the more exhilarated he becomes, envisioning himself leading an army of 1 million Shadow Wolves. A mere 10,000 Shadow Wolves would render him virtually unstoppable. They are stronger than zombies, quicker in their movements, and possess a superior sense of teamwork. Most crucially, they have a master who can enhance their skills. With still some time left before midnight, Chen Ming eagerly resumes his role as a simplified fisherman. Clicking Start Fishing. He casts his rod, causing it to splash into the water. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 years of life. Stunned for half a second upon seeing this result, Chen Ming rechecks the information, confirming that it indeed states an increase of 1,000 years of life. According to the system's description, if he recalls correctly, 1 life point equates to 1 year of life. 1,000 points. Has it directly added a millennium to my lifespan? Chapter 53, SSS Level, Necromantic Extraction. With a single cast, my lifespan has surged by 1,000 years. Such a revelation would undoubtedly incite envy and resentment. Coupled with the SSS level Shadow Wolf summoning skill, Chen Ming feels that his future is indeed becoming increasingly promising, even without upgrading to SSS. Relying solely on the S-level Shadow Wolf summoning skill, a millennium later, Chen Ming could effortlessly amass 365 million loyal Shadow Wolf followers without lifting a finger. With 100% loyalty, such a vast legion of monsters could withstand any elite force, even when faced with an overwhelming tide of corpses. Chen Ming remains confident that he can reverse the tide and consume them all. Over 300,000 is a number that, in most instances, can achieve absolute dominance through sheer numbers. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chen Ming clicks the Start Fishing button once more. He casts his rod. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level skill, Nature's Hand. After reviewing the skill's description, Chen Ming discovers that this ability allows him to summon vines and roots at will, functioning as flexible tentacles akin to an octopus. Its applications are numerous. For instance, he can twist the roots and vines together to enhance their hardness, suddenly thrusting them from the ground like a spear, catching enemies off guard. Alternatively, he can unleash multiple at once, again aiming to ambush enemies when they are least prepared, ensnaring their limbs and restricting their movement. Furthermore, he can weave them into a cage, serving to delay and create opportunities for the next strike. In Chen Ming's view, the utility of this skill is vast. As described in the introduction, providing excellent ambush potential. Continuing ahead. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-level weapon, Elven Sacred Bow 1. An S-level weapon? The Elven Sacred Bow? Opening his inventory, he selects the temporarily stored Elven Sacred Bow. The harmonious blend of greens and whites is exquisite. Upon closer inspection, he notices that both the inner and outer sides of the bow are inscribed with Elven script. Chen Ming cannot comprehend it, yet it exudes an air of mystery and sanctity. It feels remarkably lightweight in his hands, not cumbersome at all. However, one thing puzzles him. Did they forget to provide me with arrows? Buzzing. His phone vibrates, displaying a prompt window with information regarding the Elven Sacred Bow. S-level weapon Elven Sacred Bow. This weapon grants you the divine blessing of the Elven race, establishing a connection with nature. allowing you to condense powerful and swift arrows using the energies of heaven and earth. No need for arrows. Simply draw the bowstring to automatically conjure spiritual arrows. Excessive words bear little fruit. Chen Ming firmly grasped the bow's body with one hand, while the other deftly pulled the bowstring back with 2 fingers. In the process, a golden arrow imbued with formidable natural power swiftly materialized. Should Chen Ming's hand slow, the arrow followed suit. Should he hasten, so too would the arrow quicken. Upon fully drawing the bow, the spiritual arrow was entirely formed. He raised the arrow to aim, locking onto a towering ancient tree in the distance. Merging his previously acquired mastery in archery, the arrow was released, leaving a shimmering golden arc in its wake. Though fleeting, the arrows might astonish Chen Ming. Boom! The tree trunk, as thick as a basin, was shattered into countless fragments, crashing to the ground. What delighted Chen Ming even more was that this elven sacred bow, as a weapon of the elven race, could simultaneously condense a maximum of 3 spiritual arrows, enabling a triple shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his advanced proficiency, Chen Ming effortlessly mastered this feat. The 3 golden spiritual arrows streaked through the night sky, like thunderbolts returning to the heavens. Their brief afterglow could easily mislead an uninformed observer into believing a monstrous creature had clawed through the fabric of reality. Certain of the treasure's value, he contentedly accepted it. Noticing that less than 3 minutes remained until midnight, Chen Ming swiftly cast his next line. Currently fishing, completing the minigame with his current reflexes. This speed appeared to him as no different from slow motion in a film. Fishing successful. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSS-Rank Skill, Undead Extraction. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned. Years of gaming experience hinted that he had seemingly drawn a skill of monstrous power. Regaining his composure, he clicked on the skill description, fearful that his hopes might turn to naught, his dreams dissipating like mist. SSS-Rank Skill Undead Extraction. You can extract the undead from corpses with a 100 success rate to summon them as loyal servants, eternally bound to you and never to betray. Note: corpses not personally hunted by the host can also be extracted, but targets killed over 24 hours prior cannot yield undead. Indeed, this was unequivocally correct. It aligned perfectly with his understanding of the term undead extraction. He lifted his gaze to the television, where the blood-red night continued its advance. A glimmer of greed flickered in Chen Ming's eyes. What would it feel like to summon this colossal figure as an undead servant? Initially, he would have been content to form a legion of shadow wolves, yet to his surprise, the fishing system seemed reluctant to limit his army to merely shadow wolves. How thrilling! Chen Ming adjusted his posture, reclined on the sofa, and kicked his limbs, his heart racing with excitement. He yearned to rush over and engage that blood-red knight in a fierce battle, to determine who would prevail. Wait. He recalled that the time since the previous zombies had been slain had not exceeded 24 hours. Just as he lay down, this realization struck him, and he shot up. Quickly donning his slippers, he was determined not to miss the opportunity to expand his army. More importantly, he was eager not to overlook the Titan zombie. Confident that it would become his strong ally, his left and right arms, he drew a Tang Dao from the void, suspending it before him, and stepped forward. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, he opted for complete invisibility. He sped towards his destination in a straight line. Not a single moment could he afford to waste. Currently, these zombie creatures represented an increasingly high cost-performance ratio for him. Killing them would not only fulfill system tasks and provide enhanced fishing opportunities, but also yield treasure chest rewards and allow for the extraction of loyal undead servants. The stronger the enemy, the greater the benefits Chen Ming would reap after extraction. As he continued to build momentum, even he dared not predict what the future might hold. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the site of his earlier zombie slaughter. Spotting a pile of massive flesh, he approached, recognizing the remains of the Titan zombie. Would its dismembered state hinder extraction? Shaking his head, he cleared away unnecessary thoughts. Understanding that overthinking served no purpose, he reached out to touch the corpse, silently chanting, "Extract." Chapter 54. Have I become the harbinger of destruction? Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new undead servant, Titan zombie. Immediately, a pitch-black, circular portal opened in the ground beside the corpse. Gazing into it, Chen Ming experienced a sensation akin to staring into an abyss that, in turn, seemed to gaze back at him. Although nothing was visible, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon him. Gradually, a figure began to emerge from the abyssal portal. Even with just a head revealed, Chen Ming could instantly affirm its identity as the Titan zombie. Now transformed into an undead being, it appeared even more formidable, its physique reminiscent of the shadow wolves, resembling a flickering black flame, almost like a shadow itself. At that moment, it knelt before Chen Ming in a posture of submission. Witnessing such a colossal entity pledge unwavering loyalty brought an undeniable sense of accomplishment to Chen Ming. He eagerly anticipated the day he would command a mighty legion of 1,000,000. Subsequently, Chen Ming discovered that the undead extraction skill conveniently offered a one-click select all function. Extracting each of the remaining dozens of zombies individually would indeed be cumbersome. Selecting all at once. Would you like to select all 45 zombies for undead extraction? Confirmed. Without hesitation. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring new undead servants. 45 zombies. Oh, yawning. A man cautiously opened the glass door to the balcony of the villa, stepping outside. He quietly closed it behind him, then took out a cigarette, biting down on it. With a click, he ignited the lighter. However, upon turning, he was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. A horde of zombies? They hardly resembled that. A new breed of monsters, led by a large figure, were arranged in formation, kneeling on one knee towards the east. The man turned to look eastward, but saw nothing. Confused, he muttered softly, "Who are these creatures bowing to? Could it be some terrifying beast was approaching, their king?" The more he pondered, the more frightened he became. With no mind left for smoking, he released his grip, extinguished the lighter, and hurried back inside, swiftly pulling the curtains shut. A few minutes later, trembling with fear, he cautiously opened the curtains a crack, just enough for one eye to peek through. Confirming that the undead had vanished, his heart, which had been racing in his throat, finally calmed somewhat. He took out his phone, opened his photo gallery, and stared at the snapshot he had just taken. Leaning against the glass door, he slowly sat down. After staring for a long time, he still could not discern what sort of creature it was. Opening a forum, he decided to upload the image to the internet, seeking the wisdom of netizens to unravel the mystery. Meanwhile, it serves to remind the authorities that, by generating buzz and public discourse, they should take heed of the emergence of new kinds of monsters, aside from the zombies, in the vicinity of Fushan residents. If they do not promptly conduct research and dispatch personnel to eradicate them, it could potentially lead to the extinction of humanity from this planet, which they rely upon for survival. Of course, rather than the extinction of humanity, he is more concerned about his own demise. Zombies? Or new monsters? Are there any that are 18 centimeters? Please check for me. A few minutes later, replies began to flood in. What do you mean? Only those who are 18 centimeters can respond. What about my 20 centimeters? They don't appear to be zombies, but they certainly look formidable. Who are they kneeling before? This posture is typically reserved for addressing a king, isn't it? This is not good news. Zombies and monsters are already troublesome enough, and now there's a monster king? Are we humans destined for annihilation? Nonsense. Superstitious drivel. Here in Haoyang County, the authorities have deployed thousands of special forces, successfully suppressing the zombie tide. It won't be long before this disaster reaches its conclusion. Supporting the above. Trust in the authorities, long live the nation. Aside from trust, it seems we have no other choice. By the way, has anyone awakened as a superhuman? Seriously, dude? You still want to fish? Haven't you seen the news about the Blood Knight? Don't create trouble for everyone and the country, okay? Mind your own business. If you disagree, report me, huh? Returning to Chen Ming. He had just soared on his sword to reach the zoo where he had previously slaughtered zombies. The corpses here, too, had not exceeded 24 hours. Although many had been incinerated by Chen Ming's flamethrower to the point where not even ashes remained, as long as there were some charred remnants. He could extract them as undead. Most importantly, when he killed those zombified animals, he used a chainsaw sword, which preserved the bodies perfectly. Without further ado, select all. Extract. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant. Zombie 510. Is it only a little over 500? It's astonishing that there are so many zombies, even those burned to the point of leaving no ash. At this moment, the success notifications continued to refresh and scroll. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant. Giant Elephant 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant. Corpse Tiger 2. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant. Rhino 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant. Corpse Wolf 17. With the combination of animals and zombies, Chen Ming's legion of undead servants exceeded 300, surpassing the 700 mark. All the mutated animals, along with a multitude of zombies, knelt and submitted before Chen Ming. This spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Click. This scene was also captured by someone standing on a balcony, who promptly posted it online. I just saw another image, but there weren't as many monsters in it. So, who are they worshipping? I'm starting to feel anxious. Could it be the giant knight reported earlier by Yang Shi? That blood knight is indeed formidable. But a knight is not a king. Why would they worship? I just calculated an omen. It's not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. It heralds the end of the world. Who is this charlatan? Stop selling anxiety here. Brothers, pardon the interruption. But I'm offering a bounty. 10 billion daxia coins for a skill. Any skill will do. No level restrictions. 10 billion? Is that meant for wiping? Someone previously offered 100,000 for a rice ball, and now you want a skill for just 10 billion. I estimate there aren't even 100 people in the country who have caught a skill. It can't be that few, right? Most are probably hiding and silent, afraid of being targeted. Indeed, a commoner is innocent, but possessing treasure is a crime. Unbeknownst to Chen Ming, who inadvertently transitioned from a mechanical deity to a harbinger of doom, he encountered an unexpected turn of events on his way back to Fushan residence. His danger sense was triggered repeatedly. Alert! Chapter 55. Extracting the Undead. Becoming undead? At this moment, Chen Ming was flying through the night, propelled by his flying knife. Upon the activation of his crisis alert, vivid scenes of his potential attacks flashed through his mind. Each attack route and trajectory was clearly displayed, as if anticipating his evasive maneuvers. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time I've been pursued by flying monsters, Chen Ming mused. The assailants were a flock of crows seamlessly blending with the night. They gathered into a massive, dark mist, enveloping Chen Ming in an attempt to engulf and devour him. Previously deemed useless, his S-Rank skill, super memory, significantly enhanced his observational capabilities. A quick glance allowed him to calculate the number of crows, over 1,000. All infected with the zombie virus. Given their numbers, each crow could cause devastation, akin to a meat grinder. The rapid spread of the zombie virus was largely attributable to them, small, swift, and numerous. Chen Ming initially contemplated using his SSS-Rank Skill, Doomsday Fireball, to test it out. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such an attack would likely leave not even a trace of ash, making extraction impossible. Extracting the souls of these 1,000 mutated crows was of utmost importance to Chen Ming, equivalent to gaining an additional 1,000 eyes in the sky, allowing for superior control over the situation. Faced with the swiftly approaching flock, his mind raced as he recalled an S-rank area of effect skill known as Mist of Poison. Without further ado, he activated it. With a sweeping motion of his hand, his fingers spread wide, unleashing a fine green mist that rapidly expanded. Within moments, it enveloped a 100-meter radius. Chen Ming found himself within the mist, and since it was his own skill, he was not affected. Even if the poisonous mist entered his body through his breath and mingled with his blood, the damage to him remained zero. In stark contrast, the mutated crows were not as fortunate. Their bodies stiffened immediately, and after a few futile flaps, they fell from the sky in droves, like raindrops. Successfully killed mutated crows. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a wooden treasure chest 1. Successfully killed mutated zombies. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a wooden treasure chest 1. Successfully killed mutated zombies. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a wooden treasure chest 1. The speed at which rewards triggered was so rapid that Chen Ming could barely discern their contents if he did not pay close attention, given their minimal combat power. Providing a wooden treasure chest was already commendable in Chen Ming's view. He could not demand more. Initially, he even doubted whether these mutated crows could meet the criteria for triggering kill rewards, considering that kill rewards were calculated based on individual, not collective, combat power. As the poisonous mist dissipated after claiming the last mutated crow, Chen Ming landed on a 30-story commercial building, offering an excellent vantage point. Select all. Extract. Commence harvesting. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host on acquiring a new undead minion, the mutated crow 1350. In the next moment, numerous undead crows rose from the corpses, scattering in all directions, some perched upon the square, others on street lamps, and still others atop rooftops, all motionless, awaiting Chen Ming's command. With a mere thought, he summoned the crows, and they unfurled their wings, soaring into the sky. Unlike his treatment of other zombies and mutated beasts, he did not confine them within the shadow space. The SSS-level necromancy skill was not merely for extraction and control of the undead, through practical experience. Chen Ming discovered that he could not only share visual perception with the undead, but also seamlessly integrate his consciousness into a singular entity for manipulation. To put it plainly, he could immerse himself as a member of the undead army and exert control. As he closed his eyes and opened them again, his perspective shifted, becoming one with the swarm of mutated crows. This viewpoint was rather novel, observing his own meditative form seated immovably at the corner of a high building. Chen Ming felt a wave of nostalgia. He had often fantasized about transforming into a bird or beast, soaring freely through the skies. Now that his dream had come to fruition, he found it quite exhilarating, rivaling the freshness he had experienced during his first flight on a sword. As he reveled in his newfound freedom, a prickling sense of impending danger surged through him once more. It did not emanate from the undead, but from his own corporeal form. His mind snapped back to reality. Rising swiftly, he pivoted, and in a single fluid motion, raised his arms to retrieve a shotgun from his storage space. The weapon was already loaded, and all that remained was for him to pull the trigger. Bang! A shower of sparks erupted as the creature emitted a piercing low growl. Green blood gushed forth as it was sent sprawling, legs flailing in a chaotic display. Pushed back 3 or 4 meters. The would-be ambusher was not a human, but a mutated spider. To be honest, Chen Ming held little affection for spiders, even those the size of a palm. However, this particular specimen, devoid of its 8 legs, had a body comparable to that of a golden retriever or a husky. Frankly, its enlarged visage was inherently terrifying without any need for grotesque modifications. At that moment, Having taken a shotgun blast, its flesh was a gruesome mess, blood oozing in torrents. The grotesqueness only intensified. Remarkably resilient, it remained undeterred despite being shot at such close range. Ming, refusing to grant the mutated spider a moment's respite, pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. One shot after another blasted into its face, shattering the protective shell that encased its body. Then, he devised a new strategy. Targeting the joints. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots severed one spider leg. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 shots disrupted a second leg. Bang, bang, bang. As the third leg crumpled to the ground, the mutated spider finally succumbed, its massive form collapsing with a resounding thud. Before it could react, Ming had already instantaneously appeared before the creature, thanks to his S-level short-range teleportation skill. He raised his shotgun and thrust it directly into its gaping maw. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a barrage of shots, heedless of the ammunition expended, for he possessed an endless supply. The shotgun blasts detonated within its body, thoroughly obliterating the mutated spider. Lying on the ground was nothing more than a heap of indistinguishable flesh and a pool of viscous, blood-scented ichor. Ming forcefully shook the blood and spider saliva from his shotgun, realizing that even ordinary weapons, when wielded skillfully, could vanquish such foes. Remaining vigilant, he noted that the battle was far from over. He clearly observed a pair of glowing, menacing eyes fixed upon him from the depths of the doorway leading to the rooftop. Chapter 56, The Gatling Bodhisattva, Deliverance for All Beings. Having never encountered swine, how could he not recognize their gallop? Ming understood well that wherever one spider appeared, a horde would surely follow. Activating his B-level skill, Night Vision, the darkness faded, rendering the shadows concealed within the stairwell starkly visible. The number of mutated spiders was staggering. From what Ming could see, there were no fewer than 10 within the cramped space. His gaze instinctively shifted downward. If his deductions were correct, this entire building had likely become a nest for mutated spiders. The sound of their sharp legs striking the ground echoed ominously. One spider was manageable, but a dozen moving in unison created a cacophony that sent chills down his spine. The noise grew louder, resembling the ominous footsteps of death, encroaching ever closer. Releasing his grip, the shotgun returned to him automatically. Against such a multitude of resilient creatures, even 2 shotguns would prove insufficient. Yet, in this moment, Ming lacked neither weaponry nor opportunity. With a gesture, he summoned a heavy, formidable Gatling gun into his hands. He was eager to discern whether these early post-apocalyptic mutated spiders could withstand the relentless barrage of the Gatling gun. As the mutated spiders charged towards him, their bodies distorting the doorframe and creating fissures in the structure, Ming showed no hesitation and pulled the trigger. Instantly, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun began to spin. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle flashed, and the trajectory of the bullets became vividly clear against the night sky. Would he awaken the unwitting citizens nearby? There was no need for concern. The earlier shotgun blasts had already shattered their dreams, providing an unwelcome wake-up call. Initially, the onlookers believed a battle had erupted between special forces and a horde of zombies. Their actions were driven by a desire to ensure the safety of the citizens and restore peace as swiftly as possible. Those willing to risk their lives for the cause could hardly complain about being awakened. After all, if the special forces were disheartened and abandoned the area, they certainly did not believe the food supplies they had hoarded would last a lifetime. In this precarious phase, luck was not to be relied upon. The only hope lay in the official forces to quell the calamity swiftly. However, as one after another emerged from their living rooms onto their balconies, they soon realized that the so-called special forces were nowhere to be found. Instead, there stood a solitary figure. A Gatling gun aimed at the relentless tide of mutated monsters pouring forth from the rooftop passage, unleashing a furious output. Illuminated by the explosions and the moonlight above, details remained obscured. Yet, it was evident that, with each volley from the Gatling gun, any mutated beast daring to breach that doorway would be met with a gruesome fate: shattered flesh, severed limbs, and a rapidly accumulating pile of corpses. One intrepid streamer could not resist pulling out their phone, eager to share the spectacle. Despite a somewhat poor signal, they successfully logged into the backend and began a live broadcast. As a minor internet celebrity with a following of millions, coupled with the recent cessation of most people's work, he found himself with an abundance of free time, prompting him to begin streaming. Upon his debut, thousands flocked to his channel. The streamer must concede that the title he chose played a significant role. One person, one machine gun, challenging a horde of monsters. Live broadcast. Regret for a lifetime if you miss it. Fantastic. The streamer is still alive. I've been watching for nearly 3 years, tuning in daily, and it feels a bit disheartening after a few days without broadcasts. So he's live streaming someone else's exploits? I thought he was going to face them himself. Faced with the audience's banter, the man smiled awkwardly, candidly admitting that as a defenseless individual, confronting those monsters would result in nothing but a one-sided slaughter. Who is that guy? He is formidable. It's too dark to see clearly, but from the silhouette and structure, it resembles a spider. A spider, that large, The zombie virus has a certain probability of causing animals to undergo mutations in size. I have similar cases. A pet dog transformed into a zombie dog larger than a water buffalo. Eek. Even spiders the size of a grain of rice give me the creeps. Something that big would be fatal. If you were to encounter them in person, you would indeed be doomed. As time passed, the number of viewers surged. From hundreds to thousands, and now nearing tens of thousands, almost reaching 100,000. Within the platform, numerous streams depicted apocalyptic horrors. Yet few dared to combat the zombie monsters, making it an easy way to attract viewers and the platform's attention, garnering significant exposure and recommendations. It was evident that some individuals were leveraging the apocalypse as a stepping stone, amassing a vast user base in hopes of emerging as titans of the streaming industry once the calamity subsided. How many mutated spiders remain in that building? Can they ever be exterminated? In my home, finding one spider guarantees a plethora in the corners and on the security bars. Perhaps that building has already become a den for mutated beasts. Hiss. Just the thought is chilling. There must be corpses littering the interior. Be confident. Let's omit the word estimate. If this continues, his bullets will inevitably run out. At this firing rate, his ammunition should have been exhausted by now. Yet he hasn't ceased since earlier. Don't argue. I've used a Gatling gun in the military before. Could it be that this Gatling gun is a weapon he fished out, differing from the one we know, perhaps with a larger magazine capacity, or even infinite ammunition? Well, infinite bullets. That's incredible. I envy him. While the crowd marveled at the never-ending supply of bullets, Ming retrieved another pristine Gatling gun from his storage space, wielding one in each hand. Tat 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 tat. 12 barrels whirled simultaneously, single-handedly unleashing a barrage akin to a battalion's firepower. He has another one. Where did he pull that from? Did anyone catch that? No, it's too dark, and the image is too blurry. In response, the man explained, there's no choice. The signal is poor. Without this quality, streaming is impossible. Such strength, it's unbelievable. Indeed, some people can barely lift a Gatling gun with both hands, much less sustain it like he does while wielding two. After the Mecha Celestial, we now have the Gatling Bodhisattva, transcending all beings. Gatling Bodhisattva? Haha, that title truly suits him. The viewers in the live stream highly endorsed this title, unaware that the Mecha Celestial and the so-called Gatling Bodhisattva were, in fact, the same individual. Successfully killed a mutated spider. Congratulations, host, you have received Wooden Treasure Chest X5. Successfully killed a mutated spider. Congratulations, host, you have received Wooden Treasure Chest X5. Successfully killed a mutated spider. Congratulations, host, you have received Wooden Treasure Chest X5. Ming released the tightly held trigger, having indulged in the thrill of the Gatling gun, growing increasingly impatient with the seemingly endless onslaught of mutated spiders. Chapter 57, currently known as the world's strongest. Extracting now. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new undead servant. Undead Spider 378. He selected all the slain mutated spiders for a one-click extraction of the undead. One by one, the undead spiders rose from their corpses, crawling out and occupying the vast rooftop, leaving no space unfilled. Those without standing room pierced the concrete with their spear-like legs, scaling the walls. Initially, Ming planned to obliterate the entire building along with the mutated spiders within using a fireball. However, upon further contemplation, the opportunity to command an army of undead spiders was too enticing. Launching a fireball would be exhilarating but would incur substantial losses. Thus, he opted for a gentler solution, allowing the undead spiders to hunt the mutated spiders. As he hunted, he simultaneously extracted the undead. The number of undead at his disposal would only continue to grow. Even if he were to be killed by a mutated spider, the summoning count would remain unaffected. If he died, he could simply summon again. While he remained composed, the viewers in the live stream were anything but calm. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is happening? Those spiders were dead, right? How are they alive again? The Gatling Bodhisattva is surrounded. This doesn't bode well for him. Wait. It seems the mutated beasts have no intention of attacking him. Hold on. Why are monsters battling other monsters? I don't know if you've played any games, but there's a class that can resurrect fallen foes as skeleton soldiers to fight for them. Are you suggesting he has summoned the dead monsters to be his minions? A skill. He has acquired a skill. A legendary one at that. Unfortunately, I'm not well versed. I can only express my awe with a simple whoa. I wonder if there's a limit to the number of summons, if he keeps summoning. One day, all the monsters in the world become his slaves? There should be a limit, otherwise it would be too overpowered. Though it's already quite absurd. Upon realizing that a holder of a legendary skill capable of summoning dead monsters had emerged in the live stream, news spread rapidly. And with the platform's recommendation, the viewer count unexpectedly surged past 1 million, continuing to increase by thousands, even tens of thousands, every second. What an exaggerated skill. It must be at least an A grade, right? A grade? Who are you insulting? It's at least S grade. Currently, in the entire world, is there anyone who possesses an S grade skill? S grade? Huh, dream on. The strongest seems to be B grade at best. Oh my. Does that mean he possesses the strongest known skill in the world? That's one way to view it. It seems that the title of Gatling Bodhisattva is overshadowed by that of the undead Archmage. After the Mecha Celestial, another top-tier powerhouse has emerged in our realm. I believe the day when the disaster subsides is not far off. Returning to Chen Ming, his undead army had successfully breached the building's interior, routing the horde of mutated spiders with utter devastation. The scales of victory have consistently tilted in favor of Chen Ming. Extracting data. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, Undead Spider 20. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, Undead Spider 18. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, Undead Spider 25. Chen Ming need not lift a finger. All he must do is follow in the wake of the army, continuously extracting and expanding his ranks. The more he utilizes this skill, the more he realizes its remarkable utility, saving him considerable effort. The building had long since lost its water and electricity. Thanks to his night vision abilities, Chen Ming moved unimpeded. The walls, floors, and even the ceilings were riddled with pits and scratches left by the moving mutated spiders, dense and chaotic. This was an office building, each floor leased by various companies. Through the glass walls, no matter where one looked, chaos reigned, with scattered documents strewn about. It was not hard to infer the frantic nature of the evacuation undertaken by the individuals who once worked here. Not a drop of blood could be found. Had these spiders only claimed this space as their nest after everyone had departed? Chen Ming had previously noted that the entire building was cordoned off with warning tape, indicating a high level of danger. Under non-essential circumstances, even well-trained special forces would avoid approaching. As Chen Ming pondered this, an idea suddenly surged into his mind. He halted, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the image he beheld was that of the undead spider, sending him an unusual feedback signal. Raising his gaze, he noted the floor number, 18, 4 floors distant from his own. They were rather swift in their actions. Surveying the surroundings, the space was filled with spider webs. As he traversed this path, Chen Ming had initially believed that the mutated spiders were incapable of weaving webs. Now, it appeared that these mutated spiders were merely soldier spiders, akin to ants, with a strict hierarchical structure. When a soldier spider failed in its hunt and was subsequently vanquished by Chen Ming, the remaining mutated spiders immediately received the news and launched an assault against him. Thus, Chen Ming was convinced that within this web-laden office space, there must exist a mother spider of mutated origin. Much like a game, areas teeming with lesser monsters invariably housed an elite creature or a mini-boss. His previous encounter with the Titan zombie had already validated his hypothesis. Chen Ming lifted a spider leg and pressed it against the broad, leaf-like web. Its stickiness and resilience were remarkable. Forcing the undead spiders to charge through was hardly a prudent strategy. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Ming randomly selected one of the undead spiders and leaped onto it. He mentally commanded it to take him at the fastest pace to join the undead army at the forefront of the battle. The journey proved far more tumultuous than Chen Ming had anticipated, more exhilarating than a roller coaster. At times, they moved along the ground. At others along the ceiling or the walls. Thankfully, with his C-grade skill providing perfect balance, any other individual would have surely lost their meal from the previous day. Despite the difficulties, the efficiency was commendably high. In less than a minute, Chen Ming reunited with the undead spider he had previously possessed. Standing at the entrance of the mother spider's lair, he spread his fingers, half clenching them. Boom! A fireball rapidly ignited, expanding, and continuously growing. Upon seeing the flames, the horde of undead spiders instinctively retreated, maintaining a safe distance. When the fireball's diameter reached 1 meter, Chen Ming deemed it sufficient and lightly waved his arm. Boom! The fireball shot forth like a cannonball, igniting a wide expanse of flames in its wake. The spider silk was highly flammable. Excellent. After clearing the silk, he could directly command the undead spiders to leverage their numerical advantage to eliminate the mother spider and subsequently extract the undead. Just as Chen Ming hesitated on whether to summon additional support to enhance their chances of victory, a prompt appeared before him. Successfully killed the mutated mother spider. Congratulations, host. You have received a black iron treasure chest. In response, Chen Ming remarked that plans are ever subject to change. Who could have anticipated that a casual fireball, barely unleashing a fraction of its energy, would inadvertently obliterate the mother spider? Was it the overwhelming potency of his SSS-grade skill, or were the mutated creatures of the apocalypse simply too weak? With that thought, Chen Ming strode confidently towards the passage created by the flames, eager to inspect whether any remnants of the mutated mother spider remained for extraction into the undead. He had a bold idea brewing in his mind that required verification. After taking a few steps, the corner of Chen Ming's eye caught sight of several peculiar objects. They resembled eggs, standing upright on the ground, exhibiting high fire resistance. Unlike the easily ignitable spider silk, were they insect eggs or cocoons? Chen Ming could not recall spiders ever cocooning like caterpillars transforming into butterflies in nature. He signaled an undead spider to approach and, wielding its sharp leg, swiftly sliced open the seemingly hard, yet actually soft white cocoon. Immediately, with a splat, a mass of glue-like translucent liquid and a skeletal corpse tumbled forth, alongside a few cream-colored mutated spider larvae. Though labeled as larvae, they were already the size of Chen Ming's palm. Had they imprisoned a human within the silk cocoon as a source of nourishment for the young spiders? Chen Ming felt that his interpretation was likely close to the truth. Help me. A man's voice, barely audible, escaped his lips, a weak plea for salvation. Was he still alive? Despite the feeble tone, Chen Ming's hearing was exceptionally keen, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, and he captured every word. With a swift motion, the undead spider raised its front leg and pierced through the man's skull, sending him to his eternal rest. Chen Ming did not believe that the man stood any chance of survival in such a state. Nutritional deprivation was one aspect, but more critically, the venom of the juvenile mutated spiders had long since invaded his internal organs. Unlike lions or tigers, which consume their prey immediately upon capture, spiders employ a different method. They first inject their venom into the prey, causing death, and then secrete digestive enzymes from their intestines to further liquefy the prey's tissues for consumption. At this moment, the man's limbs and flesh had already decomposed and been consumed, leaving nothing but bones and a withered skin that was taut and nearly transparent. Any slight touch could cause it to burst like a balloon. In such circumstances, it was better to cease suffering in life and instead join Chen Ming's undead army, achieving a form of immortality. Even if one were to take 1,000 steps back, with no familial ties and in the midst of an apocalypse, Chen Ming had neither reason nor obligation to save him. Successfully killed a human. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden treasure chest. Indeed, living beings could trigger reward mechanisms. However, their combat strength was so low that they barely met the criteria for a wooden treasure chest. Chen Ming did not disdain this. He accepted it all, extracting every fresh corpse visible within the vicinity into undead minions. Hey, someone is here, right? Please, save me. Chen Ming had hardly taken a few steps when a woman's voice reached his ears. This voice, in stark contrast to the previous man's, was markedly more spirited. According to Chen Ming's conjecture, it is highly probable that the woman was recently captured by those mutated spiders and confined within a cocoon, serving as nourishment for the young spiders. Hey, I know you are there. You can hear me, can't you? The woman's voice was tinged with urgency as she awaited a response from Chen Ming. I am the daughter of the owner of this office building. My father is immensely wealthy. If you are willing to rescue me, he will surely reward you handsomely. He dotes on me and has no other children. If he learns that you had the opportunity to save me but chose to stand idly by, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming felt an overwhelming urge to pry open the woman's skull to ascertain if it truly contained any semblance of intelligence. In a world where the apocalypse has descended and order has collapsed, she dares to wield the threat of her affluent father against others? Moreover, even if her wealthy father possessed assets tenfold greater, it would still pale in comparison to Chen Ming's insignificant fraction. Hey, just how long do you intend to feign deafness? Hurry up and save me. The woman's voice was laced with a hint of desperation. Chen Ming moved with the grace and silence of a cat, a shotgun materializing in his hands seemingly out of thin air. 10 million. If you rescue me and ensure my safe passage to a secure area, I will reward you with 10 million immediately. I promise I will not go back on my word. Chen Ming adjusted his aim according to the direction of her voice. I command you, bang. Before the woman could finish her plea, Chen Ming pulled the trigger. A hole was blasted through the cocoon, blood rapidly spreading and staining the pristine white silk, diffusing outward. Through this breach, a face, marred and mangled by the shotgun blast, came into view. Ordinarily, with no grievance between them, Chen Ming would likely have ignored the woman's existence entirely, leaving her fate to chance. Yet, she had chosen to court death in such an ill-advised manner. Chen Ming had no desire to indulge her. Besides, to the outside world, she was already considered deceased. Killing her would evoke no concern from anyone. Rather than waste time lamenting over a corpse, it would be more prudent to contemplate one's own survival. Human kill successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained wooden treasure chest 1. As he stowed away the shotgun, Chen Ming suddenly realized that this skill possessed an additional remarkable utility. It could confirm whether an opponent was truly dead, as the reward notification would only trigger upon their complete demise. Undoubtedly, the SSS level undead extraction skill ranked first in Chen Ming's esteem. The remaining cocoons, regardless of the fate of their inhabitants, were entirely left to the undead spiders for disposal. Like a cadre of executioners, they lifted their legs, resembling spears, and pierced through the cocoons. The vivid crimson blood quickly spread, painting the entire half-human high cocoon in red. Humans were curled inside. Chen Ming showed no interest in the events transpiring here. His steps unceasing, he followed the straight, darkened path marked by scorched flames. At last, beneath a wall that had been melted through by a fireball, he beheld a figure that was evaporating, leaving behind only 8 spider legs attached to a small amount of charred flesh, an aberrant spider matriarch. Despite the majority of its body being consumed by flames, One could easily discern, by comparing the thickness of its legs to those of the undead spiders, that it was at least 4 or 5 times larger in size. Fortunately, the mutilated corpse did not impede extraction. Without further ado, Chen Ming reached out to touch it, murmuring softly, "Extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant, Mutated Spider Matriarch 1. Chapter 59, Reproduction. Corpse Explosion. Summoning the increasingly feature-rich virtual panel that appeared alongside his skills, he navigated to the Undead Management page. He swiftly located the recently extracted Mutated Spider Matriarch and clicked View Details. Undead Name: Undead Spider Matriarch. Undead Description: a mutated variant resulting from a common spider infected with the zombie virus at a 0-1 probability. Undead Skill: Reproduction. Daily reproduction count for undead spiders, 10. Note: as it is undead, the stages of gestation and growth will be omitted, evolving directly into a mature form. The daily summoning of 10 shadow wolves, combined with the 10 undead spiders reproduced by the undead spider matriarch, implies that even if I were to lounge at home doing nothing, I could still increase my summoned beasts by 20 each day. It has been proven that Chen Ming's gamble paid off. The matriarch's reproductive ability could indeed be harnessed for his own gain. This journey was not in vain. Subsequently, Chen Ming commanded the undead spiders to eliminate any remaining threats and bring their corpses to him, accumulating them into a small mound. Select all. Extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant, Undead Spiders 244. Chen Ming noted that this operation had yielded a total of 836 undead spiders, including the matriarch. Coupled with the treasure chest, his gains were substantial. In an instant, all the undead spiders sank into the shadow world. Chen Ming, now completely invisible, stepped onto his Tang Dao and continued on the path back to the refuge. The journey was devoid of any surprises or dangers, and he returned safely to the Fushan Villa district. Sitting on the sofa, he retrieved a can of chilled beer from his storage space. With a satisfying pop, he opened the tab. Tilting his head back, he gulped down 2/3 of the can in one go. Such a bountiful harvest certainly warranted a celebration. A drink to relax his spirits would also aid in his slumber. With the final sip, he drained the beer entirely, effortlessly crumpling the can into a ball of metal, akin to Play-Doh. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the iron sphere landed precisely in the trash bin. Pulling out his phone, Chen Ming noticed several unread messages awaiting his attention. From the dormitory group 304. Sent half an hour ago. Sender: Wang Wei. Bro, are you still alive? Chen Ming replied, alive. Just as he was about to set his phone down, another message came through. Wang Wei, Li Tian, and Yang Dong are gone. The school has been overrun by the zombie virus, and they are both on the death list. Chen Ming inquired, where are you now? Wang Wei: thanks to your warning, I returned home shortly after you left Nanda. I still have several tens of thousands worth of supplies, enough to last a while. Wang Wei: I spend my days either eating or sleeping, and at midnight, I fish, hoping to reel in a skill and become an awakened one, haha. Chen Ming was contemplating how to respond when another message from Wang Wei arrived. I can't talk now. Our community has lost power, so I need to conserve energy. Hopefully, we can chat again when the time comes, and we both will be alive. Just after he sent that, Wang Wei's rather flamboyant avatar turned gray. Chen Ming replied with a simple okay and exited the chat application. After experiencing so many instances of slaughter, Chen Ming had become desensitized to the notion of death. It was now a part of his reality. Grabbing the remote, he turned on the television news. Even at this juncture, the host, representing the official stance, still advised citizens against using the all-world fishing app independently. The emergence of the Blood Knight only solidified their perspective. One Blood Knight was already beyond their control. If more such monsters were to be summoned, humanity would inevitably tread the path of self-destruction. Alas, the situation was dire, and they could not monitor every individual. Internet disconnection? The all-world fishing application did not require an internet connection, functioning similarly to a single-player game. This route was blocked. Reclining against the sofa's cushion, Chen Ming opened the forum. The words Global First S-Class Skill Owner exposed in the search bar piqued his interest. Oh, has someone truly obtained an S-Class skill? Clicking on the search, he was eager to discover the nature of this S-Class skill. However, as the video loaded, the anticipation on Chen Ming's face evaporated entirely. The image, though indistinct, was instantly recognizable. It was the very building where the spider's lair had been located, and the shadowy figure at the center of it all was none other than himself. Glancing back at the trending topics, he noted names like Mecha Heaven's Sovereign, Gatling Bodhisattva, and Necromancer Supreme. Aren't these all representations of me? Chen Ming chuckled softly. It seemed the entire trending list was transforming into his personal backyard. Enter at will. The comments section was abuzz with excitement. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Summoning the undead. Could that not allow one individual to become an entire legion, akin to a comic book hero? Such talent must not be overlooked by the nation. Collaboration and full support for cultivation are imperative. I have a premonition. They will become the saviors of Dixia. Honestly, if one possesses such formidable power, Would they choose to reign as a king over their own territory or assist others in conquering and safeguarding their dominions? To be beneath one while above thousands ultimately pales in comparison to that exalted throne. What if, after the arduous task of conquering the world, one finds themselves betrayed? Like the ancient founders of empires, few of whom met a peaceful end? Who doesn't harbor a dream of emperorship, absolute sovereignty, with a harem of 3,000 beauties? The throne is trivial. What truly matters is the harem of 3,000 beauties. As for becoming an emperor, Ming found himself momentarily disinterested in governing a vast realm and the lives of billions. However, commanding an army of billions of undead was an entirely different matter. After all, the undead do not suffer from hunger, require no resources, harbor no excessive emotions, and are unwaveringly loyal, never to betray him throughout eternity. His hand, which had been clutching the phone, fell to his side. Ming gazed upward at the ceiling, contemplating. If living beings can also summon the undead upon their demise, and if they have bound skills, could those skills be preserved as well? Should that be the case, if someone were to draw an S-class or even an SSS class skill in the future, it would surely bode well for me. Ming pondered silently, his thoughts swirling. A yawn escaped him, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Turning off the television, he resolved to return to his bedroom and conclude the day. Along the way, he opened the multiverse fishing app and casually cast 2 lines. He still had many enhancement attempts left unused. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-class weapon, Elven Staff. The primary significance of this staff lies in its ability to double the power and damage of magical skills. The stronger the skill, the more terrifying the enhanced effects. When paired with an SSS class skill, obliterating an island nation would be mere child's play. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-class exclusive skill, Corpse Explosion. Exclusive skill? Initially, Ming's attention was caught by the term corpse explosion. However, soon his gaze was drawn to the phrase exclusive skill. Intrigued, he wondered what precisely an exclusive skill entailed. Chapter 60, Global Attention. The Unknown Door. Viewing the skill description. S-class exclusive skill, Corpse Explosion. This skill is designed specifically for necromancers. The undead you summon can detonate themselves, causing substantial damage. The higher the level of the undead, the greater the explosion's power. All undead can rush forward to self-destruct. What if I were to unleash 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 undead? After reviewing the details, Ming privately concluded that the practicality of this skill was exceedingly high. Casting his line once more, he arrived at the bathroom door. Fishing in progress. Completing the mini-game with ease. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-class skill, Lucky Bullet. This augments the fishing attempts. And combined with the enhancements from the Lucky Star skill, it's truly delightful. At the very least, it can yield an S-class skill. Clicking to view the skill description. S-class skill, Lucky Bullet. The bullets you fire have a 50 chance of triggering unexpected effects. Unexpected effects? What might those entail? Quite the teaser indeed. As time slipped away, he reached the sink. Ming, not wanting to linger on his curiosity, closed the multiverse fishing app, picked up his toothbrush and toothpaste, and began his nightly routine. Drowsiness steadily crept over him. He wasn't inclined to venture out to slay a few zombies just to test the skill. Such opportunities are not to be trifled with. And once lost, they may never return. In the future, the number of zombies will only increase. Ming was utterly certain of this. After completing his ablutions, he returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, reached up to switch off the light, and succumbed to sleep. He was enveloped in tranquility. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the high-ranking officials of Xia dared not entertain a moment of drowsiness, their minds taut with tension. They repeatedly reviewed several videos that had amassed over 100 million views online. Without exception, the protagonist in these videos was Ming. Mecha suits, infinite bullets. The summoning of the undead. Who would have imagined witnessing such phenomena in the mortal realm during one's lifetime? Perhaps it is time we seriously consider acknowledging the multiverse fishing app. No, we cannot allow the populace to use this software. Problems as troublesome as those posed by the Blood Knight will only multiply. Thus, what progress has been made by the Research Institute regarding the blocking and prohibition of this software? The once adamantly opposed elderly scholar, who had resolutely refused to express support for the public's use of multiverse fishing, fell silent. Admit it, let alone us. Even if the entirety of global technological prowess were to unite, and all of humanity set aside their prejudices to cooperate, it would still be impossible to halt the spread of that software. We can suppress it temporarily, but not indefinitely. Once the public completely loses faith in the authorities, their reverence for the software will only intensify. Rather than allowing this, we might as well gamble, like the hawkish factions, and form a specialized team of awakened individuals to resist the impending apocalypse. This matter is of great importance and must be decided through a formal vote. Although the elderly scholar did not immediately agree, he made concessions. Very well. Since the opposing side has compromised, the middle-aged man must also yield. We cannot allow the atmosphere to become too strained. Instead, I propose we reach out to contacts in Jiangsheng to ensure we find these two individuals and persuade them to join the special task force against the apocalypse. The terms can be negotiated. I support this. I concur. The voting process regarding this matter proceeded remarkably smoothly, primarily through the video content. They witnessed firsthand the might of Mecha Heaven's sovereign and Necromancer Supreme. Such advanced technological weaponry is incomparable, especially in the case of the Necromancer Supreme. As the gaze shifted away from Xia, the videos, once shared on the international web, ignited a wildfire of popularity, dominating the charts on major platforms. The viewership effortlessly surpassed 100 million. In the comments section, Mecha, my god, Necromancer summoning. It's unimaginable how cool this skill is. Why is he our god? So biased toward Xia? God has betrayed us. I once read a comic where the protagonist could summon hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers. I desperately need his contact information. The thrill sends my adrenaline soaring. It is exhilarating. Not only are foreign audiences buzzing with discussions, but the hawkish officials within the presidential palace are equally unsettled. Find them, locate those who have infiltrated the Great Xia, and spare no effort, risk exposure if necessary, to persuade those two individuals to join our hawkish faction. Money, survival resources, all will be at their disposal. We might even promise them national-level power. The president slammed his hand on the table, resolute in his belief that either of those two could effortlessly quell the apocalypse. Furthermore, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, they could ensure the stars and stripes would fly proudly across the blue planet. Much like the Great Xia's officials, the approval rating for this course of action among the Hawks stands at a staggering 100. The impact of those few video clips was overwhelmingly intense, repeatedly assaulting their senses. That night, in nearly 200 countries worldwide, Chen Ming's portrayals as the Mecha Heavenly Sovereign and the Necromancer undoubtedly made him the focal point, basking in the limelight like a celestial body surrounded by stars. As for Chen Ming himself, he was sleeping blissfully. Upon awakening naturally, it was already 7 in the morning. After visiting the restroom and sitting on the toilet, he casually checked the quick links saved on his phone's home screen, accessing the official website of CCTV. During his slumber, the Blood Knight continued its unyielding march toward Jiang City, significantly closing the distance. The closer it got, the more exhilarated Chen Ming became. He yearned to experience the sensation of subjugating such an epic behemoth as the Blood Knight. Buzzing. Just as he was about to put down his phone to grab some tissue, it vibrated violently. It wasn't a call or a text, but rather an application that had been forcefully installed without his consent, its origin unbeknownst to him. At that moment, a notification popped up. Location, Jiang City. Within a 3-kilometer radius, an unknown portal has appeared. Please contact the nearest temporary communication station for evacuation immediately. 3 kilometers? An unknown portal? Chen Ming instinctively glanced out the window. He then accessed the detailed registration information of the app in the settings, noting its source, the National Apocalypse Response Strategy Department. A software specifically designed to alert the populace of danger? Quite commendable. Chen Ming retracted his desire to uninstall it. For others, this app could timely avert danger and save lives. For Chen Ming, however, it was a convenient tool to swiftly learn where rewards and treasure chests could be obtained. Closing the villa door, he stepped onto the roadside railing and, facing the steep cliff several meters high, leaped without fear. In an instant, he was lifted into the air by the Tang Dao, entering complete invisibility. Steady in hand, he held a bowl of braised beef noodles. It was merely 3 kilometers. He had to partake in the excitement. Why pass up the opportunity when rewards were so readily available? Given the proximity and the known risks, Chen Ming could not rest easy without addressing the situation promptly. 2,500 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters. As the distance diminished, and with an elevated vantage point, Chen Ming observed clearly. A door, towering alongside the adjacent 6-story building, lay within a kilometer's reach. Chapter 61. An invasion from another realm? It is a door, yet not entirely a door. In gaming terminology, Chen Ming felt it resembled a portal. It appeared akin to a pool of azure water, exhibiting a slow, swirling motion. At that moment, helicopters could be seen circling around the portal, all armed to the teeth. In complete invisibility, Chen Ming approached cautiously. On the ground, 6 tanks stood ready, accompanied by 228 fully armed Special Forces soldiers. Some held shields at the forefront, while others gripped machine guns mounted on armored vehicles. At a mere command, they would unhesitatingly empty their magazines. Additionally, several snipers remained motionless in the distance, their tension palpable, the atmosphere thick with pressure. Chen Ming stepped down from the Tang Dao, the hilt returning to his grasp as he sheathed his weapon with precision. He glanced at the portal, then at the Special Forces soldiers surrounding it, poised for action. Were they planning to hold this position indefinitely? However, it was indeed perilous to recklessly enter an unknown situation. Just then, he overheard a few leaders debating nearby. What purpose does this door serve? How long must we wait without any reaction? Who knows? This is all new to us. Are we perhaps overreacting? Bang! Just as the last speaker finished, a tremendous sound erupted. It was not gunfire. They failed to notice. But Chen Ming saw clearly. A stone axe, crafted from rock and bound with vines and wood, was hurled from the portal, crashing violently against a riot shield. The stone axe was about the size of a standard fire axe. Despite the distance of at least 30 meters between the portal and the soldier, its power was formidable. The shield was severely deformed, and the battle-hardened soldier was forced back several steps. Had it not been for a quick-thinking comrade, he would have stumbled heavily to the ground. The shield was flung aside, and the soldier's hands trembled uncontrollably. "Are you all right?" a comrade inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit numb. I'll be all right," the soldier replied, shaking his head. "Look, something's coming out." At that moment, someone shouted. Chen, Ming, and everyone else instinctively turned their gaze toward the portal. Indeed, they saw a diminutive figure emerging. With green skin, an unsightly visage, and a humanoid body structure, it possessed long, pointed ears and an exaggeratedly large nose. "Brother, is that a goblin?" a young soldier exclaimed, voicing the thought that had crossed Chen Ming's mind. Indeed, pouring forth from the portal was a horde of goblins. A quick glance revealed a staggering 50 to 60 of them, all wielding makeshift axes. "What are goblins?" someone questioned. "They are creatures commonly found in games. Logically, they should be quite weak, not much stronger than slimes." Bang! Before the words had fully escaped, a corner of the riot shield shattered. And so too did the head of the soldier. The skull exploded, blood splattering across the faces of two nearby comrades, leaving them dumbfounded. They watched as the headless corpse toppled backward. "Open fire!" someone shouted urgently. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. In an instant, a hail of bullets erupted. The bullets were effective against the goblins. Their flesh was not thick enough to withstand gunfire. As they charged forth, many were riddled with holes, blood pouring profusely. However, the special forces did not possess an absolute advantage. The monsters showed no fear of death. Before expiring, they hurled their axes, taking a soldier with them to the grave. An experienced special forces soldier signaled for everyone to fall back, shouldering a rocket launcher before firing a missile that detonated with a resounding explosion, altering the trajectory of the stone axe. Simultaneously, he shouted to the targeted soldier, 066. "Get down." 066 was the soldier's designation, affixed to his back for ease of identification in combat. Numbers are often more intuitive than names. These individuals are elite personnel, meticulously selected from various regions of the Great Xia, instead of gradually familiarizing themselves with one another. It is evident that this method proves to be far more efficient. Following the captain's orders, 066 obediently crouched down, successfully evading the flying axe hurled by the goblin in its dying moments. Bang! The axe subsequently struck the door of a military green SUV, severely deforming the reinforced steel door and leaving a large dent. Gulp! The Special Forces member swallowed hard, unable to imagine the horrific fate that would have befallen him had he faced that axe head-on. His heart swelled with gratitude towards the captain. Soon, the gunfire ceased. Within the visible range, all goblins had been eradicated, leaving behind a mound of lifeless bodies, riddled with bullet holes and soaked in blood. "Is it over? Please let it be over. I do not wish to face their flying axes." Suddenly, he felt that the zombies were not as terrifying as they once seemed. Where did these monsters come from? It is likely that someone had opened a portal to another world using the software known as phishing in the multiverse. Another world? Are you suggesting that what lies beyond the door is an alternate realm? Stay vigilant. Do not lose focus. Seeing the group engrossed in conversation, the captain bellowed. "Yes." The crowd immediately adopted a serious demeanor, standing at attention. Moments later, look, more goblins are emerging from within. This time, they appeared different, seemingly equipped with round shields specifically to confront us. In addition to the shields, these goblins were also armed with large blades or thick clubs as wide as a wrist. Their numbers had swelled to 107. Open fire. The captain understood that delay was not an option. They must eliminate every last one. Otherwise, it would be their own lives, along with those of his trusted subordinates, that would be at stake. The cacophony of gunfire erupted once more. This time, the goblins demonstrated a marked increase in agility, raising their round shields in front and charging forward with their blades drawn. Although composed primarily of wood, the majority of the materials used to craft the round shields were reinforced with a circular plate of thick iron, making it difficult for bullets to penetrate. When struck, sparks flew. However, due to the daylight, it was easy to overlook the shield's true composition. Bang! With a sudden leap, two shields collided midair, producing a sickening crack as bones fractured. The Special Forces soldier crumpled to the ground, his arms twisted grotesquely in a Z shape, shattered beyond repair. Bang! 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 Just as he was about to scream, a goblin swung its club, delivering 3 crushing blows to his head, shattering it utterly. Difficult? This was far from the most challenging aspect. Goblins of various appearances continued to stream from the portal. Chapter 62, Unilateral Carnage. Some goblins wielded longbows. Their quivers filled to capacity. They took their positions, mimicking one another's movements, swiftly knocking arrows onto their bowstrings, drawing back with all their might, poised to unleash. Simultaneously, a synchronized cadence of footsteps resounded. A contingent of goblins clad in exquisitely crafted silver armor, discernible as elite warriors from their silhouettes, emerged, brandishing massive swords, arranged in formation. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Unlike the initial rabble, it was clear that these had undergone rigorous training. Additionally, there were goblin assassins, cloaked in garb that obscured most of their faces, revealing only their noses and ears, their hands firmly gripping daggers, known for their speed of movement. Thus, Ming deduced that this portal likely led to a substantial goblin nest, or perhaps even a goblin kingdom. Everyone fall back. Pressing the intercom on his shoulder, he commanded, "The helicopter will provide cover." While firing, they began to retreat. Just as he finished assigning tasks to the armed helicopter pilots, the captain hastily retrieved a satellite phone, contacting the higher-ups in Jiangcheng to request reinforcements. He warned them that should the situation persist, it wouldn't be long before they faced annihilation due to the overwhelming numbers. Spiraling out of control, the rain of arrows has commenced. Everyone, take shelter beneath your shields. The vice captain surveyed the situation, ready to adapt tactics to minimize casualties. The Special Forces soldiers, previously tasked with shield defense, upon receiving the command, raised their shields, interlocking them to form a colossal protective canopy overhead. The arrows possessed considerable force, leaving white indentations upon the blast shields, a jarring shockwave resonating through the air. Fortunately, through their collective effort, they managed to dissipate that force. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, once the team confirmed their retreat to a safe zone beyond the reach of the explosive blasts, several armed helicopters coordinated their efforts, targeting the areas with the highest concentration of goblins, unleashing missile after missile. The missiles, powerful and destructive, tore through the goblins' armor, sending them flying. Their physical resilience exceeded the pilots' expectations. Soon, they rose again from the ground, clad in tattered, misshapen silver armor, rejoining the throng of their kin, charging towards the special forces in a frenzy, intent on slaughtering them one by one. Unlike zombies, goblins viewed humans not merely as sustenance, but rather as a means to satiate their bloodlust, an insatiable desire etched into their very bones. As a dozen missiles were expended, the goblin horde not only failed to diminish but swelled in number. The armored goblins led the charge, acting as living shields against the hail of bullets. The remaining goblins seized the opportunity to hurl their stone axes, loose arrows, or, utilizing their astounding speed, close the distance to the special forces in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the soldiers' momentary shock, they deftly wielded their twin daggers, carving deep X-shaped wounds into their targets. Ming was certain that faced with the goblin army, the special forces were at a distinct disadvantage, destined for utter annihilation. Bang! Boom! A colossal mech descended heavily, appearing out of thin air, sending shockwaves that dispersed dust and debris for several meters, stirring up small stones. Ming's original plan, to let the mantis catch the cicada while the yellow sparrow awaited, had proven unfeasible. Wasting no more time, Ming took matters into his own hands. Grasping his shotgun, he drew it from his waist and pulled the trigger. A single blast of buckshot surged forth, akin to a meat grinder, decimating half of the goblin horde. Goblin killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 wooden chests. Night goblin killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 wooden chests. Archer goblin killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 7 wooden chests. Assassin goblin killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 8 wooden chests. The rewards refreshed rapidly. How fast? So fast it was almost a blur. A mech. Where on earth did such a colossal being come from? Did anyone see it clearly? No. It appeared in the blink of an eye. Wait, isn't this the mech revered on the internet recently? Yes, indeed. Those 2 swords and the shotgun are identical. Fantastic. We are saved. Ignoring the presence of the special forces, confronted with goblins brandishing their colossal swords, releasing a deluge of arrows, and attempting to stealthily encircle him for a surprise assassination, Ming decisively pulled the trigger for a second time. Bang! The sound of the gunshot left everyone, including Ming, in utter astonishment. The goblin struck by the buckshot transformed into a flurry of crimson rose petals, dancing gracefully in the wind. There was no blood, nor any corpses, only a sea of blossoms accompanied by a fragrance that was utterly enchanting. How could this be? Ming pondered. He could not recall any capabilities of the dangerous wanderer's exclusive weapon that possessed such a function. Without pausing, he delivered a swift slap that sent the assassin goblin's bones shattering apart. A thought struck him. Could it be the S-rank skill he had acquired last night, known as Lucky Bullet? Ming recalled. Thus, the delightful surprise of hitting a target resulted in their vanishing like petals? Quite poetic and artistic, he jested. Yet, more than this, Ming was concerned with whether he could still extract the souls after they transformed into petals. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring a new undead servant, Goblin 189. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring a new undead servant, Night Goblin 77. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. On acquiring a new undead servant, Archer Goblin 30. It was proven that his worries were entirely unfounded. Unlike before, where the undead would immediately materialize into this world upon extraction, especially with so many eyes upon him, they were instead stored directly within the Shadow Realm, awaiting a moment of necessity to be summoned forth as his loyal minions. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic and thunderous footsteps echoed once more, striking fear into the hearts of all. The portal continued to inundate this area with a ceaseless stream of goblins, heralding an impending tide of corpses. Ming wasted no time and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The muzzle flared with fire, this time within the weapon's attack radius. The goblins did not disintegrate into petals as before. Rather, they transformed into clouds of dust, dissipating into the air. It turned out that the effect triggered by the lucky bullet was not limited to merely roses. Upon reflection, as an S-rank skill, it would indeed be unworthy of its classification if it only had a single method of execution. What was happening? Why did the enemies he struck either become petals or turn to sand? Don't look at me. I have no idea. Why bother questioning it? As long as we can eliminate those monsters? Haven't you heard the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Speaking of which, don't you find it peculiar? Peculiar? What is so peculiar? Inquired one who posed the question. Clearly, these creatures are diminutive in stature, yet the portal is so vast. Is there a possibility that lurking behind it is a gargantuan goblin king, capable of overpowering the horde of lesser goblins? Bah, stop uttering such ominous words. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were conversing, the earth trembled with the force of the footsteps, resonating through their bodies and flooding their minds. Chapter 63, One Shot, One Kill. I told you to stop being a harbinger of doom. The Special Forces soldiers spread their stances, maintaining stability to avoid tumbling down. Even without having seen any monsters emerge from the portal, it was evident from the commotion that something formidable was on the way. Ming's danger perception activated at this moment. Foreseeing the trajectory of the impending attack, he deftly sidestepped a long spear that was hurled forth from the portal. The spear was forged from a silver-hued metal, significantly more resilient than pure silver. Likely a material from another world, Ming did not dwell on it further. As the spear flew past him, he swiftly grasped it with the robust fingers of his mech. The force behind the spear's throw was tremendous, capable of piercing through and shredding hundreds of individuals. Look, a giant creature is emerging from the portal. Upon hearing this, Ming sidestepped and turned the spear's tip towards the portal. Boom! A gust of wind howled as he launched it forward, under the automatic tracking skill. Even with his eyes closed, Ming could effortlessly achieve a headshot kill with the adversary's weapon. Just as a grotesque and fearsome goblin face emerged halfway, the spear pierced through, distorting its features as blood gushed forth. Then it fell back. Bang! The sound of its impact against the ground was even more pronounced than the earlier footsteps. Goblin warrior killed successfully. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 black iron chests. Truly, the Mecha Sovereign lived up to its title. The monster didn't even manage to cross the threshold before being dispatched with a single shot. How ferocious. If only we could wield such weapons. Enough of that. I can't even imagine how exhilarating it would be to pilot such a behemoth. Even if you were given the chance, do you really think you could react in time for that shot? Indeed, before catching the mech, was this fellow not just a master of ancient martial arts? In an instant, opinions about Ming's identity prior to becoming the Mecha Sovereign varied widely. They speculated numerous scenarios: a martial arts champion, a national martial arts title holder, a global MMA champion, yet none considered that Ming was merely a student. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were about to continue their discourse, the increasingly heavy footsteps echoed once more, reverberating through the ground and sending chills down their spines. They realized, one after another, that such gargantuan creatures were not singular in number, even though they could not yet see their foes. The psychological intimidation from the commotion had reached its zenith. Were they ordinary individuals, most would have already turned tail, fleeing in a panic, or perhaps fainting from fear. However, as Special Forces soldiers, they could not retreat a single step without orders. Following this, a series of colossal goblin warriors emerged from the portal, armed with long spears, wooden staffs embedded with monstrous teeth, great swords, and axes. The towering goblin warriors stood no less than 5 meters tall. Their green skin bore mysterious patterns. Whether innate or tattooed, only heightened their perceived danger. Much like mushrooms and animals, the more ornate the pattern, the more toxic they are. Captain, what should we do now? Inquired a Special Forces soldier. Observe the situation, do not interfere. The Special Forces captain had no desire to offend Ming, risking a confrontation between him and all of humanity. He understood well that those with great abilities often had eccentric tempers. Nothing suits the strong more than the current sentiment of superiority. Upon receiving the command, the group chose to remain still. Their hearts were in complete accord, as none among them had yet inflated their egos to believe they were fit to partake in such a battle. Roar! The goblin warriors let out a furious howl, swiftly advancing with great strides towards Ming, wielding knives, guns, and axes. Bang, bang, bang. Ming stood firm as a mountain, calmly pulling the trigger. The magazine spun, and smoking casings ejected automatically. One shot, one little goblin. Those struck either transformed into petals or dissipated into smoke, quicksand, or fireworks. Observing this, Ming temporarily refrained from using this skill. If they all turned to smoke, how could he extract anything? Absolutely no waste. Ming aspired to forge an unparalleled legion of mythical undead, seeking a life of tranquility amidst the apocalypse. A single shot, a swift kill. How terrifying. Although those monstrous beings appeared colossal to us, they were but mere shadows when compared to the mech he piloted. With a single kick, they were sent flying at least 20 to 30 meters away. The staggering height difference of 5 to 6 times allowed Ming to effortlessly deal with these goblin warriors, showcasing his prowess with remarkable ease. What he initially believed to be formidable foes now revealed themselves to be rather primitive. A single shot obliterated their forms, leaving nothing but a gruesome mess. Goblin warrior slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 iron chests. Goblin warrior slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 iron chests. After dispatching approximately 50 giant goblin warriors, a few that had ventured through the portal surprisingly turned to flee. Could these creatures truly harbor fear of their adversaries? Or had they received a command from their king? Ming was certain that behind that portal lay a goblin king. After all, commanding 2 iron chests worth of goblin warriors could not be lesser than a mutated spider, could it? Determined to explore this further, Ming activated his invisibility, retracting the dangerous wanderer. Should anything seem amiss, he could retreat at any moment. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Goblin Warrior 56. He did not forget to extract. However, the onlookers were taken aback. It had vanished? Truly. It arrived without a trace and departed without a sound. Wait, look, the portal has turned red. I have an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Ming had already entered the world beyond the portal. Before him, a blood-red inscription materialized in the air. You have successfully entered the Goblin Lair instance. Defeating the Goblin Chieftain will grant you secret realm rewards. This instance is a solo endeavor. The passage will be sealed until you exit the secret realm, rendering you unable to leave or re-enter. After 24 hours, you will gain the right to depart. An instance? So, someone had lured forth a game-like challenge? If he were to falter, he would have to conceal himself until 24 hours had elapsed to escape this wretched place. Surveying his surroundings, Ming noted the cave-like environment, where dry bones lay scattered along the path, mostly buried in dust. These were not human bones, being considerably thicker than his wrist. He could not detect the presence of any goblin creatures. It was pitch dark. Activating his night vision skill illuminated the deep, shadowy corridor. Yet, even as his vision stretched into the obscurity, no goblin was to be found. Resolute, he decided to delve deeper. To ensure his safety, he opened the shadow gates one after another, allowing a host of undead goblin warriors to rise forth. Chapter 64, Undying. Unyielding. Changing his perspective, he looked upwards. Now, the giant goblin warriors appeared significantly more imposing in Ming's eyes. Of course, the transformation brought about by their undead state altered their appearance. Their bodies morphed into black, while the mysterious tattoos that adorned them turned white. By Ming's aesthetic standards, he found the undead goblin warriors far more appealing. He summoned all 56, leaving none behind, surrounding himself in a 360-degree protective circle. With such a retinue of bodyguards, his sense of security soared. Using goblins to combat goblins, a brutal cycle of violence to halt further violence. He pressed on. A warning from his danger perception ability alerted him. Closing his eyes. Upon opening them, he transferred his consciousness into a goblin warrior, silently approaching a corner. Once within striking range, he raised his sword, channeling all his strength into a horizontal slash. The blade shattered the stone wall, debris flying as blood gushed forth, mingling with the wreckage. His danger perception revealed that a giant goblin warrior lurked around the corner, wielding a bloodied wolf's fang mace, prepared to ambush him. Thus, he chose to strike first. With a swift stroke, he severed the creature's head, sending it flying several meters away. Goblin warrior slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 iron chests. After dispatching the foe, Ming's consciousness returned to his original body. If even a lowly creature could exhibit such astonishing results when possessed, he mused. What might occur with a blood knight? He shook his head, dispelling the thoughts. The pressing concern was to conquer the instance and claim his rewards. Ming was curious. Given that 1 goblin warrior equated to 2 iron chests, what splendid rewards awaited him upon completion of this instance. In addition, there were the chests from slain goblins and the extraction of the undead. With the same secret realm instance and an array of skills at his disposal, Ming's gains would undoubtedly eclipse those of all humanity. He ventured deeper. Goblin warrior slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 iron chests. Goblin warrior slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 iron chests. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Goblin Warrior 1. As the number of his undead legion grew, Chen Ming found he need not directly engage in battle. His sole task was to quietly extract the undead. They proved to be even more effective than he had imagined. In fact, feeling rather idle, he took out his phone to pass the time before encountering the instance boss. The Goblin Chieftain, currently fishing. Completing the minigame posed no challenge whatsoever. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 years of lifespan. Another exclusive skill? He eagerly clicked to view, skill introduction. S-grade skill, Shadow Swap. Upon acquiring this skill, you will be capable of instantly swapping positions with the undead you summon. Position swapping with the undead? Chen Ming could barely contain his excitement to test it. Selecting a goblin warrior a few meters away, he activated the skill. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, he had exchanged positions with the undead. He experimented further with other targets, the process flowing seamlessly. Most importantly, it consumed little of his mental energy. Considering the undead's ability to lurk in the shadows and silently appear behind their foes, Chen Ming realized this skill was akin to an upgraded version of short-distance teleportation. While standard teleportation could only move oneself, the incorporation of the undead allowed him to evade attacks while leaving an undead behind, launching a surprise offensive against his enemies. After thorough research and experimentation, Chen Ming was satisfied with his acquisition. The conflict between his undead minions and the goblins raged on. Chen Ming, too, continued his efforts. Casting out his next line, he felt no sense of the impending crisis typical of conquering a secret realm instance. It was all remarkably relaxed and enjoyable. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 years of lifespan. This time, the critical strike effect did not trigger, so does that mean it's merely a century? There is no complaint. After all, a single fishing expedition could exchange for the entirety of a person's life, or even 2 lifetimes. Chen Ming felt that if this continued, there would inevitably come a day when he could genuinely achieve longevity and harmony with the heavens and the earth. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead minion, Goblin Warrior 12. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead minion, Undead Goblin Archer 10. While casting his line, Chen Ming did not neglect his main task, multitasking tirelessly to reap rewards. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical strike successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired SSS level skill, Divine Self-Healing. SSS level skill Divine Self-Healing. Upon acquiring this skill, your self-healing ability shall walk alongside the divine, rivaling the gods, surpassing the divine. Regardless of how your enemies may attempt to obliterate you, you will instantly restore yourself. Another extraordinary skill. Chen Ming drew a dagger and attempted to slice his hand. The speed of the wound's formation was almost outpaced by the speed of healing. Just as the crimson cut appeared, it was completely restored in the blink of an eye. The speed was so rapid that Chen Ming scarcely felt any pain. Coupled with his extended lifespan and this skill, did that not render him effectively immortal? Contemplating this, the corners of Chen Ming's mouth curved upward, barely containable. Undoubtedly, divine self-healing, combined with his longevity, earned its rightful place as his premier skill. After all, as long as one lives, infinite possibilities await. Once life ceases, no matter how many divine skills or resources one possesses, what value do they hold? He forcibly calmed his emotions. Cast the line. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical strike successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 years of life. Although it was a repetitive skill, Chen Ming found it increasingly pleasing. He yearned for more, hoping to accumulate his lifespan to 10,000 years. Immortal for 10,000 years. What exhilaration. Just as Chen Ming intended to cast his line again, he suddenly noticed that the undead beside him had all ceased their movements. It seemed that since a moment ago, the sounds of battle had vanished. The undead, unburdened by the need to breathe, stood in eerie silence. Chen Ming put his phone away and the undead obediently formed a pathway for him. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a colossal stone door before him. Surely, beyond this door lay the boss room, he speculated. Chen Ming stepped back a few paces, uncertain of the situation that awaited him on the other side. Wary of potential traps, he gestured for 2 undead goblin warriors to advance, one on either side. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy stone doors slowly creaked open. Chapter 65, Laser Eyes, Instant Kill. As the stone doors fully opened, the torches on the walls ignited in succession, their flickering flames gradually illuminating the once pitch-black stone chamber. The space was vast, reminiscent of a stone palace. In the grand hall stood an array of goblins of various ranks, with the giant goblin warriors being particularly conspicuous. Among them were those mounted on wolves, baring their teeth and advancing toward Chen Ming in a semicircle, slowly encroaching upon him. Shifting his gaze to the steps, he spotted a stone altar adorned with several stone pillars. Upon these pillars were long cloths stained with blood, varying in thickness, and bells crafted from hollowed bones. Further up sat an elderly goblin clad in priestly garb, grasping a wooden staff. If Chen Ming's assumptions were correct, this figure was likely the final boss of this dungeon. The Goblin Chieftain. He must be defeated to successfully clear the dungeon and claim the rewards. The goblins did not immediately launch an attack on Chen Ming. He speculated that their movement might be confined within this stone chamber. He signaled for one of the undead goblin warriors to step inside. He sought to ascertain whether, by remaining outside the chamber and not triggering their attack mechanism, he could exploit a bug, allowing the undead to enter and thereby reap rewards without losing a single soldier. However, reality proved Chen Ming's hopes to be overly optimistic. The moment the undead set foot in the stone chamber, the goblin chieftain raised his staff, issuing commands to his goblin kin. The wolf-riding goblins were the first to spur their gray wolves into action, determined to concentrate their firepower on the intruder. As for the outcome, confronted by the lunging gray wolves, the goblins wielding double stone axes met the undead without mercy, striking down and obliterating a large number. Blood gushing forth, they crashed against the walls, creating deep indentations, and the shattered remains fell amidst the carnage. Both the wolf mounts and the goblins perished. Successfully killed Wolf Rider Goblin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 wooden treasure chests. Successfully killed Wolf Rider Goblin. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 wooden treasure chests. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead minion, Wolf Rider Goblin 14. In the blink of an eye, former adversaries now willingly stood by Chen Ming's side, ready to serve him. Perhaps it was the scent of their fallen comrade's blood that stirred the remaining goblins' fighting spirit, causing them to raise their weapons and adopt a stance of vengeance against the undead that had slain their companions. Observing the goblins collectively charge, Chen Ming naturally could not lag behind. He raised his hand and brought it down, and behind him, hundreds of goblins surged forth like a flood released from its dam. A true slaughter commenced. However, the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. The number of goblins dwindled with each passing moment, while on Chen Ming's side, thanks to the undead extraction skill, their ranks only swelled. Moreover, even when the goblins managed to slay one undead, Chen Ming could immediately summon it back from the Shadow Realm, provided his mental energy was sufficient. In theory, he could maintain a ceaseless stream of reinforcements, engaged in battle without pause. Coupled with the formidable snowball effect of the undead extraction skill, no matter how fearsome the enemy's strength, they were ultimately crafting a garment for his benefit. Before long, all the goblins present were decimated by the undead, turning the tide to Chen Ming's favor. Witnessing this, the goblin chieftain could no longer remain seated. He raised his staff high, and fiery tendrils akin to serpents swirled rapidly around its tip. A fireball, several meters in diameter, swiftly took form. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of envy, a genuine, profound envy. The radiance intensified rapidly. Boom. Suddenly, two thick beams of red laser shot forth from his eyes. The speed was astonishing, leaving the goblin chieftain no time to react as they pierced through, shattering and exploding its skull. Chen Ming had long sought the opportunity to test whether this S-level laser could unleash destruction akin to that of superheroes in films. The actual experience surpassed all his expectations. There was no sensation of burning in his eyes. Everything felt entirely normal. After being struck in the head, the fireball atop the goblin chieftain's head extinguished rapidly, and he fell back stiffly, lifeless. The staff slipped from his grasp, rolling aside. He was utterly dead. Goblin chieftain slain. Congratulations, you have received 5 black iron chests. 5 black iron chests. Chen Ming did not attribute the chieftain's demise to his weakness, but rather to the formidable nature of his S-class skill. Not only was its power greater, but it was also instantaneous. Unlike the goblin chieftain, who had to gradually accumulate energy, a resounding rumble echoed, shaking the ground as a small cloud of dust rose. As it settled, Chen Ming beheld a section of the ground that had collapsed. Approaching and peering down, he discovered a chest labeled Dungeon Completion Chest. Chen Ming chose to open the chest directly. Inside, he found several items, which upon being placed into his storage space, displayed their names and functions. Great Mana Potion 2. This potion swiftly restores your expended mental energy. King Snake Dagger. A blade meticulously crafted from the fangs of the king snake, inflicting continuous poison and bleeding effects upon wounding an enemy, slowing their wound recovery speed. Goblin Robe. Wearing this robe enhances skill damage. After thoroughly understanding the effects of the rewards, Chen Ming commenced the final preparations, tidying the battlefield. Although it was described as such, the process was remarkably simple. Select all with one click. Confirm extraction. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new undead minion, Wolf Rider Goblin 55. Extraction successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new undead minion, Goblin Warrior 125. Extraction successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new undead minion, Goblin 200. Extraction successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new undead minion, Goblin Chieftain 1. Chen Ming quickly calculated that during this expedition, he had amassed a total of 2,824 goblins. Among them were 800 ordinary goblins, 200 archer goblins, 300 assassin goblins, 250 knight goblins, 69 wolf rider goblins, and 420 giant goblin warriors, coupled with the treasures. The haul was quite substantial. He felt immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the authorities had urgently mobilized over 1,000 personnel, equipped with countless high-grade gear, and even deployed fighter jets. The display was grand. Determined to eliminate every last goblin at the portal, they were prepared to spare no expense. They could not allow these creatures to infiltrate the city, exacerbating an already harsh living environment. However, after waiting for an extended period, they saw not even a shadow of a goblin. Subsequently, they witnessed the large portal swiftly shrink until it vanished entirely, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. Chapter 66, Official Recognition. What is happening? Where has the portal gone? It appeared suddenly and disappeared just as abruptly. Could it be that the reason the mecha vanished earlier was due to his entering that portal? It's plausible. Once he annihilated those goblins, the portal lost its purpose and naturally dissipated. I concur with this theory. The monsters would not retreat without reason, given the chance. They would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to flay us alive. Thank goodness he was present. Otherwise, at least half of the people here would have perished. No. I believe that the number of giant goblins could have led to our total annihilation. Be more confident. Eliminate the perhaps. What if there truly was a goblin elder or king among them? Little did they know that Ming had already accomplished his task and vanished, cloaked in anonymity. A goblin elder? Yes, but he was dispatched in a single blow. The undead had been extracted, and he had claimed all the rewards. He had no reason to linger. The remaining matters were entirely in the hands of the authorities. Soon, this incident was edited and published on the Yangshe official website, alongside synchronized television news reports. The primary aim was to reassure the public that the current situation remained under control, mitigating excessive panic. Additionally, by commending Ming, they sought to bridge the gap between him and the authorities, exploring any opportunity for dialogue regarding joining their organization. Upon returning home, Ming picked up the remote and turned on the television, just in time to witness the segment praising him. Being featured prominently on Yangshe was certainly a point of pride, worthy of being bragged about for a lifetime, a topic for conversation at social gatherings. Indeed, it was the same now. Ming maintained his composure. He was acutely aware of the authorities' interest in collaborating with him. However, he harbored no inclination toward such matters, showing no interest in the hierarchical system or obeying orders. Wasn't he it better to reign as a king over his undead minions, safely tucked away in this solitary refuge? Why engage in intrigue, risking the chance of being discarded like a spent tool? If there were to be such a betrayal, it should rightly come from him. Opening the forum, one could not ignore the skyrocketing popularity of the term mecha, heavenly sovereign, following the official recognition. Throughout the vast realm of Desea, it was nearly impossible for people to overlook this event, especially with Yangshe as the sole channel, concentrating traffic significantly. Moreover, being official, the credibility surpassed that of second-rate reports. The comments section had exploded, with comments exceeding tens of thousands. Refreshing the page revealed hundreds, even thousands more. Goodness, this has been officially recognized. The name Mecha Heavenly Sovereign has now spread like wildfire. I came to witness the explosive scenes of mechas slaughtering goblins. It was exhilarating. Can anyone explain what that portal was, and why it appeared out of thin air? Appeared out of thin air? Only you would believe that. Someone must have been unable to resist using that software, resulting in the portal being drawn out. You can even fish out something like that? You must be joking. If zombies can be fished out, then what is impossible? Besides, let us not forget that this software was previously known as All Realms Fishing. One statement was enlightening, clearing the mind like a sudden revelation. Subsequently, related entries rapidly ascended the trending search rankings. Official recognition, Mecha Heavenly Sovereign. Fished out an interdimensional portal. Regarding the appearance of the portal, should we utilize All Realms Fishing? As Ming casually perused the forum, intending to log out, a buzzing sound interrupted him. His phone received a pop-up message. User Elegant Girl requests to add you as a friend, with a message, I am trapped in room 604 of Unit 11, Jingyang Community. For the sake of our schoolmate bond, please, I beg you to save me. I am willing to do anything for you. This nickname, upon double-checking the account, confirmed it was indeed Zhaoya, the girl who previously added him as a friend upon seeing him become wealthy, only to be repeatedly rejected. To save her? Don't be absurd. They were neither relatives nor close friends. Even if he possessed the ability, why waste effort for someone else's plight? Wouldn't it be better to cast a couple of lines? Decisively, he rejected the request, unwilling to entangle himself with that woman. Buzzing again. Jingyang Community. Room 604 of Unit 11. Upon receiving the message, Zhaoya hastily retrieved her phone, eager to confirm whether any of the messages she had meticulously sent to the sycophants on her list had garnered a response. To her dismay, she was met with a notification. Your friend request has been denied by Ilu Xiongnan. Gritting her teeth, she thought, this fellow is indeed heartless. Having once pursued me, he is fully aware of my plight as a fragile girl suffering in this wretched place, yet remains indifferent. What a scoundrel. The other dozens of messages similarly elicited no replies. In a fit of rage, Zhao Ye decided to disseminate the contact information of these individuals across the internet, composing a scathing critique in hopes of inciting public outrage to force them into submission. Historically, this tactic had proven effective. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, minute by minute passed, 5 minutes elapsed, and 10 minutes drifted by. The view count stood at a mere 2, a glaringly dismal figure. One of those views was her own, and the other, she surmised, was likely a moderator. Had her post not yet been exposed? Just as Zhao Ye pondered this, a red notification finally illuminated her screen. Filled with excitement, she quickly clicked to check. Rainy night with a knife, no umbrella, ugly people cause trouble. The view count surged from 2 to 3. Zhao Ye tossed her phone aside, cursing under her breath about the cold and unfeeling society she inhabited. At that moment, her attention was drawn to the television playing beside her. The stillness of her surroundings unnerved her, and seeking solace in sound, she turned on the television. Watching the news marked with replay, her eyes shimmered with longing, pondering the identity of the person piloting the mecha. If only she could earn his favor. Perhaps even in this desolate world, she could lead a fulfilling life. She yearned for a connection with him, yet her hopes remained but a distant dream. In the vast ocean of despair, separated by the cockpit, how could she ever uncover the true identity of the mecha pilot? And even if she did, how could she traverse mountains of corpses and seas of blood to meet him? The community where Zhao Ye resided had long been besieged by zombies, rendering escape impossible. Even during daylight, when the zombies' abilities diminished, she dared not venture outside, subsisting on a collection of snacks scavenged from the internet and meager leftovers in her fridge. Living each day in a state of relentless anxiety, she snapped a selfie and posted it online, captioned, "Given my looks, what do you think my chances are of catching the attention of the mecha deity?" Hoping to ride the wave of trending topics, she wished to be noticed by this admired figure amidst the sea of humanity. Chapter 67, Thunderstorm Brigade. Zhao Ye had always possessed a robust confidence in her appearance. To present her personal advantages flawlessly, she rummaged through her wardrobe to find a seductive pink bodycon dress. Posing from the back, front, and side, she ensured every angle was perfect. Not satisfied with her S-curve? No matter, a little retouching would suffice. Once satisfied, she clicked upload, eagerly anticipating her friend's support. And as for those men, Zhao Ye mused, having so generously showcased her figure, how could they not lend their support? With the addition of the phrase mecha deity, it was no surprise that her post garnered significantly more attention. In less than a minute, dozens of replies flooded in. Today, I saw the 23rd person dreaming in broad daylight. She has some looks, but aiming to be that man's woman is truly overreaching. Disgusting. Who are you trying to impress with such antics? Even if offered for free, he wouldn't accept her. The reality was starkly different from Zhao Ye's expectations. Not a single soul came to her defense, particularly disheartened by the comments suggesting she was unworthy of his attention. Zhao Ye could no longer contain her indignation and retaliated. If I am unworthy, then what of you? If you can't speak constructively, then be silent. Don't come here to vent your frustrations. Brothers, she asked, losing it. Quick, inform Gotham to notify Batman. We've found the Joker. Who has a bucket of urine to wake her up? Those with diabetes, step back. We mustn't let her taste sweetness. The star Mimi has already publicly expressed her desire to befriend him. Do you truly believe you are better than Mimi, more famous? I noticed as well. It seems he continues to ignore her, yet upon reflection, he certainly has the right to do so. What does it matter if she is a top actress? In the wake of the apocalypse, that means nothing. If she can't even feed herself, who has the time to care? Zhao Ye found herself at a loss for words, as every retort she attempted to make was met with a barrage of responses. Just as she thought of a particularly cutting remark that could infuriate her detractors, she was dismayed to receive the notification. Unable to reply, post has been deleted. Deleted? Why? Confused, Zhao Ye checked her system inbox, and upon seeing the words content violation, sexual implications, she was certain someone had reported her. Resending it? Zhao Ye lacked the courage to do so. In the brief time span since her initial post, she had already been inundated with thousands of insults from both men and women alike. Anger surged within her. She felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Ming remained oblivious to Zhao Ye's plight, focusing on other matters. Through his tablet, he noticed a group of individuals lurking stealthily outside the wall at the foot of the mountain, gesturing towards his shelter and engaged in hushed conversation. Judging by their attire and demeanor, Ming did not associate them with official forces or special operatives. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang. The tablet presented two options: remotely unlock the door or engage in voice communication. Ming pressed the answer button, cutting straight to the chase. Who are you? Friends. We are just a group of people seeking refuge. Could you open the door and let us in? The man spoke into the intercom, explaining their purpose. No. Ming rejected instantly, without a hint of hesitation. Hey, brother, don't be so quick to refuse. To be frank, among us, there are two who have acquired skills. And they are E-grade skills. Only by cooperating can we achieve mutual benefit. The man attempted to entice Ming into joining their ranks. Not interested. With that, Chen Ming ended the conversation abruptly, placing the tablet down. He activated his exclusive S-grade skill, Shadow Shift, swapping places with a spectral spider he had previously stationed at the base of the mountain. This method of descending was far swifter and safer than riding a motorcycle, driving a car, or pedaling a bicycle. Wu Laoda, this kid is so obstinate. Why don't we just storm in and take him out? One of the men suggested. Storm in? How do we do that? The gun at the door may not be real, but the electrified barrier is no joke. Even a slight touch could cost us our lives, Wu Tian lamented, frustrated at the lack of progress. We've worked hard to find such a prime hideout. Are we really just going to watch it slip away? A subordinate protested. This is simple. Remember that fire truck we saw on our way here? The one with the driver already zombified and strapped in by a seatbelt? Wu Tian inquired. The fire truck? Even as a mere footstool? That object still fell short compared to the towering iron wall. The subordinate was puzzled. Fool, the boss means we can use a ladder. A companion raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. Oh, I see, the subordinate exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. You three, go fetch the vehicle. The rest of you, prepare your gear. Once we breach the wall, follow the usual protocol. Eliminate all who can be killed. Leave no survivors. Wu Tian was distinctly displeased with Chen Ming's earlier demeanor. As a possessor of an E-rank skill, he considered himself a deity, a child of fortune, and a favored one of fate. The audacity of Chen Ming, a mere mortal, to show him disrespect warranted death. Wu Tian would not spare even those who held him in reverence. The phrase mercy and kindness had long been expunged from his lexicon. Moreover, Chen Ming had publicly undermined his authority in front of all his subordinates. Wu Tian silently vowed to make him pay dearly for it. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison. Then the man continued. You all remember the voice on the communicator, right? Yes, they nodded. We must keep this person alive. I want to personally kill him and let him truly experience the consequences of opposing me, the Thunder Emperor. Wu Tian's smile was sinister. The title of Thunder Emperor was difficult for Chen Ming to assess. The benefit gleaned from those two words was the revelation that Wu Tian's E-rank skill was related to lightning. He was one of the two awakened individuals in the team. Chen Ming was not at all surprised that their refuge would attract unwanted attention. Being targeted by petty individuals was precisely an indication that they had chosen their sanctuary wisely and had made the right modifications. Viewed from a different perspective, it was a testament to their value. That fool could have easily surrendered this villa and become a member of our Thunder clan. Yet he chose not to appreciate the opportunity. Such individuals are destined for a short life. It's not surprising. After all, Haven T, you heard the saying. Good words cannot persuade a dead man. Kill. Leave no trace. They were not lacking in opportunities. It was he who failed to grasp them. And thus he could not blame them. As they spoke, Chen Ming listened intently, absorbing every word. Realizing that these people were bent on his destruction, hostility reached its peak. Chen Ming, naturally, felt no need for excessive politeness. He opened the shadow gate and summoned 5 shadow wolves. In this post-apocalyptic world, he had established a personal principle. Anyone who sought his life, even if only in thought, would not be spared. He understood well the adage of eradicating the roots of trouble, lest it regrow with the spring breeze. Chapter 68, Fire Mage, Lightning Mage. The three who were to retrieve the fire truck soon witnessed a shadow wolf leap forth from the ominous black portal. They were so startled that they fell to the ground, eyes wide with terror. Ordinary wolves posed a significant danger to them. Even more so was the enormous shadow wolf. Its eerie appearance heightened their panic. Hearing the commotion, the others drew their blades and tightened their grips on their baseball bats. As they turned, they realized they had been completely surrounded by shadow wolves that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Where did all these wolves come from? This isn't a wolf. There can't be such large wolves in the world. It feels like it could easily squash a tiger with one swipe. Damn it. Some unfortunate soul must have lured these beasts nearby. What do we do now? What are you panicking for? A few mere shadow wolves? Stand aside. Another skill holder, Zhao Jiqiang, stepped forward, pushing the others away. This is a rare opportunity to test my newly acquired skill. He spread his hands, fingers half clenched, and quickly condensed 2 fireballs in his palms. After forming the fireballs, Zhao Jiqiang did not hastily launch them at the shadow wolf. Instead, he pressed his hands together, forcibly merging the 2 fireballs into one, increasing its size from that of an apple to that of a melon. Who knew it could be used this way? Chen Ming reflected, marveling at the truth of the saying, you learn as long as you live. Die for me. Once the fireball was fully formed, reaching its maximum potential, Zhao Jiqiang thrust his hands forward. Boom. The fireball shot forth, trailing a small tail. A wave of heat rushing forward, aimed directly at one of the shadow wolves. The wolf's response was simple and brutal. It opened its mouth and swallowed Zhao Jiqiang's proud attack whole. With a thud, a few wisps of black smoke escaped from between its teeth, utterly unscathed. What? Zhao Jiqiang, who had earlier been filled with self-satisfaction, staggered back in shock and disbelief. He had considered that while this fireball might not completely destroy the shadow wolf, it should at least inflict significant injury. Never did he expect it to emerge completely unharmed. As the shadow wolf lunged at him, Zhao Jiqiang hastily attempted to conjure another fireball for an attack, but in less than the blink of an eye, the shadow wolf had closed the distance in several powerful strides. Zhao Jiqiang raised his gaze just in time to see the shadow wolf's massive claws coming down, sharp and broad like a butcher's knife. With a squelch, blood gushed forth as Zhao Jiqiang was sliced into pieces in an instant. A second, and he was dead. Witnessing this scene, the others could no longer remain composed. Their fighting spirit evaporated, and their weapons slipped from their grasp involuntarily. Retrieve them? They didn't have time to think of that. Their minds were solely fixated on one thing: escape. They fled without looking back, as far away as possible. They never wished to return to this cursed place, regretting their choices deeply. However, awaiting them was only a brutal massacre. Observing the unfolding scenes, Ming felt a sense of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Even ordinary goblins could easily slay them. Wu Tian stood dazed, gazing at the bloodied corpse not far from him, still oozing blood. No, don't kill me. At that moment, a wretched scream jolted Wu Tian back to reality. Clearing the haze from his eyes, he saw the shadow wolf seize a man, lifting him off the ground. With a powerful bite, he heard a crack, as the wolf severed the man's neck, head and body parting ways. A set of sharp white fangs, stained with thick blood, glistened ominously. Wu Tian swallowed hard as his eyes met those of the shadow wolf. As the creature advanced, closing the distance rapidly, he felt electricity crackling in his palms, forming a lightning orb. Yet, before he could launch it, a massive maw filled his vision. In the next instant, the shadow wolf had bitten off a large portion of his body, leaving only his legs standing there. The efficiency was far quicker than any execution device like the dragon's head guillotine or tiger's head guillotine. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. The Thunder Clan, which had only recently formed and had boasted of becoming the world's premier post-apocalyptic organization, was now completely annihilated. Ming was grateful for the opportunity they had provided him. Selecting all, extracting the undead. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new undead servant. 13 low-level undead. Extraction successful. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring a new undead minion, the Fire Mage. Extraction successful. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring a new undead minion, the Lightning Mage. Those devoid of skills can only be extracted as low-level undead, while those possessing skills belong to an entirely different echelon. Ming summoned Wu Tian and Zhao Jiqiang. Even after their transformation into undead, faint traces of their former appearances remained discernible. Ming commanded them to unleash their most formidable attacks, the clash of black and white lightning. Alongside a fireball with an inner flame of black and an outer flame of white, erupted. Bang! Boom! One strike cleaved a gaping hole through the tree, while the other ignited it in flames. It appears that with an abundance of skills, everything in this world can serve as a stepping stone on my path to power. Ming was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. With a wave of his hand, the undead descended into the shadow realm. He chose to leave the bloodstains on the ground intact, allowing others with similar intentions a moment to reflect on whether they truly wished to take such risks. Ming harbored no fondness for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. However, when it came to enemies, he would show no mercy. Whether one is friend or foe is determined by a mere thought. Subsequently, Ming switched places with the earlier goblin, swiftly returning to the villa. The experience of effortlessly resolving encounters with enemies while also reaping treasure chests and undead rewards left him feeling invigorated. He began to perceive the apocalypse as a veritable golden age for himself. The individuals he had just defeated, who were of little worth, yielded a single wooden treasure chest, while those slightly stronger, with some combat prowess, yielded two. Wu Tian and Zhao Jiqiang, possessing E-level skills, were valued at a black iron treasure chest each. Ming accepted all with delight. Upon returning to the living room, he reclined on the sofa and retrieved his phone, opening the fishing app for trades. He wished to see if, at this advanced stage of the apocalypse, he might stumble upon some hidden treasures. After browsing for 7 or 8 minutes, a particular transaction caught his eye. Attention, all experts. S-grade secret realm treasure map available for weaponry and a substantial amount of food. Serious inquiries only, thank you. Chapter 69, the S-grade treasure map. An S-grade secret realm treasure map? Initially, Ming struggled to comprehend what significance a treasure map would hold in this world. However, upon reflecting on the term secret realm and recalling the goblin dungeon he had recently conquered, he deduced that the effects would likely be similar. Secret realm dungeons housed a plethora of exceptionally rare monsters that did not exist in reality. Defeating them would not only yield a bounty of treasure chests, but also allow for their extraction as undead. This was something he simply had to acquire. Ming resolved firmly. He clicked on the post, which had garnered only a few hundred views. A glance at the timestamp revealed that 3 hours had elapsed since its publication. He proceeded to examine the specifics of the trade. S-grade secret realm treasure map. Opens an S-grade secret realm, teeming with formidable monsters, and buried within are countless treasures. For the average individual, a treasure map of this caliber was tantamount to a death sentence. To dare accept it was to court demise. When the Grim Reaper issues a summons, who would dare defy? Upon reviewing the trading requirements, they were quite straightforward. I require copious amounts of food, water, and practical weaponry. Despite being posted for 3 hours and attracting hundreds of views, there had yet to be a single response. This could be attributed to the conditions being too demanding, or those who did see it lacked the means or the courage. After all, what use would it be to expend vast resources only to acquire a high-level item that did not aid in enhancing one's strength or filling one's belly? Observing this, Ming selected a box of luncheon meat, 2 boxes of mineral water, and a handgun with 50 rounds of ammunition, and confirmed the submission. Now, he merely had to await the other party's response. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated with a notification. The other party has agreed to the trade. You have lost 1 box of luncheon meat, 2 boxes of mineral water, and 1 handgun. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 S-grade secret realm treasure map. Having acquired the desired item, Ming also possessed a 100-fold rebate skill, ensuring he would never incur a loss. 100-fold rebate triggered successfully. Congratulations. You have received 100 boxes of luncheon meat. 100-fold rebate triggered successfully. Congratulations. You have received 200 boxes of mineral water. 100-fold rebate triggered successfully. Congratulations. You have received 5,000 rounds of handgun ammunition. Though it was a trade, the 100-fold rebate rule still applied. Given the advantages it provided him, Ming was disinclined to dispute the phishing system. If it truly were a bug, he would welcome it with open arms, taking in whatever bounty came his way without complaint. After scanning through the trade center to ensure there were no other items of interest, Ming exited the trading platform and opened his inventory, locating the S-grade treasure map. He clicked to withdraw it, and instantly, a roll of yellowed parchment materialized before him. Stretching out his hand to grasp it, he unfurled it, revealing a blurred map with a blood-red inscription. Number 28 Chongqing Road, Starry Sky Hotel. Ming's assessment of the treasure map was that it was rather too direct. However, if it made things easier, then all the better. He had no reason to seek trouble. Without further ado, he hastened to depart. Though unfamiliar with number 28 Chongqing Road, he was well aware that the Starry Sky Hotel was one of the few 5-star establishments in Jiangqing, one he often passed on his way to and from school. Cloaked in complete invisibility, he soared through the air on his flying sword, racing towards his destination. Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that when the map was unfolded, a red triangular coordinate appeared, indicating the distance. The closer he drew, the larger the coordinate became. Conversely, the further away he was, the smaller it shrank. It was as if he could not miss his destination. Had this been before, faced with an S-grade secret realm, Ming might have hesitated, worried that he might venture forth only to return with his life extinguished. Yet, at present, bolstered by his immortality, his confidence surged. Even if he could not escape, he could simply remain entirely concealed, employing his undead minions to expend the enemy's resources through a relentless cycle of corpse explosions. Ming was more than capable of enduring such an exchange. Were his current skills insufficient? Then he would simply procure more, aiming for several S-grade, SS-grade, and SSS-grade skills. The benefits of unlimited fishing opportunities were now manifest. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Starry Sky Hotel's vicinity. This area, bustling with life, was now a desolate scene, marred by the aftermath of fierce combat. A mere glance revealed hundreds of zombies, some of whom were even special forces zombies wielding weapons. Upon their transformation into the undead, would they still retain the ability to use firearms? Ming found himself intrigued. He observed that this area had fallen completely, abandoned to the undead. The sheer number of zombies on the streets exceeded imagination, not to mention those lurking within the buildings. Standing at a corner of the hotel, Ming gazed downward, catching sight of countless shadows swaying gently behind the windows. Even without clear visages, it was immediately evident that they were undoubtedly half-slumbering zombies. The slightest sound would awaken their thirst for blood. Ming decided to address the secret realm treasure map matter first before contemplating the zombies. Though weak, he would not disdain them. If amassed, they could represent a formidable fighting force. Just as Ming prepared to retrieve the treasure map and locate the treasure site, a sudden cry pierced the air. A piercing scream shattered the stillness, igniting his alertness. After taking a few steps to adjust his vantage point, Ming beheld a figure dangling perilously from a rope outside the window, perilously close, less than half a meter from a horde of zombies. The undead congregated swiftly, extending their ghastly hands in a desperate attempt to seize him. Allure? Ming surmised that another group of individuals, taking advantage of the sound to attract the undead, was stealthily making their way along a predetermined route to a nearby shopping mall. They spoke in hushed tones, ensuring that not a single zombie's attention was diverted towards them. As for the unfortunate man, their intentions had never included a rescue. He was merely a disposable pawn, intended to be used and discarded. Otherwise, they would not have deliberately inflicted wounds upon him to enhance his allure to the zombies, facilitating their own escape. In this apocalyptic era, such occurrences were hardly surprising to Ming. Those who dared not act or think would inevitably perish first. The future was forged through struggle. The group carried minimal supplies. Chen Ming speculated that they had exhausted all consumable resources within the hotel, prompting their desperate attempt to circumvent the layers of undead guarding the way to the resource-rich shopping complex. No, don't eat me. Please, don't eat me. The cries echoed as the horde of zombies, piling upon one another, climbed higher and higher, eventually engulfing the man who had fallen, gnawing at him mercilessly. It seemed that his cries weakened, likely due to excessive blood loss, and soon fell silent. Chen Ming refocused his thoughts, directing his attention to the S-grade treasure map before him. Little did he anticipate that just as he retrieved it, the serenity was abruptly shattered by a gunshot. He was certain the shot had originated from within the mall, revealing that those individuals were equally unfortunate. Their attempt to shift positions was far from the smooth operation they envisioned. Bang! Without allowing Chen Ming a moment to ponder, the shattering of glass reverberated through the air. A large pane of glass exploded, sending shards cascading like raindrops. Along with the debris, a figure emerged, bloodied and grotesquely contorted, with shards of glass embedded in their flesh. To pass away in such a manner would be considered fortunate, yet fate had granted him a breath, as he writhed on the ground, helpless against the advancing zombies. He was soon overwhelmed, his body devoured piece by piece. Evidently, the building concealed advanced zombies. For the ferocity of the attack could not possibly be attributed to mere low-level undead. Bang! Bang! Following this, 2 more gunshots rang out, only to be swiftly followed by silence once more. Chen Ming did not believe that such simple shots could vanquish the monsters. It was more likely that the shooter had met their own demise. As he closed his eyes and opened them again, he noticed a spectral raven circling above him. Chen Ming dove vertically, alighting upon a street lamp across the road, and peered into the building. 2 Titan zombies came into view, one greedily gnawing on a person as if they were a drumstick, while the other, sensing impending doom, discarded a red fire axe and attempted to flee. Whoosh! Suddenly, 7 or 8 tongues, as thick as Chen Ming's wrist, extended from behind, unfurling like petals, ensnaring her tightly and embedding themselves into her flesh. With a violent tug, driven by sheer desperation, the woman was yanked back, her bones cracking ominously as she was forcibly folded and devoured by the Titan's gaping maw. It became evident that the Titan zombies possessed skills far beyond the protruding bone swords on their arms. This served as a reminder to Chen Ming to exercise greater caution when confronting Titan zombies, to avoid being ambushed. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Gathering intelligence was always beneficial. With a casual gesture, Chen Ming summoned 2 goblin warriors. The Titan zombie had no chance to react before its skull was crushed by a morning star. The goblins, wielding swords in both hands, effortlessly cleaved the Titan in 2, as if slicing through warm butter. Titan zombie slain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 black iron chests. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, Titan Zombie 2. With the Titan defeated, Chen Ming had no qualms about cleansing the remaining visible zombies from the area. With a wave of his hand, the skill toxic mist surged forth like a flood, enveloping the entire street within moments. Zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 wooden chest. Zombie slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 wooden chest. Zombie dog slain. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 wooden chests. Once the toxic mist formed, Chen Ming merely needed to harvest the rewards. Thousands of zombies, if faced by a special forces unit, would require hundreds of personnel and considerable time to eradicate, with no guarantee of 0 casualties. Yet, Chen Ming accomplished this in under 30 seconds. The zombies trapped within the toxic haze exhibited no resistance, falling in droves. With his hands laden with wooden chests, Chen Ming proceeded to the next phase of his plan, selecting all to extract the undead. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new undead minion, Undead Zombie 4899. While the overwhelming number of zombies might terrify others, for Chen Ming, it was a double-edged sword, beneficial yet not without its drawbacks, which he could easily disregard. Securing a 4-digit number of undead minions left him in high spirits. The street lay strewn with corpses of zombies, and the eerie tranquility of the surroundings was almost intoxicating. Chen Ming, however, remained focused, unveiling and opening the treasure map. You have arrived at the entrance to the treasure secret realm. Would you like to enter? Yes, no. The blood-red text materialized upon the parchment in Chen Ming's hands. Choosing yes, a crimson vortex manifested before him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, and the entrance sealed shut behind him. Unlike the previous goblin instance, the treasure secret realm permitted only those bearing the treasure map to enter. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a vast desert, enveloped in swirling yellow sand. No matter where he looked, desolation stretched endlessly, with thick fog obscuring any distant view. The only source of unease was a chasm looming mere meters away from him, its width easily spanning hundreds of meters. Taking a few steps forward, Chen Ming gazed into the abyss. A profound darkness enveloped him, as if an invisible force threatened to pull him into its depths. Just as he contemplated activating his night vision skill, his instinct triggered a sense of danger. Chen Ming retreated a step, only to witness a spear shoot up from the depths of the chasm, arcing gracefully before embedding itself into the ground with considerable force. Its tip nearly buried within the stone. Had Chen Ming failed to evade, that bullet would have effortlessly pierced through his skull. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of wind generated by something flapping its wings caught Chen Ming's attention. Turning his head, he beheld a myriad of monsters emerging from the abyss, each one brandishing wings. They possessed human-like torsos yet were covered in scales, their skin a deeper shade of green than goblins, their heads reminiscent of lizards, adorned with horns and long whiskers. Their wings sprouted from their arms, connecting to broad membranes beneath their armpits, allowing them to glide considerable distances when fully unfurled. Dragonfolk? Chen Ming was uncertain, having encountered similar creatures in the game. Yet, without affording him much time for contemplation, these monsters glided towards him, long spears in hand. Charging forth with ferocity, the amalgamation of man and weapon became one. Without hesitation, Chen Ming summoned all his goblins and shadow wolves, forming an imposing battalion before him. The ordinary goblins hurled their stone axes, landing heavy blows upon the dragonfolk's heads. Seizing the moment of disorientation, the archer goblins released their arrows, piercing the creature's eyes, causing blood to spurt forth. Alternatively, the mighty goblin warriors wielded hammers, swords, and axes, dispatching them to their demise. The shadow wolves, undeterred, leapt into action, pouncing on the dragonfolk from the air, first biting off their wings, then delivering a swift and merciless bite to their necks, severing heads with speed surpassing that of a chainsaw. While they managed to dispatch several, more dragonfolk began to emerge from the abyss in overwhelming numbers. The sheer quantity obscured the sky, in stark contrast to Chen Ming's undead legion. Yet, he had no intention of reinforcing his ranks. Convinced that these undead were sufficient for victory, the battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 71, The Gluttonous Dragon. The numerical advantage of the dragonfolk did not manifest prominently before the undead legion. However, the reason this treasure-laden secret realm appeared so conquerable was solely due to Chen Ming's formidable skills. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished the moment that bullet was fired. Successfully killed a mutated dragonfolk. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Successfully killed a mutated dragonfolk. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Summoning in progress. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead minion, Dragonfolk 14. Summoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead minion, Dragonfolk 22. Why were these undead deemed sufficient? It was simply because Chen Ming's skills were limitless. He could kill and extract at will, supplementing his numbers. Once the dragonfolk were extracted as undead, they would rise from their corpses and immediately rejoin the fray, becoming a force under Chen Ming's absolute control. Was it perhaps a tad too effortless? Chen Ming, feeling a bit bored, unleashed a beam from his laser eyes, as if playing a matching game, severing dozens of dragonfolk mid-flight. Their corporeal forms offered no defense against the laser's assault. If an S rank could yield such results, how terrifying would an SS rank be? Could a single glance obliterate a planet? Chen Ming's imagination soared. Since it was merely a fantasy, he felt free to indulge without restraint, gazing at the incessantly emerging dragonfolk from the abyss. Chen Ming furrowed his brow. Just how many had amassed? In the brief span of time, he had already extracted over 300 dragonfolk undead. But upon reflection, considering it was an S-rank secret realm, it was not excessive. He continued to slay. After all, he had all the time in the world. Retrieving a beach chair from his storage space, he reclined upon it. He then produced a can of chilled cola, popping the metal tab with a satisfying crack, elevating his experience in the searing desert environment to an entirely new level. Refreshingly cool. The utility of the undead extraction skill was so remarkable that, in the face of the relentless dragonfolk, Chen Ming not only basked leisurely in the sun while sipping cola, but also took out his phone to cast his line. Occasionally, he would take a moment to extract a few undead, adding a dozen or so at a time. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 years of life. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-rank armor. Heartguard 1000. Heartguard. Chen Ming felt an unmistakable familiarity with that term. After a moment of reflection, realization struck him. Wasn't he that the magical artifact from various fantasy and xianxia novels capable of withstanding a single fatal blow? To confirm his understanding, he clicked to view the details. S-rank armor Heartguard. Upon equipping, it can withstand one fatal injury. Indeed, coupled with the talismans he had previously fished up, Chen Ming half-jokingly mused, since the fishing hook could reach into the realms of fantasy and xianxia, would it be possible to catch characters like the ancient empress in the future? Soon, however, he dismissed this whimsical thought, opting not to dwell on it. He continued casting his line, extracting as he went. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead minion, Dragonfolk 88. Meanwhile, in the outside world, less than a kilometer from the treasure location, a man rummaged through the kitchen for an eternity, finding nothing but a cockroach he had squashed. His pleas for help via phone and messages had gone unanswered, as the same distress call had been sent out far too many times. Locating his own message amidst the deluge was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Staring at the squashed, oozing cockroach, he gulped. The man instinctively reached out his hand, only to recoil as if electrocuted. Wait, the multiverse fishing. He remembered he had a trump card yet to be played. With no hope for official assistance, there was no need to heed their warnings. He was on the brink of starvation. Outside, a horde of zombies surrounded him, leaving him no choice. He opened his phone, the battery dwindling to a mere 10%. He swiftly located and opened the multiverse fishing app, registering as a fisherman. His eyes bloodshot, his stomach growling incessantly, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he pressed the start fishing option. 2 attempts were all he had. The first opportunity was squandered due to a lack of focus, resulting in a failed catch. The second time, however, he concentrated all his attention and managed to hit the mark, a prompt soon appearing. Fishing successful. You have attracted the attention of misfortune, catching a gluttonous dragon. It is now exceedingly hungry. The man's brow furrowed. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. A gluttonous dragon? What on earth was that? Could it be consumed? What was with the countdown on the screen? 00025. Soon, as the numbers reached 0, a thunderous roar erupted. Even several kilometers away, it could be heard. The populace and authorities were stirred into action, convening an urgent meeting. Observing the live footage relayed by drones, a massive black western dragon, over 100 meters long, was unleashing fiery breath upon the city. Even knowing that there were still people unwilling to evacuate, they found themselves powerless to intervene. Should they dispatch fighter jets? Someone suddenly questioned. Do you think fighter jets would be effective against such a creature? Our missiles, upon impact, might not even break its skin. Despite the reluctance to acknowledge it, the truth is undeniable. Should a missile strike provoke that monstrous creature further, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. I began to rack my brain for a solution, overwhelmed by the headache of the situation. I longed to know which unfortunate soul had stirred up such a predicament, especially with the matter of the Blood Knights still unresolved. In stark contrast, Chen Ming's affairs were nearing their conclusion. He had ceased his fishing, clearly observing that the number of dragonfolk had dwindled significantly compared to before. He was certain that the so-called treasure lay hidden beneath the abyss. It was improbable that defeating these dragonfolk would lead to any treasure, right? The extraction of the undead and the treasure chests was largely a result of the skills he had acquired while fishing, and had little to do with the secret realm itself. If he were to speculate, the dragonfolk appeared to serve as guardians of the hidden treasure. Eliminating them would surely yield bountiful rewards. Chen Ming opened his virtual panel for a brief moment, noting that the number of dragonfolk he had extracted had exceeded 2,000. The count of black iron treasure chests was also at 2,000. Such difficulty would surely warrant some valuable rewards. Rising to his feet, Chen Ming made his way toward the abyss, retrieving his Tang Dao from his storage space, preparing to descend and claim the treasure. With the army of undead at his command, he aimed to eradicate the remaining dragonfolk. Suddenly, before he could act, a violent gust of wind surged forth from the depths of the abyss. Chen Ming struggled to keep his eyes open as the sand and debris swirled around him. Once he adapted, lowering his arm and opening his eyes, he beheld a colossal creature before him. Chapter 72. Extraction. The Dragon of Calamity. He looked up to see it was a dragon. Indeed, a dragon, but of the Western variety, lacking the divine quality of an Eastern dragon. Its scales were a deep, purplish black, reflecting light like a mirror. When its wings unfurled, they cast a shadow that obscured the sun. The dark wing bones, paired with crimson membranes, created gales that could sweep across a 1,000-meter radius with each flap. Its massive form stretched hundreds of meters, exuding an undeniable dominance. Its golden eyes, filled with myriad reflections, seemed to capture countless images of Chen Ming. Then, the dragon's gaze intensified. It opened its maw, flames surging from within. In mere moments, it unleashed a swirling column of searing fire toward Chen Ming, akin to a tornado. Chen Ming understood that such an attack would be insurmountable for the undead. He raised his hand to halt the undead that rushed forward to defend him. Fear? What a jest! The presence of such a colossal dragon as his undead servant filled him with exhilaration. Suppressing his delight was futile. He burst into laughter. With a mere gesture, he activated his SSS-level skill, Icebound Expanse. In an instant, the black-red flames capable of melting anything were encased in ice. The ground erupted with colossal ice spikes, chaotic and sprawling like a tidal wave, growing larger and more menacing. The black dragon, sensing the encroaching danger, attempted to sever the flames and retreat. Yet, as it turned, it was ensnared by the encroaching ice, rapidly freezing its scales, flesh, and wings, its mouth agape not in aggression, but in a desperate expression of pain and despair. The icy tendrils infiltrated every crevice, The sheer power of this ability far exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. Gazing at the vast expanse of ice spikes and the frozen black dragon above, he suddenly realized that should such power be revealed, he might be regarded as a cataclysmic force, far more perilous than the zombie monstrosities. Even the Blood Knights would seem insignificant in comparison, entirely of a different caliber. Was such a result achievable with a mere flick of the wrist? It appeared that SSS-level skills were far more exaggerated than he had anticipated. With resolve, he lifted his right arm straight, fingers half-clenched, palm facing the sky. Chen Ming decided to test another SSS-level skill, Cataclysmic Fireball. Similar to Icebound Expanse, he did not unleash the full extent of its capabilities, wary of being consumed by the Inferno himself. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive sound, the fireball above multiplied in magnitude 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, its size rivaled that of the sun, rendering it diminutive in comparison. Chen Ming estimated that if this fireball were to descend, the entire Jiang city would be engulfed in flames, reduced to mere ruins. As Chen Ming lowered his arm, the cataclysmic fireball descended, carrying with it an inexorable wave of heat toward the black dragon. The already parched desert became even more searing, and taking a breath would instantly evaporate the moisture in one's mouth. The heat warped the visuals, distorting everything in sight. The ice melted, only to be immediately vaporized. The dragon's head began to liquefy, gaining a fleeting moment of freedom, its pupils widening in terror. Then, it was consumed. Chen Ming felt as though a sun had plummeted into the abyss before him. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very earth. The ground cracked incessantly. Boom. Before Chen Ming's eyes, the flames from the explosion, confined by the canyon, surged forth with amplified force, erupting like molten lava. Looking left and right, he beheld an endless wall of flame, more terrifying than a tsunami. It raged for over a minute before finally subsiding. The abyss split into dozens of chasms. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but worry whether the hidden treasures within the abyss could withstand such a barrage. However, his attention was soon captivated by a notification window that appeared before him. Successfully slain the Dragon of Calamity. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 golden treasure chest. Oh, a golden treasure chest. As the first golden treasure chest he had obtained, Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement. Though it ranked 6th from the bottom, it held significant sentimental value. Without hesitation, he turned to the shadow wolf that had approached his side, affectionately stroking its head. Well done. The shadow wolf opened its mouth, releasing a heavy scale that it had forcibly removed from the Dragon of Calamity before its demise, following the icy flames. Chen Ming had already prepared for this. He would not relinquish such a powerful undead servant for the sake of momentary pleasure. Selecting the Dragon of Calamity, he confirmed the extraction of the undead. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Dragon of Calamity. In the next moment, a whirlwind of black energy swirled around him. As the tempest erupted outward, a transformed undead Dragon of Calamity unfurled its wings, appearing before Chen Ming. Bowing its head and lying down, it expressed its submissive stance. The sensation of having a dragon, hundreds of meters long, submit before him was indescribably exhilarating. Chen Ming leaped onto the dragon's head. With a mere thought, the Dragon of Calamity flapped its mighty wings, soaring into the skies, breaking through the swirling sands, carrying him on a majestic flight. Indeed, a barren desert held little appeal to behold. However, to behold such a landscape from the back of a dragon evokes a uniquely profound sensation within one's heart. At this moment, even if the coveted treasure were to be obliterated beneath that cataclysmic fireball, Chen Ming would not feel disheartened. For him, this expedition, guided by the treasure map, could undoubtedly be described as an extraordinary fulfillment. With such a magnificent steed at his disposal, what more could he possibly desire? The catastrophic dragon not only serves as a mount, but Chen Ming can also transform into it, vanquishing zombies and monsters alike. The SSS grade skill of extracting the undead has now gained even more significance in his eyes. Well then, it is time to explore the depths of the abyss. Chen Ming steered the catastrophic dragon, aiming for the abyss and diving downward. In the relatively confined space compared to the dragon's immense form, he executed a rapid and exquisite flight. After all, unlike a fighter pilot, the ability to fly is intrinsic to the catastrophic dragon, requiring no honing or mastery. Chen Ming activated his virtual panel and switched to his storage space. Locating the treasure map, he opened it. A red inverted triangle coordinate appeared within his field of vision, growing larger as the catastrophic dragon approached. Moments later, the dragon's wings folded, and its feet touched the ground. The dragon inclined its head, resembling a long staircase, facilitating Chen Ming's descent. He leaped down, arriving at the location indicated by the inverted triangle. It was a patch of charred earth, devoid of even a blade of grass. Stark and barren. Could it be that the treasure was indeed destroyed? Chapter 73, Acquiring the Dragon Egg. As he looked up, Chen Ming clearly saw that the coordinate had not vanished. Wait, the treasure map. The essence of treasure lies in the act of concealment. Realizing this, Chen Ming opened his virtual panel and retrieved the entrenching shovel he had previously fished up. With a powerful swing of his arm, the folded shovel unfurled. After digging twice, he indeed uncovered a treasure chest. Upon opening it, a thick layer of feathers, black and white, belonging to an unknown avian creature, revealed a scaly egg quietly resting within. What a colossal egg! It was Chen Ming's first encounter with such an enormous specimen, nearly reaching half his height. In comparison, an ostrich egg appeared diminutive. Turning to the catastrophic dragon behind him, Chen Ming murmured, "Could this possibly be a dragon egg?" The thought of slaying a dragon for its egg and hatching a dragon companion seemed quite plausible. After all, not everyone possesses the skill to extract the undead as Chen Ming does. If he could indeed slay the catastrophic dragon and obtain a dragon egg, nurturing a young dragon from infancy would undoubtedly result in a formidable ally. The power of the catastrophic dragon could rival an S-grade skill, if not exceed it. To tame two dragons, one with flesh and blood, and the other a loyal undead, filled Chen Ming with elation. After securing the dragon egg in his storage space, he contemplated how to exit the treasure realm when he turned around to find the portal already open ahead of him. During his earlier flight atop the dragon, he had meticulously surveyed this world, extracting every ounce of benefit, leaving no need for further exploration. All undead, including the recently tamed catastrophic dragon, sank into the shadow world. Chen Ming then strode confidently into the portal, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back atop the hotel. Just as he had departed the treasure realm, his danger perception ability was triggered. Turning around, he beheld the gluttonous dragon coiled atop the hotel, a mere half-meter away. From its mirror-like eyes, Chen Ming caught a clear glimpse of his own reflection. The gluttonous dragon showed no curiosity as to how Chen Ming had arrived here. It simply extended its neck and opened its cavernous maw, intent on devouring him in one gulp. Chen Ming, however, stepped back swiftly, plummeting downwards and vanishing from the gluttonous dragon's line of sight. The sound of its teeth clashing echoed in vain. In an instant, Chen Ming leapt onto the catastrophic dragon, ascending rapidly into the air. In mid-flight, he opened a massive portal through which the catastrophic dragon soared. This scene was captured by a drone hovering above, transmitting live footage back to the officials in Jiangxing. Just moments after departing, those in power found themselves once more in their seats, dumbfounded as they gazed at the screen. One dragon had yet to be dealt with, and now another, even larger, had appeared. Uncertain, they merely witnessed a dark portal snap open, and the dragon burst forth. Could this dragon be the mother? A dragon mother and her offspring. Wait, zoom in on the footage. At that moment, someone keenly observed and quickly spoke up. Hearing this, a nearby technician pressed the keyboard, adjusting the visuals. Next, the person who had spoken pointed at the screen, indicating the dragon's head. Don't you think this resembles a person? A person? How could someone appear in such a place? Surely there must be a mistake? Is the image only capable of being enlarged to this extent? An elderly officer inquired. The technician replied, yes. Then can we not send the drone closer? The elder pressed further. I'm afraid not. The technician shook his head. The dragon is highly sensitive to the sound of helicopter rotors, and any closer approach would risk losing the signal and resulting in a crash. From his words, everyone learned that prior attempts at close-range filming had all ended in failure. Now, with the entire warehouse empty, the only drone available for deployment was this one, and they were reluctant to take further risks. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, the demand for drones had surged. The authorities were also in contact with various operational manufacturers to expedite production, including but not limited to drones for reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and remote delivery of supplies, as well as those armed with weaponry that could eliminate zombies from 100 meters away with zero risk at the press of a button. The variety was vast and diverse. Hey, look, that dragon seems poised to attack its mother. The crowd turned their attention at the exclamation. True to the observation, the gluttonous dragon, having ended its dormant state, flapped its wings and soared away from the hotel, heading straight for the catastrophic dragon ridden by Chen Ming. Despite the size disparity, the gluttonous dragon audaciously initiated the attack. This took Chen Ming by surprise. He even suspected that the gluttonous dragon might have been infected by the zombie virus, its mind consumed solely by the desire to feast on humans. In fact, this was indeed the case, albeit for different reasons. The gluttonous dragon frequently experienced hunger and was driven by its instincts, devoid of fear, unrelated to the zombie virus. It showed no interest in consuming the undead, but rather, it was highly intrigued by Chen Ming, who stood atop the catastrophic dragon, eagerly desiring to swallow him whole. Boom. The catastrophic dragon would not allow the gluttonous dragon to harm its master, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath. The gluttonous dragon, aware of its inferior firepower, darted about erratically, utilizing its speed to evade the onslaught. The catastrophic dragon, however, relentlessly maneuvered its fire column, pursuing closely behind. Wherever they passed became a scene of inferno, with flames raging and strikingly vivid. Equally striking was the scene unfolding in the monitoring room, where a group of officials watched in disbelief. How could the towering edifices, painstakingly constructed and developed by humanity, appears so utterly fragile in the face of such colossal beings? If this continues, the entire Jiang City will inevitably be reduced to ashes, engulfed in a sea of flames. Can you truly prevent them? Alas, perhaps it is time to relinquish Jiang City. Such formidable creatures are beyond our current means to confront. Transmit the footage to the central station, instruct them to broadcast it for the entire nation to witness, so that all may comprehend the necessity of evacuation and the indefinite abandonment of Jiang City, should a complete withdrawal occur. Do you think deploying nuclear weapons could resolve the threat posed by these two dragons? It is uncertain, but should that dreadful option be employed, Jiang City will remain uninhabitable for a protracted period. And what if nuclear radiation reacts with the zombie virus, resulting in even more uncontrollable mutations? An elderly researcher voiced his insights and concerns, and the others found merit in his words, refraining from rebuttal. Meanwhile, the central station relayed their agreement to a temporary broadcast. Chapter 74. Transforming Dragons, Slaying Dragons. The peril posed by the two colossal dragons, in the eyes of the authorities, was on par with that of the bloodied night. Initially, when it was reported that the upper echelons of Jiang City unanimously voted to abandon it and evacuate all personnel, the high officials in the imperial capital contemplated chastising them for their inaction and cowardice. Yet, upon witnessing the transmitted video content, their ire dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of culpability at the sight of the dragons. Moreover, the notion of utilizing nuclear weapons to annihilate the malevolent dragons was swiftly dismissed by several experts present, who were uncertain of the connection between the dragons and the zombies. However, one certainty remained. The zombie virus exhibited unpredictable evolution and regenerative capabilities. If a nuclear explosion failed to eradicate the dragons, it could instead cause a mutation in the similar genes within them, giving rise to an even more terrifying adversary. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to find a way to keep the two dragons occupied within Jiang City, allowing them to play amongst themselves. Some even proposed concocting the largest anesthetic ever devised to induce slumber in the giant dragons. If a needle could not penetrate their scales, then perhaps fresh pork, beef, and lamb could be laced with the anesthetic. While the effectiveness of this plan remained uncertain, without attempting it, answers would forever elude them. Inaction would not yield peace. In Jiang City, the two dragons continued their fierce battle. Throughout the tumult, Ming discerned that the combat style of these monsters was alarmingly simplistic, lacking cunning, and far inferior to human ingenuity, which was replete with stratagems. Their sheer brute strength provided some hope for humanity's survival. Should these creatures acquire human intellect and cunning, coupled with their monstrous might, it would not be long before humanity faced extinction akin to that of the dinosaurs. Ming, disinterested in squandering time, resolutely embodied the Dragon of Calamity, seizing control of its formidable form. He unleashed several fireballs, constricting the movements of the gluttonous dragon, gradually closing the distance between them while deliberately slowing his pace to lower its sensitivity. Time wasted became a weapon of utility. Upon reaching what he deemed the optimal distance, he surged forward with great speed. The gluttonous dragon sensed impending danger and attempted to flee, yet the shadow cast by the Dragon of Calamity loomed large above it. Ming opened his maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, striking the gluttonous dragon's spine with devastating force, the fire blossoming like a flower, engulfing its entire form. The gluttonous dragon emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Its membranous wings incinerated, and it plummeted to the ground, rolling several times and toppling towering edifices, reducing them to rubble. The toll on human lives remained unknown. As it struggled to rise, Ming had already maneuvered the colossal body of the Dragon of Calamity onto the gluttonous dragon's back, pinning it down and rendering it immobile. The gluttonous dragon arched its neck at an impossible angle, opening its maw filled with jagged teeth, attempting to snap the neck of the Dragon of Calamity. Seizing the moment, Ming grasped the gluttonous dragon's upper and lower jaws with his claws, exerting immense force to pry them apart. Under such strength, the corners of its mouth bore signs of tearing, blood seeping forth in torrents. Ming, unacquainted with mercy, opened his jaws once more, releasing a cataclysmic inferno that rivaled molten lava, a blaze comparable to the scorching sun, pouring it into the gluttonous dragon's mouth and body. The dragon flames rapidly filled its form, causing it to swell, the radiant fire escaping through the fissures in its scales. The gluttonous dragon found itself utterly defenseless, succumbing entirely to the onslaught. Boom! The earth trembled. Ultimately, its corporeal form could withstand no more of the colossal dragon flames, culminating in a deafening explosion accompanied by a brilliant flash of fire. A horrifying mushroom cloud ascended, its potency rivaling that of nuclear weapons. Freed from restraint, the amassed flames surged forth like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions, engulfing a vast expanse, reducing everything to charred remains. In the aftermath, darkness enveloped the scene. Successful kill of the gluttonous dragon. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. Successful kill of a zombie. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Successful kill of a titan zombie. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Successful kill of a zombie dog. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 wooden treasure chests. Apart from the Dragon of Calamity, the zombies and monsters slain by the residual flames were also credited to Chen Ming, constituting an unexpected bounty. He amassed over 1,000 wooden treasure chests, more than 50 black iron treasure chests, in addition to a golden treasure chest for slaying the gluttonous dragon. Chen Ming was somewhat taken aback. Logically, the disparity in combat strength between the gluttonous dragon and the Dragon of Calamity should have warranted different rewards. Was it possible that only the first treasure chest's unlocking posed a high difficulty, with subsequent ones lowering the standards? Chen Ming speculated irresponsibly. Putting aside such musings, he returned his thoughts to his own form. There were more pressing matters to address. Select all, extract the undead. Chen Ming had not anticipated that. Having just emerged from the treasure secret realm, he would have the opportunity to acquire a second dragon. No, to be precise, counting the dragon egg. It would be his 3rd dragon companion. Although he favored the ancient Eastern dragons, he could not be choosy. For now, he would accept this Western dragon to bolster his combat prowess. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant. Gluttonous Dragon 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant. Undead Zombie 788. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant. Zombie Dog 99. Opening the virtual panel, he sought out the gluttonous dragon to review its details. Chen Ming wished to ascertain what skills this gluttonous dragon possessed that enabled it to compete alongside the Dragon of Calamity, justifying its value as a golden treasure chest. Name, Gluttonous Dragon. Dragon Age, 829 years. Rating, S. Skills, Devour Enhancement, Dragon Flame, Brutal Bite, Dragon Might Intimidation, Utilization. After examining the skills of the gluttonous dragon, Chen Ming realized that it was not that the gluttonous dragon was weak, but rather that it lacked the finesse to utilize its potential. It was playing a strong hand poorly. Notably, the Devour Enhancement skill allowed it to grow stronger with every consumption. Most importantly, it was without limits. However, during the span of over 8 centuries, the gluttonous dragon evidently failed to seize its opportunities. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortlessly vanquished and erased from existence by the Calamity Dragon. After closing the virtual panel and ensuring there were no other harvestable resources in the vicinity, Chen Ming ascended atop the dragon's head, commanding the Calamity Dragon to vanish from the drone's view. Yet, the astonishment he instilled in the populace and the authorities remained undiminished. Indeed, it only intensified. Chapter 75, Dragon Tamer. In the imperial capital, within an office, a query arose. Why do monsters turn against one another? At that moment, someone broke the silence that Chen Ming's prowess had established. The room, occupied by dozens, was as quiet as a grave. One could hear a pin drop. Perhaps it was due to issues of food and territorial disputes. It is often said that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone dragons. The app Wonders of Fishing, which promises boundless possibilities, raises the question, could the figure on the screen actually be real? Has he, through this software, captured a dragon companion under his control? Upon this utterance, silence enveloped the room. Though no words were spoken, their gazes were honest, instinctively drifting towards their phones. Among them, none had utilized the Wonders of Fishing. The reason was simple. The app required a registration process. They feared that a surprise inspection might reveal their lack of proper registration, which, as one of the authorities, could lead to the loss of their esteemed positions. For them, the age-old adage of caution sails the ship for 1,000 years held true. There was no justification for taking risks. Yet now, witnessing someone capable of commanding a world-ending dragon, their resolve began to waver. They hesitated, contemplating whether to join the progressive faction, to propose suggestions, abandon resistance, and coexist with the Wonders of Fishing. While the risks could not be overlooked, this indeed appeared to be the most promising path forward, without exception. A dragon companion, a mecha, and the subsequent impacts of a singular skill could significantly ensure peace in their realm. If the authorities felt this way, one could only imagine how the common folk would react. At this moment, the online forum had erupted, fueled by the live broadcast of the duel between the 2 dragons. The comments section was inundated with foreign IP addresses. They had no inclination for mischief. They simply sought to grasp first-hand information. Waiting for someone to share the video from the Great Xia was too slow. They lacked the patience and time. Whether it was previous videos regarding the mecha deity, the Gatling Living Buddha, or the undead Grand Sorcerer, they all remained prominently displayed on the global trending charts, capturing worldwide attention. Incredible. Even through the screen, the shock is overwhelming. I cannot fathom what it must feel like to witness it up close. The sensation of being utterly obliterated. I just saw someone mention a figure standing atop that dragon. Is it real? Can anyone provide clarification? It's likely a dragon horn. Or perhaps scales displaced during the battle, causing a visual deception. At this stage, who could possibly control such a calamity-level monster? Click the blue link. Someone has used technology to restore the high-definition image, and it is indeed a person. Clicking the link led to the relevant post, where discussion fervor, comment numbers, likes, favorites, and shares surged past 999 in a remarkably short time. Wow, there truly is a person riding on the dragon's back. No, commanding from its head. After the mecha deity and the undead grand sorcerer, has the dragon tamer emerged? Truly, Great Xia is brimming with talent. This dragon appears remarkably domineering. Is the video authentic? What could possibly be inauthentic? The entire process was recorded using the screen capture function. How could it be faked? Brothers, do not worry. I have shown it to several special effects experts, and they all confirmed there are no modifications or editing traces. I initially thought I had drawn a D-level skill, which was already a stroke of luck, but now, I can only say, there are always those greater than oneself. Holy cow, a D-level skill master. Does the master need a pendant? I am willing to serve faithfully, dedicating myself until death. Returning to Chen Ming. He had already commanded the Calamity Dragon back to the villa. In midair, the dragon opened a massive shadowy portal and was absorbed within. Chen Ming then turned and entered his home. His footsteps hurried as he had urgent matters to attend to. Clutching 2 golden treasure chests, he felt an insatiable itch, eager to open them and discover their contents. Seated on the living room sofa, he instinctively picked up the remote and turned on the television. There was no need to change the channel, as only one remained available for viewing. There was no choice. He noticed that the screen replayed the footage of himself controlling the Calamity Dragon in a fierce battle against the gluttonous dragon. Reflecting on the small object he had inadvertently noticed hovering hundreds of meters above, he murmured, so it was a drone? Initially, Chen Ming had thought it was a mutated bird. Even if that scene had been captured, he would not have minded, as the distance was too great, and the quality too poor to discern any facial details. Even if he had seen clearly, it mattered little to Chen Ming. He was not concerned about facing national powers, feeling powerless against them. The mere fact of his immortality sufficed to bolster his confidence. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was noon. Chen Ming opened the virtual panel, first switching to the food section, selecting a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, and confirming the extraction. The red oil paired with generous chunks of beef, accented by a sprinkle of scallions, was visually appetizing, truly embodying the effect depicted in advertisements. It was no wonder it could be sold for 181 yuan a bowl. After a brief moment of jesting, Chen Ming picked up his chopsticks, lifting a tender piece of beef tendon to his mouth. Simultaneously, he used his mind to manipulate the virtual panel, locating the 2 golden treasure chests and confirming their opening. Opening the golden treasure chest. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-level skill, Windblade. Oh, to think that a skill could be found within a golden treasure chest, and an S-level one at that. Chen Ming was quite astonished. He clicked to view the skill's description. S-level skill Windblade. You will gain the ability to condense wind into a blade, killing silently and invisibly. A gust of wind gathered at his fingertips. While its presence could be felt, it was entirely invisible, forming a wind blade the length of a finger. He aimed it at a distant vase and shot it forth. In silence, the vase suddenly misaligned, slipping diagonally before shattering on the ground. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Is this skill truly S-level? He was acutely aware that he had exerted less than a millionth of its potential. To unleash its full power would be nothing short of extraordinary, combined with the enhancement of his attributes. Chen Ming felt that he need not go through the cumbersome process of possessing the Calamity Dragon. Instead, he could simply condense wind into a blade. The gluttonous dragon would have no time to react before losing its head. He was utterly certain that while dragon scales were formidable, they were not impenetrable against the fierce strike of the wind blade. Once would suffice, twice, thrice, until its defenses were shattered. Each time he acquired a skill, the subsequent enhancements alleviated his worries about having too many skills and insufficient mental energy. Having received the skill, Chen Ming planned to press his advantage and open the remaining golden treasure chest as well. Chapter 76. The New Mech, Sun-Eclipsing Crow. The anticipation on Chen Ming's face was palpable as he selected the golden treasure chest. Opening the golden treasure chest. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a random mech gift pack 1. Another mech. Chen Ming felt no hint of disdain. Instead, he was exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring yet another brand new mech. He located the random mech gift pack within his storage space and confirmed to open it. Do you wish to confirm the opening of the random mech gift pack? Confirmed. Opening. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-rank mech, Sun-Eclipsing Crow. Individually, each character was familiar to Chen Ming, yet when combined, deciphering the nature of this mech from the 4 characters proved to be somewhat challenging. The presence of the character for Crow prompted thoughts of a possible connection to the Raven. A mech related to ravens? Chen Ming couldn't confidently affirm his inner musings. In his recollection, mechs were predominantly humanoid. Putting aside his speculations, he directly sought out the Sun-Eclipsing Crow mech. From the preview icon in the storage space, it indeed resembled a raven. With his thoughts wavering, Chen Ming stepped outside the villa, confirming that the designated placement area was clear and flat, before clicking to extract the mech. Instantly, a lifelike, pitch-black raven mech with an upscale metallic sheen materialized before him. Its crimson eyes glowed like blood moons, captivating and unsettling even in daylight. The enchanting red gleam was bound to enhance its intimidating presence come nightfall. What exquisite craftsmanship! Observing the meticulously crafted feathers, Ming couldn't help but commend its artistry. Even if its practicality were minimal, as a collectible piece, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. As Ming contemplated entering the mech's cockpit, the sun-eclipsing crow unfurled one of its wings, resembling a ladder. In mere moments, he arrived at the neck of the sun-eclipsing crow. Unlike the dangerous wanderer, whose cockpit resided in the chest, this one was situated slightly above the neck. Ascending through the steps, they automatically folded away, transforming into a hatch that sealed shut. At that moment, Ming had swiftly donned his gear, and his vision melded seamlessly with the mech, entirely crafted from a unique metal. His hands controlled the wings, while his feet directed the talons. Although Ming's toes could not grasp prey with the dexterity of a bird's claws, it mattered not, as the operating system would automatically optimize functions to ensure that every action and command he executed was conveyed with absolute fidelity. After some examination, it became evident that if one were to compare the two mechs, the sun-eclipsing crow, while lacking the diverse offensive capabilities of the dangerous wanderer, compensated with its aerial prowess. Formidable talons capable of crushing dragon scales, and a trump card that sufficiently bridged the gap. Ming spread the wings and successfully ascended into the skies. It was even easier to maneuver than he had anticipated. Truly, this S-rank mech's performance and operational fluidity were beyond reproach, and Ming was lavish with his praise. Having just finished lunch and now in possession of a new mech, he was particularly eager to stretch his limbs, test the mech, and burn off some calories. Ming was in dire need of many adversaries. Summoning a virtual panel, he opened the resource map and pinpointed an outdoor stadium 5 kilometers away. The stadium itself was inconsequential. What mattered was that it housed thousands of zombies. If memory served him correctly, a certain pop star had held a concert there recently. Ming was not particularly knowledgeable about the entertainment industry, but he was aware of this fact due to his dormitory leader, Yang Dong, being a fan of that celebrity. A few days prior, his slow hands had led to him missing out on tickets, resulting in much lamentation shared among their group. Despite Ming's lack of interest, Yang Dong's incessant chatter had made it impossible not to remember. Now, he found himself grateful to that pop star for amassing such a crowd, all of whom had succumbed to the zombie virus, thus providing him with an opportunity to test his new mech. Thousands of zombies were more than sufficient. After testing the sun-eclipsing crow mech, he could also harvest them as undead, yielding a plethora of treasure chests. Ming was utterly enamored with these skills. Their synergistic effects were nothing short of perfect. Returning to the mech itself, the sun-eclipsing crow stood at a height of 19 meters in its upright position. Though not as towering as the dangerous wanderer, it was still formidable. When it spread its wings, it could indeed be said to cast a shadow that obscured the sun. As its shadow swept overhead, it drew the gaze of many. Ignoring the cigarette in hand, one man looked up, transfixed by the massive creature soaring above. Startled, he dropped his cigarette. Regaining his composure, he hastily crouched down, shielding his head, fearing the monster might notice him and snatch him up like a tiny insect to feed its young. "What are you so afraid of?" his friend remarked, bemused. He pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and pressed the shutter button. "Are you insane? If the flash attracts that monster, we'll both become its next meal." The man retorted angrily. "Fool, look closely. That creature is flesh and blood, but this one is a metal construct," his companion patiently reminded him. "A metal construct?" The man cautiously peeked out, still wary. Upon closer inspection, he slowly stood up straight. A mechanical monster? No, he thought. It likely belonged to the same category of combat machines as the earlier mech, the mech deity. As the sun-eclipsing crow vanished into the clouds, he ceased his recording, saved the footage, and began to edit it. He had been an editor at a news agency prior to the apocalypse, and through exposure, he knew precisely what kind of videos garnered attention. "Is it done? Let me see." The man extended his hand. "Almost. Just another half-minute." His companion replied before finally handing over the phone. In the video, his friend had already completed the upload. The man was not concerned with the view counts, but clicked play to review the content. As a weapon, it was excessively exquisite. It was akin to, no? It was indeed a rare treasure, a work of art. The man watched repeatedly, continually offering high praise. Others in the comments echoed similar sentiments. What a massive crow. It could devour dozens, if not hundreds, of people in one bite. Crow? Take a good look. That is clearly a mechanical structure. Mechanical? Could it be related to the mech deity? It must be a high-tech weapon fished up. Damn it. Am I the only one in the entire summer who isn't lucky? As much as I hate to admit it, you are not alone. Count me in. 1. Their conversation was lively. Meanwhile, Ming, from a distance, could already see the outline of the stadium. Chapter 77, One Strike to Clear the Field. The stadium resembled a bird's nest, hollowed out in the center, allowing for a clear view of the entire interior. A large mass of zombies was densely clustered on the grass, their forms swaying slightly, resembling a ticking time bomb that would detonate at the slightest disturbance. Chen Ming cast a glance, and the number of zombies visible to him had already surpassed 3,000. To others, these creatures were monsters, but in Chen Ming's eyes, their sheer quantity signified more abundant rewards. How could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not be stirred with excitement? In a state of circling, Chen Ming endeavored to extend his wings backward, spreading them to their utmost limit, ready to unleash maximum force in an instant. At this moment, a sudden voice echoed beneath him. I'm here. I'm here. Chen Ming looked down in confusion, only to see a man and a woman, both appearing disheveled and emaciated, standing on the rooftop, waving their hands toward him. Chen Ming was certain they were trying to communicate with him. You're the rescue team sent by the company, right? Rest assured, as long as you get me out of here, given my reputation and strength, I will certainly not treat you poorly, the man promised, his voice laden with urgency. Chen Ming zoomed in on the scene, and the man's face quickly became clear on the screen. It turned out to be him, the very celebrity that Yang Dong, the dormitory leader, had idolized. Noticing Chen Ming's silence, the man anxiously inquired, could we be mistaken? Is this guy actually a monster? According to information circulating online, they claimed this was a mech weapon with no desire to attack humans. Furthermore, the company had responded, assuring them that a rescue operation was underway, which led the woman to speculate he might be one of the rescue team members. So, didn't I just ask you to confirm with the company? What is the response? The man pressed, clearly frustrated. He had ventured out of the office, risking a zombie outbreak based on the woman's assertion that this creature was part of the rescue team. Yet now, she was informing him that it was merely a conjecture and that no response had yet been received. The woman took a step back, fearing that the man, starved for too long, might lose his sanity and let anger cloud his judgment. She could think of no other alternative. If they continued to starve and suffer thirst, they would soon face life-threatening peril. Hence, she clung to a sliver of hope, attempting to seize Chen Ming as their lifeline. You idiot. The man gritted his teeth, clearly incensed. The woman, seeing this, quickly raised her hands defensively. Don't get agitated. I'll convince him. Without waiting for the man to respond, she looked up at Chen Ming, hands clasped together, and implored loudly, please, save us. We are willing to agree to any condition as long as you can rescue us. I am a top agent from Dynasty Entertainment. You must be aware of our company's strength, right? The boss values us greatly, the woman continued. She initially intended to highlight the man's prowess and future potential, but changed her wording, concerned that Chen Ming might choose to save only him and abandon her. The boss places immense importance on our abilities. If you safely bring us back, he will definitely not mistreat you. Indeed, I am the type who believes in repaying kindness with gratitude. Just take me out, and I can grant you 130 million from my bank account. The man interjected, eager to express his commitment. Perhaps worried that he had not sounded sufficiently resolute, he added, of course, I will also repay those who wish to harm me. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned sharply to the man, thinking he must have lost his mind from hunger. As she attempted to redirect her gaze back to Chen Ming in a bid for salvation, a resounding roar filled the air. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged toward them. Chen Ming swiftly unfurled his wings, releasing a flurry of specially crafted feathers that shot forth like a torrential rain of arrows, aimed not at the pair, but rather at the zombies in the gymnasium. However, the sheer area covered by thousands of feathered arrows left the two unable to evade their fate. The man was cleaved in two by the iron feathers, while the woman let out a piercing scream, losing her footing and plummeting downward. Chen Ming never considered himself a paragon of virtue, nor would he squander the opportunity for thousands of treasures and the spirits of the deceased for mere flattery laden with the stench of greed. Moreover, the man had foolishly threatened him, compelling him to make a decisive choice. For those who revel in courting death, Chen Ming had always been unreserved in sending them to the underworld to report to the King of Hell. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 wooden treasure chest. Zombie killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 wooden treasure chest. In mere seconds, Chen Ming had annihilated over 4,000 zombies with a single maneuver. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new undead servant. Undead zombie, 4,566. Following the extraction, the number of undead zombies surged once more. After the slaughter, Chen Ming summoned all the iron feathers he had unleashed. He noted that as they returned, their points were directed toward him. Wait, does this imply that retrieving the feathers could inflict piercing damage on enemies along the way? And with even greater force? Chen Ming's thoughts were not without foundation. The retrieval of the iron feathers was compulsory and unstoppable. If an enemy's body were indeed robust enough to withstand the iron feathers-based damage, the rule of compulsory retrieval would come into play, causing attributes such as force, penetration, and speed to ascend exponentially until the defenses broke, allowing the iron feathers to return. 1 attack, 2 instances of damage. Chen Ming was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. More importantly, he had unleashed less than half of his total feathers. The solar eclipsing raven possessed a total of 138,600 iron feathers. with a sweep and a collection. Chen Ming was confident that few creatures could withstand this onslaught, not even the previous Calamity Dragon or the Gluttonous Beast. Regrettably, these feathers were not classified as firearms and could not utilize upgrade modules. Otherwise, Chen Ming would be eager to see how much more astonishing and terrifying the destructive power could become if the iron feathers were further enhanced. If they could gain a poison attribute, each feather would carry a poisoning effect, stacking with each hit. How extravagant that would be. Even a perverse individual like Chen Ming found the thought exhilarating. Opening his storage space, he sought out the black iron treasure chest. Deciding to take a chance with a tenfold gamble, he did not wish to remain in the realm of mere thought. Chapter 78, Combat Type Intelligent Puppet. At this moment, Chen Ming had an ample supply of black iron treasure chests, far more than he needed to preserve as basic resources like the wooden chests. Coupling this with a series of luck enhancements, Chen Ming felt that not taking a gamble would be a waste of opportunity. Selecting 10 black iron treasure chests, he confirmed their opening. Opening black iron treasure chests. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Barrett sniper rifle. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 mountain bike. Opening successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 rocket shells. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 portable automatic machine gun. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 mech-specific upgrade module. Upon witnessing his desires materialize from the treasure chests, Chen Ming lost interest in the subsequent rewards that would be revealed. He concealed the window, allowing it to continue on its own. Subsequently, within the confines of the storage space, he swiftly located the mecha-specific upgrade module. With a click, the 3D virtual model of the sun-eclipsing raven materialized before Chen Ming, allowing him to rotate it freely in a full 360 degrees. He could select specific areas for enhancement, such as augmenting the grip strength of its talons, the acuity of its eyes, or the overall defense of its body. Upon selecting the wings, 2 options emerged: increase flight speed and enhance iron feather damage. Given that the natural flight speed of the sun-eclipsing raven was already commendable, Chen Ming had no further desires in that regard and chose to ignore it. Instead, he opted to upgrade and amplify the damage dealt by its iron feathers. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. The iron feather attacks of the sun-eclipsing raven will now possess explosive effects. Note, each individual iron feather can trigger high explosive damage independently. The glimmer in his eyes confirmed that this was the skill he desired. The persistent bombardment effect was comparable to poisoning, and the residual impact of the explosions could inflict area damage. With the already extensive coverage of the iron feathers, the addition of their explosive capabilities broadened the attack range significantly. He could rest assured that the explosive effects would not obliterate the iron feathers, thereby preserving their recoverability. Chen Ming was thoroughly satisfied. Boom. The sound of the wind roared, tumultuous waves crashing. The multitude of iron feathers descended like a torrential downpour upon the gymnasium. Chen Ming resolved to complete the final harvest of the zombies that had hidden within the gymnasium, having survived the initial wave of attacks, while simultaneously testing the upgraded potency of his iron feathers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Flames soared skyward, black smoke enveloped the area, and the cacophony of explosions resonated, shaking the very earth. As the smoke dissipated, the gymnasium, capable of accommodating thousands, was reduced to rubble, devoid of any intact walls. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have received wooden treasure chest X1. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have received wooden treasure chest X1. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Undead Zombie 524. As Chen Ming made his way back to the shelter, this video was uploaded to the internet, undoubtedly igniting a fresh wave of discussions. This is outrageous. This power rivals that of nuclear weapons, doesn't it? The explosion was only a kilometer away from me. The noise nearly scared me to death. My heart nearly gave out. More and more people are obtaining mecha weapons. Is the future destined to be an era of mechas? Even if I don't obtain such rewards, it doesn't matter. I just hope these weapons are entrusted to benevolent individuals. How do you define benevolence? And how can you be sure that those individuals won't undergo a drastic change in character after acquiring overwhelming power? I strongly recommend that the high-ranking officials of the Xia dynasty expand the number of special forces soldiers, first enhancing their loyalty, then employing task-oriented fishing, assuming 1 million people. With a guaranteed 2 fishing attempts per day, that yields 2 million opportunities to reel invaluable items. Moreover, with so many people around, if a formidable monster is truly caught, they can respond promptly, unlike us, who are unarmed. Others abroad are already doing this, attempting to mass-produce a doomsday army. If we don't act swiftly, we will merely lag behind. As long as the apocalypse persists, it's manageable, but once it concludes, those individuals, given their modus operandi, will undoubtedly target us as their first victims. Indeed, eliminate the big boss first. The minions will surrender without us needing to lift a finger, barking like loyal hounds instead. After witnessing the formidable advancements brought about by the multiverse phishing, an increasing number of people began to express dissatisfaction with the series of decisions that had left them trailing behind. They were increasingly concerned that these terrifying powers might fall into the hands of uncontrollable individuals, potentially triggering crises even more lethal than the zombie monsters themselves. The phrase "humans fear ghosts" and "ghosts understand the treachery of humans" is not merely a joke. However, unbeknownst to them, all the powerful equipment and abilities they had witnessed belonged to a single individual. At this moment, Ming had returned to his villa, placing the sun-eclipsing raven back into the storage space. He ascended to the second floor, locating a guest room where he retrieved the dragon egg he had acquired in the treasure's secret realm, placing it upon the bed. The dragon egg was capable of hatching independently without the need for special care. However, time within the storage space was stagnant, a detail Ming nearly overlooked. He jested that if he were to leave it there indefinitely, it could take 1,000,000 years to yield results. Returning to the living room, he reclined. Upon his departure, Ming had failed to turn off the television, which was still broadcasting news. The male anchor announced that, pursuant to Order Number 89, the 7th Special Operations Team had commenced concentrated trials of the multiverse phishing to enhance our combat capabilities. Had they finally conceded? With over 20 Special Operations Teams in the Xia dynasty, the fact that only one was engaging with the multiverse phishing indicated that conservatives still held sway within the official ranks. They seemed to believe that the current crisis remained manageable, relying on existing military configurations to complete their eradication tasks. It was merely a matter of time. After discussing the arrangements of the 7th Special Operations Team, the female anchor added, due to uncontrollable factors, experts from the Imperial Capital Research Institute advised against using the multiverse phishing software unless absolutely necessary to prevent inflicting more severe disasters upon themselves and others. Ming heard this clearly, absorbing every word. It was a classic case of information entering one ear and exiting the other. He picked up his phone and opened the multiverse phishing software, unhesitatingly tapping "Start Phishing" with his thumb. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a customizable combat type intelligent doll. Customizable? Combat type? Intelligent doll? A torrent of questions flooded Ming's mind. Upon inspection, what appeared before him was a flesh-colored mannequin akin to those found in shopping malls. It lacked hair, facial details, and even gender. The weapon and attack methods were fixed and non-editable, while the appearance allowed for extensive customization at will. Chapter 79, Master of Facial Sculpting, White Kite. The weapon consisted of 4 knives capable of short-range telepathic control. Did it? Ming clicked on the 4 black knives hovering beside the doll, which had yet to be drawn, to view the details. The sheath was unlike traditional sheaths, being quite broad, significantly wider than the blades themselves, exuding a hint of futuristic sci-fi flair. After carefully reviewing the description, Ming grasped the significance of such a design. When the 4 blades were drawn to attack enemies, the sheath could serve an additional purpose, transforming and combining into a shield to deflect attacks. Returning to the aesthetic aspect, it not only provided a highly flexible facial sculpting system, but also featured a one-click random option, demonstrating consideration for every facet. Coincidentally, as a seasoned gaming enthusiast, Ming excelled at facial sculpting. A gaming wife was still a wife, so it had to be done meticulously. In the past, registering a gaming account took 2 minutes, but selecting and customizing a character could consume an entire day. Thanks to this skill, by selling facial sculpting data, Ming had earned quite a bit of money for equipment. Now, with the opportunity to create a goddess bodyguard in the real world, Ming was determined to seize this chance. He had no idea when he might reel in such a reward again. Hair, short and white, with the tips elegantly adorned in a subtle shade of pink, quite exquisite indeed. As for the eyes, the striking crimson hue reminiscent of a vampire perfectly complements this visage. The outfit boasts an impressive variety of templates, complete with designated sections. Ming chose an ensemble fitting for a combat urban aesthetic, a white inner layer paired with a sleek black jacket, whose sleeves are tailored to reveal his fair forearms, ensuring no hindrance in battle. The lower half features a pleated skirt, accompanied by semi-opaque tights. To add a touch of detail, he embellished the black jacket with some enigmatic yet meaningless white graffiti and reflective strips. Additionally, he equipped her thigh with a handgun, not merely for show, but ready for immediate use. A black tie, casually crossed over the chest, adds a touch of disarray, perfectly encapsulating the image of an ice-cold beauty. Passionate about combat, yet somewhat indifferent in her everyday demeanor. After a thorough 360-degree inspection, confirming no other modifications were needed, Ming clicked Generate. A prompt appeared. Please name the combat doll. A random option was also provided. Ming selected a name he had previously used and entered it. Is the combat doll named by Yuan? Indeed. Naming successful. Instantly, a portal manifested before Ming, from which the doll, now named by Yuan, emerged. At first glance, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being. Ming couldn't help but marvel at his nearly 3-hour labor. The results were nothing short of remarkable. The doll's facial sculpting system outshone that of leading game developers, exhibiting unparalleled smoothness and a plethora of materials, combined with Chen Ming's masterful sculpting skills. It is no exaggeration to say that with such beauty and physique, even in the pre-apocalyptic world, she would effortlessly become a viral sensation without any need for talent. Bai Yuan greets her master. Bai Yuan approached Chen Ming and knelt gracefully on one knee. This utterance of master had been preset by Chen Ming. The doll not only offered freedom in appearance and aesthetics, but also in terms of address. Should Chen Ming wish, he could raise her as a daughter. Bai Yuan possessed formidable attributes beyond mere combat prowess. She required no sustenance and boasted a self-repair function, effectively rendering her ageless. Even a century hence, she would remain as she is now. More importantly, her loyalty to Chen Ming was absolute, unyielding, and irrevocable. As a sentient being, even if someone possessed hacking skills, there was no fear of them infiltrating Bai Yuan's programming to alter her fidelity. Rise. Yes. Bai Yuan stood, and at that moment, four blades floated menacingly behind her. A glance out the window revealed the sky tinged with orange-red hues, heralding the setting sun. Chen Ming stood up, resolved to take Bai Yuan out in search of an adversary to test her capabilities. Data is one thing, but real combat is another. Some things must be witnessed firsthand. Follow me. Yes. Bai Yuan obediently followed Chen Ming as they exited the villa. With a flick of his powers, Chen Ming summoned two blades from Bai Yuan's scabbard, allowing them to hover before her. Together, they soared through the clouds, racing towards the coordinates marked on Chen Ming's resource map. This location was the 4S dealership where he had previously acquired numerous RVs and off-road vehicles. Numerous zombies roamed there. But Chen Ming's true target was the oversized red dot, an S-class reward. Without needing to test her, he already knew that typical zombies posed no challenge for Bai Yuan. He needed to present her with a more formidable opponent. Diving from the clouds, Chen Ming entered a state of complete invisibility, allowing Bai Yuan to dominate the battlefield. Witnessing Chen Ming vanish in an instant startled Bai Yuan, though her expression remained composed. As an intelligent doll, she experienced emotions akin to a human's, including joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Do not worry, I am still here, merely unseen. Chen Ming's voice echoed in Bai Yuan's ears, and she understood. Moments later, they landed gracefully. Chen Ming glanced around, surprised. It appeared someone had beaten them to the scene. Scattered on the ground were several zombies, some shot through the head. Others felled by a heavy axe. Additionally, Chen Ming noticed a human corpse, causing him to shudder momentarily. The transformation must have just occurred. This indicated that the group must have arrived not long ago. Suddenly, a man, now a zombie, rose from the ground, clawing towards Chen Ming. No. It was more accurate to say he lunged at Bai Yuan behind him. After all, he was still cloaked in invisibility, and the zombies could not perceive his presence. With a swift motion, Bai Yuan drew the black blade, and, in one fluid stroke, cleaved the man in half from head to toe. Instant kill. The speed was astonishing. With a flick of her wrist, she cleaned the blade of the blood and returned it to its sheath, completing the action seamlessly. In Chen Ming's eyes, this singular display of prowess elevated Bai Yuan's evaluation to a passing grade. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden treasure chest. Much like the undead, Bai Yuan was Chen Ming's servant. Her defeated foes triggered his skill reward mechanism. Meanwhile, one of the underlings tasked with monitoring the situation hurried to inform a scar-faced leader. Breathless, boss, there's a very formidable woman outside. How formidable can one woman be? What does she look like? If she's not beautiful, just kill her. Boss. She might be tough to handle. She has 4 blades. Before the underling could finish, the man named Li San interjected, 4 blades? So what? Even if she had 4 hands, she would still submit to me. As he spoke, he drew a black pistol from behind his waist, an item he had scavenged from a special forces soldier who had turned into a zombie. It was this gun, combined with his streetwise experience, that enabled him to swiftly establish his own survival organization in the apocalypse. His purpose for bringing his crew here today was to acquire vehicles for easier mobility and the transfer of survival supplies. Relying solely on foot in this new world was perilously risky. Vehicles not only provided speed but also offered shelter and safety, allowing for quick escapes at the first sign of danger. Boss, her 4 blades are far more formidable than 4 hands. They can hover and kill from a distance. The underling explained urgently, hoping to avoid confrontation. However, upon hearing this, Li San's excitement surged. What? So she possesses such a treasure? If we can seize it, we could dominate the apocalypse. Previously, Li San had felt unlucky for not finding good loot, but now, fortune seemed to smile upon him. The underling wished to say more, but fell silent upon hearing the sound of Li San chambering a bullet. After spending some time together, it became abundantly clear to Li San that speaking too much would only provoke his ire. He knew that if trouble arose, he would undoubtedly take a bullet before any woman did. Rather than risk such a fate, it was wiser to remain silent. He was in no rush to meet his end. He could only hope that matters would unfold as smoothly as Li San envisioned, without any unforeseen dangers. Suddenly, as Li San prepared to act, the sound of blood splattering from a blade penetrating flesh pierced the air. Turning his head, he saw that the messenger had arrived, only to find his head impaled by a pink object of unknown origin, which had pierced through his skull. The gruesome sight was met with a chilling silence. As everyone turned slowly to follow the trajectory of the thick pink appendage, their gazes landing upon a figure crouched in the corner of the room. The end of the appendage was lodged in its mouth. Was it human? No one dared to think so. While its body bore some semblance to a person, the brain was grotesquely exposed to the air. Its pallid color and vein texture would even make those who savored delicacies like pig brains feel nauseous. The brain obscured most of its face, leaving only a mouth filled with sharp teeth and a long, flicking tongue. Its fingers were thick, equipped with claws capable of inflicting grievous wounds, rivaling those of the fiercest beasts. Li San and his companions were resolute in their refusal to acknowledge this abomination as human. As the creature opened its maw once more, preparing to unleash another deadly strike with its whip-like tongue, Li San reacted swiftly, raising his firearm, taking aim, and pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed, but the bullet merely struck the wall. The creature's speed was beyond imagination. Before Li San could adjust his aim, he watched helplessly as another comrade was pierced through the heart by the creature's elongated tongue. "Die, monster!" shouted one of the others, brandishing a machete, hoping to sever the creature's tongue. The monster, however, flicked its tongue, sending the lifeless body of their fallen companion hurtling toward the attacker, resulting in a violent collision. Bang! The man's back slammed against the car, the door crumpling under the impact. He fell to the ground, struggling to rise, only to be met with a sudden change in complexion as he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a sweetness in his throat. With a cough, he spewed forth a torrent of blood, and then his head tilted, leaving him utterly unresponsive. "Boss, perhaps we should flee," urged the trembling survivor. Li San had no time to entertain such thoughts. He quickly redirected his gun, aiming to eliminate the monster and complete the task at hand, hoping to gain experience and increase his chances of survival. There were no options left but to fight. He had no illusion that his legs could outrun the wall-crawling beast. Escape by car? There were indeed numerous vehicles, but he had yet to find a key. Moreover, with the creature's tongue capable of penetrating skulls, who could guarantee that he could enter a vehicle, start it, and not be met with a shattered window or steel roof pierced by that crimson tongue, striking straight for his heart? Bang! This time, Li San seized an opportunity, predicting the creature's movements and pulling the trigger. The bullet spiraled out at high speed. As the monster followed the anticipated path, Li San's lips curled into a slight smile, believing everything would unfold according to his plan. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature unleashed its tongue once more, and astonishingly, it caught the bullet, flinging it back with tremendous force. A gory hole appeared in the forehead of one of his subordinates, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This monster was truly unnatural. It could even catch bullets. Li San thought in terror. As the tongue lashed out like a whip, aiming for him, he instinctively seized the only remaining comrade beside him, using him as a shield. "Boss, what are you?" Bang! Boom! The words hung unfinished as both men flew backward uncontrollably, like kites severed from their strings. Coughing, Li San landed on the ground, managing to avoid bleeding. With great effort, he pushed himself up against the wall, glancing at the lifeless body of his comrade lying in a pool of blood just a few meters away. A smile would not grace his lips. Several of his ribs were broken, and escape was surely impossible. Aware that he was on a path to doom, he glanced at the gun in his hand, making the decision to leave this perilous world behind, seeking an end to the monster's torment. At that moment, a sudden scream from the creature pierced the air. Looking up, he beheld the monster, its limbs severed, plummeting from the ceiling, impaled by a black blade. Its severed tongue writhed on the ground like a snake. With its back to the floor, the creature attempted to roll over, but the blade sank deeper, pinning it to the ground as if it were a nail. Then, another long knife soared through the air, hovering above its head, standing upright. Thud! It fell heavily, piercing the creature's brain. White matter gushed forth, and its brain visibly shrank, as if deflating like a punctured balloon. Once it was confirmed that the creature was dead, Bai Yuan emerged from the dark corridor, gesturing to summon the two knives back. Kill of the brain eater successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black iron treasure chest. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant, Brain Eater 1. With clear roles defined, Bai Yuan was responsible for slaying enemies, while Ming handled treasure collection and the extraction of the undead. So, the individual the man spoke of was indeed this woman? She was truly as beautiful as a blossoming flower. And those weapons Li San's thoughts turned wicked. Ensuring that Bai Yuan had not noticed him, he raised his gun, aligning his sights on her. His intentions were unmistakable, to seize the opportunity and claim both her life and her treasures.